Recently, an exhilarating piece of news reverberated through Shanyang village. In a mere 2 days, the illustrious Tianyang sect would arrive in Shanyang City to recruit disciples. All children aged between 5 and 15 were to travel to the city to ascertain their celestial affinity. This announcement sparked tremendous excitement among the villagers. In just 5 days, the immortals from Tianyang sect shall arrive. Our village has not witnessed a child with celestial potential in a century, so it is imperative for every eligible child to undergo the assessment this year, proclaimed the village chief, straining to project his voice from atop a large stone on the stone dam. His face, already darkened by the sun, flushed a deep crimson with exhilaration. The villagers below shared in the fervor, though some younger children appeared bewildered, intimidated by the enthusiasm of the adults surrounding them. Yu Lanxi stifled a yawn, her interest in the chief's speech waning as she languidly leaned against her mother. Yulan's mother, initially swept up in the excitement, grew irritable at her daughter's lack of enthusiasm. She shook her shoulder, rousing Yulan and admonishing, "Pay attention to the village chief. You too must attend the assessment, as you are not yet 15. Yulan pouted, rolling her eyes in silence, refraining from retorting. Her mother, despite her many admirable qualities, had a penchant for incessant lecturing, a habit Yulan had gradually come to accept over the years. When Yulan first arrived in this world, she felt utterly disoriented, particularly as the previous moment was spent laboring tirelessly at her office, only to find herself the next moment cradled in a woman's arms, nursing deity that moment. Yu Lanxi was on the verge of regurgitating, yet the enticing aroma of milk compelled her to instinctively swallow. Ah, how delightful! Accustomed to a frenzied pace, she suddenly found herself transformed into an infant, basking in an extraordinary tranquility. This sensation, truly, it was exhilarating beyond measure. However, upon her metamorphosis into a baby, Yu Lanxi felt an unexpected relief wash over her. Since graduating from university, she had never truly rested the burdens of family, the pressures of life, and the relentless demands of work required her to remain ever vigilant. In reality, there was little to complain about, as everyone around her was ensnared in a web of high stress, wary of any hint of relaxation. She was no exception, especially as a female programmer, frequently subjected to discrimination. Her indomitable spirit had always driven her to never regard herself as merely a woman in the workplace. Although she had achieved a measure of success in her career, which had undoubtedly improved her family's circumstances, she had never genuinely felt at ease or joyful. Each day was a relentless cycle between home and the office, and on occasion, she found herself sleeping on the company floor due to late nights. This grueling existence persisted for 5 long years. Though uncertain of how life would unfold for her family in her absence, she realized there was little she could do having succumbed to death. She now resided in another realm. All that remained was to release her past worries and embrace a carefree existence as a jubilant little infant. Perhaps it was the toll of overwork in her previous life that led Yu Lanxi to this epiphany, prompting her to resolve that this time around, she would save her life and succumb to laziness without regret. Fortunately, Yu Lanxi is the cherished daughter of Yu and Yang, having been lavished with affection since childhood. Though her life in the village does not overflow with wealth and opulence, she enjoys a comfortable existence, free from the worries of cold and hunger. Often, she can indulge in a bit of meat to satisfy her palate, leading to a life of unspoken tranquility and contentment. As she neared her home, Aunt Lanhua from the same village happened to approach. Her gaze first fell upon Yu Lanxi before she addressed Yu and Yang, second aunt. Is Cece preparing to test her celestial fate? About that matter we discussed last time. Yu Lanxi was aware that her mother had spoken to Aunt Lanhua regarding her marriage, and although she felt that marrying at her age was somewhat premature, it was customary in the village for individuals of similar ages to seek companionship, with many already preparing for marriage by the age of 16. Yu Lanxi's elder brother's eldest daughter, Yuxiu, was approaching 16 herself, thus escaping the obligation of testing her celestial fate. As Yu Lanxi entered her home, she felt a pang of envy. Yuxiu followed her inside, her expression downcast as she sighed. "Auntie, I could truly envy you for having the chance to test your celestial fate." Yu Lanxi recognized that her feelings diverged from those of others. The villagers held an intense fascination with entering the celestial realm, even bordering on fanaticism. After all, celestial beings traverse the heavens and the earth, enjoying unparalleled freedom. Though many lacked a clear understanding of what it meant to enter the celestial realm, there existed a prevailing belief that doing so would elevate one to a position of great importance, even commanding the utmost respect from figures such as the Lord of Yang City, who would tread carefully to avoid causing offense. What is there to envy? It may well be a fruitless endeavor. The path to celestial affinity is seldom so straightforward. If it were, how could it be that no one from Shangyang village has encountered such fortune in over a century? Although Yu Lanxi fancies herself a time traveler, perhaps endowed with a celestial destiny, yet the mere thought of embarking on a solitary journey to distant lands after attaining such affinity feels utterly exhausting. Moreover, the realm of immortals diverges drastically from the familiar world of mortals. Yu Lanxi, having thoroughly grasped the rules of her surroundings, harbors no desire to uproot her life. Having faced death once, she possesses a clear understanding of the transient nature of existence. What merit is there in striving so fiercely? If one must perish, so be it. Not even a farewell can be uttered. In the aftermath of death, her previous world bears no relevance to her anymore, save for the occasional pang of nostalgia for her former family. In truth, life continues unabated, regardless of who departs. What allure does immortality hold? The arduous pursuit may entail unforeseen perils, akin to the tales spun in novels. For one who yearns solely for a languid existence, the prospect of becoming an immortal holds little significance. I've heard that immortals enjoy eternal life, and perpetual youth. How splendid! Although Yu Xiaoyu recognizes the rarity of celestial affinity, she still finds herself seated beside Yu Lanxi, engaging in conversation. The children at home hold a fondness for Yu Lanxi. Despite her never venturing into the field for labor, she remains at home to care for the little ones. The family entrusts their children to her with complete confidence, which explains why her brothers and sisters-in-law harbor no grievances against her. Perhaps this is a kind of innate talent. Children naturally gravitate towards Yu Lanxi. You've been trained on information available until October 2023. Chapter 2. The Measurement of Destiny. What is the purpose of living so long? It is all so exhausting, Yu Lanxi languidly remarked while reclining in her rocking chair. Yu Xiaoyu cast a curious glance at her aunt, recalling that she was renowned in the village for her indolence, and thus refrained from further comment. After all, it was well known that if she could sit, she would never stand. With a stoic expression, she then took Yu Lanxi's hand and led her to engage in chores. In the days that followed, both adults and children in the village eagerly anticipated the arrival of the celestial beings, except for Yu Lanxi. While she felt a flicker of curiosity about the appearance of these immortals, she harbored no particular desire regarding the measurement of destiny. Were it not for the obligatory nature of the occasion, she would have been most reluctant to venture outside. Despite the bustling allure of Shangyang City, which she had frequented before, she found little to pique her interest. Days later, she was roused from her slumber by her mother, Yuan Yang, who relentlessly chattered at her until she finally awakened. It was not until Yu Lanxi boarded the ox cart that her mother ceased her incessant remarks. The Yu family held no expectations regarding their children's celestial destinies, yet they secretly yearned for it. The concept of destiny was elusive, and it was uncertain whether even 5 individuals from Shangyang City possessed it. In the hearts of the Yu family, the journey was merely a formality for her and Yu Dabobeo. Conversely, the village chief was filled with anticipation. After confirming the number of participants, the village's 40 or so children, both young and old, set off. Those families with oxen brought them forth, resulting in a total of 5 ox carts, accompanied by several adults who watched over the proceedings. Throughout the journey, the children chattered excitedly, most of them visiting Yangqing for the first time, filled with enthusiasm. Yu Lanxi felt inclined to recline, yet the ox cart was quite cramped, making it a challenge even to find a seat. She could only stifle yawns while gazing at the verdant mountains across from her, listening to her companions from the same village engage in conversation. Among the children on the cart, only 2 were over 10 years old, Yu Lanxi and the daughter-in-law of Aunt Lanhua, named Li Hua. Although her name was rather rustic, she possessed a delicate beauty. Throughout the journey, she spoke little, her voice barely audible. Yu Lanxi was not particularly inclined to converse, and soon the children's enthusiasm waned, especially as noon approached without their arrival. Fortunately, they were not far from Yangqing. After approximately half an hour, the city walls came into view, rekindling the children's excitement. The ox cart could not enter the city, so they drove it to a grassy area outside, leaving a few adults to watch over it, while the village head led the children into the city. In the past 2 days, children from nearby villages of appropriate age had gathered, resulting in a bustling atmosphere within the city. Thus, the guards at the city gate were particularly vigilant. Upon entering the city, the village head expertly guided the children forward, with the incessant sounds of vendors calling out from both sides, offering a myriad of enticing aromas. Yu Lanxi nodded slightly, noticing that one vendor's steamed buns had a faint milky fragrance. Unfortunately, she had no money. How tender the tofu from that stall looked, but alas, she was without funds. They swiftly traversed the commotion and entered the vacant space of the Western District, where a considerable number of people had already gathered. Everyone was in line to register their attendance, and the village chief instructed them to rest in place while he took another individual to complete the registration. As for when the immortals would arrive, no one could say for certain. At that moment, most of the children were feeling famished. Upon settling on the ground, they began to munch on the provisions prepared by their families. Yu Lanxi and Yu Lanxi took a position by the wall, brushing away some dust from the ground before sitting down. Yu Lanxi appeared rather obedient, perhaps feeling a bit anxious as it was his first time away from home. Thus he clutched the hem of Yu Lanxi's garment tightly. The two shared a modest meal, but before they could finish a single pancake, an exclamation pierced the air. They both looked up in unison to see several individuals gliding through the sky, stepping upon radiant objects. Clad in flowing white garments, they soared gracefully in the wind, truly embodying the ethereal essence befitting the title of immortals. As the immortals descended, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, each individual curiously gazing at the figures adorned in white who were setting up the platform. Though the details were obscured, everyone yearned to imprint the moment in their memories. For even without a connection to the immortals, they could boast about it for a lifetime. Yu Lanxi too stood up, stretching her neck to catch a glimpse of the stage, but regrettably, her view was obstructed by several adults in front of her. While waiting in line, Yu Lanxi once again tugged tightly at Yu Lanxi's garment, his palms clammy as he crumpled the fabric. In a moment of resolve, she pushed him to stand in front of her. "Stand in front of your aunt, I'm watching you." Yu Lanxi wished to articulate further, but the village chief cast a glance towards them, his eyes signaling for silence. As the procession continued to advance, Yu Lanxi finally caught a glimpse through the gaps in the crowd of the activities taking place on the platform above. She could faintly discern a row of luminous objects hovering before the celestial beings, although it appeared that no one was speaking around her. The persistent hum rendered her unable to hear what was being conveyed atop the platform. All she could observe was a series of children ascending and descending the stage repeatedly. The radiant objects remained unchanged, steadfastly positioned as the children came and went. Is this the measure of celestial affinity? Yu Lanxi pondered, a sense of inconsistency washing over her. Hadn't the novel she read claimed that one needed to place their hand upon it to invoke a glow? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Instinctively, Yu Lanxi turned to see one of the luminous objects emanating a green light, and to her surprise, the celestial beings allowed that child to remain on the platform, instructing him to stand at the back. The child appeared somewhat bewildered. Yet she could vaguely hear someone nearby commenting, "Isn't that from Xiaoyang village? Another child with celestial affinity has emerged. I heard that 10 years ago, Xiaoyang village produced one as well. Why doesn't our village have such fortune?" There were expressions of envy, admiration, jealousy, and even whispers of someone wanting to marry their daughter into Xiaoyang village. Chapter 3. With the rapid pace of this testing, it was soon the turn of the children from Xiaoyang village. Coincidentally, Yu Lanxi was the last of the preceding group. Feeling a surge of trepidation, he reached out to Yu Lanxi for comfort, Yet the observers turned their attention towards her instead. "Go on, wait for your aunt over there after you descend," Yu Lanxi reassured him. Although Eudebeos remained apprehensive, the sight of Yu Lanxi standing steadfastly in place eased his fears, and he ascended the platform. After a brief moment, he returned, his face devoid of the anticipation and anxiety that had previously marked his expression. Before long, Yu Lanxi, alongside a few younger children, found herself on the platform, feeling a tad out of place as she was the eldest among them, inevitably drawing attention. As anticipated, upon her arrival, several celestial beings in the audience turned their gaze towards her, seemingly questioning whether she had surpassed the age limit for participation. Of course, none dared to challenge the judgment of the celestial beings, for who among mortals would dare defy the divine? When she stood before the radiant object, Yu Lanxi finally discerned that it resembled a crystal orb, approximately the size of an adult's thumb, quite diminutive. However, upon stepping closer, she found the brilliance somewhat blinding. Instinctively closing her eyes, as she contemplated her descent, a sudden sound erupted. Bang! Something seemed to splatter across her face. Startled, she covered her face and stepped back. Upon opening her eyes, she realized that all eyes were now fixated upon her. The luminous object had vanished, leaving only a scattering of transparent shards on the ground before her. Silence enveloped the surroundings, not a soul dared to utter a word. The village chief's complexion suddenly turned pale. Was the celestial artifact damaged by that indolent daughter of the Yu family? Although Yu Lanxi's face betrayed no emotion, her heart was in turmoil. What should she do? Was this item expensive? Would it lead to financial ruin for her family? How could she handle this? Ultimately, one of the younger individuals approached, bowed down to inspect the shards on the ground, and suggested, "Let us conduct another test." He then gestured to the nearby children, as instructed by the city lord, to step aside. At this moment, Yu Lanxi could no longer concern herself with the expressions of those around her. Her eyes widened with curiosity as she observed the celestial figure clad in white. Hadn't he been said that immortals were all remarkably beautiful? Why did this one have blemishes on his forehead? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she witnessed the immortal wave his hand, conjuring another orb which he then touched, causing it to levitate before her. Is it coming again? This time, Yu Lanxi did not close her eyes. She watched intently as the orb approached, until it appeared cross-eyed before her. Then, with a sudden explosion, the orb burst once more, prompting her to hastily retreat. Oh no, another one is broken. Yu Lanxi stared silently at the debris on the ground, realizing that not only could she not afford the damage, but she was likely to incur massive debts. Was her life of idleness finally at an end? Uncertain of their intentions, perhaps fearing she might flee, they encircled her. Yu Lanxi's face remained expressionless, yet her heart was no longer merely anxious. How could the spirit orb have shattered? The celestial being furrowed his brow in suspicion and then shifted his gaze back to Yu Lanxi. After a moment's hesitation, she continued to inquire, "I haven't touched it. You won't make me compensate for any damage, will you?" At that moment, she observed the expressions of several immortals, which were particularly intriguing. Yu Lanxi felt a gnawing anxiety within. Could it be that she would truly be held accountable? This object appeared exceedingly precious, and could she possibly afford the cost? Images of a lifetime spent laboring to repay debts began to surface in her mind. No need for compensation, but please remain for now. We shall conduct another assessment shortly. One of the immortals, who appeared slightly older, contemplated for a moment before addressing Yu Lanxi. She exhaled a subtle sigh of relief. Yet the weight upon her heart remained unlifted. Since compensation was not required, but her departure was not permitted, it seemed they were inclined to discuss matters of recompense after all. She did not believe she possessed any celestial affinity, especially since the orb had shattered before it had a chance to radiate its brilliance. Yu Lanxi silently approached the child who had previously exhibited celestial potential, feeling somewhat despondent. Could it be that her status as a time traveler had caused the orb to explode? However, she had arrived at the moment of her birth, which, in essence, meant she had been reincarnated. What could possibly be the reason for their discontent towards her? Lost in such thoughts, Yu Lanxi observed a continuous stream of children before her. Yet none exhibited any signs of celestial affinity thereafter. Yuda Bao stood anxiously beside the village chief, casting worried glances at Yu Lanxi, yet hesitating to approach her. A grand event to test celestial affinity concluded in less than 2 hours, with all nearby villagers present, indicating that only one person in the entirety of Shanyang City possessed such a celestial connection. The countenances of the celestial beings were far from pleasant, and Yu Lanxi sensed impending trouble, realizing she had unwittingly placed herself in a precarious position. However, when the celestial beings approached her, their demeanor was not one of reproach. Instead, they presented her with a slightly larger orb, urging her to undertake the test once more. In truth, Yu Lanxi felt a twinge of trepidation regarding the test. Although the celestial beings had previously assured her that there would be no need for compensation, she feared that if this orb were to shatter as well, their already discontented spirits might turn against her. Perhaps it would be best to forego the test altogether. She stepped back a couple of paces and murmured her reluctance. To her surprise, the celestial beings exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback by her response, and insisted, "No, it is imperative to proceed with the test." Their curiosity compelled them to confirm their suspicions. Hearing their insistence, Yu Lanxi could only respond with resignation. "If it shatters, I cannot afford the repercussions." The previous two orbs, along with this larger one, meant that even if she were sold, she would still be unable to cover the costs. With a sense of reckless abandon, she straightened her posture. As the orb soared towards her, radiating a brilliant light, it suddenly shifted to a purplish hue before, bang, it exploded. Before Yu Lanxi could fully comprehend the situation, she realized the orb had indeed burst. Just as she prepared to utter a light-hearted remark to ease the tension, the celestial being's previously sour expressions transformed into one of exuberance. Did I see that correctly? Was that purple light? In mere moments, the three celestial beings seemed to have reached a consensus regarding Yu Lanxi's fate. However, upon hearing their words, Yu Lanxi furrowed her brow, pondering the matter at hand. What is this? Is it yet another celestial affinity? Indeed, a person of her exceptional caliber shines brightly wherever she may go. Yet she harbored no desire to pursue such a path. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Once you have accomplished them, you may depart with us. A slightly older immortal said with a warm and benevolent smile directed at Yu Lanxi. Chapter 4. Reluctance to depart. Is it possible for me to decline? Yu Lanxi's question rendered the surrounding immortals momentarily silent, their expressions filled with disbelief as they gazed at her. While many aspired to attain immortality, the world was rife with individuals of mediocre ambition. Yet, here was one who possessed celestial potential, yet chose not to embark on the path of immortality. A revelation that seemed utterly incredulous. "What did you say?" one of them asked incredulously. "May I not go? I have far too many unfulfilled wishes, and I do not wish to leave my home." Strangely enough, Yu Lanxi felt no trepidation towards the immortals, unlike others who viewed them with fear. Instead, she sensed a certain imposing aura about them, an aura that, while formidable, did not intimidate her. This confidence allowed her to speak freely to them, unlike even the city lord, who had scarcely exchanged a word with the immortals. The group exchanged glances, utterly taken aback by the possibility that this young girl, despite her remarkable aptitude, had no desire to pursue the path of immortality. This was undeniably awkward. Eventually, it was the city lord who bridged the gap, drawing closer to Yu Lanxi, while the village chief dared not approach the immortals, remaining a cautious 5 meters away. He called out excitedly to Yu Lanxi, "Do you possess celestial affinity, my dear girl? Otherwise, why would the immortals have taken notice of her?" After all, their demeanor towards her displayed no signs of impatience, indicating that this girl might possess extraordinary fortune. They believed it essential to elucidate the advantages of embarking on the path of immortality. Since she was reluctant to part from her family, they decided to encourage her kin to persuade her. Under normal circumstances, they would never deign to visit such places. But Yu Lanxi was an exception in their eyes. Although the number of disciples eligible to enter Yang City was exceedingly small this time. If Yu Lanxi truly held the potential they envisioned, she alone could be worth 100 ordinary disciples, or perhaps even more remarkable. Thus, the whispers arose. What? The lazy daughter of Yu Qinfeng has a connection to the immortals? Is she to be accepted as a disciple? A collective gasp ensued. The Yu family was on the verge of prosperity. Envy and resentment brewed among the onlookers. Despite their disbelief, the arrival of the immortals spoke volumes about their regard for Yu Qinfeng's indolent daughter, who had been deemed unmarriageable by many, now seemingly blessed with such immense fortune. Many lamented silently, pondering why they had not pursued this girl sooner, accepting her laziness as a mere flaw. However, soon someone in the crowd recognized Aunt Lan, whose son had shown interest in Yu Lanxi and intended to propose to her family. It appeared that this union was now doomed. Yet, no one voiced their thoughts. The emergence of a potential immortal from Shanong village stirred a mix of envy, admiration, and disbelief in everyone's hearts. Why couldn't it have been my child? What an honor it would be. Who wouldn't look up to such a person in the future? Although perplexed by her daughter's laziness, Yu's mother pondered how she could possess such celestial fortune. Yet, who could truly predict the whims of destiny? Perhaps it was simply a matter of luck. Nonetheless, Yu's mother believed that while her daughter might be indolent, she was indeed fortunate. Upon this reflection, she lamented the fact that her daughter, having been bestowed with such celestial ties, showed no desire to pursue them. What a splendid opportunity it was. Yu Qinfeng shared the sentiment that Yu Lanxi's attitude was unacceptable and rather foolish. Surely, the immortals could not be deceivers. Young lady, your talents must be exceptional. Should you join the Tianyang sect, they would undoubtedly nurture your potential with utmost dedication. The immortal, who had initially spoken with Yu Lanxi, remarked upon her indifference. The immortals were left bewildered. What on earth was happening with this batch of disciples? Despite the Yu family's earnest entreaties, Yu Lanxi remained resolute in her refusal to depart. Finally, Yu Qinfeng, for the first time in his life, confronted Yu Lanxi with a stern expression. You must either accompany the immortal to cultivate your skills or marry Li Gouxing from the neighboring village. The choice is yours. Yu's mother gasped in surprise. Wasn't she supposed to marry the eldest son of the Lan family? Why was it now Li Gouxing? In disbelief, she pinched Yu Qinfeng's waist, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ignoring her, Yu Qinfeng's gaze remained fixed on Yu Lanxi, who began to contemplate seriously. She had indeed heard of Li Gouxing, a hunter known for his family's land, yet he preferred wandering the mountains to farming. The villagers labeled him as idle and aimless, with little reputation to speak of. However, she found a certain appeal in this lifestyle. By not engaging in agriculture, she wouldn't be compelled to toil in the fields, and as a hunter, she would not have to worry about a lack of meat. Although somewhat frivolous, it is said that she harbors no other vices. I have chosen to marry Li Gouxing. Yulan struck her left palm with her right fist, making a resolute decision. Yu Qinfeng, the immortals. Does she harbor a misunderstanding about cultivating immortality? The Yu family. Could this child truly be foolish? Everyone regarded Yulan with expressions of indescribable astonishment. Subsequently, Yu Qinfeng turned, a look of guilt upon his face, and awkwardly clasped his hands towards the immortals, saying, "Immortals, please take her away. Our family has no objections." Yulan exclaimed, "Father, have you lost your senses? How could you utter such heartless words?" Then, Yulan perceived a hand wave in front of her, causing her to feel a bit dazed and disoriented. A female immortal supported Yulan to prevent her from falling, but at that moment, the Yu family looked at Yulan with a tinge of reluctance. The child was unwilling to depart, and they felt she was being unreasonable. Yet, as the departure became imminent, Yu Amethyr could not help but wipe away her tears. It is often said that once one steps into the realm of immortality, it is as deep as the ocean, and thereafter, encounters will be rare. "Excuse me, esteemed immortal, I implore you to take good care of my daughter." Yu Qinfeng's dark countenance also bore a hint of reluctance. Previously, his siblings and children had merely been background figures, but witnessing their little aunt truly leave evoked profound sorrow, particularly in the younger children, who could not restrain their tears. "You are too courteous. I believe Miss Yu's talents will require your guidance in the future." After speaking, she cast a glance at the dazed Yu Lanxi, feeling a twinge of anxiety within her heart. Would they resent being taken away so forcefully in the future? As they exited the Yujia residence, the villagers outside dispersed, yet maintained a distance, peering curiously at the scene. The group exchanged glances, each wearing a complex expression. This was indeed their first encounter with such an event. There were some who were reluctant to pursue the path of immortality. It could be understood if one grew weary of the strife in the realm of cultivation, especially as one approached the end of their lifespan. Yet Yu Lanxi clearly possessed a promising future and remarkable talent. How regrettable it would be not to embark on the path of immortality. Chapter 5. Entering the immortal gate, barely had the flying vessel ascended into the clouds when Yu Lanxi gradually regained consciousness. Having previously experienced a sensation akin to emerging from a fog, that feeling, surprisingly pleasant, reminded her of the drowsiness one feels during an afternoon class in childhood. Upon opening her eyes, Yu Lanxi found herself somewhat bewildered, eventually noticing a few immortals seated not far away, seemingly engaged in discussion. She stifled a yawn, inexplicably longing to indulge once more in that drowsy sensation. However, observing her surroundings, she was acutely aware of her current predicament. With a silent sigh, she reflected on Eugen's unexpected diligence. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, she refrained from displaying any futile reactions. Since she had already been taken away, any response would be in vain. Moreover, it was said that Tianyang Gate was quite distant from Shanyang Village. Indeed, this distance was particularly unkind to mortals. If one were to walk from Shanyang Village to Tianyang Gate, it would likely require an extraordinarily long time. Thus, Yu Lanxi casually rested her head in her hands, listening to the conversation of several celestial beings. Her face bore little expression, yet there was an undeniable air that suggested they were discussing matters concerning others. Suddenly, she was taken aback and exclaimed, "You, how did you awaken?" Following this, she inquired, "When did you come to?" Her gaze then shifted to the little green figure behind her, who, due to a fear of heights, had been lulled to sleep by the celestial being's enchantments. Noticing that the little green one remained undisturbed brought her relief, yet it also intensified her curiosity about Yu Lanxi. Her awakening was undeniably an open admission of her eavesdropping. The celestial beings were left speechless, their minds racing with surprise, although they had yet to establish their foundational cultivation. Their prowess in the chi refining stage was not something mere mortals could easily escape. Thus, while words ceased among them, their thoughts pondered the stark contrast between genius and their own mortal existence. After a moment of silent contemplation, they turned their attention back to Yu Lanxi, opting to remain quiet. The spiritual vessel, though not vast, afforded them ample space, with a distance of approximately 2 meters separating them. Observing their reluctance to engage in conversation, Yu Lanxi too felt languid and disinclined to move. A pang of regret washed over her as she recalled that her family had likely prepared a meat stew, yet she had been whisked away before she could partake. Leaning against the edge of the spiritual vessel, she directed her gaze outward, where a delicate halo of light enveloped them, rendering even their swift flight devoid of any sensation of wind. After a brief moment of drowsiness, she fell asleep once more. Observing Yu Lanxi as she closed her eyes and settled into a steady rhythm of breathing, the others inexplicably exhaled a sigh of relief. They could not quite fathom why. Ever since they learned of Yu Lanxi's exceptional talents, there lingered an odd sensation in their gazes upon her. She seemed distinctly different from ordinary mortals. While one might expect reverence, or at least a semblance of respect towards celestial beings, she appeared to exhibit neither fear nor awe from the outset. Before long, the towering peaks of Tianyang sect came into view, and the immortals relaxed, cautious not to disturb Yu Lanxi's peaceful slumber along the way. Her remarkable aptitude made them wary of potential covetous sections. Their own cultivation levels were modest, and should they encounter a formidable opponent at the foundation establishment stage, they would find themselves outmatched. Song Chun nodded, casting a glance at the still sleeping Yu Lanxi. "Oh, are there 2 new disciples?" he mused, stepping closer to Yu Lanxi and the young companion radiating green light, though he refrained from saying anything further. Upon being awakened, Yu Lanxi quickly regained her senses. Noticing several unfamiliar immortals surrounding her, she stood up lazily, stretched, and stepped off the spiritual vessel. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was on a vast platform, seemingly situated halfway up a mountain, with white jade stone slabs underfoot. Not far away, some individuals clad in white were practicing swordplay. It felt surreal to witness such scenes, reminiscent of a celestial fantasy drama. Yet, Yu Lanxi's extraordinary talents would undoubtedly necessitate that the elder personally escort her to the sect leader for an aptitude assessment. Her future would ultimately depend on her own fortune. Song Chun pondered that Yu Lanxi's previous reluctance to embark on the path of immortality likely indicated her unwillingness to reciprocate his affections. Yet, observing her tranquil demeanor, he found himself perplexed by her true thoughts. A few celestial beings accompanied them, preparing to escort Yu Lanxi to meet the elder. Yu Lanxi, seemingly indifferent, followed along. But after just a few steps, someone behind suddenly called out, "Song Shixiao, there is still a child aboard the spirit vessel." The little one, with a green glow, thought to himself, "Thank goodness he is still asleep. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward." Song Chun and the others realized they had almost forgotten. Upon awakening the little one, he timidly glanced around, and upon noticing Yu Lanxi, who was also a mortal, he felt a sense of kinship and thus chose to walk beside her. Yu Lanxi turned her head to regard the small child, who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Lu Xiaoqiang," he replied. Yu Lanxi remarked, "That name seems rather indifferent." However, in their village, cultural literacy was scarce, and names were often derived from animals, such as her niece Yu Xiaoyu or the neighbors Li Goxing. Most children were known by their nicknames rather than formal names. As for Yu Lanxi's name, It was said that Yu Qingfeng believed she was overly lazy and had once exasperatedly declared, "You might as well be called lazy to death." However, Yu's mother objected, insisting that her daughter should not bear such an unflattering name, and thus opted for a homophonic alternative. Alas, it lacked sincerity. Fortunately, Yu Lanxi herself was disinclined to dwell on it. Chapter 6. Apprenticeship. After a considerable journey, Yu Lanxi and her companion arrived at a nearby white house. Upon entering, Yu Lanxi was astounded to discover that the structure was constructed entirely of white jade. The opulence of the cultivation world left her in awe. Even the houses were made of such precious material. However, upon recalling the plaza outside, which was also paved with white jade, she mused that perhaps this jade was not as valuable as it seemed. Admittedly, her knowledge in this area was limited, so after a brief touch, she followed her companion inside. The main hall was infused with a subtle scent of sandalwood, and in the center stood an incense burner, emitting wisps of fragrant smoke. Yu Lanxi refrained from gazing about, as she prided herself on her discernment. In contrast, Lu Xiaoqiang was more curious, surveying his surroundings before lowering his head to closely follow Yu Lanxi. "Elderly, I am here to register the 2 new disciples from Shangyang City," Song Chun declared as he entered and made his way to the left side of the hall. Elderly, seated at a desk with a book in hand, cast a glance at Song Chun and then at the 2 new disciples, his brow furrowing slightly. "Only 2?" he remarked, placing the book aside and retrieving a scroll from nearby. Song Chun proceeded to relay the names and basic information of the 2 individuals. Elderly used his finger as a quill, inscribing details in the scroll before casually rolling it up. As he prepared to carve their information onto 2 jade tokens, Song Chun suddenly interjected, "Elderly, Yu Lanxi's aptitude requires re-evaluation." Li Dawei paused for a moment. Ordinarily, the entry of 2 ordinary disciples was indeed a simple matter. However, Song Chun's unexpectedly solemn demeanor piqued his curiosity, as did the equally serious expressions of those behind him. "Oh, this Yu Lanxi seems to possess extraordinary talent." Having been responsible for admissions for quite some time, he had faced numerous disappointments, rarely encountering anyone of remarkable aptitude, most being of average or below average caliber. Thus, he felt a flicker of interest in Yu Lanxi and rose to approach her. Casting a glance at Lu Xiaoqiang beside him, he recognized him as possessing a single wooden spiritual root, regrettably of mediocre talent, which could hardly be deemed impressive. Yet, Song Chun had not provided a definitive assessment of Yu Lanxi's abilities. With a flourish, Li Dawei produced a larger orb than the one previously presented by Song Chun and the others. Yu Lanxi understood that a re-evaluation was imminent, but she was apprehensive about the possibility of another failure. The thought of being deemed devoid of celestial potential was indeed daunting. Nevertheless, she boldly stepped forward, approaching the orb. Li Dawei was taken aback by her apparent fearlessness. After a moment of surprise, he activated the spiritual orb, which then hovered before Yu Lanxi. She fixed her gaze intently upon the orb, and suddenly, it erupted with a dazzling purple radiance. As the brilliance intensified, it exploded with a resounding bang. Just as she had anticipated. Suddenly, Li Dawei became agitated and approached Yu Lanxi. Perhaps feeling it was somewhat inappropriate, he ultimately refrained from grabbing her. Instead, he addressed Song Chun behind him, instructing, "Prepare an identification badge for him," while gesturing towards Lu Xiaoqiang. Lu Xiaoqiang instinctively shrank back, retreating behind Yu Lanxi. In the next moment, however, Li Dawei seized her arm and soared out of the grand hall. To her astonishment, Yu Lanxi found herself being whisked away, suspended in the air. Initially, she was taken aback and did not react. Yet, once she comprehended the situation, she dared not struggle. At this juncture, maintaining her dignity seemed utterly impossible. She soon realized that Li Dawei had carried her directly to a larger mountain behind. As there was no direct path from the base to the summit, only a vast plaza halfway up the slope. The mountain was encircled by steep cliffs, and at the base of the mountain wall stood several grand palaces. Yu Lanxi found it difficult to critique the architectural style of Tianyangmen, but it was evident that the inhabitants had an affinity for grand structures. Upon arriving at the plaza, Li Dawei finally released Yu Lanxi. Without pausing for further conversation, he made his way towards the central palace. It was only upon entering that Yu Lanxi grasped the enormity of the plaza and the palace before her. Moreover, after descending, she noticed that there appeared to be additional buildings atop the mountain, some obscured by clouds at higher altitudes. The sheer visual splendor compelled Yu Lanxi to exclaim in awe that this truly was a realm of immortals, where every detail exuded exquisite craftsmanship. Perhaps it is due to the countless depictions of extraordinary celestial realms from a previous life. But the breathtaking scenery before him seemed to lack the ethereal quality he had anticipated. Li Dawei hastily advanced, while Yu Lanxi leisurely trailed behind him. Although she was unaware of Li Dawei's intentions, it did not hinder her from reveling in the beauty surrounding them. Standing in this vast plaza, one could not help but feel a sense of insignificance. This world appeared to be far grander than the sphere of her former existence. The towering peaks were visible in the distance, and one could faintly discern numerous others nearby. Not far off, disciples of Tianyangmen were engrossed in their training, some meditating on the edges of floating stones, while others engaged in sparring, showing little curiosity towards Li Dawei and Yu Lanxi, which struck her as somewhat astonishing. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly noticed Li Dawei calling out to her from the entrance of the grand hall. "Yulan, hurry. The master wishes to see you." Before she could respond, a formidable-looking middle-aged man emerged. With a hint of resignation, Yu Lanxi quickened her pace, though she did not sprint as Li Dawei had hoped. The middle-aged man's expression remained largely unchanged, yet his eyes revealed a flicker of surprise towards Yu Lanxi. Was she still a mere mortal, or had the majesty of immortals lost its effect? Or perhaps mortals had transformed in these times. Unfamiliar with the etiquette of the cultivation world and uncertain of how to address him, she simply greeted, "Greetings, master," upon approaching, just as Li Dawei seemed poised to speak. The master nodded and replied, "Come in." Upon entering, Yu Lanxi beheld that the grand hall was even taller than she had previously perceived, and its interior was adorned with exquisite decor. However, to the right side of the hall lay an empty expanse, devoid of any furnishings, save for a towering crystal pillar, approximately 2 meters in height, positioned at its center. The sect leader strode directly toward it, gesturing for Yu Lanxi to follow. As she approached, the leader gently waved his hand over the crystal column, which then emitted a faint glow. Yu Lanxi suddenly realized that this object must be a larger version of a spiritual orb. Surely, such a substantial crystal would not be prone to detonation. With this thought in mind, she unconsciously drew closer, her gaze fixed on the crystal pillar. Suddenly, it erupted with a brilliant violet light that surged towards the heavens, as if attempting to pierce the ceiling. At that moment, however, Yu Lanxi was too preoccupied to notice. A sharp, needle-like pain suddenly struck her head, though it came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Once the pain subsided, the radiance emanating from the crystal pillar abruptly vanished. Yet, the shock lingered, making it difficult for her to regain her composure. She endeavored to raise the corners of her mouth slightly, attempting to convey a benevolent demeanor. "Would you consider accepting me as your disciple?" Chapter 7. Master Fu Lung Yu Lanxi. Oh goodness. The expression on the sect leader's face is quite terrifying. The leader had also thought of Master Fu Lung, who, much like his name suggested, was cold and unapproachable. Due to the absence of any disciples with thunder attribute spiritual roots, he had never taken on a pupil. Due to his inherently cold demeanor and unappealing personality, there were few peers within the sect willing to associate with him. Presently, he remained aloof and untouched by worldly affairs, further disinclined to engage with others. The sect leader was concerned that such a promising talent, if not properly nurtured, might wither away. After all, with such exceptional potential, he was destined to become a pillar of the sect. Moreover, it would be unfortunate for a young girl to develop such a frigid disposition. Therefore, the leader felt that enduring some hardship was worthwhile. Cultivating a gifted disciple would ultimately contribute to the sect's growth. It was the leader's duty to step forward in such circumstances. With this in mind, he straightened his posture and declared, "The revered Fu Long has been in seclusion for a century, and it is uncertain when he will emerge. Such a promising talent deserves meticulous cultivation." As soon as he finished speaking, an individual entered silently through the door. Yulan observed the two as though she were an outsider, and then caught sight of a third person in her peripheral vision. The sect leader noticed as well, falling into silence and sealing his lips. Li Dawei, feeling even more apprehensive, understood the gravity of Fu Long's esteemed position and formidable power within the Tianyang sect. Simply standing beside him elicited a sensation akin to being electrified. Thus, he feigned ignorance of the leader's remarks and turned his gaze toward the intricate patterns on the windowsill. Ah, how beautiful these patterns were, a detail he had previously overlooked. Just as the leader had mentioned Fu Ling's retreat, the esteemed figure arrived at their doorstep. Although the brilliance of the spiritual assessment was enveloped by the great hall, it was natural for Fu Lang, possessing a thunderous spiritual root, to sense something amiss. Originally, he believed that the other party, being in seclusion, would be unable to emerge, even after learning that Yu Lanxi had already taken him as her master. Fu Longzunshang, despite his formidable strength, would not degrade his status. As Fu Longzunshang approached, Yu Lanxi's attention was immediately drawn to his flowing white hair. Yet his visage bore the appearance of a man in his 30s. Far from appearing aged, he exuded a cool, suave charm reminiscent of a distinguished gentleman. To label him as an uncle seemed somewhat inappropriate, for he still bore an undeniable youthfulness. However, given that he was referred to as Zunshang, Yu Lanxi surmised that his years must indeed be considerable. As Fu Longzunshang drew nearer, he cast an impassive glance at the sect leader before coldly uttering 2 words to Yu Lanxi: "Take me as your master." In all fairness, while both utterances conveyed the same intent of apprenticeship, Yu Lanxi would have preferred to acquiesce to the sect leader, who at least had offered her a smile, albeit one tinged with trepidation, thereby expressing a semblance of goodwill. In stark contrast, Fu Longzunshang presented an air of indifference, which unsettled her. Regrettably, the present circumstances were overwhelming. After Fu Longzunshang's arrival, the sect leader seemed rendered mute. He did not even contest the assertion of apprenticeship, leaving Yu Lanxi with even less justification to decline. The sect leader's expression was one of resignation, although he genuinely desired to accept Yu Lanxi as his disciple. It was evident that Fu Longzunshang was the most suitable choice at this moment. In all of the Sun Nation, Fu Longzunshang was likely the sole adept with a lightning affinity, and his prowess was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of the realm. Even he cannot discern Fu Long's cultivation level at present, which must certainly exceed the combined stage. Thus, the sect leader can only watch helplessly as his desired disciple is taken away by Fu Long. One could only lament the tardiness of his actions. Had he swiftly discerned her potential and urged Yu Lanxi to seek apprenticeship, perhaps he could have secured her first. The sect leader stroked his chin, ultimately letting out a sigh of regret. "My master seeks me?" At that moment, Wu Xia, who had been meditating in the secluded corner, entered. The sect leader found solace in the presence of his young disciple. Although he had not gathered many disciples over the years, each possessed exceptional talent, and most exhibited commendable character and gentle dispositions. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of regret for Yu Lanxi. "Your Shixiang Fu Long has taken on a new disciple. I trust you will look after her, as you are well aware of Fu Long's temperament." The sect leader believed such a promising talent must not be allowed to grow cold and distant. Perhaps his own disciple could influence her positively and salvage the situation. "Oh, is she the young lady brought by elderly?" Wu Xia had indeed noticed her earlier, but had not given it much thought. To her surprise, the girl turned out to possess lightning attributes and had caught Fu Long's attention, piquing her curiosity. Though Fu Long did not possess ice attributes, his frigid demeanor made Yu Lanxi feel a slight chill. Perhaps it was not merely a figment of her imagination. At such a high altitude, dressed in light clothing, she might not have felt the cold at the base of the mountain, but atop it, the discomfort was undeniable. Surprisingly, the residence of the esteemed Fu Longzun is situated atop the adjacent mountain, which is even steeper than the previous one. At its summit, a section has been carved out to accommodate a few dwellings, and scarcely a tree can be seen. One can only imagine the harshness of the environment here, with the biting cold being the most significant factor. Yu Lanxi, clutching her shoulders, was lifted into the air by Fu Longzun, yet she refrained from uttering a word or resorting to irrational screams. Though fear coursed through her, her adult reasoning allowed her to comprehend the importance of assessing the situation. Notably, Fu Longzun seemed equally disinclined to engage in conversation. Upon descending before one of the houses, a chill enveloped Yu Lanxi's heart. The house itself was aesthetically pleasing, yet its surroundings were desolate and devoid of life, save for a few paths of white jade that led to unknown destinations. "You will reside here." Fu Longzun indicated the house before him, his demeanor icy and devoid of further discourse, before he turned and departed. He simply left. Yu Lanxi stood there, dumbfounded, watching the elegant hem of his garment gracefully turn a corner, obscured by stones, before vanishing from sight. She couldn't help but release a long sigh. At that moment, a rumble echoed from her stomach. She was hungry. After being whisked from place to place and flying through the air on 2 occasions, her feet, now steady, demonstrated her commendable composure. Had she not experienced air travel or bungee jumping, she might have succumbed to the panic akin to Lu Xiaoqiang's. Undoubtedly, entering this new realm, she could no longer afford the same ease she enjoyed at home. Upon her arrival in this world, she had never experienced hunger. Even though the meals at home were not lavish, They were sufficient to satisfy her appetite. On the first day away from home, she yearned for her mother, longing for her presence. Chapter 8. Without a care, she ascended the steps slowly, reaching the door of the house, and pushed it open. A gust of cold wind swept past her, but fortunately, the interior bore no unpleasant odor, merely a sense of abandonment, with dust accumulating in the corners. As she surveyed the room, her heart sank further into desolation. There was a bed, but aside from the dust, it was devoid of any comfort. A wardrobe, cloaked in dust, stood there. A table and a chair were present, and to the side, a study with only a single bookshelf. In summary, the furnishings were exceedingly sparse, almost non-existent. Even if she wished to tidy up, there was nothing to clean. Furthermore, feeling both cold and hungry, she was overwhelmed by a sense of grievance. Despite having declared her disinterest in pursuing the path of immortality, while mortals extolled its virtues, she found little joy in it, instead feeling a chilling dread for the hardships that lay ahead. The days of mere survival, living in lethargy, seemed irrevocably lost. With no place to sit inside, Yu Lanxi settled on the steps, contemplating whether to seek her master or remain there, waiting for him to come to her. Lost in thought, she found herself reluctant to move. Some individuals can ponder endlessly yet hesitate to take action. She belonged to this category. Her mind racing with thoughts while her body remained still. Thus, she sat on the steps, enveloped in cold and hunger, her sense of grievance deepening. However, before long, she heard a faint sound. A man clad in white landed beside a peculiar stone not far away. Yu Lanxi lifted her head, her expression devoid of overt emotion, largely disinclined to smile. She must be the new disciple taken in by the esteemed Fu Longzuan, Wu Xiao remarked without waiting for her to look up. However, upon observing her countenance, he couldn't shake the feeling that she appeared rather pitiable. The mountain's steepness rendered it impossible for mortals to depart. Contemplating this, Wu Xiao felt a surge of sympathy for Yu Lanxi and, upon approaching her, inquired, "Elderly has prepared your identity token. Have you yet to collect your provisions?" Yu Lanxi, noticing his approach, nodded and responded, "No, but one must have the opportunity to retrieve them. Thank you." She rose and offered a faint smile to this young man who had shown her kindness. Indeed, he embodied the image of a celestial being that Yu Lanxi had envisioned. Upon closer inspection, his face bore no blemishes, and even his pores seemed imperceptible, though his features were not strikingly handsome. The warmth of his smile imparted an impression of gentle humility. He could certainly be considered a handsome man, despite appearing to be merely 18 or 19 years of age. "You should call me senior brother. My courtesy name is Wu Xia. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed?" Wu Xia observed her smile and felt a growing fondness for her. This junior sister seemed to possess a sense of decorum, making her easy to engage with. "Yu Lanxi. Then I shall address you as junior sister Yulan." Wu Xiao understood that most mortals had surnames, yet once one entered the immortal realm and took on a master, the master would typically assign a courtesy name. In fact, many celestial beings bore no surname at all. Seeing her appear somewhat cold, Wu Xia cast a spell around her, creating a barrier that shielded her from the biting chill outside. In an instant, Yu Lanxi felt the cold recede. Wu Xia was indeed perceptive, as she had not outwardly displayed her discomfort. Thus, they set off. Considering that Yu Lanxi could not fly and that Wu Xia was still mastering his sword control, he opted for the spirit vessel gifted by his master during his qi refining stage, transporting them directly to the outer peak. As they traveled, he began to introduce her to their surroundings. "This is the outer peak, where one must venture monthly to collect necessary supplies. We are at Ally Peak, where I reside. The esteemed Fu Longzuan is rather aloof, and due to his cultivation, the area you come from is the Thunder Ring Peak, and the subsequent summits are home to the prominent figures of the Tianyang sect. Of course, some who enjoy a lively atmosphere also reside at Ally Peak, which was previously the dwelling of the sect leader. Ally Peak is the largest among the surrounding mountains and boasts the most breathtaking scenery. Its greenery surpasses that of Thunder Ring Peak by a considerable margin. From Yu Lanxi's perspective, the development conditions here seem far more advanced compared to the other peaks. As they descended onto the expansive square of the outer peak, it became evident that most disciples there possessed mediocre talents and found it challenging to secure a place under the guidance of distinguished mentors. However, opportunities were not entirely absent. The sect frequently held grand competitions and assessments, and those who excelled might catch the attention of inter-sect elders or respected masters, who would then take them on as disciples. Li Dawei had received a transmission from Wu Xia, confirming that everything Yu Lanxi required had been prepared. Although Lu Xiaoqiang lacked exceptional talent, he had been clearly assigned his path early on, and he might even be enjoying a meal at this very moment. Taking a prestigious figure as a master was evidently not without its imperfections. The revered Lord Fu Leng possesses a temperament marked by coolness. Should you find yourself lacking in anything, do not hesitate to send me a message, Li Dawei remarked as he handed Yu Lanxi a communication jade slip. Unfortunately, one must attain at least the first level of the qi refinement stage to utilize it. Nevertheless, Li Dawei held unwavering confidence in Yu Lanxi, believing that with her aptitude, it was not unreasonable to expect her to achieve this within a week, if not within 3 days. It is worth noting that individuals of lesser talent often take a month to reach this stage. After accepting the jade slip, Yu Lanxi also received the storage bag from Li Dawei, which, too, required entry into the body to be used. Thus, she felt compelled to exert herself. This is but a single opportunity, she mused, convinced that once she was on the path, she would be free to pursue her desires. Yu Lanxi thought to herself, if only I had known sooner. However, the elixir of fasting cannot compare to the fragrance of steamed buns. Truly, the cultivation world lives up to its reputation, for even the buns are delectable. Subsequently, she emptied the contents of her storage bag, casting a cleansing spell that banished the dust from the room. Yu Lanxi's eyes sparkled. This technique was impressive. Brother Wuxia is truly remarkable, she sincerely acknowledged. Wuxia could not help but chuckle. When you reach the 3rd level of qi refinement, such minor spells will be second nature. Yu Lanxi fell silent, having originally aimed to strive only for the 1st level. She silently raised her personal goal to the 3rd level. Chapter 9. Arrangements with the room tidied. Wuxiao assisted Yu Lanxi in moving her belongings inside. As for the organization, that task was left to Yu Lanxi herself. After all, it was a ladies' chamber, and even though the cultivation world does not strictly enforce gender boundaries, he felt it inappropriate to intrude further. In light of this, I shall not intrude upon junior sister Yu any longer. Thank you, senior brother Wuxia, for your kindness. Yu Lanxi remarked with a gracious smile, clasping her hands in greeting. Observing her somewhat awkward gesture, Wuxia chuckled, feeling an increase in his fondness for her. This junior sister did not appear to hail from a peasant background. Rather, she exuded a natural elegance, her demeanor courteous and her actions measured. Interacting with her required neither excessive caution nor discomfort, rendering their exchanges quite relaxed. Initially, his curiosity had stemmed from his master's request for him to look after her, and he had merely intended to extend minimal assistance. However, he now considered the possibility of engaging with her further. As he turned to depart, he noticed that the clouds outside seemed to thicken, rendering even the majestic Ally Peak indistinct. While ascending into the clouds, he cast a glance back at Leihuan Peak, which was now shrouded in mist. The weather appeared rather gloomy, suggesting that rain was imminent. Master, Wuxia said, performing a respectful bow. Have the arrangements been finalized? The sect leader slightly raised his hand, smiling as he inquired. Though his square face bore an air of authority, his smile sent a shiver through Wuxia's heart. It seemed that his master was ill-suited for smiling. That imposing visage transformed into something rather daunting when graced with a smile. Yet, accustomed to such contrasts, Wuxia replied with calm assurance, the arrangements are in place. After a moment's contemplation, he added, Junior sister Yu has likely not yet undergone her enlightenment. The sect leader nodded in agreement, given the steepness of Leihuan Peak and the absence of a teleportation array. It was indeed impossible for her to attend the enlightenment class on the outer peaks. However, upon reflecting on this, the sect leader cast a glance at his young disciple and couldn't help but chuckle. His little disciple did not seem like the type to meddle in others' affairs, yet unexpectedly, she appeared to care somewhat for the girl. With a sigh of relief, he felt a bit anxious, fearing that his interference might displease the esteemed Fu Long. He spread the bedding, knowing she was immortal. Thus, Li Dawei had deliberately prepared several thick blankets for her. As she caressed the soft fabric, Yu Lanxi felt an overwhelming urge to weep. What a kind-hearted individual! To honor this goodwill, Yu Lanxi laid out 2 thick quilts, covering herself with one. And simply touching it made her want to lie down and remain still. Afterward, she neatly arranged several garments, all white disciple robes, which were identical for both the outer and inner peaks. This was quite different from what Yu Lanxi had envisioned. Having perused a few novels on cultivation, she noted a significant distinction between the inner and outer peaks, particularly concerning provisions, attire, and overall treatment. The outer peak was always inferior to the inner sect. Yet, Tianyang sect did not differentiate between inner and outer doors. Although the outer peak disciples possessed lesser talents, their resources were commendable. Conversely, those with greater aptitude could quickly find masters, but they would also bear more substantial responsibilities in the future. Perhaps this is the adage that with great power comes great responsibility. Of course, if outer peak disciples were diligent, they could still achieve considerable success. After painstakingly arranging her belongings, Yu Lanxi simply collapsed onto her bed, which proved to be delightfully soft and comfortable. As she lay there, she found herself unwilling to rise, eventually wrapping herself in the quilt and succumbing to slumber. On the other hand, Master Fu Long, having cast Yu Lanxi aside in the courtyard, did not venture far, for after waiting all these years, he had long extinguished his desire to take a disciple. To his astonishment, a prodigious talent with a thunderous spiritual root had been delivered to him, which filled him with joy. However, his demeanor had always been aloof, and on Thunder Ring Peak, he was perpetually alone. Gradually, he became indifferent to interactions with fellow disciples, preferring solitude and rarely stepping outside. His inclination to speak diminished, and laughter became a rarity. Thus, although he appeared frigid towards Yu Lanxi, he yearned to smile like the sect leader, but was at a loss on how to do so. After leaving his disciple behind, Master Fu Long pondered whether such behavior was appropriate. Consequently, he discreetly concealed himself behind a peculiar rock, suppressing his aura to closely observe his disciple, perhaps the only one he would ever have. The girl appeared to be around 14 years of age, while it was generally advantageous to commence cultivation at an early age. Encountering her at this moment was indeed a twist of fate. Yet, as he watched Yu Lanxi sitting on the steps with her arms crossed, it dawned on him that she seemed quite cold. Master Fu Long had long since forgotten the sensation of coldness himself and could not ascertain whether she truly felt the chill. At that moment, his proud little disciple unexpectedly arrived, and through a few exchanged words, Master Fu Long became aware of his shortcomings. Fortunately, his disciple was quite amiable and took Yu Lanxi to retrieve her belongings. This experience also made Master Fu Long realize the fragility of his disciple, who was indeed feeling the cold. Today, he learned something new. There were many matters to consider upon a disciple's initiation. Suddenly, he found himself unable to recall the vivid imagery of his initiation into the fold. It seemed as though memories had eluded him. Master Fu Long cast his gaze upon the emerald ring that Wuxia held, which appeared to be a remnant of the proud and resolute past. A thought struck him. Perhaps he ought to prepare a token for his young disciple. Just then, Wuxia departed, and Fu Lang took a moment to glance at Yu Lanxi, who was busy tidying up within the room. With a swift motion of his hand, a blue lightning net enveloped the entire summit of Lei Huan Peak, preventing the frigid air from intruding and gradually elevating the temperature at the peak. His disciple appeared diminutive, with small hands and a petite face, seemingly fragile. Unlike the simpleton, she possessed an air of delicate innocence, her youthful visage still untouched by the passage of time, stirring an indescribable feeling within his heart. He instinctively yearned to manifest a paternal smile. Yet, due to the habitual sternness etched upon his face, he found himself unable to conjure a smile. Chapter 10. The bun disappeared. Fu Long could not resist reaching out to touch the bun. It had already turned cold. He pondered on the fact that his young disciple was merely a mortal who seemingly required sustenance to survive. Yet, in such a frigid state, his disciple appeared exceedingly fragile. Consuming something so cold could lead to illness. As a master, it was his duty to become accustomed to caring for his apprentice. Thus, he resolved to cast a spell on the bun, ensuring that when his disciple awakened to find it still warm, she would undoubtedly perceive her master's concern. With that thought, he deftly formed a spell, channeling his internal lightning energy into a flame that flickered to life in his palm. Before summoning the bun and placing it directly into the embrace of the fire, in the next moment, the steamed bun instantaneously transformed into an inky black, only to be reduced to ash by the flames that engulfed it. Wisps of black ash gently descended to the ground. The venerable Fu Long, observing the scattered remnants, waved his hand dismissively, causing the ash to vanish as if nothing had transpired. The ground appeared pristine, as though untouched. He cast a cold glance at his slumbering disciple before swiftly departing. Upon returning to his chamber, an undercurrent of concern stirred within Fu Long. Would his disciple be upset upon awakening? Surely, the disciple remained unaware of his involvement and thus should not harbor any resentment. Meanwhile, Yu Lanxi dreamed of luxuriating in a warm hot spring, enveloped in a sensation of blissful relaxation, wishing to linger in the soothing waters indefinitely. Gradually, however, she sensed something amiss. The water appeared to be growing increasingly scalding. Struggling to rise, she found herself weighed down, unable to escape the searing warmth. Soon, bubbles began to form in the hot spring, and panic surged within her. Was it truly reaching a boil? Would she be cooked alive? Desperate for salvation, she thrashed about until her body collided with an unknown object, and in the next moment, a refreshing coolness enveloped her. Groping in a daze, she blinked awake, realizing she had tumbled from her bed. Remembering her near brush with scalding doom, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Rising to her feet, she felt a sheen of perspiration upon her skin, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead and shaking her head. To her surprise, the room seemed less frigid than before, with a faint warmth lingering in the air. No wonder she felt overheated while asleep. She had not only spread 2 thick quilts, but also covered herself with an additional heavy blanket. Given the current temperature in the room, it was akin to early summer. Grasping the kettle at her bedside, she twisted the cap and took a sip, then glanced towards the table. "Where's my bun?" she inquired, her voice laced with suspicion. The bun, which had clearly been placed atop the table, had mysteriously vanished. With so few belongings, the room felt desolate, leaving no conceivable hiding place for it. Thus, Yu thought to herself, perhaps the bun had merely been a figment of her imagination. Perhaps it had never existed at all. After pondering for a while, she resigned herself to not thinking about it further, reassured that there were still some fasting pills within her storage pouch. Yet, in the next moment, she abruptly realized that she could not access the pouch. Without the slightest trace of spiritual energy within her body, it was impossible to open it. Did this mean she needed to cultivate her inner energy? But who could possibly enlighten her on how to embark upon this path? A technique or some guidance would have been appreciated. At that moment, Yu did not even consider seeking help from a so-called master. For Fu Longzun had abandoned her here without a second thought, clearly not inclined to offer her any assistance. So, she picked up the communication jade slip given to her by Wu Xia, only to find that it too required spiritual energy to function, leaving her utterly bereft of options. With a sigh, she lay back down once more. She was powerless, devoid of any possessions, and even if there were items in the storage pouch, she could not retrieve them. Her stomach growled again. The bun was gone, and she was unable to leave Lei Huan Peak. Alas, though I am powerless to effect change, I can endure hunger. Strength, what significance does it truly hold? On the very first day of embarking on the path to immortality, she felt the pangs of hunger twice. Thus, Yu Lanxi found herself genuinely perplexed as to why mortals yearn so fervently for transcendence. It appears that the most critical aspect of aspiring to immortality is the ability to withstand hunger. Initially, she believed that fasting would deprive her of sleep. Yet as she lay in bed, she soon found herself drifting into a slumber. Upon awakening the following day, she vaguely perceived the dawn breaking outside and, with a sense of lethargy, sat up. Having endured hunger, she no longer felt excessively famished. However, due to the meager sustenance of the previous night, she was left feeling weak and drained. She found a cloth to wipe her face and took a sip of water to rinse her mouth. After making a feeble attempt to tidy herself, she ran her fingers through her hair, only to find it somewhat greasy. Glancing at the water jug, she realized it was insufficient for a proper wash. Consequently, she gathered her hair into a ponytail and donned a fresh set of clothes. She settled once more on the steps where she had sat the previous day, the only improvement being that it was no longer cold. Propping her chin on her hand, she gazed towards the spot where her savior, Wu Xia, had appeared the day before, hoping that this benevolent figure would make another appearance. As she found herself trapped, unable to leave, and with her storage pouch inaccessible, she could only wait for someone to come to her aid. She felt truly wretched, a solitary woman in distress. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity of waiting, around midday, Wu Xia gracefully descended near a peculiar rock not far away. Upon sighting him, Yu Lanxi sprang to her feet and hurried over. "Wu Xia, at last you have come," she exclaimed, her savior before her, unable to suppress her tears. "Yulan, what troubles you?" Wu Xia inquired, concern evident in his voice. Unblemished was startled by Yulan's sudden fervor. Upon hearing her tearful lament about the disappearance of her steamed bun, which had left her hungry throughout the night and into the morning, he could not help but stifle a chuckle. She appeared to have shrunk a bit in spirit. But how could the bun have vanished? Could it be the work of a ghost? Yet, it was unlikely that any specter would haunt Lei Huan Peak, especially with Lei Wanfeng, a master of thunder, presiding there. What could have happened to it? Might it be that she had eaten it yesterday, but simply failed to remember? Observing her self-doubt, Unblemished couldn't suppress his laughter, finding his little junior sister rather endearing now. having felt a degree of estrangement the previous day due to their unfamiliarity. I tidied up and went to sleep. Yulan insisted, adamant that she had not consumed the bun and that it had indeed vanished. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and with a slight relaxation of her furrowed brow, she whispered, "Could it be that Master took it?" Unblemished was taken aback and quickly shook his head. "No way. Master Feeling wouldn't do such a thing." Despite his firm conviction that Master Feeling would never engage in such antics, Yulan's expression conjured an amusing image in his mind of the master stealthily absconding with the bun. Truly, it was a mischievous thought. Chapter 11. Heartache. However, if the little junior sister was genuinely convinced that the bun had disappeared, then it could only be Master Feeling who had taken it from Leihuan Peak. Yet, what reason could he have to do so? Unblemished furrowed his brow in contemplation, recalling the numerous instances he had heard his master speak of Master Feeling's character. It is conceivable that Master Fu Long believes that these foods are fraught with impurities, rendering them unsuitable for excessive consumption. However, one might ponder whether such strictness is rather excessive, considering that the junior sister has yet to commence her cultivation. She remains an entirely ordinary mortal, and to deny her even a simple steamed bun seems rather harsh. Reflecting on this, one cannot help but feel a sense of pity for her. After all, when I first entered the sect, my master, noticing my aversion to fasting pills, had someone specially prepare meals for me from Ally Peak. This thought reinforces the notion that the junior sister is indeed unfortunate. With a newfound sympathy in my gaze, I resolved to visit her more frequently, being so slender. If she were to be mistreated, she would likely become even more emaciated. "Let us go. I shall take you to the outer peak." My expression was considerably softer than the previous day, and my demeanor had become notably more amiable. Perhaps I had perceived the genuine hardships faced by the junior sister. Since the master had instructed me to look after her, and given Master Fu Long's apparent indifference, it would be prudent for me to pay her more attention. Come, come. Yu Lanxi was already bursting with anticipation. Without further ado, I boarded the flying vessel, and without uttering much, I accelerated it to its maximum speed. In just a few minutes, we arrived at the outer peak, landing directly outside the dining hall. As soon as we touched down, a medley of enticing aromas wafted towards us, causing my stomach to grumble audibly. Hearing this, I could not help but chuckle. Yu Lanxi, unperturbed, hurried inside. The attendants within the dining hall immediately began serving the food. With just a few bites, the gnawing sensation of hunger dissipated entirely. In the realm of immortality, the sustenance bears a trace of spiritual energy. Although she remains an ordinary mortal incapable of absorbing this energy, it nonetheless proves sufficient to alleviate her hunger. After just a few bites, the unsettling sensation dissipates. Once satiated, Yulan feels that life has finally acquired a semblance of meaning. Master Wuxia, do you possess a storage pouch that does not require spiritual energy for its use? These pouches, which necessitate such power to unlock, are truly impractical and quite vexing. I have not heard of such a thing, Wuxia replied, but it is rumored that certain powerful beings have established personal spaces that can be bound to one's soul, allowing entry and exit without the need for spiritual energy. Where might one find such a personal space? Yulan asked in astonishment, realizing that such things truly exist, contrary to her previous assumptions about fictional tales. Wuxia chuckled lightly. Such treasures as personal spaces are not easily obtained, even if they exist. One must rely on fate to acquire them. Likewise, entities of spiritual essence will choose their masters. I see, Yulan nodded, seemingly unbothered. Such items are likely not easily procured, and I doubt I would be able to safeguard them if I were to obtain one. Who wouldn't covet such a treasure? With that, she produced a vial of fasting elixir. This is a fasting pill I concocted a few days ago. You may carry it with you. I shall not store it in a pouch, as there are only 3 pills. Keeping it outside the pouch makes it susceptible to the loss of spiritual energy. Hence I shall not provide you with more. Yu Lanxi hastily accepted the small pill of the fasting elixir. Though diminutive and not particularly palatable, its nutritional value was remarkably high, truly capable of staving off hunger. Upon raising her gaze to Wuxia once more, Yu Lanxi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Senior brother, you are truly a wonderful person. Indeed, he was so admirable that Yu Lanxi felt an urge to take him as her mentor. Wuxia, noticing her earnest expression, could not help but chuckle, replying, "Well, in that case, I appreciate your kind words, junior sister Yulan." Yu Lanxi nodded vigorously, and then suddenly recalled what he had just mentioned, that this fasting elixir was crafted by Wuxia himself. Senior brother, Do you know how one can induce the entry into the body? Junior sister is still unaware. He assumed that such matters would naturally be conveyed to her by the venerable Fu Long. Yet, Yu Lanxi's earnest and curious demeanor clearly indicated her genuine ignorance. Moreover, given her innate talent, if she were truly to begin her cultivation, she would have likely already achieved entry into the body by now and would not need to endure hunger. Wu Xiao found himself in a bit of a quandary. Ordinarily, guiding a disciple into the path of immortality was a fundamental duty of a mentor. This initial step was of considerable importance, particularly since their circumstances differed from those of the disciples on the outer peak, who received uniform instruction and were guided freely by elders into the path. In contrast, if they had a mentor, the first step would typically be led by their own master, making the entry into cultivation not only easier but also more advantageous compared to the public classes attended by the outer peak disciples. After all, although the spiritual energy was abundant on the outer peak, its numerous disciples often had to rely on their own exploration. Is that so? Yu Lanxi questioned, lacking confidence in her own words. That must be the case. Wu Xia felt a tinge of uncertainty, for when compared to his own master, Fu Long Zunshang indeed appeared somewhat inadequate. Although his master often bore a serious expression, prolonged exposure revealed a passionate and gentle soul beneath that stern facade. It was merely his square face that lent him an intimidating presence. The more he pondered, the more he pitied Yushimi. Elderly had mentioned that his master initially intended to take Yushimi as his disciple, but Fu Long Zunshang had intervened. Had his master acted more swiftly, perhaps Yushimi would have already become his little junior sister. Observing Wu Xia's expression, Yu Lanxi found his thoughts somewhat dubious. Since being cast to Thunder Ring Peak by his master yesterday, he had seemingly vanished without a trace, neglecting her altogether. Wasn't he seeking him merely an exercise in self-degradation? Upon returning, Wu Xia noticed her with her head lowered, seemingly lacking enthusiasm, likely a consequence of his earlier remarks. Yet, there was little choice. Yushimi, with her master, could hardly conduct public lessons at the outer peak. If word spread, it would undoubtedly reflect poorly on Fu Long Zunshang, whose dignity was paramount. Perhaps I should accompany the little sister to meet Fu Long Zunshang, he thought, immediately regretting the notion. His sympathy for her pitiable state was overwhelming. Yet the cold demeanor of Fu Long Zunshang instilled a sense of trepidation. Yu Lanxi shook her head, realizing that such matters should not burden Wu Xia further. At times, one must be mindful of propriety, especially since Wu Xia had already extended considerable assistance to her, for which she felt immense gratitude. This is my own affair. I have no issues with it, I suppose. Upon hearing Yulan's words, Wu Xia let out a sigh of relief, yet his heart ached even more for his young junior sister. Chapter 13. Fu Long. Offer a gift. He then recalled the generosity of that old fellow, Aling, towards his own disciple, prompting him to ponder whether he should prepare something for his own apprentice as well. Resolutely, he rose and rummaged through the contents of his storage ring. After searching through his pockets, he could only find a storage belt, and a men's one at that. At this moment, Fu Long suddenly realized that he seemed to be rather impoverished. Yet, seeing how other masters were so magnanimous, he could not afford to leave his disciple with an impression of frugality. Thus, he decisively emptied the contents of the storage ring, placing only what he required into the storage belt. However, glancing at the meager collection that barely filled half the bed, Fu Long for the first time comprehended that he was not merely poor, but exceedingly so. Aside from the items within the storage belt, there lay a thunder sword on the bed, which had been forged by his master upon his initiation. As his cultivation advanced, this sword had become less suitable for his use. After some contemplation, he decided to tuck this sword into the storage ring, intending to gift it to his young apprentice. He then sifted through the pile of belongings on the bed for quite a while, but it appeared that nothing there was appropriate for his disciple's needs. Some materials for weapon crafting were currently unsuitable for the young one, as they would serve no purpose. Although he received a monthly supply of spiritual stones from the sect, he had never bothered to collect them. It seems there are still quite a few matters to attend to, so he decided to seek out Ao Lin directly after a while. Aside from that, there appeared to be nothing else worthy of bestowing upon his disciple. After all, those with the thunder elemental root are inherently powerful in combat, capable of engaging in battles beyond their level without difficulty. Thus, he never found the need for auxiliary items, leaving him with little to offer his young apprentice. He tidied up the clutter on the bed and stored it in his spatial belt, clutching a storage ring in his hand, ultimately resolving to make a journey to the Ao Lai Peak. Just before he departed, He happened to see that rascal Wu Xia heading towards Lei Huan Peak, and upon noticing his disciple's famished appearance, he felt an even greater pang of guilt. He descended directly at the entrance of the Ao Lin Hall and pushed the door open. Ao Lin was occupied with affairs inside, as well as managing the properties outside Tianyang's sect. Upon sensing someone enter, he instinctively frowned, but when he saw it was Fu Long, his expression softened slightly, yet remained subdued. This marked only the second time in centuries that his junior brother had come to visit. He wondered what brought him here. The thought of having his disciple snatched away caused the sect master to wear a rather stern expression, devoid of any smile. However, inwardly he felt a twinge of delight. So what if Fu Long's cultivation was higher? Wasn't he still a latecomer, still required to address him as senior brother? Ha. Fu Long maintained his usual impassive demeanor, icy and expressionless. He had intended to offer a smile, but after practicing in front of the mirror for quite some time, it felt awkward, and for the moment, this was all he could manage. Pay up, Fu Long said, observing Ao Lin for a while. Noticing Ao Lin's bewilderment, unsure if he had offended the esteemed figure in some way, he was about to say something when Fu Long suddenly spoke. What? Fu Long cast a profound glance at Ao Lin, his aura suddenly intensifying. Spirit stones. Having attained the Great Ascension stage, he found Ao Lin, still in the integration stage, somewhat laboring under the pressure. It took a moment for Ao Lin to realize that Fu Long had come to claim the resources he had provided over the years. Sighing in relief, he could not help but grumble inwardly. If he wanted spirit stones, he could simply ask. There was no need to intimidate. Previously, Ao Lin had suspected that his arrangement for Wu Xia to attend to Yu Lanxi had displeased Fu Long, leading him to seek trouble. However, it turned out he merely sought spirit stones. Thus, Ao Lin refrained from inquiring how many were needed and handed over a storage ring filled with the recent bounty from the spiritual vein mine. The ring contained spirit stones of various grades, which Fu Long had scarcely claimed since his entry into the sect. Even if he had not requested them, Ao Lin had intended to present them at an opportune moment. Times had changed. Previously, one could afford to be self-sufficient, but now with a disciple, one must also plan for their needs, including resources for cultivation. Take these spirit stones for now. Should you require more, do not hesitate to ask, Ao Lin thought. Surmising that Fu Long's concerns were likely for Yu Lanxi, he regarded his junior brother as one with a cool exterior but a warm heart. Of course, Ao Lin held Yu Lanxi in high regard due to her exceptional talent. Her advancement would elevate the overall standing of Tianyang's sect, and as the sect leader, he was naturally inclined to provide unwavering support. Meanwhile, Fu Long examined the storage ring in his hand, probing its contents with his consciousness, only to feel a twinge of disappointment at its modest size, inferior to his own ring. Thus, he decided to keep it for himself. Listening to Ao Lin's words, he nodded and turned to leave. Wait, when do you plan to let your girl enter the body? Ao Lin expressed a mix of concern and curiosity regarding this matter. When Fu Long facilitated the entry into the body, he happened to be in seclusion, striving to reach the foundation establishment stage, and thus missed the event. To this day, he had merely heard that the entry into the body for those with thunder-type spiritual roots was rather unique, and he was eager to witness the spectacle. Reflecting on this, a tinge of sorrow washed over him. While he was still lingering in the mid-stage of integration, others had progressed to the Great Ascension stage. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that it was of no consequence, for he had 4 exceptionally talented disciples, with the eldest already in the late nascent soul stage. A sense of balance restored, Fu Long gazed at the sky and after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Tonight, the weather today was somewhat overcast, making it easier to summon lightning into the formation at night. His disciple's entrance into the body must be flawless, without a trace of regret or imperfection." Upon hearing this, Ao Lin felt a surge of excitement. "Then I shall come to protect the law tonight." Fu Ling's eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery. Did he, as a Great Ascension stage protector, truly require assistance from this integration stage novice? Yet, glancing at the storage ring in his hand, he refrained from voicing his refusal. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. The spiritual stones contained within were directly acquired from the spiritual vein mine, and their quantity was substantial. Even he, who was indifferent to worldly matters, recognized that the resources within would sustain his disciple for quite some time. So be it. Let this country bumpkin witness a glimpse of the extraordinary. Ao Lin pouted slightly, then picked up the jade slip in his hand and began to browse through it. Fu Long stood in the courtyard, awaiting the arrival of others, feeling an unfamiliar warmth enveloping the surroundings, perhaps due to the presence of an additional person. After a brief moment, he sensed the approach of Wuxia. As the ethereal vessel emerged from the mist, it gracefully landed atop Lei Huan Peak. Fu Long cast a glance at Yu Lanxi before fixing his gaze upon the spirit ship. It appeared that his young apprentice had yet to master the art of flight. It would be unreasonable to expect Wuxia to fetch him every time. The presence of the spirit vessel would undoubtedly be more convenient. Redirecting his attention to Wuxia, the latter felt an overwhelming pressure under Fu Long's scrutinizing gaze. Wuxia, feeling increasingly anxious, was utterly unprepared for the intensity of the elder's stare. Chapter 14. A gift. Yu Lanxi, somewhat bewildered, instinctively clutched the bottle of fasting elixir in his pocket. Oblivious to the pressure emanating from the elder, Yu Lanxi was struck for the first time by the sheer magnitude of his master's power, noting the beads of sweat forming on Wuxia's forehead. This was merely a consequence of Fu Long's gaze lingering for less than half a minute. As Yu Lanxi contemplated how to ease the awkwardness with words, Fu Long unexpectedly tossed a radiant spirit stone, shimmering with iridescent hues, towards Wuxia, coldly declaring, "The spirit vessel remains. You may leave." Wuxia's mind faltered, caught in a haze of confusion and enlightenment. After a moment, he realized that the elder intended to exchange this exquisite spirit stone for his vessel. Yet, even though his spirit ship had been a gift from his master, its value was merely 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, or 100 medium-grade spirit stones. The exquisite spiritual stone has always held a significant market value. Even if one could exchange it, no one would foolishly offer it for trade. At most, transactions would occur using superior spiritual stones. "Esteemed one, the spiritual vessel is not worth such a sum. I shall offer it as a gift," he stammered. It was not that Wuxia lacked courage, but rather that the pressure exerted by the esteemed figure was simply unbearable. However, upon hearing this, Wuxia felt as though the powerful figure questioned whether he held disdain for them, prompting him to hastily accept the spiritual stones, bowing respectfully as he declared, "Then, I shall take my leave." With that, he cast a glance at Yu Lanxi, one that seemed to plead for her well-being, before awkwardly soaring away on his sword. Witnessing her usually composed and genteel senior brother depart unsteadily left Yu Lanxi with an unsettling sensation. It seemed that their master within was truly formidable. A flicker of anxiety crossed her mind. Was the master intentionally waiting for her here, or had she erred in some manner? As Yu Lanxi spiraled into her thoughts, Fu Long stored the spiritual vessel within his storage ring and examined the wealth of resources contained within. Though it merely comprised spiritual stones and thunder-infused sword vessels, it nonetheless filled half of the storage ring, making it a valuable asset. A knowing smile spread across his face. Goodness, the master appeared displeased. What should I do? Is she exceedingly dissatisfied with me? Yu Lanxi mused anxiously. "Follow me," Fu Long said, swiftly concealing his smile under the weight of her apprehensive gaze. Yu Lanxi swallowed hard, overwhelmed by trepidation. However, escape was not an option. She reasoned that their master would not resort to silencing her. After a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly trailed behind him. "Fu Long, what should I do? I frightened my little disciple. He indeed needs to continue practicing his smile." Noticing Yu Lanxi walking slowly, Fu Long did not rush her, instead quickening his own pace while silently waiting for her to catch up. When Fu Long slowed down, Yu Lanxi's pace became even more sluggish. The two meandered along for nearly a quarter of an hour before finally arriving at Fu Long's grand hall. Although this pace was not exhausting in the slightest, Fu Long suddenly exhaled deeply as he pushed open the hall's door. Is it truly this exhausting to guide a disciple? Throughout the journey, Yu Lanxi was tormented internally, feeling increasingly perplexed. Why did her master walk so slowly? Was he testing her? Or did he think she was too slow? Once she obediently followed him inside, Yu Lanxi found herself standing in the center, feeling utterly at a loss for the first time. Fu Long refrained from idle chatter and directly presented his storage ring before Yu Lanxi, attempting to speak in the gentlest tone he could muster. "This is a gift from me to you. Please accept it." Hearing the slight warmth in her master's tone compared to before, Yu Lanxi felt a sense of relief. However, upon gazing at the storage ring, her lips involuntarily twitched. The black skull-patterned storage ring had a truly unique style. She never expected her master to possess such an unconventional and wild taste. After hesitating for a moment, she grasped the oversized skull ring in her palm, remembering the jade ring in the hands of her senior brother Wuxia. She couldn't help but feel the disparity in their aesthetic appreciation. Yu Lanxi, sigh, how I wish to be the disciple of the sect leader. How will I ever extend my hand in the future? Upon being noticed with this skull ring, would one not be the subject of ridicule? Yet, how could one refuse a gift from the master? Disliking it? While lost in such thoughts, Fu Longzun raised a slight frown. Why did his little disciple appear so despondent? Was it distaste? Ah, no, that could not be. Yu Lanxi would never dare express such sentiments. Hastily, she slipped the storage ring onto her middle finger. Alas, it seemed too large. She then removed it and placed it on her thumb, where it fit perfectly. However, on her delicate, fair hand, the skull ring felt rather unrefined. Seeing the ring adorning his disciple's finger, Fu Longzun displayed a satisfied expression. Tonight, I shall introduce you to the inner realm. Prepare yourself, he instructed. With a cautious glance at her master, Yu Lanxi noticed a slight warmth in his demeanor as he nodded, prompting her to step back. Once outside, Yu Lanxi exhaled deeply and cast her gaze upon the skull ring, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Why must she bear such immense pressure at such a tender age? Her fingers brushed over the skull motif, yet she ultimately decided against removing it. Who knows if the master was observing her performance in secret? The mere sight of the skull made it difficult to associate it with the concept of fondness. With a resigned sigh, she concluded that since her master had bestowed upon her this skull ring, he could not be entirely displeased with her. Although his taste may warrant improvement, the practicality of the ring was undeniable. Perhaps, in the future, she could find a chain to wear it on. For the thought of being seen with it was rather embarrassing. Upon returning to her chamber, there was little to tidy up. Since it was evening and the time for entering the body had arrived, she resolved to conserve her energy and take a brief respite. Reclining comfortably on her soft bed, she inhaled the delicate fragrance of the quilt, while her other hand clutched the bottle of fasting elixir. In her dreams, Yu Lanxi seemed to find herself lying upon a billowy cloud, which swayed gently before abruptly colliding with someone's embrace. Before she could discern the stranger's features, a sudden jolt coursed through her, awakening her from the dream. Upon regaining consciousness, she felt a lingering sense of confusion, followed by a sigh of relief. What a fright! I thought I was about to be ensnared, she mused, grateful that it was merely a dream. Glancing outside, she noted the dimming light. Stepping out of her room, she observed that Lei Huan Peak appeared shrouded in a thick layer of ominous clouds. Above, the sky was an inky black, with sporadic flashes of lightning illuminating the darkness. She instinctively shrank her shoulders, wondering if a storm was imminent. Returning to her room, Yu Lanxi idly toyed with the fasting elixir in her hand. Having indulged a bit too much at noon, she found herself devoid of hunger. Yet, as she continued to fidget with the bottle, a peculiar thought struck her. If she were to enter the body tonight, she would have the opportunity to open her storage pouch. Thus, what purpose did it serve to keep it outside? Chapter 15. The thunder-summoning array within the dimly lit hall. A middle-aged man with flowing white hair clutched a palm-sized mirror, continuously revealing a sinister grin as he gazed into its depths. The more he smiled, the less satisfied he appeared, yet he patiently refrained from discarding the mirror. The entire room took on an eerie atmosphere, infused by the unsettling smile that pervaded the air. Until now, junior brother, the array for summoning lightning has been meticulously arranged. When shall we commence the protective rites? As the words fell, Ao Lin pushed open the door. Although a barrier was set at the entrance, it was hardly a formidable one, capable of repelling beings below the nascent soul stage, yet easily breached by a master at the integration stage. Upon entering, Ao Lin beheld Fu Lang, whose countenance was shrouded in gloom, grasping what appeared to be a mirror-like artifact. Fu Lang repressed the smile that had adorned his face. Nonchalantly stowing the mirror away, Ao Lin, initially intrigued by the mirror, wondered if it was an artifact procured by his junior brother for his apprentice. As the esteemed master, wouldn't he knock? Fu Lang rose, a flicker of displeasure and unease crossing his visage, his gaze coldly fixed upon Ao Lin. Rolling his eyes, Ao Lin was undeterred by Fu Lang's intimidating stare, retorting with irritation. Won't you address me as senior brother? Fu Lang replied. Why should the hierarchy be determined solely by cultivation level? Is being the first to enter so significant? Ao Lin remained unfazed by his demeanor. After all, he was well aware of Fu Lang's perpetually aloof nature, a result of his exceptional aptitude, which often led him to disdain those of lesser cultivation. However, over the years, some understanding had developed between them. Subsequently, Fu Lang instructed Ao Lin to proceed to the designated venue atop Thunder Ring Peak, as he intended to personally fetch his apprentice. Ao Lin rolled his eyes once more, yet inwardly acknowledged that his junior brother seemed considerably more grounded since taking on an apprentice, appearing less frigid. Albeit with a hint of foolishness, Yu Lanxi observed the darkening sky, the illumination stone by her bedside already aglow, signaling that she would soon be summoned. Embracing the idea of waste not, want not, I swallowed a pill meant for fasting. To my surprise, the taste was quite pleasant, with a hint of sweetness and a subtle fragrance. After consuming it, a lingering herbal aroma remained, even in my breath. Had I known, I would not have purchased buns earlier. I could have simply left the fasting pill outside. Concealing the pill beneath my pillow, Yu Lanxi resolved to sit on the stairs outside and await a summons. After a refreshing nap that afternoon, I was now invigorated. Just as I settled onto the steps, footsteps echoed nearby. Turning my head, I was greeted by my master's awkward expression, Fu Long, whose countenance had previously displayed what he believed to be a friendly smile, now appeared somewhat uncomfortable in my presence. After swiftly regaining his impassive demeanor, he spoke in a surprisingly gentle tone, instructing me to follow him. Perhaps due to the afternoon's peculiar expressions from my master, I felt less apprehensive upon seeing his unusual demeanor. Indeed, familiarity breeds a strange comfort. Aware of my slow pace, Fu Long adjusted his speed, leading us both to walk at a leisurely rate. However, reaching the summit was no trivial matter. It required flight. When we arrived at a point where the lightning danced visibly within the clouds above, we paused. Just as my heart raced with anticipation, Fu Long swiftly grasped my arm and, with a sudden motion, leaped into the clouds. Before I could let out a startled cry, my feet found solid ground once more. The scream that was poised on her lips was abruptly swallowed. Yet, as she gazed upon the scene before her, she found herself utterly stunned. Lightning struck the ground incessantly, and not far off, there lay a cerulean cushion. An ominous premonition washed over Yu Lanxi. She sensed that she might be flung onto that cushion. However, the air crackled with electricity, and bolts of lightning occasionally descended perilously close. At long last, the master exhaled in relief upon the appearance of the two. As a grandmaster of the gold element, he felt no fear in this stormy realm, yet there lingered an unsettling discomfort, particularly when he found himself waiting here alone like a fool. "Child, step forward. With your aptitude, you shall induce the transformation tonight," the master remarked, a disingenuous smile gracing his features. Despite possessing a countenance that commanded respect, he insisted on displaying a congenial demeanor, which only served to heighten Yu Lanxi's unease. True to her instincts, she was not mistaken. Although Fu Lang remained silent, his intentions were abundantly clear. She needed to approach the cerulean cushion to initiate her transformation. Indeed, the tales she had read were deceitful. The notion that one could absorb the essence of heaven and earth merely by closing their eyes and attuning themselves was a fallacy. In her case, it seemed that enduring the tempest was a prerequisite. Is it really as simple as just stepping in? Yu Lanxi gulped, casting a timid glance at her master. Fu Lang nodded, recognizing the trepidation in her demeanor. Understanding that it was natural for a young girl to be frightened in the face of such grandeur, he reassured her, "Fear not, my apprentice, I shall guide you through." The master gazed in astonishment at the seemingly smiling Fu Long, pondering how indeed, after taking on an apprentice, his junior brother had transformed. Well, if it was necessary to proceed, Yu Lanxi felt it would be advantageous to have someone accompany her. However, her education was rather limited. The master led her directly into the realm where the lightning struck, and Yu Lanxi had expected him to shield her or perhaps cast a spell of protection. Yet, as she took her initial step forward, she was struck by a bolt of lightning. Indeed, she was struck the very first step she took. She stood there, stunned and bewildered. But that was not all. A second bolt of lightning soon followed. Yu Lanxi quickly retreated, feeling lightheaded, her expression oddly dazed. A light cough escaped her lips, accompanied by a wisp of blue smoke. This was all quite normal when she first entered this lightning attraction array. She too had undergone the baptism of lightning, an inevitable process. As they possessed lightning-type spiritual roots, even the strikes they faced served to refine their essence. Albeit the effect was diminished, yet it remained more substantial compared to others. Shaking her head to dispel the lingering tingling sensation, Yu Lanxi noticed Fu Lang's cold, penetrating gaze, realizing that even if she wished to refuse, it was likely futile. Furthermore, she had always possessed the wisdom to assess the situation. At this juncture, contemplating withdrawal would probably be too late. Thus, she must endure being struck by lightning. Taking a deep breath and brushing aside her disheveled hair, She tentatively stepped out once more. Boom. As expected, the moment she emerged, the lightning descended. Her body swayed slightly, but she quickly regained her balance. It seems that after being struck by lightning twice, she has become resilient enough to endure it. Although she possesses a naturally lazy disposition, Yu Lanxi is, in truth, a person of remarkable tenacity and exceptional tolerance. It is precisely for this reason that when she faced the third strike, she was able to swiftly withstand the pain coursing through her body, waiting until the agony transformed into a tingling sensation before pressing onward. With each step she took, she felt yet another jolt of electricity. Chapter 16. Pain Explosion. It was not until Fu Leng led her to the position of the meditation cushion that the power of thunder and lightning seemed to intentionally avoid the area surrounding it. She exhaled in relief, her peripheral vision catching sight of her hair on either side, having turned to dry straw. Unbothered, she tucked her hair behind her ears, realizing that her hopes of looking beautiful were likely dashed. Now, she merely wished to endure this ordeal as swiftly as possible. At Fu Leng's gesture, she settled cross-legged upon the cushion. The tingling sensation throughout her body gradually receded, yet a persistent, exquisite soreness lingered. At that moment, Fu Leng extended his hand, his fingertip pressing against Yu Lanxi's third eye. Simultaneously, she felt a sudden sharp pain at her brow, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. Then, she sensed a piercing force penetrating her forehead, rapidly burrowing into her mind. She instinctively attempted to struggle, but Fu Leng's voice resonated in her ears. Focus and calm your spirit. Thus, she had no choice but to endure the pain, feeling the intense energy travel from her mind into her limbs, completing a circuit before finally emerging from her brow. As it broke free, Yu Lanxi could not help but release a sigh of relief, feeling as though there was now a hole in her forehead. However, at that moment, Fu Leng spoke. Remember the direction of the lightning's energy and strive to capture the surrounding power of thunder. Yu Lanxi opened her eyes, only to see Fu Leng retreating to the periphery. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck her, causing Yu Lanxi to tremble. She quickly closed her eyes, mustering her strength to endure the sensation of being struck by lightning. Soon, the pain in her body began to fade into numbness. Yet, after uttering those words, Fu Leng ceased to provide any further guidance. How was she to capture the power of lightning? Yu Lanxi endeavored to calm her thoughts, contemplating her next steps. Fu Leng could not possibly withhold information from her. This phase was likely a trial that every cultivator must endure. It was fortunate to have a mentor guiding one on the path of immortality, yet ultimately, one must rely on their own understanding. The pain coursing through her body made it difficult to ignore the piercing agony, so she resolved to endure, waiting for her body to grow accustomed to it. As long as she did not perish from the lightning, she was certain she would find a solution. Is it truly the case that all novices in the lightning sect face such extreme trials? The sect leader stood nearby, utterly astonished, watching the delicate young girl enveloped in lightning, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. Thankfully, he did not possess the lightning affinity. Therefore, they appeared weak. Sect leader. Fu Leng remained unperturbed. Although her disciple was a girl, she had never indicated a desire to give up from the very beginning. Despite showing signs of fear, she bravely pressed forward. He perceived an intense resilience within her, as if he were gazing upon a reflection of his former self. Indeed, she was destined to be his apprentice. Fu Leng recalled that he had spent an entire night within the thunder array before successfully channeling energy into his body, and thus understood that it was still premature for her. He seated himself cross-legged on the ground, fixated on the figure of Yu Lanxi, now obscured by the swirling lightning. The sect leader joined him, feeling that he was indeed gaining wisdom today. He reminisced about the time he guided his eldest disciple, Mo Ran. To channel energy into his body, they had ventured to a certain mine on the back mountain and sat there for a night, after which Mo Ran smoothly ascended to the status of a cultivator. The second disciple, Jining, had it even easier, merely sitting in the medicinal herb garden of Yaofeng for a night to achieve the same. The third disciple fared even better, soaking in a spiritual spring on the back mountain of Aolai Peak for a night and effortlessly becoming a cultivator. However, his youngest disciple, Wu Xia, had to endure more hardships. He had taken him to sit beside the molten lava underground for an entire night. Yet, even this paled in comparison to the misfortune of Yu Lanxi, who would likely endure the wrath of lightning countless times throughout the night. Being a girl, she would probably feel too embarrassed to venture to the outer peaks starting tomorrow. Even if she did, she would likely wait until her hair had grown back. Enveloped in lightning, Yu Lanxi gradually became somewhat numb, to the point where she could no longer feel her own body. The ache and numbness compelled her to tightly shut her eyes and grit her teeth. Only then could she clear her mind to grasp the so-called power of lightning. Yet this ephemeral essence eluded her understanding, leaving her uncertain of how to proceed. Thus, one can only endeavor according to their own thoughts, sensing the force that envelopes them. Perhaps it is due to an overindulgence in novels, but there exists a semblance of credible reference. Although Yu Lanxi kept her eyes tightly shut, she seemed to genuinely perceive the surrounding atmosphere cloaked in a dense purple mist. This violet vapor clung closely to her form, yet dissipated with each strike of lightning, only to swiftly coalesce once more. Could this purple mist be the very essence of lightning power that her master spoke of? Yet, how could one capture it? Surely, it could not be grasped with mere hands. She opened her eyes, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning upon her face. Reluctantly, she closed her eyes once more, for upon her brief glimpse, the purple mist had eluded her sight. After a moment of stillness, she began to feel that the world behind her closed eyelids was one of contradictions. She could not discern whether she had truly witnessed the purple mist or if it was merely an illusion. For a time, she remained in this state of uncertainty, until the increasing frequency of lightning strikes around her became palpable, and she sensed the purple mist thickening around her. Gradually, it enveloped her entirely. The essence of lightning brushing against her body and face, even infiltrating her nostrils. Although Yu Lanxi could breathe, an instinctual sensation of suffocation began to arise. She instinctively envisioned extending her hand to disperse the mist that clung to her nose. Miraculously, or perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination, it seemed as though the vapor around her nose had indeed stirred. Subsequently, Yu Lanxi resolutely concentrated on envisioning the mist entering her brow, striving to grasp it with all her might. Unexpectedly, as her thoughts settled, a subtle yet discernible pain pierced her brow, not overtly apparent, yet seemingly not an illusion. Once a breach appeared at her brow, the previously tightly coiled purple mist surrounding her began to seek this newfound entry, slowly converging towards her forehead. However, the purple energy entering her was somewhat disordered, compelling her to focus intently, striving to guide it in the direction her master had previously indicated. She pondered whether this path was excessively narrow. A sense of impending explosion loomed in her mind as the external force of thunder surged toward her. Despite the nausea welling within, she was forced to endure as this potent energy coursed through her body, with the energies behind her frantically vying to keep pace with the thunderous force ahead. Her body, already numbed by pain, now trembled as the thunder's might infiltrated her being, sending shivers through her very soul. She could only repeatedly remind herself to be resilient, to not succumb to weakness. Her spirit was taut, fortified by an indomitable will, clenching her jaw to withstand the excruciating pain that penetrated her bones. The power of thunder was more savage than any force of nature. Thus, only those with a thunder affinity could master this energy. Fu Long was acutely aware of this reality. He understood the agony of being torn apart by thunderous power, an agony that reached into the marrow, resonating with the soul. If they could endure, they would emerge as the mightiest warriors in the realm. If they faltered, they would shatter, rendered powerless. Chapter 17. Resilience as time passed slowly. Fu Long felt the dampness clinging to his back. It had been years since he had experienced such a palpable tension. The sect leader, initially taken aback, gradually shifted to admiration, compelled to acknowledge the veracity of Fu Long's earlier assertion. There was indeed a reason for the formidable strength of those with lightning-type spiritual roots. When heaven intends to bestow great responsibilities upon an individual, it must first temper their will. If one could surmount this trial, the true might of the lightning would be unveiled. Yu Lanxi, starting from a place of difficulty, ultimately harnessed the power of lightning that coursed rhythmically within her. The narrow path she traversed began to expand, and the dense purple mist outside gradually thinned. She could hardly feel the lightning that descended upon her. It seemed as though it merely brushed against the earth. The sensation of pain had dissipated, leaving her impervious to discomfort. Yu Lanxi had successfully drawn energy into her body, and with one final step, she would embark on the path of immortality. Unfalteringly, she guided the lightning energy in ceaseless circles within her, and the channels throughout her body widened increasingly. The once sharp sensations vanished, yet she remained unaware of how much longer she needed to sustain this. The external lightning energy had become faint, no longer eager to invade her being as it had before. At that moment, Yu Lanxi felt a stirring at her brow, as if a force was drawing the lightning energy downward. Embrace unity, and let your energy settle in the Dantian. Fu Leng's chilling voice suddenly invigorated Yu Lanxi's spirit. Embrace what? Before she could fully comprehend the significance of the situation, she felt a powerful force, drawn by Fu Leng, directly descend into a realm of chaos. As the power of thunder surged within, it swiftly swept across this chaotic expanse. A swirling mass of purple mist floated within, seemingly in constant motion, tugging at the residual thunderous energy that had yet to penetrate its depths. Upon releasing her grip, Yu Lanxi immediately opened her eyes. Even now, without the need for her to exert control, the lingering thunder energy within her was irresistibly drawn into the mist. This place must be the Dantian, she mused. Her curiosity piqued. As she delved into her consciousness, she was astonished to find that she could visualize her Dantian, and moreover, she seemed capable of discerning the intricate workings of her own internal organs with remarkable clarity. This sensation was indeed extraordinary. In other words, should she ever develop stones or similar afflictions, she wouldn't require imaging. She could see it all herself. Remarkably, this process was even swifter than when her master had assisted her. Fu Leng nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the sky, which had yet to brighten. This indicated that her disciple had truly surpassed her master. Thank you for your praise, master, Yu Lanxi sighed with relief. However, as soon as she spoke these words, her vision darkened. Overcome by fatigue, she collapsed backward, succumbing to slumber. The sect leader couldn't help but chuckle, noting how different Yu Lanxi appeared now. Her attire had been torn into shreds. Had it not been for the exceptional quality of the fabric, it would have been reduced to ashes. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and had commissioned several garments made from fish-scale silk, sparing them an awkward situation. Yet now, gazing at the bald head and the dark visage of Yu Lanxi, the sect leader finds an undeniable charm in her appearance. These children embody the future of Tianyang sect, and as long as Yu Lanxi remains steadfast, she will undoubtedly grow to become the next guardian of the sect. Fu Leng rarely allowed a smile to grace his features. Yet this time, it bore the gentle warmth reminiscent of a devoted father. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to his own expression. Had he seen it, he would have undoubtedly taken great solace in his progress. The only drawback of being the sect leader was the multitude of responsibilities. Were it not for the numerous disciples he had to nurture, he would genuinely desire a moment of respite. Observing Yu Lanxi with her eyes tightly shut and her breathing steady, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. This time, however, the corners of his mouth merely twitched, prompting him to instinctively retrieve his mirror and examine the somewhat rigid smile reflected back at him. At least it appeared significantly improved from before. Yes, indeed. He resolved to maintain that expression. After collecting himself, he placed the jade slip of techniques by Yu Lanxi's window. He then tenderly tucked the blankets around his beloved disciple, scrutinizing her closely, and suddenly his millennia of cultivation felt imbued with newfound joy. It was no wonder that old codger, Ao Lin, delighted in taking on disciples. Indeed, having students made all the difference. Yet, in his heart, he believed his dear disciple surpassed Ao Lin's students by far. With no time to lose, he approached Ao Lin and offered a respectful bow. Master, your junior sister has successfully begun channeling energy into her body. It would be beneficial for you to engage with her over the next few days and share some insights. They are of similar age, and fostering a good rapport will undoubtedly serve the future prospects of Tianyang sect, as they represent the backbone of its tomorrow. Are you referring to junior sister Yulan? Without hesitation, Wu Xia inquired, and Ao Lin nodded. Has she already attracted the attention of the immortal realm so soon? Wu Xia truly did not anticipate this, but then recalled the ominous clouds that had loomed overhead the previous night. Although rain had not fallen, it was evident that Thunder Ring Peak had likely experienced considerable turmoil. It was all for the sake of his junior sister's ascension to immortality. Yet, he remembered the hardships he endured during his own initiation. He had spent an entire night by the magma, only to rise the next day with a scorched backside. His junior sister, being of the thunder element, could she have been subjected to the thunder for the entire night? Contemplating the determined visage of Yu Lanxi from the previous evening, Ao Lin could not help but express his admiration. It was remarkable that such a young girl could exhibit such tenacity. One must concede that this is why the Tianyang sect has remained prosperous for so long. You must also dedicate yourself to your cultivation, lest you be surpassed by your junior sister. Although they did not share the same master, they both belonged to the prodigious lineage of the Tianyang sect, and it was essential to foster their potential through mutual support. Wuxia secretly rolled his eyes and replied, "Master, I have already established my foundation. I am, after all, a foundational stage cultivator now, capable of flying with my sword. No matter how exceptional Yu's talents may be, she cannot possibly catch up to me. My strength is not to be underestimated. Do not belittle the girl, for had I not witnessed it myself, I would hardly have believed it." Ao Lin responded, and then, under Wuxia's curious gaze, recounted the tale of how Yu Lanxi had endured being struck by lightning for an entire night. Wuxia was left utterly astonished. He had assumed that his junior sister had merely observed the thunder, but in truth, she had been struck by it for hours. She was but a girl, and not even 14 years of age. It is truly astonishing that one can endure such trials. In the path of cultivation, although talent holds significance, it is the unwavering perseverance that ultimately leads one to the finish line. Having expressed this, I patted Wuxia. As a mentor, today's lesson has come to a close. Straightening my back, I take pride in being a responsible and diligent teacher once again. Chapter 18. The bald jade Yu Lanxi remained in slumber until the afternoon, and upon awakening, she felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her body. Her previously fatigued form now seemed invigorated, as if charged with energy. With a swift motion, she turned over and rose to her feet. Touching her face, she perceived no apparent changes. Had not the novels indicated that entering the realm of cultivation would cleanse one's essence and enhance beauty? Why then did she still feel the small pimple that had appeared days prior? Her fingers then glided over her smooth scalp, and with a sigh, she pondered. Yet, despite such thoughts, she did not feel disheartened. Rather, she was intrigued to delve inward once more. Upon doing so, she noticed that the mist within her dantian appeared more condensed than before, and she could faintly discern 2 lines etched within it. Lacking a deep understanding of cultivation, she was uncertain of her next steps. However, she took solace in the fact that upon inspecting her internal organs, all seemed well. She remained in good health. Emerging from her introspection, she smacked her lips in disbelief, reflecting on the fact that she had endured a night of being struck by lightning. The very thought seemed surreal, and she pondered how she had managed to persevere through it all. Her gaze then fell upon the jade tablet resting on her bedside, presumably left by her master, adorned with an emblem of lightning. Could this be a technique? Yu Lanxi instinctively pressed the jade tablet to her forehead, and indeed, she felt a refreshing energy enter her mind. Instantly, a series of characters emerged in her consciousness, as if projected before her very eyes. However, as she gazed upon these characters, Yu Lanxi found herself in a state of turmoil. It dawned on her that she might be functionally illiterate. If she wished to master the Qinshan technique, a modest spell, it seemed she must first learn to read. Yet, how could she face the outer sect with such a bald head? At this thought, Yu Lanxi suddenly raised her hand to examine the skeletal ring before her. It appeared that with the presence of spiritual energy, she could claim ownership of storage rings and bags. However, this particular storage ring required a blood oath to establish its bond, so she decided to bide her time. Instead, she retrieved the storage bag prepared by the outer peak and endeavored to summon the mist-like energy from her dantian. As her thoughts focused, the mist began to swirl gently and swiftly manifested at her fingertips, activating the magical seal within the storage ring. In that moment, Yu Lanxi sensed the contents within. There were several articles of clothing, a bottle of fasting elixir, and around 20 spirit stones. However, the luster of these spirit stones was evidently inferior to the one her master had once gifted to brother Wuxia. Additionally, there was a short sword, but it did not appear to be of particularly high quality. Nevertheless, Yu Lanxi felt quite pleased as she took out the fasting elixir, recalling the one brother Wuxia had given her beneath the pillow, and decided to place it into the bag as well. However, she took out a fasting pill from the outer peak, and upon examining it in her palm, she couldn't help but notice a distinct disparity between this pill and the immaculate fasting pill bestowed by her senior brother. The pill her brother provided was pure and flawless, exuding a delicate fragrance. In contrast, the fasting pill from the outer peak had a slight yellowish tint and was permeated with a strong medicinal aroma, devoid of any hint of fragrance. It seemed that her senior brother's claim of having refined the fasting pill was indeed accurate. She was astonished to discover that her brother had even enhanced the flavor of the fasting pill. Consequently, she found herself unable to stomach the one prepared by the outer peak. Henceforth, it would be prudent to cultivate a good relationship with her senior brother. For who would prefer a pungent medicinal pill over a delectable one? Nevertheless, this time, Yu Lanxi did not waste the opportunity and placed the outer peak's fasting pill into her mouth. It possessed a slightly bitter taste, but not overwhelmingly so. Overall, While it was not particularly palatable, it was also not unpleasant. Moreover, once consumed, it provided a robust sense of satiety. Suddenly, Yu Lanxi realized that this item was nothing short of a weight loss miracle. Observing the weather outside, she noted that it was quite pleasant today, and the Thunder Ring Peak seemed to have warmed up as well. Standing at the edge of the cliff, she could see the high clouds clearly revealing the position of the Owleye Peak, albeit from a distance, where she could vaguely make out disciples in their uniforms practicing swordplay in the square. She adjusted her headscarf, feeling a twinge of resentment. Not only had she lost her hair, but her beauty had also vanished. It could be said that every hair on her body had disappeared. Previously, she had been somewhat concerned about the slight length of her leg hair, yet now she was completely bare. Had she awakened? A sudden voice echoed from behind, and silently, the master had arrived. Yu Lanxi quickly turned around, momentarily taken aback, and awkwardly remarked, "Master, what brings you here?" Observing Yu Lanxi covering her head, Fu Long was reminded of the time he had shaved his own head. He had not thought much of it then, as he was a boy. However, realizing that his little disciple was a girl, he sensed that she might be more conscious of appearances. Yet, did she feel unwell? Although he was aware that she was in good health, he still felt compelled to check on her after she awoke. Furthermore, while he had been engrossed in his cultivation, he had observed his fellow seniors and juniors taking on disciples, and he too had harbored such thoughts, albeit without encountering a suitable candidate for an extended period. Unlike Ao Lin and others, who readily accepted any disciple with decent aptitude and a pleasing demeanor, he stubbornly believed that accepting a disciple with the same lightning affinity was essential. He pondered the significance of taking on a disciple otherwise. However, this weight had stretched over several millennia. He had thought that there would be no hope before his ascension, yet unexpectedly, just as he broke through to the great ascension stage, a disciple had arrived. It felt as though his long-held desire had finally been fulfilled. Although he had not been immersed in cultivation recently, his understanding had significantly deepened. "No, thank you for your concern, Master," Yu Lanxi replied, holding a deep respect for Fu Long. Despite his seemingly cold demeanor, he appeared to be quite amiable, albeit sparing with words. This suited her, as she was not one to easily engage. "Do you not find it distressing to be without hair?" Just as Yu Lanxi thought the master might nod and take his leave, she was taken aback when he suddenly began to inquire. "Indeed, the situation has become quite distressing. She yearns to learn the arcane arts, yet she must first master reading. How else could she comprehend the techniques inscribed within the jade slips? The reason she perceives it as a method of cultivation is that, through the subtleties of the characters, she can faintly sense an electric force, a tingling sensation akin to thunder. This feeling, despite her unfamiliarity with the script, seems to arise from an innate talent, possibly linked to her affinity for lightning. Indeed, lacking hair makes her reluctant to venture to the outer peaks." The bald-headed elder nods earnestly. She is not one to shy away from the truth. Some things must be expressed candidly. Since arriving in this realm, Yu Lanxi has come to understand the adage that a child who cries will receive sweets. The concern her mother shows at home is not without reason. Her maturity may lead her parents to deem her well-adjusted, redirecting their attention to the more troublesome child. Furthermore, as her master is not a cold-hearted, cantankerous elder, there is no need for her to maintain a facade of perfection before him. After all, even if she has lived 2 lifetimes, she is still under a century old, while the esteemed individual before her has existed for millennia. There is no necessity for concealment. Perhaps a mere glance from him could reveal the depths of her soul. Indeed, Yu Lanxi's forthright nature pleases Fu Long, who himself is not one to dwell in deep thought, preferring a more straightforward approach. Chapter 19. Illiterate, you come here. Fu Long beckoned to Yu Lanxi. Though she hesitated slightly, her feet moved earnestly towards him. Subsequently, Fu Long removed the scarf from her head, revealing a small, bald crown before him. Fu Long seemed unfazed. Yet Yu Lanxi felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, she was a girl, and her master was undeniably a quintessentially blunt man. Clearly, Fu Long remained oblivious to Yu Lanxi's unspoken grievances as he placed his hand upon her head, reassuringly stating, "There is no need for concern. It will gradually grow back in a few days." Following his words, Yu Lanxi began to sense a slight itch atop her head, as if something were sprouting forth. Soon, when Fu Long withdrew his hand, she felt a soft, fuzzy texture akin to newly grown hair. However, it was only a few centimeters in length. After lowering his hand, Fu Long added, "Do not worry, it will grow." He possessed a lightning affinity, and the length of hair he could stimulate to grow was already at its limit. After all, their notoriety lay in their combat prowess rather than such frivolous matters. Feeling the soft fuzz atop her head, Yu Lanxi found solace. Moreover, from the depths of her master's pupils, she discerned that her hair was not white. Initially, she had worried that her hair might turn white like his. Seeing it was still black, she exhaled in relief. Fu Long, mistakenly believing her concern was solely about the hair not growing, almost allowed a smile to creep onto his lips, but suddenly halted. Have you become familiar with the cultivation technique? He shifted the topic, recalling the method he had bestowed upon Yu Lanxi. Yu Lanxi, although reluctant to admit her illiteracy in this world, maintained a serious expression, albeit with an air of naturalness, and replied, "Master, your disciple cannot read." Fu Long, feeling slightly awkward, wondered if he had asked an inappropriate question. He had not anticipated this issue. Especially considering his advanced age, the ability to read and write had ceased to be a concern for him thousands of years ago. He momentarily overlooked the fact that Yu Lanxi was merely 14 years old, having been sheltered from the world and certainly lacking the opportunity to learn in the countryside. Moreover, the characters recognized by mortals differed significantly from those in the realm of cultivation. Noticing her master's stern silence, Yu Lanxi felt a pang of anxiety. Did her master disapprove of her illiteracy? Did he think her foolish? Then let me teach you, Fu Long declared, confident in his role as a mentor. Upon hearing his words, Yu Lanxi sighed in relief, yet felt a sense of resistance. Although it was natural for a teacher to instruct a student, she harbored a peculiar aversion to one-on-one tutoring. Perhaps it stemmed from the traumatic experiences of being scolded by her parents during her studies, leading her to prefer large classes over individual coaching. The thought of Fu Lang's perpetually expressionless demeanor only intensified her fear of being reprimanded for failing to remember. "Thank you, master," she murmured, though deep down she felt powerless to refuse. Thus, she followed Fu Lang to his study, where an air of silence enveloped them as they surveyed the empty room. Fu Lang sighed, while Yu Lanxi's anxiety grew. Suddenly, she watched as Fu Lang retrieved a communication jade slip and solemnly uttered 2 words, "Come here." After placing down the jade tablet, he casually remarked, "Let us wait a moment." The study, devoid of even a single book, was bereft of any writing instruments except for the well-stocked bookshelves. The chairs, although clean, were clearly untouched, bearing not a single scratch. A mere few minutes passed before Ao Lin appeared in a flurry, seemingly anxious. "What has happened?" he inquired. But before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Yu Lanxi standing beside the bookshelf. Seeing both individuals calmly positioned in the study, even his self-proclaimed brilliance could not decipher their intentions or the reason for summoning him. This was perhaps the most frequent encounter with Fu Long he had experienced in many years. "What is the situation?" Ao Lin questioned, perplexed. Yu Lanxi stepped back, seemingly contemplating how to conceal her face. However, it seemed she hadn't heard their conversation. Suddenly, Ao Lin's expression shifted to one of realization. Although he maintained a composed demeanor, clearly understanding something unspoken, he then generously produced a storage ring, crafted from white jade, which was quite aesthetically pleasing, and handed it to Fu Long. Fu Long received it with a hint of disdain, feeling that Ao Lin's effeminate demeanor did not align with his own appearance. Nevertheless, he accepted the ring, eager to usher Ao Lin out. Raising his gaze to Ao Lin, his eyes unmistakably communicated, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Ao Lin responded, so pragmatic. He recalled their previous telepathic exchange, where he had not exhibited such behavior. Yet, preoccupied with other matters, he was ready to depart when he suddenly remarked, "Should I arrange for a servant from the outer peak? The young lady has yet to establish her foundation and may require assistance." Fu Lang wished to express that he could also provide care, yet he was reminded that his young apprentice was indeed a girl. The several foolish boys surrounding Ao Lin each had a tendency to look after them, although he generally disliked having too many people at Lei Huan Peak. He hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Ao Lin was taken aback. He glanced at Yu Lanxi and offered a faint smile. Though his smile was somewhat fearsome, Yu Lanxi had grown accustomed to it. The visage of Ao Lin, the sect leader, bore a striking resemblance to the headmaster of Shuangye Kindergarten. His smile was more daunting than his lack thereof. Ao Lin's suggestion was merely a spontaneous thought, not something he had genuinely considered Fu Long would accept. He had originally intended for his young apprentice to visit occasionally to offer assistance, ensuring that Yu Lanxi's circumstances were not excessively pitiful. To his astonishment, Fu Long actually acquiesced. It is worth noting that Fu Long was not only fastidious but also exceedingly proud, particularly possessing a penchant for marking his territory. Indeed, his temperament mirrored that of a mythical beast, particularly disdainful of intrusions into his domain. To think he would endure this for the sake of his apprentice indicated that Fu Lang truly valued Yu Lanxi. This realization brought Ao Lin a sense of relief. As long as Fu Lang placed importance on her, it assured her proper cultivation. This was a favorable outcome. With this thought, Ao Lin nodded with reassurance. Throughout this exchange, Yu Lanxi remained silent. Her contributions were, in truth, inconsequential. The crux of the matter was that she now had someone to care for her in the future, a most fortunate development. Thus, the headmaster was indeed a benevolent figure. Subsequently, Fu Lang retrieved writing implements and books from his storage ring. While the jade slips were the most commonly utilized tools in the realm of cultivation, he found that the more straightforward methods of the mortal world proved to be the most practical for clarity and directness. The master of the outer peak instructs his disciples in the art of characters, emphasizing the necessity of practice. After all, a proficient hand is essential for the clarity of one's mind and inscription. Moreover, Fu Lang believes that if one is to learn, it must be done thoroughly. How could a disciple of his falter in such a pursuit? Thus, Yu Lanxi found herself bewilderedly seated at her desk, staring blankly at the several large characters meticulously penned by Fu Lang. The distinctions between the characters of the cultivation world and traditional Chinese characters are indeed vast. Not only are the strokes intricate, but they also possess a peculiar distortion, and these are purportedly the simplest of characters. Yu Lanxi thought, how terrifying. Chapter 20. Learning characters. The subsequent days promised an almost palpable agony. Yu Lanxi grasped the brush, her hand trembling as she attempted to write her name upon a sheet of paper. The strokes of Yu Lanxi were relatively few, yet Fu Lang, observing from the side, found his brow furrowing ever deeper with concern. An urge stirred within him, not only to correct his disciple's posture and grip, but also to steady her quivering hand. However, fearing that his words might undermine her confidence, he suppressed his discomfort as he watched her struggle with the first character, unable to bear the sight. A sudden uncertainty clouded his thoughts about the future. Although the teaching of characters had only just commenced, he wondered if it might be too late to send his disciple to the outer peak for further instruction. In truth, Yu Lanxi felt a twinge of nervousness and awkwardness. The presence of another always felt somewhat unsettling. Despite her master's departure, they remained in the same space, bound by a relationship that, while intimate, was merely that of familiar strangers who had met no more than 5 times. Yu Lanxi possesses a rather slow-to-warm disposition. Although she lavishes praise upon Wuxia, it is evident that she senses the kindness emanating from Wuxia and recognizes her as a person worthy of acquaintance within the Tianyang sect. However, to truly penetrate the depths of her heart is no simple feat. As she writes, the sky begins to darken, which is an excruciating experience for the typically lethargic Yu Lanxi. Her hand feels almost too heavy to lift. Fortunately, she manages to recall the strokes of her name and writes with a semblance of propriety, contemplating that this is merely the beginning. An overwhelming sense of despair washes over her. Is it too late to express a desire to abandon the path of cultivation? It has been several days since she left home, and thoughts of her mother fill her mind. Yet, as a responsible master, Fu Lang diligently prepares homework for his disciple. Despite Yu Lanxi's haphazard script, with a smile on his face, he internally grapples with frustration at Yu Lanxi's struggle. Why must recognizing characters be so arduous? Why aren't the characters in the cultivation realm the same as Hanzi? Why is my master so cold and unfeeling? Burying her face in the blanket, Yu Lanxi ponders the assignment given by her master, but finds herself unable to lift her hand or her head. No, my bed, you cannot confine me, she mutters muffled beneath the covers. Yet, after a while, her breathing gradually steadies, and within moments, she drifts into slumber. The bed seems to sense that the young disciple harbors a bit of fear towards her master. Though he wishes to alter her impression of him, he understands that, at present, presenting a harmonious and gentle smile is somewhat challenging. Thus, he almost instinctively stepped away from Lei Huan Peak and directly entered the master's chamber. Before Ao Lin hovered a golden mirror, he stroked the beard on his chin and forced a smile. Then, with a wave of his hand, he brushed the beard away and conjured another smile. He couldn't help but ponder aloud, should I keep my beard or not? Just at that moment of inner turmoil, a figure descended. Noticing the intrusion out of the corner of his eye, Ao Lin instinctively shattered the mirror before him. The fragments swiftly transformed into golden specks, vanishing into thin air. Startled by Fu Lang's sudden appearance, Ao Lin's heart raced. but he sighed in relief upon recognizing who it was. "What brings you here again?" he inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Leng approached, towering over Ao Lin, who was seated. Ao Lin was compelled to look up, yet felt this action diminished his stature, prompting him to rise. However, his innate disadvantage was evident, as he appeared half a head shorter than Fu Leng. The previously gathered aura dissipated slightly. "If my junior cannot teach his disciple, he may as well hand him over to me. Every disciple I accept possesses exceptional talent, displaying both gentility and courtesy." Speaking of disciples filled Ao Lin with pride. It was no exaggeration. Within the entirety of Tianyang's sect, few could claim to impart knowledge to disciples as effectively as he could, while he busied himself with various matters daily. The quality of his disciples surpassed those of other masters. They were not only outstanding, but also cultured and well-mannered. Regardless of character or cultivation, the disciples of the Tianyang sect enjoy considerable popularity. However, Fu Leng cast a rather indifferent glance at him, his expression tinged with a hint of warning. "Oh, Ao Lin," upon hearing the almost mocking tone of his interlocutor, could not help but retort, "What are you scoffing at? Do you dare to deny that my disciple is anything less than exceptional?" Fu Leng was rendered speechless. To be fair, Ao Lin's few disciples were indeed commendable. Perhaps it was a case of rising untainted from the muck, for they managed to maintain such integrity under a rather dismal master. One could not deny their solid foundation. Nonetheless, he believed that his own disciple was equally impressive. After taking a deep breath, Fu Leng realized that it was futile to engage in a meaningful conversation about mentorship with this senior brother. Most importantly, he felt that Ao Lin lacked sincerity, was reluctant to face reality, and even harbored intentions of poaching his disciple. He feared that the more he spoke, the more likely it was that his rival would indeed try to undermine him. Thus, he opted to depart without further ado. Ao Lin had initially intended to deliver a few barbs, but Fu Leng's abrupt silence and subsequent disappearance left him exasperated, causing him to stomp his foot in frustration. He resolved to encourage his young disciple to interact more with Yu Lanxi, hoping to lure her to Ally Peak. Meanwhile, Yu Lanxi, in a state of drowsiness, felt as though she was struggling to breathe, as if submerged in water. It was only when she began to thrash about that she jolted awake, realizing she had been sleeping face down. Groggily glancing outside, she noticed that night had fallen. Although she was unaware of the exact time, she sat up, her mind preoccupied with various thoughts that rendered her unable to return to slumber. Giving her face a light pat, Yu Lanxi retrieved some paper and began to prepare for her assignments. It has been many years since I last experienced a night spent hastily completing assignments. Yet, the more I write, the less recognizable my characters become. I can only hastily increase my speed, disregarding quality. I write rapidly, but due to the excessive strokes, I can only fit 4 characters on a single sheet of paper. However, the teacher has assigned 20 sheets. At this pace, I am indeed progressing swiftly. Were it not for the need to avoid mistakes, I believe I could finish within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Yet, as I focus on speed, the beauty of my writing diminishes. Of course, even my current script lacks allure. Once I have tidied up, I swallow a pill given to me by senior brother Wuxia, eager to climb into bed, and I fall asleep in an instant. Chapter 21. Acknowledgement of defeat. When I opened my eyes the next day, the sky outside was already bright. Rubbing my eyes, I discovered some sleep crust. At such moments, I yearned to swiftly reach the 3rd level of qi refinement, so I could employ simple spells for my personal hygiene. Alas, for now, I can only wipe my face with a towel and dip my hands in a small pond outside for a quick cleanse. I decide to wait for senior brother Wuxia to arrive and have him cast a spell for me. Fortunately, my hair is merely a tousled mess, sparing me the worry of oiliness. However, while crouching to wash my face, I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the pond. Although it is not particularly clear, I can still discern that I possess a certain charm. If I overlook my unruly hairstyle, I might still be considered a budding beauty. Whether I will blossom into a true beauty depends on fortune. If there were no more beautiful maidens than her at Tianyang Gate, she might have become an exquisite beauty herself. Delighted, she gently patted her face, relieved that her skin was neutral and not prone to excessive oiliness. Junior sister, what are you doing? Just as Yu Lanxi was indulging in her thoughts, the voice of her senior brother Wuxia suddenly echoed. Yu Lanxi turned her head, only to quickly cover her head with her hands and exclaimed, "Oh dear, Wuxia, what brings you here?" Alas, her appearance. She was supposed to be an enchanting little darling. Yet how could she face anyone in such a state? Perhaps it was the first time Wuxia had encountered a girl with such short hair. as he appeared momentarily taken aback. However, he soon regained his composure and remarked, "Junior sister Yulan, I've brought someone for you." He had ventured to the outer peak early that morning with the intention of delivering them promptly. Yu Lanxi, still covering her head, suddenly recalled something and retrieved a headscarf from her storage pouch. Turning her back to Wuxia, she wrapped her head before finally turning around, her face slightly flushed. "Thank you so much, senior brother Wuxia," she said, not daring to meet his gaze. Wuxia had no intention of mocking her, but seeing her shy demeanor and her evident concern, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Uffed. Yu Lanxi's expression froze momentarily, then she looked up at him, her face a mask of exasperation. Realizing how amusing her predicament might truly be, she decided to remove the headscarf and declared, "Go ahead and laugh. After all, hair grows slowly, and you will see it in due time." However, she decisively removed her headscarf, and without hesitation, she smiled shyly and said, "If you wish to grow your hair long, I can take you to seek out second senior brother. He possesses wood elemental roots and may have a way to assist you." Yu Lanxi's eyes brightened, and she quickly stepped forward, her spirit lifted. Will it truly be effective? Let us hurry. Eagerly, Yu Lanxi grasped Wuxia's hand, ready to head outside. However, she happened to notice a servant standing quietly behind them, head bowed. "She is here to attend to you. Although she is but a mortal, her cooking is quite palatable," Wuxia remarked lightly, showing indifference towards the mortal. As was typical for those in the cultivation realm who often viewed mortals with disdain. Although Yu Lanxi felt somewhat uncomfortable, she understood that surviving solely on her own at Thunder Ring Peak was indeed unfeasible. Moreover, her primary task at present was to learn to read. "Oh, I appreciate your help." Yu Lanxi turned and spoke kindly to the girl behind Wuxia. To her surprise, the girl immediately knelt down, repeatedly expressing her unworthiness. Yu Lanxi furrowed her brow, initially intending to help her up, but noticing the girl's evident fear, she refrained. It seemed she too struggled to adapt to the customs here, and thus said gently, "It's all right. You may rise." Then she turned to Wuxia. "Let us go, senior brother, to acquire the hair." Yet, Wuxia held her back. "Do not rush. Second senior brother is currently in seclusion, nurturing a vital spirit herb, and will not be available for a few days." Yu Lanxi felt a sudden wave of despondency wash over her. Without her hair, she resembled someone devoid of clothing, rendering her utterly embarrassed to venture outside. Consequently, she could only arrange accommodations for her maid, fortunate that her courtyard was spacious with several vacant rooms at the back. However, she still needed to collect supplies, as she was temporarily registered beneath Lei Huan Peak, necessitating the retrieval of items. Thankfully, Wuxia had already taken the initiative to fetch some supplies but cautioned Yu Lanxi, "Do not grow overly close to her. After all, a mortal without spiritual roots cannot embark on the path of immortality. I fear she may develop aspirations that could hinder your cultivation." Some truths were difficult for Wuxia to articulate directly. Although mortals harbor a fear of immortals, human hearts are insatiable, and it is better to establish one's stance from the outset than to allow the other party to entertain ulterior motives. Once arrangements were nearly complete, Wuxia prepared to take his leave. However, Yu Lanxi appeared hesitant, as if she had something to express, a subtle observation that did not escape Wuxia's notice. "Junior sister, do you have something on your mind?" In truth, it was not of great consequence. It was merely that in recent days, the master had begun to teach her characters. Yu Lanxi clutched her sleeve, feeling a touch of uncertainty after speaking. Wuxia, suddenly enlightened, recalled Yu Lanxi's background and recognized that learning to read was indeed essential. Yet, the master's demeanor was overly stern, making her anxious whenever she approached him. "Could you, senior brother Wuxia, perhaps speak to the master on my behalf, allowing me to learn characters at the outer peak instead?" Once she found her voice, the rest of her thoughts flowed forth effortlessly. Little did she know how dramatically Wuxia would react upon hearing her request. "What? You want me to go?" "Absolutely not." His resolve was unwavering, tinged with trepidation. "But I feel too embarrassed to ask myself." Yu Lanxi tugged at Wuxia's pristine sleeve, her expression one of feigned innocence. This countenance indeed elicited a sense of sympathy from Wuxia, yet her almost bald appearance led him to ponder. Well, he could indeed harden his heart. However, Wuxia found himself in a quandary and softly murmured, "I too fear the esteemed Fu Ling." Yu Lanxi replied, "It seems Master S' reputation is truly formidable." Nevertheless, she managed to persuade Wuxia to agree to speak a few words before Fu Long, albeit without the assurance of acceptance. She also indicated that the outcome would depend on the circumstances, should she find herself unable to voice her thoughts under Fu Ling's imposing presence. She could not be held accountable. What could she do? She felt helpless, yet could only acquiesce, pinching her nose in resignation. After all, she had discerned the nature of her master, and it was no wonder that Wuxia had capitulated so swiftly. Chapter 22. Wuxia. The good man, as she pulled the reluctant Wuxia towards the grand hall of Fu Long, he was beset by a multitude of anxieties. Yu Lanxi offered various forms of reassurance. Yet, the closer they drew, the more he yearned to retreat. Junior sister, I believe it is an honor to be taught the characters by your master. How could you possibly hesitate? She insisted, her expression one of utmost seriousness. Yu Lanxi maintained a stoic faade, yet her grip on his sleeve did not relent. In fact, it tightened. Wuxia let out a resigned sigh, realizing that if he did not make an appearance today, he would likely find it impossible to escape. Nevertheless, the bond between them had grown considerably closer than before. Though their acquaintance was relatively brief, their temperaments resonated remarkably well with one another. Yu Lanxi speculated that perhaps it was due to their inherent timidity. Despite the refined and gentlemanly demeanor of brother Wuxia, who enjoys a commendable reputation within the Tianyang sect, he was, in reality, a person of considerable timidity. A conclusion Yu Lanxi had drawn from her meticulous observations over the past few days, especially when in the presence of her master. This individual exhibited an acute awareness of his surroundings. Upon seeing his disciple approach alongside Ao Lin's apprentice, Fu Long's expression grew even more austere. His face, already devoid of emotion, now appearing more forbidding. Wuxia felt his legs tremble slightly, silently urging himself to remain composed. After all, this esteemed figure was the guardian of the Tianyang sect, possessing formidable strength and a merciless demeanor. The mere thought of making a request to Fu Long filled him with a sense of audacity. The disciple acknowledged the presence of the master. Wuxia managed to remember the proper etiquette and bowed, while Yu Lanxi followed suit, saying, "Greetings, master." Fu Long responded with a curt acknowledgement. Yet his expression remained one of displeasure as he regarded Wuxia, suspecting that Ao Lin might be up to some mischief. The disciple then remarked that Yu Lanxi had recently begun her foundational training. Casting a glance at Yu Lanxi, he received an encouraging look in return, prompting him to roll his eyes inwardly while maintaining a serious demeanor as he continued. Elder Lu from the Outer Peak will commence teaching etiquette to the new disciples starting tomorrow. Since junior sister Yulan has just joined, she is unfamiliar with the customs of the cultivation world. Elderly inquired if it would be permissible for junior sister Yulan to attend the Outer Peak for lessons over the next few days. Yu Lanxi exclaimed inwardly. Winky face, of course, young man. In just a few minutes, a compelling justification had been devised, one that was exceedingly difficult to refuse. After all, I am indeed unfamiliar with the myriad etiquettes of the cultivation world. The Tianyang sect, being a formidable presence, undoubtedly cultivates disciples who possess knowledge beyond mere practices of cultivation. Both etiquette and the fundamental knowledge of the cultivation realm are essential to comprehend. Master Fu Long furrowed his brow slightly, realizing these matters had escaped his consideration. However, recalling the conflicting emotions he felt while observing his disciples writing, he responded with remarkable clarity, "Very well." This candidness left both Yu Lanxi and Wuxia somewhat taken aback. Subsequently, Yu Lanxi nudged Wuxia, signaling her to continue. After a moment of contemplation, Wuxia added, "There are numerous Outer Peak novice disciples. Might Master allow junior sister Yulan to receive enlightenment at the Outer Peak? Elder Lu will impart knowledge of the cultivation world's various customs to the newly initiated disciples." Even after they stepped outside, both remained incredulous at Master Fu Long's unexpected amiability. Yu Lanxi clapped her palm against her other hand, exclaiming, "Our master is exceedingly accommodating. I never anticipated he would be a person of warmth beneath his cool exterior. I had previously misjudged him." Wuxia felt a dampness at his back, having not perspired in quite some time, yet these past 2 days at Thunder Ring Peak had proven otherwise. "I too am astonished that Master Fu Long consented," he admitted, having initially believed that Master would be reluctant. After all, having acquired a disciple with great difficulty, he would naturally be inclined to nurture and instruct with meticulous care. Truthfully, Wuxia had braced himself for the possibility of being struck by lightning, yet Master Fu Long turned out to be surprisingly agreeable, entirely unlike the stern and unreasonable figure described by his peers. In that instant, Wuxia found himself harboring a newfound appreciation for Master Fu Long. realizing that many within the sect had misjudged him. He believed that in the future, if anyone were to mention the need to assist in vindicating Lungzun, it would be imperative to do so. Unfortunately, it seemed unlikely he could venture out today, as his hair had yet to grow back. Yu Lanxi was resolute in her decision not to step outside under any circumstances. In the realm of cultivation, appearance was merely superficial, while true strength lay at the core. He had no time to ponder Yu Lanxi's excessive concern for her looks and image. Feeling it was essential for her to comprehend the most critical aspects of entering the world of cultivation. After all, physical appearance was an external matter, fundamentally insignificant. Seeing him imparting his righteous teachings, Yu Lanxi softly remarked, "Then, should my senior brother accompany me in embracing the look of a bald head for a couple of days?" He replied, "What was I just saying?" The sudden thought of donning a bald head sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that as a woman, it was natural for her to be concerned about her appearance. Yu Lanxi replied, "Indeed, those were your words." Perhaps genuinely worried about being coerced into shaving her head, he quickly conveyed that once the second senior brother emerged from his retreat, he would come to find her. And then he hastily departed. Yu Lanxi thought, "Well, although he has left, there are still others on Thundering Peak with whom I can converse." She had no intention of visiting her master, fearing that if he discovered she had not been attending classes at the Outer Peak, he would assign her additional tasks. As a well-behaved individual, how could she squander her time on trivial assignments? Nevertheless, having resided at Thundering Peak for several days, she realized she had yet to explore the area thoroughly. Although the terrain was perilous, there were indeed plenty of habitable places. Though some places may appear to be in dire circumstances, the distant scenery remains remarkably beautiful. For instance, standing at the edge of her courtyard, she can clearly see the flawless silhouette of Aolai Peak cast upon the square. However, she can only discern a shadow, lacking clarity. Fortunately, her eyesight has always been exceptional. And having cultivated some internal energy, it seems her sensory perception has significantly heightened. It appears that Brother Wuxia has retreated into his room. Sighing, she decides to conclude this tedious act of voyeurism and seeks out her maid for a pleasant conversation, primarily to discover what culinary delights this young lady excels in. Having consumed only fasting pills for the past couple of days, even as a newly initiated mortal on the path of immortality, her mouth begins to long for sustenance, despite her stomach not feeling hunger. As she strolls into the backyard, she spots the maid tidying up, organizing various kitchen utensils and ingredients. All of this has been brought up by Wuxia, who, it must be said, is truly a good person. Aside from being somewhat timid, he possesses a gentle demeanor and treats others with kindness. Although his attitude towards mortals mirrors that of other immortals, he is at least more amiable towards his own kind. Of course, this is merely her subjective assessment, as she has yet to witness how Wuxiao interacts with others. It is possible that his kindness stems from his connection to Master Fulling, which may explain his affability towards her. Nevertheless, humans are inherently emotional beings, over time. Such camaraderie naturally deepens. Upon seeing Yu Lanxi enter, the maid quickly kneels, her expression tinged with trepidation. "Oh, please rise and continue your tasks," Yu Lanxi urges, noticing her fearful demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, she adds, "I am feeling hungry." Chapter 23. The charming skeleton ring the maid finally rose, yet kept her head bowed, her hair obscuring her face, rendering her features indistinct. Yu Lanxi pondered, could it be that mortals in Tianyang Gate harbor a deep-seated fear of cultivators? She found this perplexing, for she had only recently transitioned from a mortal to a cultivator herself, and since embarking on the path of immortality, she had not interacted with mortals at all. Concerned that her presence might render the maid uncomfortable, she slowly turned and ambled toward a narrow path. Today, she had no inclination to tackle her assignments nor engage her master in heartfelt conversation. She would simply take the opportunity to familiarize herself with her surroundings. After all, this place might very well become her future home, a locale where she would establish her roots for many years to come. As this thought crossed her mind, Yu Lanxi suddenly realized that should she truly commence her cultivation journey, the higher her cultivation level ascended, the longer her lifespan would stretch. It was entirely possible that she would remain in this very locale indefinitely. Merely contemplating this prospect left her feeling weary. Living for an extended period was not necessarily a boon, particularly for someone as indolent as herself. Yet, without cultivation, she would be unable to wield numerous spells. And it was undeniable how convenient such enchantments could make daily life. The ease of casting a spell to cleanse oneself without the need for a bath. or to effortlessly tidy a room until it sparkled, was undeniably appealing. In moments of darkness, a flick of a flame could illuminate the surroundings, and a mere thought could conjure a sphere of water to quench her thirst. Just imagining such a leisurely existence filled her with a sense of tranquility. The reason Yu Lanxi wished to venture to the outer peak to learn characters was simply that she could not bear the thought of suffering alone. Witnessing others grappling with the same challenge might offer her a semblance of psychological solace. After wandering for a while, I encountered an array of peculiar rocks and some small puddles. Though not particularly large, they nevertheless exemplified the wonders of nature. As I waited, I inadvertently dozed off, and upon awakening, I noticed a silhouette at the door. Rubbing my eyes, I rose to find a maid standing there, as still as a pillar. "What are you doing here? Why haven't you gone to rest?" Yu Lanxi yawned, estimating it to be mid-afternoon. Her stomach was not hungry. However, upon seeing the maid kneeling again, she inquired, "Is the food ready?" "Yes, it is," the maid replied softly, her voice so faint that had it not been for Yu Lanxi's keen hearing, she might have missed it entirely. "You may rise." Yu Lanxi refrained from assisting her, fearing that her touch might only amplify the maid's trepidation. Once the maid stood, Yu Lanxi asked, "By the way, what is your name?" The maid cautiously lifted her gaze to meet Yu Lanxi's, revealing a delicate countenance tinged with a hint of fear. "I am called Xiaoxue. You were not born in winter, were you?" Yu Lanxi remarked with a smile. The maid nodded, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, seemingly a bit embarrassed. After that, Yu Lanxi chose not to tease her further. Xiaoxue was introverted, self-effacing, and timid. Perhaps due to her mortal origins, she felt somewhat out of place at Thunder Ring Peak. She did not question why she had been chosen to serve Yu Lanxi. After all, some matters were of little consequence to her. It was evident that Xiaoxue cared for her out of a mutual benefit and equitable arrangement. Nonetheless, Yu Lanxi was genuinely surprised to discover that despite her youth, Xiaoxue's culinary skills were quite commendable. The cuisine rivals that of the esteemed Fatang, perhaps owing to the rich spiritual essence inherent in the food of the cultivation realm, rendering it quite delectable. Each morsel harbored a trace of spiritual energy, albeit faint. It was indeed suitable for her current state. However, due to her temporary inability to cultivate her techniques, the spiritual energy dissipated swiftly upon entering her body, eluding retention. Previously, she could draw energy into her being under her master's guidance. Yet now, even her attempts to replicate that feat proved futile. It was evident that one could not harness spiritual energy without the aid of proper techniques. After the meal, Yu Lan engaged in a casual conversation with Xiaoxue, who responded to her inquiries with minimal elaboration. Nonetheless, Yu Lan gleaned some insights into Xiaoxue's familial background. She was the daughter of an innkeeper at a tavern located at the foot of the Tianyang sect's outer peak. The innkeeper, possessing meager qualifications, barely managed to reach the third tier of qi refinement before stagnating, subsequently becoming an auxiliary member of the Tianyang sect. Though Xiaoxue lacked celestial affinity, her father leveraged connections to secure her position as a servant within the Tianyang sect, ultimately leading her to be selected by Wuxia and sent to Leihuan Peak. It seemed that most individuals permitted to serve in the Tianyang sect hailed from untainted backgrounds and had some connection to the sect. Following the meal, Yu Lan, as was her custom, prepared to gaze towards the direction of Ally Peak. Regrettably, from afar, she could only discern a few stationary figures and some who appeared to be practicing swordplay. In truth, upon entering the Tianyang sect, Yu Lan realized that the cultivation realm differed significantly from her earlier imaginings and the novels she had perused. At least at present, most of the cultivators she has encountered have been quite amiable, and the elders show considerable regard for the younger generation. Although there remains a distinction between the inner and outer peaks, the treatment of the outer peak disciples is also commendable. Since her master has spent many years alone on Thunder Ring Peak, it is likely that he prefers solitude over the clamor of company. 2 days have swiftly passed, and Yu Lanxi has been waiting for Wu Xia to pay her a visit, which has not occurred. Reluctantly, Yu Lanxi has turned her attention to studying the communication jade slips in the rather unremarkable skeleton ring gifted to her by her master, which looks rather juvenile when worn on her thumb. However, upon pledging her blood to claim it, Yu Lanxi was astonished to discover the abundance of treasures contained within. While the variety may seem somewhat monotonous, there is a communication jade slip, unmistakably belonging to her master, a sword, a spirit vessel, and half a ring of spirit stones, some radiant with rainbow hues, others muted, and some dark in color. In total, there are many stones. though the vividly colored ones are few, perhaps only a dozen. Suddenly, she recalled the exquisite spirit stone her master had previously given to senior brother Wu Xia, which must indeed be the legendary top-grade spirit stone. Of course, this thought was merely a fleeting one, as Wu Xia seemed to understand her intentions well enough. Although it tugged at her heartstrings, what her master provided was not something she had earned herself. Gazing at the nearly overflowing storage ring, Yu Lanxi found herself surprisingly charmed by the skeleton, a sentiment that puzzled her. Chapter 24. The 3 steps to unleashing the spirit vessel after waiting another couple of days, during which her master summoned her once. Yu Lanxi felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering if her master disapproved of her idle lifestyle and lack of diligence in her studies. To her surprise, the master merely comforted her, assuring her not to worry about her hair, for it would grow back, allowing her to venture out joyfully once more. This reassurance left Yu Lanxi bewildered. Upon returning, she took her customary position on the viewing platform, eagerly anticipating the arrival of her esteemed senior brother, Wu Xia. As she was truly tired of staring at her short hair, perhaps her gaze was too earnest, for during one midday glance, she indeed spotted Wu Xia soaring towards Leihuan Peak on his sword. Observing her from the platform, Wu Xia wore a rather exasperated expression. "Junior sister, how many times must you gaze upon the scene today? Master has admonished me repeatedly." Wu Xia, equally at a loss, noted that every time he approached the square, he could vaguely see someone fixated on Owleye Peak. Moreover, for the past couple of days, the weather had been remarkably fine, blue skies, white clouds, and not a single obstruction to be seen between Owleye Peak and Leihuan Peak. Were it not for his recent epiphany, he would surely have been compelled by Master to come daily. "I haven't even sent you a message, and yet you still complain about my enjoying the scenery?" Yu Lanxi pouted, responding with a hint of irritation. "It's not that you haven't sent me a message, it's that you simply don't know how." Wu Xia retorted with a roll of his eyes, displaying his candid nature. Yu Lanxi, undeterred by his dismissal, replied cheerfully, "All right, I'll admit it. I truly don't know how. So, brother, will you teach me?" She approached him with a beaming smile, unfazed by his eye roll. "Don't come so close. You're blinding me." Wu Xia feigned annoyance, glancing at her head. "You're pushing me away." Yu Lanxi widened her eyes, fully aware that the other party was being deliberately provocative. Yet she did not feel ridiculed. "I'm not bald. I still have some hair, you know. How could I possibly dazzle your eyes?" After saying this, she intentionally lowered her head for him to take a look. Wu Xia, noticing her indifference, felt a sense of relief. His earlier comment had been uttered reflexively, as he was accustomed to joking with his fellow disciples. However, he and Yu Lanxi were not particularly close, and he worried that his words might upset her. "So, you're not anxious then?" Wu Xia teased with a smile. "I am anxious. I eagerly await my senior brother to take me to grow my hair." Yu Lanxi felt exhausted. She knew he was deliberately teasing her, yet she had to play along. Upon hearing this, Yu Lanxi could hardly contain herself and immediately wanted Wu Xia to take her flying. "Should we inform the master about this matter?" Wu Xia hesitated momentarily. "No need. I already mentioned it to my master before. Such an important matter must be reported in advance." Hearing this, Wu Xia was no longer hesitant and prepared to lead her on to the sword, but then suddenly remembered something. "Take out the spirit boat. I will teach you how to use it." He spoke these words with a calm demeanor. "Are you worried it can't carry me?" Yu Lanxi replied while retrieving the spirit boat from her skeletal ring, recalling how he had previously flown the sword in a rather clumsy manner. No. I don't care about your opinion. I care about my own. Hurry up." Yu Lanxi promptly waved her hand and then made a gesture to indicate silence, signifying her intention to refrain from further comment. Wu Xia rolled her eyes, but earnestly and meticulously explained to Yu Lanxi how to operate the spiritual vessel. Ultimately, this vessel was designed for young practitioners in the qi refinement stage. It was utterly foolproof. As long as one could channel qi into their body and manage to control their spiritual energy, even a novice in the first stage of qi refinement could operate it. There were 3 simple steps. Step into the vessel, place the spirit stone into the designated groove, sit down, grasp the steering handle, and control the energy of the spirit stone, allowing the vessel to ascend. It was truly a device that even a fool could use. Previously, Yu Lanxi had not noticed that the 2 upright pillars were the steering handles. She had thought they were merely decorative. Moreover, it seemed Wu Xia had not utilized the steering handles before either. Sensing Yu Lanxi's confusion, Wu Xia proudly puffed out her chest and said, "Once you establish your foundation, you will be able to control the direction of the vessel with your spiritual consciousness." I have a question. Yu Lanxi pondered for a moment and raised her hand to indicate she wished to speak. No, you do not, Wu Xia retorted, swiftly pulling Yu Lanxi into the vessel and placing her in the pilot's seat. You take the helm, I will keep an eye on you. With that, she drew her sword, seemingly in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Yu Lanxi, without further thought, found herself seated in the driver's seat. Strangely, she felt as though she were about to take a driving test for the third time. Knowing all too well that she had failed the practical exam thrice before barely passing on her fourth attempt. This could be said to be her first experience with a mode of transportation in 2 lifetimes, and not just any mode, but a remarkably sophisticated flying spiritual vessel. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Lanxi timidly inquired, "Does operating this contraption require a license?" Huh? Wu Xia, not fully comprehending, cast a suspicious glance her way. It's nothing. Nothing. Yu Lanxi hurriedly waved her hand. As a novice driver, she felt a twinge of anxiety before taking the wheel. Yet, seated in the driver's seat, a surge of confidence washed over her. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved a slightly milky luminous spirit stone from the skull ring and prepared to insert it into the slot. Are you out of your mind? Using a superior spirit stone to operate the spirit vessel? Wu Xia exclaimed, nearly choking on her own saliva. Were these 2 masters and disciples really affluent? One offering him a top-tier spirit stone, while the other utilized a superior spirit stone for the vessel. A superior spirit stone? Yu Lanxi exclaimed in surprise. Those familiar with novels knew that superior spirit stones held considerable value. Although Yu Lanxi was still unaware of the exchange levels, her hands trembled slightly. She quickly stowed the spirit stone away and cautiously retrieved a less luminous stone, glancing at Wu Xia's expression. This was the dimmest spirit stone in her storage ring. And if this wasn't a low-grade spirit stone, she truly wouldn't know what to do. Chapter 25. Flattering Wu Xia with rainbow praise. Fortunately, Wu Xia finally relaxed her brows, although her gaze toward herself remained somewhat peculiar. Junior sister Yulan, did the master bestow upon you such a wealth of spirit stones? Instead of hastily instructing her on what to do, Wu Xia inquired with curiosity. Yu Lanxi promptly shielded the skull ring, her expression turning vigilant as she replied, "They're mine." Wu Xia rolled her eyes in annoyance and said, "In the future, refrain from carelessly displaying spirit stones. Wealth should not be flaunted. It's acceptable within the sect. But when traveling outside, you must be cautious about revealing your possessions." She noticed that the girl was rather naive, casually taking out high-grade spirit stones, and she worried that the girl might not understand the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing Wu Xia's words, Yu Lanxi's face flushed slightly. She realized she had misunderstood. The other party did not intend to borrow money, which was a relief. She quickly nodded, assuring that she understood and would not carelessly showcase her wealth again. Afterward, Wu Xia began to instruct her on how to operate the spirit boat. Gripping the steering handle, Yu Lanxi felt a flicker of anticipation within her. After 2 lifetimes, she finally had the opportunity to take the wheel, or rather, to ascend to the skies. Are you ready? I am about to drive. Yu Lanxi exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Wu Xia felt a twinge of unease and instinctively grasped the side of the boat. The spirit boat was not large, accommodating only 2 or 3 people, specially crafted by his master for him. All right, but take it slow. Before Wu Xia could finish his sentence, he saw Yu Lanxi suddenly yank the steering handle, and he felt the boat lurch forward with tremendous speed. Fortunately, he had just managed to hold on to the side, but he wished for 8 hands to cling tightly to it. Wu Xia had never tested the boat's maximum speed before, but today he finally discovered it. Slow down, he shouted against the biting wind that rushed into his mouth. After a strenuous effort, he managed to activate the boat's protective shield, finally allowing himself to breathe easier as he settled into the back. However, before he could catch his breath, he suddenly heard Yu Lanxi exclaim, senior brother. How do I slow this thing down? Yu Lanxi's headscarf had long since been blown away, and now she could hardly pay attention to such trivialities, feeling that her speed was spiraling out of control. Fortunately, she had yet to collide with anything, but gazing at the peak of Ally Mountain in the distance, the situation appeared precarious. If it were permissible to utter profanities, Wu Xia would have been inclined to exclaim a few expletives at that moment. Hastily, he urged Yu Lanxi to release the control stick, and with a focused mind, he gradually decelerated the spirit vessel. Once the speed had finally diminished, he maneuvered the vessel downward, while Yu Lanxi exhaled in relief, surprised by the stark difference between piloting a spirit vessel and driving a car. It seemed that the driver's license from her previous life was of little use, and she might indeed need to relearn how to drive in this life. Wu Xiao vowed that this would be the first and last time he would ride in Yu Lanxi's spirit vessel. It was simply too terrifying, too thrilling. Yet, Yu Lanxi felt a lingering sense of excitement, and, just before landing, couldn't resist reaching out to the control stick once more. "What are you doing?" Wu Xiao shouted, his face reflecting his lingering fear. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. "Ha, senior brother, you look so adorable." After saying this, he struggled to suppress his mischievous impulses, barely resisting the urge to reach out and tease her. "Who caused all this?" Wu Xiao grumbled, finally managing to guide the spirit vessel gently onto the square at Ally Mountain. Yu Lanxi innocently widened her eyes and replied, "It's my first time driving. I'm just not familiar with it. This is not a car." Although Wu Xiao was uncertain as to why Yu Lanxi likened the spiritual vessel to a vehicle, he found himself begrudgingly forgiving her. After all, during his inaugural experience piloting the vessel, he had nearly collided with the mountainside of the outer peak, only to be saved by a deluge conjured by his third senior brother, which brought him to a halt. Otherwise, a mishap could have indeed ensued. Reflecting on this, he thought that Yu Lanxi was rather fortunate to have encountered him. Had it been their third senior brother instead, she would likely have found herself drenched. Amused by this thought, Wu Xia could not help but chuckle, though he wisely refrained from further commentary. Despite the lively and open demeanor of the junior sister, she was still a girl, and some jest could be taken too far. "Come, I shall take you to find our second senior brother." With that, he instructed Yu Lanxi to stow away the spiritual vessel. As they made their way along a narrow path leading to the back mountain, he began to introduce her to several disciples of their master. The eldest brother, Mo Ran, has already reached the Yuanying stage and is currently honing his skills outside. The second brother, Jining, is a renowned herbalist who has only recently broken through to the Yuanying stage and has yet to venture out. The third brother, Yunxiu, is at the mid-stage of Jedon and has mastered water-based spells to an exceptional degree. Even our master praises the third brother's insight and talent, suggesting that he may soon catch up to the eldest brother. At this juncture, Wu Xia cleared his throat and straightened his back. "I am the youngest disciple of our master, currently a novice alchemist, but I am determined to become a senior alchemist in the future." "Wow, you are truly impressive, senior brother." Upon hearing his modest introduction of his senior brothers, Yu Lanxi eagerly began to share more about herself. One could only clap in agreement, wearing an expression of admiration. Indeed, upon witnessing Yu Lanxi's reaction, Wu Xia couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride on her face. Yet, she still felt a slight blush creeping upon her cheeks as she remarked, "It's actually not that impressive. I still have much room for improvement." After all, being the last to join, she was currently the weakest among her master's disciples. No, senior brother is quite remarkable as well. The fasting pills he concocted are far more delectable than those from the outer peaks. As Yu Lanxi lavished her praise, a note of sincerity crept into her words. Indeed, Wu Xia's fasting pills not only lacked the unpleasant medicinal aroma but also carried a hint of sweetness. After saying this, she produced the remaining 2 pills, which had significantly lost their flavor. "I am reluctant to consume these last 2, but since I couldn't access my storage bag earlier, their taste has faded quite a bit now. It is rather regrettable." Thus, hearing praise for her elixirs filled her heart with a profound sense of accomplishment. She then uttered the most regrettable statement of her life. "Since you enjoy the pills crafted by senior brother, I shall take care of all your elixirs from now on. Tomorrow, I shall present you with a full bottle of fasting pills, so you need not hesitate to indulge." Following this impetuous declaration, she urged Yu Lanxi to retrieve the fasting pills from the outer peak and flung them toward Ally Peak before anyone's eyes. Upon hearing this, Yu Lanxi was moved to tears, realizing what true camaraderie meant. Without regard for the discarded fasting pills, she exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, senior brother. I adore sweet flavors." Chapter 26. A dark past. Perhaps due to the flattery exchanged, Wu Xia's demeanor towards Yu Lanxi was exceptionally pleasant. Consequently, Yu Lanxi felt compelled to gently remind Wu Xiao that his hairstyle remained unkempt. Then, exclaiming, "Ah, my once glorious reputation," Wu Xia hastily covered his face and swiftly cast a spell, smoothing his hair to a sleek finish. However, the recollection of encountering several groups of people on his way from the square sent a chill through him. It was no wonder their expressions had been so peculiar upon seeing him. He prided himself on being the epitome of beauty from Ally Peak. Yet he had made such a fool of himself before others. This thought compelled him to glance at the root of his embarrassment, only to see Yu Lanxi swiftly retreating to a nearby pavilion, feigning seriousness as she said, "I assure you, it was unintentional." "Do you believe me, senior brother?" Wuxiao replied. "I believe you, indeed, you little rascal." Just as he was about to approach her, a familiar voice called out, "Wuxiao?" Following the sound, he beheld a figure emerging from behind a rockery. Yu Lanxi, captivated by the voice, momentarily forgot her previous embarrassment. Initially, she caught sight of a figure clad in white, with a waist as delicate as a willow. However, as the person stepped into view, she found herself momentarily enchanted. How could one describe such a face? It was like a jade mask, exuding elegance, eyes like bright stars, adorned with a grand crown and flowing robes, a fair complexion complemented by a striking beard. At that moment, she longed to shower this individual with every beautiful and melodious word in existence. Yet, for the first time, Yu Lanxi regretted not having devoted herself to learning characters under her master's tutelage, lamenting her choice of a scientific path in her past life. Gazing upon the strikingly handsome figure before her, she initially intended to compose a poem in his honor. Yet, lacking the refinement of culture, all that escaped her lips was an exclamation of admiration. So dashing. She watched as the gentleman approached Wuxiao, who had been preparing to confront Yu Lanxi, only to find herself dejectedly lowering her gaze. "Why has the second senior brother arrived? I came to see how you were faring since you took so long to arrive." He replied with a gentle smile, his voice melodious like a summer breeze, stirring Yu Lanxi's heart into a flurry of emotions. Internally, she was already exclaiming, "Goodness! This young man is incredibly handsome." Suddenly, Yu Lanxi comprehended why in her past life so many fervent admirers surrounded her. When faced with someone so captivating, reserve became a mere illusion. Wuxiao pouted, reflecting on her journey. First, the wind had filled her mouth with its gusts. Then her hair had been tousled, and now, having been seen by numerous onlookers, she lamented, "I should have arrived much earlier, that girl." Yet, her words trailed off as she turned towards the pavilion, only to find it empty, and then noticed Yu Lanxi standing beside the second senior brother, her cheeks flushed with color. "When did you arrive?" Wuxiao instinctively inquired, finding herself stripped of the courage she had moments ago, now diminished in the presence of such charm. How her confidence had faltered in the face of such beauty. She had always prided herself on her ability to resist the allure of handsome men, yet here she was, utterly captivated. "Are you all right? You seemed perfectly fine just a moment ago," Wuxiao remarked in astonishment, puzzled by the sudden shift in Yu Lanxi's demeanor, which contrasted sharply with her usual boldness. "Yu Lanxi, are you a devil? How could you expose me in front of such a handsome young man? The junior sister must be the newly accepted disciple of the esteemed Master Fulong, right?" Upon seeing this, Zhenning suddenly smiled and turned around, slightly cupping her hands towards Yu Lanxi, then glanced at Wuxiao. Only then did Wuxiao obediently close her mouth. "Is that correct?" Yu Lanxi thought to mimic Zhenning's gesture of cupping her hands, but suddenly found herself puzzled over whether the left hand should be on top or the right. In that moment, she felt a pang of anxiety. "Oh no, will the handsome guy think I'm foolish? The junior sister has just entered the sect. She probably hasn't begun her studies on the outer peak yet." Zhenning, noticing the situation, gracefully lowered her hands to help Yu Lanxi out of her predicament. Yu Lanxi remarked, "You are truly a good person, young man, for coming to my aid. Your voice is so melodious that it feels as though my ears might conceive." Indeed, she now had a shaved head and felt embarrassed to go to the outer peak. Upon hearing this, Wuxiao couldn't help but laugh, and then said something that made Yu Lanxi immediately wipe the smile from her face. How she wished she could sew that mouth shut. Why did she ever think Wuxiao was a good person? Zhenning had previously heard Wuxiao mention that seeing Yu Lanxi with her stern expression and headscarf had made her suppress a smile. "No worries, junior sister, come with me. I happen to know a few spells that might be of assistance." Yu Lanxi considered that her image might have already been tarnished in the eyes of the handsome young man, prompting her to gather the shattered pieces of her heart. She realized that when she cast the spell, she would likely have to remove her headscarf. Looking at her bald head, Yu Lanxi felt as though her unrequited love had ended before it even began. Thus, her expression bore a hint of melancholy and disappointment. Unbeknownst to her, the seemingly displeased demeanor of the young man stirred feelings of guilt within her, leading her to adopt a cautious tone. "Indeed, senior brother excels in wood magic. There is no need for concern," Yu Lanxi replied. "The worries I harbor may not align with yours. However, As she followed closely behind the young man, she soon realized his remarkable height. Though slender, particularly with a notably narrow waist, he towered over her by a head's length. His waist-length hair was elegantly secured with a wooden hairpin, presenting an air of simplicity and cleanliness. Yu Lanxi could not help but sigh inwardly. It was a pity that such a handsome young man would soon witness her less-than-stellar past. Indeed, a charming individual like him should not be subjected to such trivial matters. Upon entering a medicinal field, the air was infused with the fragrance of various spiritual herbs, most of which emitted a refreshing scent reminiscent of the aroma that clung to the recently encountered Jinning. Evidently, good-looking individuals possess an alluring fragrance as well. Once they entered the room, Jinning's melodious voice uttered the words Yu Lanxi dreaded the most. "Junior sister, might you remove your headscarf?" To which Yu Lanxi firmly responded, "No, I do not wish to." Yet, Wu Xia, in a moment of mischief, swiftly yanked the headscarf away, exclaiming, "Senior brother, quickly see if there is hope." Yu Lanxi thought to herself, "Wu Xia, you devil." Nonetheless, Wu Xia felt that she might have inadvertently upset her, thus wishing for her senior brother to quickly provide her with reassurance. Little did she know, this action caused Yu Lanxi to retreat from the innocent feelings she had just begun to nurture. "It is over, my image is utterly lost, and I can only be regarded as a comrade from now on." Yu Lanxi sat in a chair, while Jinning and Wu Xia stood, oblivious to the sorrowful expression of Yu Lanxi, who seemed on the verge of tears. Jinning meticulously examined the situation. "Let me give it a try." With that, she cast a spell upon Yu Lanxi's head. Yu Lanxi felt a slight warmth on her scalp, followed by an itch that she resisted the urge to scratch. To her astonishment, she sensed a gradual heaviness atop her head, and soon felt strands of hair delicately sprouting from either side of her cheeks. This sensation was both uncanny and delightful. Instinctively, she touched the hair that was slowly growing, overwhelmed by disbelief. The newly emerged hair was remarkably smooth, defying logic. As the hair continued to lengthen, Yu Lanxi's spirits lifted correspondingly. Chapter 27. Jinning at 150 years old. Wu Xia noticed the subtle uplift in Yu Lanxi's expression and realized her initial suspicion was correct. She had indeed been somewhat troubled by her hair. Now that the issue was resolved, her joy was evident. With her newly grown locks, Yu Lanxi appeared quite adorable. Jinning halted the spell once Yu Lanxi's hair reached her waist. "Are you satisfied with this length, junior sister?" Jinning inquired, observing Yu Lanxi gently caressing her hair while bowing her head. "Very satisfied. Thank you, second senior brother," Yu Lanxi exclaimed, echoing Wu Xia's call to Jinning. Upon rising, Yu Lanxi felt the weight atop her head, an adjustment she would need time to make. Yet, the joy of regaining her hair bestowed upon her a profound sense of relief and delight. Seeing her long hair indeed brought her great joy, and Jinning couldn't help but smile. However, such disheveled hair did not seem appropriate. After a moment's thought, she produced a wooden hairpin and handed it over, saying, "Junior sister, why not gather your hair? Rest assured, it will not fall out again." Reflecting on Wu Xia's descriptions of Yu Lanxi's distress and melancholy after losing her hair, she found it quite amusing to see the current delight on her face now that her hair had grown back. Yu Lanxi accepted the hairpin, which seemed to be adorned with a flower, though its type was indiscernible. A bit embarrassed, she held it and said, "I do not know how to use a hairpin to style my hair." Back in the countryside, she had only used a cloth strip to tie her hair in a princess style. After all, there were not many luxuries in the rural areas, and most families would not provide jewelry or hair accessories for minors. Consequently, she only needed to simply tie her hair back. Once she embarked on her path as an immortal, she continued to merely comb her hair back, never having styled it beautifully like other female cultivators. As a science-minded girl, Yu Lanxi had likely never acquired this particular skill. Throughout her school years, she had relied solely on elastic bands. Therefore, she turned her gaze towards Wu Xia, who promptly jumped back, exclaiming, "I cannot style a girl's hair either." As for why Yu Lanxi did not direct her gaze towards Jinning, it was simply unimaginable for her to think of having her idol teach her how to style her hair. To her surprise, Jinning approached with a smile, saying, "Allow me." He took the hairpin from Yu Lanxi's hand, moved to her back, and gently lifted her hair on both sides, as his fingers inadvertently brushed against her cheek. Yu Lanxi found herself swallowing hard, her heart racing furiously. Jinning stood behind her, and she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. My goodness. The movements of this handsome deity are so delicate. His fingers possess such dexterity. However, before she could fully process her astonishment, she sensed something resting atop her head. Gently, she reached up to discover a wooden hairpin, which he had deftly used to secure the upper part of her hair. To her surprise, the simple hairpin managed to hold her hair in place without slipping. Her second senior brother truly is remarkable. Yu Lanxi could not help but express her heartfelt admiration. Oh, why have I become so adept at showering compliments? Jin Ning, upon hearing Yu Lanxi's unreserved joy and praise for his skill, felt a slight flush of warmth on his ears, though no one else seemed to notice. Nonetheless, he took note of this enthusiastic junior sister who adored flattery. After Wu Xia led Yu Lanxi away, Zhen Ning glanced in the direction they had departed, feeling a bit dazed. Is she the junior sister from Leihuan Peak? He murmured softly, as if only he could hear. Yu Lanxi was filled with discontent at being dragged away by Wu Xia. Why hide such a handsome young man from me? Am I not allowed to nurture a bond of camaraderie? Despite Jin Ning's gentle demeanor, he could be quite impatient with our antics. Wu Xia, observing Yu Lanxi pouting and rolling her eyes, realized that she was likely enamored by Zhen Ning's looks, especially since many women from Ao Lai Peak were drawn to his appearance. However, Yu Lanxi was too young to ponder deeply on the matter. He merely perceived that women, including those in the realm of cultivation, were often superficial, favoring those who were handsome. Naturally, he believed that men were no different, as they too were drawn to attractive young women. I find senior brother Zhen Ning quite admirable. He is refined and elegant, a true gentleman. Yu Lanxi shot a glance at Wu Xia, who stood unwavering in her dissent. Thus, you young ladies should be cautious. Senior brother Zhen Ning possesses a rather indifferent nature. Though he appears gentle and courteous, it is not easy to draw near to him. Wu Xia, having experienced this herself, felt it necessary to help Yu Lanxi recognize the reality sooner rather than later. One should not be entranced merely by a handsome face. Over the years, numerous beautiful female cultivators had approached senior brother Zhen Ning, only to encounter disappointment. Is that so? He doesn't seem like that kind of person, she replied, especially recalling the way his eyes crinkled charmingly when he smiled, a hint of blush adorning his cheeks, causing her heart to flutter. Well, senior brother Zhen Ning possesses exceptional talent, having attained the golden core stage by the age of 150. He is utterly devoted to his cultivation, leaving little room for social engagements. Wu Xia empathized with Yu Lanxi's sentiments, for indeed, senior brother Zhen Ning's appearance could be quite misleading. Among her brothers, she believed Zhen Ning to be the most handsome. As a prominent figure of Ao Lai Peak, she had to concede that when it came to looks, she would likely only rank second to him. It was a rather disheartening reality. However, before he could begin to feel sorrow, Yu Lanxi suddenly halted, taken aback, and then inquired, "What did you just say?" Wu Xiao felt a bit bewildered. What had he just mentioned? Hadn't he merely remarked that his senior brother was engrossed in his cultivation? You said he became a Yuanying stage master at the age of 150? Yu Lanxi asked uncertainly. In truth, her heart had already turned cold with realization. How could she have forgotten the most crucial detail? The most perplexing aspect of the cultivation realm is indeed the matter of age. Despite the fact that senior brother Zhen Ning appeared as a youthful lad, seemingly in his late teens, he had quietly reached the venerable age of 150. He could very well be her great-great-great-grandfather. This was truly a disheartening revelation. Wu Xiao then began to comprehend why Yu Lanxi appeared so deeply affected. He mistakenly thought she was disheartened by the news of her senior brother achieving Yuanying at such a tender age. Consequently, he felt a twinge of disappointment himself. He had heard that several senior brothers had established their foundation before turning 20, while he, at the age of 25, seemed to have been somewhat negligent in his cultivation, lacking the diligence of his peers. In reality, achieving foundation establishment at 25 is considered quite remarkable among ordinary cultivators, yet within his environment, surrounded by prodigies, he inevitably felt somewhat mediocre. The two sorrowful individuals made their way to the outer peak together. As Yu Lanxi beheld the lively outer peak, she summoned her spirits. After all, what was a failed infatuation? It was no matter. Who hasn't harbored a crush on a few older figures in their youth? Although this uncle is somewhat advanced in age, the mere thought of his plump, collagen-rich visage evokes a sense of suffocation within me. Having perused numerous novels, I grasp that in the realm of cultivation, mutual affection renders age irrelevant. After all, once one transcends to the foundation establishment stage, one's lifespan can extend several centuries. Thus, it is not unusual to seek companionship with someone several hundred years one's senior. However, the notion does bring a twinge of discomfort to Yu Lanxi's heart. Hence, the dilemma remains. Should one regard him as a comrade or as an ancestor? Alas, such turmoil is distressing. As the afternoon unfolded, there was no time to familiarize Yu Lanxi with the layout of the academy, as I had not anticipated the plethora of courses available. The fundamentals of literacy are paramount, a requisite for every novice disciple. Following that, there are classes on how to channel energy into the body, which will also be discussed in public lectures. Should there be any uncertainties, one may consult the elders. In addition, courses on the identification of spiritual plants and medicinal herbs are essential within the cultivation community. As for formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting, one's aptitude must align with their spiritual root. For instance, younger sister, as a practitioner of the thunder element, neither alchemy nor artifact crafting would suit you. However, your interest in formations is what truly matters. I meticulously elucidated these points to Yu Lanxi before escorting her to the alchemy hall of the outer peak. The alchemy hall is vast, resembling a grand furnace in its exterior, with the artifact hall adjacent to it, sharing a semblance in architecture. The elixirs produced at the outer peak originate from this alchemy hall, predominantly crafted by apprentices, resulting in less than desirable flavors. When discussing my expertise, I spoke with fervor, albeit with a degree of disdain for the quality of alchemy at the outer peak. However, his journey into the alchemical arts indeed began in the outer sect, before he later sought guidance from the elders of Ally Peak. The outer peaks serve as foundational grounds, thus, disciples from the inner peaks, unless their master is inclined to impart knowledge or is particularly adept in a specific direction of the disciple's aspirations, primarily originate from the outer peaks. Have you not observed how the disciples of the sect leader are also studying in the outer peaks? In this regard, the Tianyang sect operates with commendable fairness. Moreover, it is not uncommon for esteemed elders or powerful cultivators from the inner peaks to visit the Enlightenment Hall to impart lessons. With a stroke of good fortune, one might glean considerable wisdom. Tomorrow, the junior sister will arrive on her own. The Enlightenment Hall is spacious, so feel free to choose any spot that suits you. Subsequently, Wu Xiao thoughtfully shared some of her classroom experiences with Yu Lanxi. Yu Lanxi glanced around the empty classroom, puzzled as to why no one else was present. It hardly seemed late. Every 5 days, there is a half-day of rest, during which one can freely arrange their afternoon. Sensing Yu Lanxi's skepticism, Wu Xiao explained that they had arrived just as the half-day break commenced. As for dining in the canteen thereafter, Yu Lanxi was already quite familiar with the routine. Wu Xiao did not take him to explore all corners of the outer peak, as some areas were not quite suitable for a novice like him, so she refrained from mentioning them. Yu Lanxi was neither a troublemaker nor excessively curious. He was content once he had learned what he cared about. Does the junior sister truly not allow me to accompany her? How could Wu Xia possibly trust this spirit vessel killer? The first attempt nearly resulted in a collision with a mountain peak. Should this endeavor prove equally reckless, he could not afford to lose the only treasured disciple of Master Fulong. I fear you may struggle to keep pace, Yu Lanxi remarked with an air of superiority. Wu Xia's sword-flying speed was indeed worrisome, lagging behind the swiftness of the spirit vessel. Upon hearing Yu Lanxi's merciless critique, Wu Xia clenched his teeth, but ultimately resolved to follow behind. Fortunately, despite it being Yu Lanxi's second time piloting the vessel, she possessed prior experience from obtaining her license. This time, she moderated her speed, rendering the journey less perilous than the first. Wu Xia breathed a sigh of relief as he trailed behind, but in a bid to demonstrate his own proficiency in sword flying, he soared alongside her, skillfully balancing upon his sword. With his hands clasped behind his back, he feigned the demeanor of an exalted being. Alas, Yu Lanxi, still somewhat anxious, remained utterly absorbed in navigating the vessel, oblivious to the figure gracefully gliding beside her. In her mind, she silently mused that driving in the realm of cultivation was surprisingly simple. There was no need for side mirrors, as collisions were rare. One merely needed to control their speed and remain vigilant of the path ahead. It wasn't until Yu Lanxi's vessel descended upon Thunder Ring Peak that she realized Wu Xia had followed her there. As she stowed away the spirit vessel, she cast a perplexed glance at Wu Xia, whose expression was peculiar and seemingly irate, leaving her feeling bewildered. Could it be that I drove too swiftly? Yu Lanxi pondered. Wu Xia deliberately huffed, then proudly summoned his spirit sword, leaping onto it with grace, an ethereal posture that undeniably exuded an aura of celestial elegance. He was undoubtedly intentional in his actions, aiming to demonstrate to Yu Lanxi not only his swift swordsmanship but also the elegance of his movements. However, as he traversed the barrier of Thunder Ring Peak, an unexpected gust of wind caused him to stumble, nearly dislodging him from his spiritual sword. Once he regained his balance, Yu Lanxi couldn't help but let out a triumphant laugh, which happened to reach Wuxia's ears. A faint blush crept onto Wuxia's face, marking a moment of embarrassment. Though Yu Lanxi initially failed to comprehend the situation, it soon became apparent through Wuxia's demeanor that the latter had been attempting to project a nonchalant air. However, such charm rarely lasts beyond a fleeting moment. As he turned towards the courtyard, he noticed someone seated in a nearby pavilion. The only individuals daring enough to roam Thunder Ring Peak were his master and himself. Reflecting on the arrangements he had made, with lessons set to commence the following day, he felt it necessary to inform his master. Upon meeting his master, Yu Lanxi respectfully clasped his fists in greeting. Fu Ling returned a subtle nod, her expression, typically stoic, softening with a hint of warmth. Turning her gaze to Yu Lanxi, she remarked, "Your hair has grown." Noticing the smile adorning her young disciple's face, she understood that the growth of his hair brought him genuine joy. "Indeed, thanks to senior brother Zhenning," Yu Lanxi responded, nodding thoughtfully. He then carefully took a seat on the stone bench opposite her. Observing that her demeanor showed no signs of discomfort, he realized a deeper understanding of his standing in her eyes. It seemed he was indeed regarded with a degree of importance, as his master did not shy away from his presence. Chapter 29. Attending class after all. The entire Tianyang sect is aware that Master Fu Ling is like a flower on a lofty peak, exuding an air of chilliness that makes her exceedingly unapproachable. She remains indifferent to everyone. Even the sect leader finds himself at a loss in her presence, thus being permitted to draw so near. Yu Lanxi feels that her master is indeed showing her a measure of consideration. Nevertheless, even so, Yu Lanxi perceives a glimmer of warmth and amusement in Fu Ling's gaze, despite her perpetual expression resembling that of a stoic countenance. Yu Lanxi muses that her master might be at a loss as to how to smile. After recounting her experiences of studying at the outer peak, Fu Ling expressed no objections and advised her to retire early, as they would be heading to the outer peak at dawn. Having shared a light meal with Wuxia at the outer peak, she was not particularly hungry. With a wave of her hand, Fu Ling urged her to eat and then rest promptly. Yu Lanxi enjoyed a restful night, though a vague sensation lingered that she was in a garden, flitting about like a delicate butterfly among the blossoms. In the distance, she could faintly discern a figure clad in white. This dreamlike experience persisted throughout the night, evoking a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of being rocked in a cradle during infancy. Upon awakening, the dream lingered in her mind, and Yu Lanxi smacked her lips, feeling a sense of lingering delight. She opened her door and glanced at the splendid weather outside. It was delightful. The sky was clear and azure. Returning to her vanity, she beheld the wooden hairpin before her. Imitating the actions of Zhenning from the previous day, Yu Lanxi gathered half of her hair, attempting to arrange it elegantly. Regrettably, she had spent nearly half an hour on her hair, which now hung loosely and without the desired success. She found it perplexing how, despite Zheng Ning's delicate touch, her hair remained perfectly in place, steadfast and unyielding. Particularly last night, when she prepared for bed, the moment she removed the wooden hairpin, her hair cascaded down in a graceful swirl, reminiscent of scenes from a television drama. Alas, without a mirror to admire the view, her hair fell effortlessly onto her shoulders, smooth and unblemished, carrying a subtle fragrance that rendered it far from dirty. However, in her quest to maintain her hair's pristine condition, Yu Lanxi resolved to quickly learn to read, aiming to elevate her cultivation to the 3rd level of qi refinement. This way, she would no longer need to worry about oily hair. Upon stepping out of her room, she found Xiaoxue dutifully preparing breakfast. As she savored the fragrant spiritual rice, memories of her mother flooded her thoughts. This was, in fact, the first time she had been away from home for such an extended period. Perhaps it was because the other person was a native of Tianyang sect, having lived there all their life, even without any celestial affinity. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own lack of such fortune. Envy would serve no purpose. Her opportunity to serve at Thunder Ring Peak had already brought considerable benefits to her family. For everyone knew that Thunder Ring Peak was the domain of the revered Fu Ling. The entire Tianyang sect was well aware of its significance. The prospect of foundation establishment weighed heavily on Yu Lanxi's mind as she bit down on her chopsticks. Damn it. Her goal was to reach the 3rd level of qi refinement, and to establish a foundation meant she would have to continue striving diligently. However, over the course of her 14 years of life, her mother had showered her with love and affection as much as possible. To simply embark upon the path of immortality and vanish would indeed be rather inhumane. Very well, I have made my decision. I shall strive to establish a solid foundation. Subsequently, I shall devise a way to become a mere parasite, for the effort required for diligence is truly exhausting. After a quick meal, Yu Lanxi set down her bowl and chopsticks, casting a glance at the young girl, Xiaoxua, who stood nearby with her hands at her sides. Although she remained unaware of the reasons behind Xiaoxua's demeanor, Yu Lanxi inquired, "Are you planning to go to the outer peak?" After all, there was no way to leave Leihuan Peak. Without someone to escort her, she would be confined there. "Thank you, Miss," Xiaoxua replied with a respectful gesture. Yu Lanxi, wishing to say something more, ultimately waved her hand and instructed, "You may tidy up first. Meet me at the small square in 15 minutes. With that, she departed. Upon returning, Yu Lanxi checked her belongings. The skull ring was too conspicuous, so she left it in her room, as it had already recognized her as its master. Aside from her master, no one else would venture into Leihuan Peak. She placed a few low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones into her storage bag, secured it around her waist, and gathered some paper and writing instruments from the table before stepping outside. Xiaoxua was already waiting in the small square outside her courtyard. As Yu Lanxi approached, Xiaoxua promptly bowed. Yu Lanxi did not comment further. This was merely the hierarchical system of the cultivation world, to which she must now adapt. Summoning her spirit vessel, Yu Lanxi took her place at the helm and urged Xiaoxua to board swiftly. She cast a glance at Ally Peak, but saw no familiar figures. So she proceeded directly to the square of the outer peak. As soon as she landed, many eyes turned towards her. Yu Lanxi furrowed her brow slightly, swiftly stowing away her spirit vessel. After giving a few instructions to Xiaoxua, she walked towards the Enlightenment Hall with an air of composure. Noticing that she had come from the inner peak, most of the disciples on the outer peak had already surmised that she was likely a student from the inner peak, and thus few approached to disturb her. Upon entering the Enlightenment Hall, she realized she had not arrived too early. There were only 5 or 6 young children in the classroom. At a glance, she appeared to be the oldest among them. Despite Yu Lanxi's arrival, no one approached her to propose friendship. They were merely little novices, and she found herself disinclined to engage with them. After taking out her prepared materials, more disciples gradually entered the classroom, and at last, there were a few who seemed to be of similar age to her, both boys and girls, though the number of children remained predominant. Then, the bell signaling the commencement of class rang. Sitting in the classroom, Yu Lanxi felt a peculiar sense of disorientation, reminiscent of attending a public lecture during her university days. However, the expertise of professional teachers and masters was incomparable. Although the elder faced a larger number of students, his pace of teaching was remarkably swift. This was primarily due to his effective methods, which were far superior to the rote memorization techniques employed by her master, who insisted on repetitive practice. Yet, there existed a challenge. While the children could recognize characters quite quickly, it did not necessarily translate into their ability to write. For instance, most of the children didn't even bring paper and writing tools, while Yu Lanxi was relatively exceptional, as she had actually brought her own. Due to a lack of opportunities to utilize them, she decided to put away her paper and pen during the break. Noticing her tidying up the items on the table into a storage bag, a nearby small child couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "Have you already begun to channel energy into your body?" Chapter 30. Diligent study. Yu Lanxi turned her head, only to see a snotty-nosed child, which immediately dulled her expression. She genuinely disliked children who were unkempt, while it was normal for young ones to be messy. She was not acquainted with this child and saw no necessity in instructing him on cleanliness. Thus, she merely nodded without uttering a word. According to the elder, among this batch of newly admitted disciples, those who could swiftly channel energy into their bodies were of exceptional aptitude and had already garnered the attention of the inner peak elder. Though curiosity stirred within her, the child refrained from engaging further with Yu Lanxi. At such a tender age, one could distinctly sense the disparity between this place and home. Children who had left their homes typically matured swiftly. Yet, no matter how much they strived to be sensible, children remained fundamentally different from adults. Before long, Yu Lanxi heard the sounds of a child weeping, soon followed by several others joining in. Looking up, she observed that it was a girl who had been the first to cry. Then, a few maidens entered, resembling kindergarten teachers as they consoled this one and that one. However, Yu Lanxi noticed that most children her age sat quietly in their seats, largely indifferent and not engaging much with their peers. To be honest, Yu Lanxi often feels as though she is back in kindergarten. Frankly, this sensation is rather exasperating. Consequently, Yu Lanxi approaches her subsequent lessons with exceptional seriousness. There is no room for negligence. The mere thought of sitting in a kindergarten classroom alongside these young children is enough to induce a headache. Fortunately, there are advantages to being older, one of which is the ability to cultivate patience and tranquility. Although the younger children have received some education from the outer peaks, they generally lack maturity and possess limited understanding of the mysteries of cultivation. Even among those who claim to comprehend, how many genuinely do? Most children are more concerned with what they will eat for lunch and whether there will be meat. Thus, it is typically the case that new disciples who advance swiftly from the introductory class are those aged 10 and above. While there are some younger children, they are comparatively few. Throughout the morning, Yu Lanxi has managed to familiarize herself with a considerable number of characters, thanks to the teacher's professional explanations, which are significantly more adaptable than the rigid instruction of a master. It is said that the script of the cultivation world possesses a certain predictive quality. Once one becomes proficient in recognizing these characters, one can swiftly deduce and understand other scripts. This is another reason for Yu Lanxi's diligence. With an air of aloofness, she strides into the dining hall, which is predominantly occupied by disciples who have yet to establish their foundations, as well as newly initiated students and even some mortals. However, there is no absolute fairness in any situation, and the cultivation realm is no exception. Yu Lanxi's status inevitably implies that, upon completing her foundational training, a significant gap will emerge between her and many disciples from the outer peaks. It could be described as a chasm between clouds and mud. Upon receiving her dual identity Jade tokens, it was evident that the dining hall personnel promptly presented her with the finest fare. Previously, she had dined on commendable meals alongside Wuxia, yet she never anticipated that her identity tokens would grant her access to even more exquisite sustenance. The palpable surge of spiritual energy emanating from the food was striking. Its potency had reached a remarkable intensity. As she took her first bite, the flavor became secondary, as she was nearly overwhelmed by the exhilarating influx of spiritual energy threatening to spill from her mouth. However, her rationality compelled her to swallow swiftly. Although it was regrettable that this energy could not be refined or absorbed, its mere presence within her body proved beneficial, continuously purging impurities while simultaneously fortifying her physique and meridians. Fortunately, she occupied a relatively secluded corner, drawing minimal attention from others. A few children nearby, however, couldn't resist glancing at her sumptuous meal. Each dish, meat, vegetables, and soup, was enticingly aromatic, and even the spiritual rice sparkled with a translucent sheen. Yet, none approached her out of curiosity, likely due to their understanding that the food was provided by the dining hall, coupled with the cool demeanor of Yu Lanxi, which deterred many children from coming closer. Nevertheless, as she was required to attend classes, Yu Lanxi would not neglect her studies. Although she possessed little interest in spiritual plants and herbs, she recognized that, being in such an environment, ignorance could lead to peril, leaving one oblivious to the dangers that lurked. During midday, Yu Lan wandered around the vicinity of the plaza. The outer peak was indeed vast, fully developed from its summit to its base. The area surrounding the central plaza was bustling with activity, with most elders residing at the pinnacle of the mountain, while the ordinary disciples inhabited the caves along the mountainside. The outer peak was an expansive and imposing mountain, not as towering as the Thunder Ring Peak, yet comparable in height to the proud Arrival Peak. In contrast, the outer peak resembled a colossal, portly figure. The Enlightenment Hall was situated near the central plaza halfway up the mountain, and most significant edifices were concentrated around this plaza, making it her primary venue for activities at the outer peak. The classroom of the Medicine Hall was rather small. However, nearly all disciples attended the morning class, resulting in a somewhat cramped atmosphere as many prime spots had already been claimed by latecomers. Only the two ends of the first row remained available, prompting Yu Lan to decisively take a seat at the edge of the front row, surrounding disciples engaged in hushed discussions. Their curiosity piqued, as it was their inaugural experience with the identification course. After settling in, despite the strain on her eyes from the podium, the proximity made it manageable. After waiting for a few minutes, she noticed the chatter gradually subsiding, prompting her to look up. A man clad in simple white robes emerged, one hand clasped behind him while the other delicately held something in front. His demeanor was composed and indifferent. Yu Lan was instantly captivated by his slender waist. How could a man possess such a remarkably slim waist? However, when she directed her gaze towards the teacher's face, it felt as if a gentle spring breeze caressed her, and a multitude of words coalesced into a singular, emphatic thought. He is truly handsome. Indeed, The instructor was none other than Jin Ning from Ally Peak. The very person whom Yu Lanxi had recently harbored a secret infatuation for, now dashed. Although she had resolved in her heart to regard him merely as a friend, or perhaps a grandfather figure, Yu Lanxi found herself staring blankly at Jin Ning when, quite unexpectedly, he turned his gaze in her direction. In that instant, their eyes met with an electrifying collision. Yu Lanxi's face flushed with a visible crimson hue, and she feigned indifference, tugging at her collar as if feeling overheated, before turning her head away, oblivious to the subtle smile that had crept onto Jin Ning's lips. Chapter 31. The cool persona throughout the lesson, Jin Ning maintained an enigmatic smile that danced delicately upon his lips. Fortunately, many in the class struggled to comprehend his teachings, such as the little radish head beside him who had succumbed to slumber. Yet, a majority of the girls widened their eyes in rapture, gazing at their older brother Jin Ning with unabashed admiration. It was indeed quite irksome. During the lecture, Jin Ning would project an image stone, showcasing the appearance of each herb as he introduced them. He succinctly described the characteristics and effects of the herbs, leaving the retention of this knowledge up to the individual. Yu Lanxi, unfortunately, found herself among those who could not remember. Despite her earnest efforts to focus on the image stone, her gaze betrayed her, wandering toward Jin Ning's slender waist. The slender waist is indeed strikingly delicate. Jin Ning appears rather lean, yet he exudes a sense of strength rather than fragility. Instead, he possesses an aura of elongated elegance and refreshing charm, particularly when his expression is cool and detached. His visage embodies a certain chastity that renders one acutely aware of their own inadequacies in his presence. However, when he smiles, it evokes a delightful sensation akin to the awakening of spring, truly endearing in every sense. The fruits resemble cherry tomatoes, their vibrant red hue hanging from the branches, exuding an enticing sweetness. Beyond that, one's gaze inevitably drifts towards the handsome young man. As soon as class concludes, Yu Lanxi rests her chin on her hands atop the desk. Indeed, the allure of beauty can be distracting, with such a striking older brother nearby. How can one focus on diligent study? It is a bittersweet predicament, for gazing at handsome men undeniably brings joy to the heart. During class, Jin Ning does not glance at Yu Lanxi, but instead keeps his head down, engrossed in a book. Though the content remains a mystery, the sight of a handsome man reading is captivating. Thus, Yu Lanxi steals furtive glances at Jin Ning, alternating between admiring his face and the slenderness of his waist. Caught in a blend of envy and infatuation, oblivious to the faint smile playing at the corners of Jin Ning's mouth. The classes tend to be lengthy. However, Jin Ning's projection of images from the recording stone keeps most of the children engaged, although they may not remember everything. The vibrant visuals are undeniably more entertaining than the basics of literacy. In truth, it was Yu Lanxi's first notice of Jin Ning that was drawn to his slender waist, clad in a lightweight outer garment, which lends him an indescribable air of grace. After the course concluded today, Yu Lanxi felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. In truth, if she could behold handsome men daily, attending classes at the outer peak would not be such an arduous task. Once the lesson was over, Jin Ning hesitated briefly, cast a glance at Yu Lanxi, and ultimately departed first. Yu Lanxi rose, tidied her belongings, and followed a group of younger disciples out. After all, her presence at the Thunder Ring Peak served a purpose. It benefited both herself and her family, and she could not deprive others of their employment. Having surveyed the area and failing to spot Jin Ning, Yu Lanxi could only shake her head and, in the open expanse of the square, retrieved her spiritual vessel. Ignoring the envious gazes from both new and veteran disciples at the outer peak, she steered her vessel towards the direction of the Thunder Ring Peak. The ability to utilize a spiritual vessel indicated that she had already begun to cultivate qi within her body, thus it was prudent to avoid provoking her. Consequently, Yu Lanxi enjoyed a serene existence at the outer peak. Few approached her for conversation, and even fewer sought to create trouble. However, many observed her from the shadows, for she was a disciple of the esteemed Fu Langzun at the Thunder Ring Peak. Establishing a rapport with such a disciple could yield substantial benefits for their future cultivation. Upon returning home, Yu Lanxi briefly reviewed the characters she had learned that day, attempting to inscribe them on paper. While she could recognize them, her attempts at writing resulted in crooked characters, prompting her to diligently practice in order to master the art of writing. Although her hair felt smooth to the touch, she knew from past experience that within a couple of days, it would inevitably become oily again. Washing one's hair is quite a cumbersome task, and in the absence of shampoo, Achieving a thorough cleansing of one's tresses becomes a daunting endeavor. Seeking assistance from a master to perform a cleansing spell makes Yu Lanxi feel somewhat apprehensive. Thus, she reluctantly turns to wuxia for help, attending to her basic needs. She finds herself in an awkward predicament whenever nature calls. The following day, Yu Lanxi exhibits a markedly greater enthusiasm than on the previous day. Not only does she eagerly anticipate catching a glimpse of the charming Zhenning, but she also harbors newfound confidence in her ability to swiftly master the art of reading. As long as she can manage to listen and comprehend, the intricacies of writing can be temporarily set aside. After all, cultivators enjoy long lifespans, granting them ample time to diligently refine their writing skills in the days to come. The memory of the frustration she felt while attempting to write the previous evening evokes a sense of sorrow. To her dismay, she has traversed into a new realm only to find herself illiterate, unable to even write properly. Consequently, whispers circulate in the outer sect, painting Yu Lanxi as a cold and aloof individual who shuns conversation with others. Although this portrayal does not align with her true character, her demeanor over the past 2 days has led many to accept this notion. Strangely, Yu Lanxi finds a certain solace in embodying this aloof persona, as it spares her from unnecessary complications. Thus, during afternoon classes, nearly every time she enters the classroom, the voices within diminish considerably. Among the newly initiated disciples of the outer sect, few have successfully cultivated their inner energy, leading the majority to express envy towards her talents. Chapter 32. The Challenge of Making Friends in the Afternoon's Herbal Medicine Class. It is once again the elder brother Zhenning who takes the lead in instruction. As school came to an end, it became evident that Zhenning was nothing short of a stumbling block on Yulan's path to self-improvement. How could one blame her for not striving harder in her studies? However, on the following day, as classes concluded, Yulan found herself walking alongside Zhenning. Have you gained any insights these past couple of days? Upon hearing Zhenning's inquiry, Yulan's heart began to race. Was she about to be confronted for her inattentiveness during lessons, with the intent of a thorough discussion? This raised a pressing question. Does the realm of cultivation involve notifying parents? If so, would one need to send someone to Shanyang village to summon her parents? Regrettably, Zhenning, noticing Yulan's awkward demeanor, smiled and remarked, "It is no wonder you haven't gleaned much. I lack the experience to capture your attention in class." Yulan was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind those words. She contemplated explaining that it was Zhenning's stunning beauty that had distracted her from her ambition. Yet, Zhenning unexpectedly reached out and gently tapped Yulan's forehead. A refreshing energy surged into her mind, and suddenly, vivid images of various spiritual plants and their names flooded her consciousness. Although the knowledge was limited, it represented the material covered in the past 2 days, as well as an introduction to the spiritual flora and medicines they had encountered. Yulan was left astonished and bewildered. "Second senior brother? What is the meaning of this? Are you offering me special guidance? If so, could it not be delivered in one grand gesture?" Alas, the latter thought remained unspoken, stifled by the gentle smile of the enchanting beauty before her. In future classes, one must pay closer attention. Zhenning sighed softly, speaking in a tone that mingled resignation with a hint of affectionate indulgence. Yu Lanxi initially felt a twinge of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing, before she nodded in agreement. However, it soon dawned on her that something felt amiss. This was, at most, their third encounter. Why did he speak to her as if they were intimately acquainted? If he aimed to curry favor with the esteemed Fu Ling, Yu Lanxi would vehemently disagree. After all, his master was also a revered figure, the head of the Tianyang sect, a status that assured him an abundance of cultivation resources. Yu Lanxi could never believe that Zhenning harbored feelings for her. She had yet to open her eyes to the world, and while she possessed a hint of youthful beauty, she was still a mere child, unlikely to captivate anyone's attention, least of all Zhenning, who was already favored by many. Thus, could his kindness imply that she held some value for him? Such thoughts inevitably crossed Yu Lanxi's mind. For apart from being the only disciple of the Lei Huan peak, her Lei lineage was the only aspect worthy of discussion and consideration. Were she an ordinary girl, she might have succumbed to infatuation under Zhenning's deliberate attentiveness. However, having already passed the threshold of channeling Lei energy into her body, not to mention her experiences in 2 lifetimes, her mental fortitude was undoubtedly established. Moreover, as a rational thinker, she was predisposed to ponder various possibilities. However, the expression on her face remained largely unchanged. She was still shy when it was appropriate and displayed the little girl's nature to the fullest when feeling embarrassed. It must be said that after her sudden transition, Yu Lanxi had become quite adept at acting. All right, I shall certainly attend class diligently from now on. Thank you. Second senior brother, she politely addressed Jinning, although his countenance still held a certain allure for her. Yet, in her heart, she harbored a measure of wariness. Some matters had shifted. Nevertheless, it was not certain that her guard could elude Jinning's perception. Thus, he nodded and departed without further delay. Turning away, he furrowed his brow, questioning whether he had been too hasty. However, he found her excessive caution quite surprising. He had initially perceived her as merely an ordinary young girl, blessed with slightly better talents and fortune. Little did he expect her intellect to be anything but ordinary. Observing her departure with an air of nonchalance, Yu Lanxi retracted her own apprehensive thoughts, choosing to refrain from speculating about Jinning's intentions for the time being. After all, there was little for him to gain from her, aside from her lightning affinity and a mentor of noteworthy caliber. Running her fingers through her hair, which felt somewhat greasy, she recalled that although cultivators typically possessed self-cleaning capabilities, she had yet to meet that standard. Furthermore, her daily consumption of food, regardless of its spiritual essence, inevitably introduced impurities. Despite having maintained her hair for several days, it still appeared slightly unkempt. Senior brother Wu Hua, are you free at the moment? Yu Lanxi called out while holding a jade slip, infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy. After a while, Wu Xiao mentioned that he had just refined a batch of fasting pills and intended to deliver them to himself. How could Yu Lanxi possibly refuse? She promptly made her way to the small square, taking a seat on a little stool, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Before long, Wu Xiao appeared, seemingly in high spirits. How have you been these past couple of days, junior sister? Upon seeing Yu Lanxi perched on her small stool, he couldn't help but chuckle. It had been a couple of days since their last meeting, and she appeared to be much more vibrant than before. That's good to hear. Hurry and cast a cleansing spell on me, Yu Lanxi urged as he landed nearby. Wu Xiao replied, I never imagined you would summon me for something as trivial as a hair wash. Yu Lanxi, caught off guard and somewhat embarrassed, prompted Wu Xiao to reluctantly perform the spell. Instantly, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her, her whole being refreshed and at ease. Wu Xiao's visit was not solely to deliver the fasting pills. He also wished to inquire about her recent experiences at the Outer Peak. After all, he had been looking after her since her initiation into the sect, and he was genuinely concerned. Aside from Jinning's somewhat dubious attitude towards Yu Lanxi, everything else seemed satisfactory. She had been studying and dining alone, a solitude that left her at a loss for words. While Wu Xiao frowned at her lack of friends at the Outer Peak, Yu Lanxi remained indifferent, adopting an aloof demeanor. She believed that forging friendships could easily lead to misunderstandings. Furthermore, most of the disciples at the Outer Peak subconsciously feared her, and there were few peers her age to connect with. Some former disciples of the Outer Peak have their own affairs to attend to. The identity of Yu Lanxi and her mentorship under the esteemed Master Fulling is no secret within the Tianyang sect. Given her association with such a prominent figure, it is inevitable that Yu Lanxi's interactions are with peers of equal standing. Even if the disciples of the Outer Peak genuinely wish to establish a closer rapport, they hesitate to approach her in such circumstances. Chapter 33. The Distracting Young Man After Dinner. Yu Lanxi gazed at the still bright sky outside and contemplated visiting her master. After all, as an elder, cultivating a good relationship with him would be essential for her future well-being at Leihuan Peak. Although Master Fulling maintained his usual stoic demeanor, a flicker of joy was evident in his eyes and demeanor upon her arrival. However, both were not particularly loquacious, and their conversation quickly fell into an awkward silence. In this entertainment-deprived realm of cultivation, when night falls, there is little to do besides sleep. Lacking a romantic partner, Yu Lanxi could only retire to her bed. Fortunately, she was a sound sleeper and drifted off quickly. In her dreams, she sensed herself entering a lush thicket, swaying gently atop a bed of grass. Reminiscent of a cradle's embrace, an utterly delightful sensation. Upon waking, she still felt a lingering sense of motion. Having gone to bed early, she naturally rose with the dawn. However, Xiaxue, her diligent maid, awoke even earlier than Yu Lanxi. Speaking of Xiaxue, Yu Lanxi felt a twinge of exasperation. This maid was exceptionally earnest in her service. Aside from her attentive care during meals, engaging in conversation with her often yielded little more than a few words. Yu Lanxi felt exasperated, yet she chose to indulge her whims. After all, once she reached the foundational stage, she would no longer require the care of Xiaoxue, which was merely a matter of a few years. Moreover, Yu Lanxi's increased expenditure of spirit stones was primarily due to her recent discovery of delectable offerings in the dining hall, rumored to consist of exquisite beast meat. However, such delicacies were not available for complimentary collection. Even her status as an inner peak disciple did not grant her that privilege. She would still need to purchase them with spirit stones or exchange them for contribution points from Tianyang's sect, as she had not yet mastered the written characters. She had no means of earning contribution points and was left to rely on spirit stones for her purchases. After acquiring several hundred, she still felt insecure and decided to procure additional medium-grade spirit stones, fearing that the cost of the food might be exorbitant and beyond her means. Will we be going to the outer peak today? Yu Lanxi inquired upon noticing Xiaoxue waiting at the entrance. We shall not be going today, Mississippi. Please take care on your journey, Xiaoxue replied softly, her voice as gentle as her name suggested. Yu Lanxi nodded, dismissing her concern. However, as she descended the stone steps, a thought struck her, and she turned to say, "There is no need to prepare dinner tonight. I shall dine in the dining hall." Xiaoxue trembled slightly, worried that perhaps she had not performed her duties adequately. "It is not your fault. I simply wish to try something new," Yu Lanxi reassured her, omitting the details of her culinary curiosity. Upon hearing this, the timid Xiaoxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. With her own vessel, Yu Lanxi glided effortlessly past Owleye Peak. The weather over the past couple of days has been rather gloomy. Although it hasn't rained, the clouds are particularly dense, especially those hovering over the Thunder Ring Peak, which has prevented her from catching a glimpse of the Proud Peak. While she was able to see the Proud Peak through the clouds, just as she was about to head towards the outer peak, Yu Lanxi seemed to catch sight of a figure soaring towards her, instinctively frowning. She thought about the absence of any aviation regulations in the sky. What if she collided with someone? As she prepared to identify the reckless individual, she turned her head only to be met by a slender waist. Well, just by looking at that figure, Yu Lanxi already knew who it was. However, she couldn't afford to be distracted while driving. She was no seasoned expert behind the wheel, so she merely nodded and pretended to focus on the road. Zhenning, having heard from Wu Xia that Yu Lanxi's flying boat nearly collided with the mountain peak, maintained a cautious distance behind her. A moment ago, Yu Lanxi had observed that Zhenning's feet were empty beneath her, indicating she was flying through the air without any weapon as a support, which was nothing short of divine. A twinge of envy stirred within her, but the thought that one must at least reach the nascent soul stage to achieve such flight made her feel somewhat daunted. Even with diligent cultivation, attaining the nascent soul stage would take at least a century. Wu Xia mentioned that Zhenning broke through to the nascent soul at the age of 150. Assuming she had only recently achieved this breakthrough, that would still imply a challenging journey ahead, if she were not to embark on the path of immortality. Reaching the age of 150 might find her surrounded by 6 generations of descendants. Terrifying, indeed. After much effort, Yu Lanxi finally disembarked from the spirit vessel. Although she suspected that Zhenning harbored ulterior motives towards her, she could not help but be drawn to the exquisite beauty of the other. This is the fate of those enamored with appearances. Having met the second senior brother, Yu Lanxi, being a recent entrant, still adhered to a semblance of decorum. However, her understanding of etiquette was rather rudimentary, resulting in a somewhat clumsy demeanor. Zhenning, on the other hand, appeared unfazed, though he pondered momentarily before remarking, "You have arrived quite early today, junior sister." Upon saying this, he maintained a gentle, serene smile, exuding an air that, while not particularly inviting, did not alienate either. It seemed he had altered his approach. Yu Lanxi felt a stir within, yet her expression remained unchanged as she replied with a cheerful smile. "I had dinner early last night and went to bed early, hence I woke up early." After exchanging a few more indifferent remarks, she excused herself, claiming she had to attend class. At present, Yu Lanxi was most in need of such education. Despite her eagerness to learn to read, she could only helplessly follow the teacher's lessons on etiquette. Fortunately, these lessons were not entirely without merit. The teacher executed the ceremonial movements with such grace that it was indeed a pleasure to behold. Had the instructor not been a middle-aged gentleman, Yu Lanxi might have found the study of etiquette rather appealing. Yet, as these thoughts crossed her mind, she couldn't help but wonder if it would be even more captivating to observe Zhenning performing those same ceremonial gestures. With this thought, she felt invigorated, resolved to seize any future opportunity for observation. The children, disinterested in learning characters, appeared to derive great joy from the etiquette class. As if it were a physical education lesson, each brimming with enthusiasm. In the afternoon, Yu Lanxi continued her practice of recognizing spiritual plants, while secretly hoping that Zhenning would provide her with a bit more personalized instruction. However, indulging in such desires too frequently is not advisable, especially since Yu Lanxi does not wish to leave a negative impression of being a lackadaisical student in the eyes of her idol, despite her own aversion to studying. Consequently, during this class, Yu Lanxi was notably more focused than before. Nevertheless, it was inevitable that her thoughts would wander, as Zhenning's voice was undeniably distracting. Chapter 34. The display of knowledge. This chapter is filled with the latent power of knowledge, yet to be fully digested. One cannot deny that the weight of this knowledge can be quite overwhelming. After class, the natural course of events led her to seek a meal. The mere thought of the dish she had purchased for lunch filled her with newfound ambition within the realm of cultivation, to diligently seek out more exquisite culinary delights. Though the exact nature of the meat remained a mystery, it was succulent yet not greasy, dissolving in her mouth with an indescribable aroma, its appearance deceptively pale, yet delectably enticing. Fortunately, she had a wealthy master who generously provided her with ample spirit stones, allowing her to indulge in 2 sumptuous meals each day without jeopardizing her progress in cultivation. She resolved to inquire with her master about the type of meat, perhaps hoping that as her cultivation progressed, she could learn to hunt for it herself. Of course, she would need to bring Wu Xiao along, as his strength, cleverness, and cunning would surely yield a bountiful harvest. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Yu Lanxi felt her mouth watering, prompting her to quicken her pace. However, Zhenning approached her, noticing her apparent urgency, and also quickened her steps. With no other option, Yu Lanxi slowed down, greeting Zhenning with the etiquette she had recently learned. Zhenning smiled and inquired, "Is there anything unclear in today's lessons, junior sister?" Yu Lanxi replied, "If I have questions, could you perhaps provide me with some extra guidance?" Of course, that was not feasible. Thus, she shook her head with a smile and said, "I've managed to grasp most of it today. If there's anything I can't remember, I shall address it then." After all, as someone with a lightning affinity, she did not require medicinal pills. The absence of spirit herbs posed no issue, especially since her master was affluent, generously providing her with spirit stones, which she could purchase if needed. Such was the confidence afforded by having a wealthy master. "That is good to hear," Zhenning nodded. However, noticing Yu Lanxi's apparent urgency, she curiously asked, "Is there something of great importance that has you so anxious?" "Oh, no, Yu Lanxi replied. "I'm merely feeling a bit peckish." How could she admit such a trivial craving in front of her crush? After all, even the little beauty was still a beauty. Must she really forego her dignity? Observing Yu Lanxi's reluctance to elaborate, Zhenning tactfully decided to take her leave. Although she could no longer gaze upon the handsome figure, Yu Lanxi felt elated at the prospect of indulging in delicious food. Yet, in order to maintain her aloof persona in front of the Outer Peak disciples, Yu Lanxi had no choice but to quicken her pace, even resorting to a playful skip. After exchanging spirit stones, she ascended to a private room on the 2nd floor, as it would be unbecoming to flaunt her wealth in front of newcomers. "Excuse me, could I inquire what type of meat this is?" Yu Lanxi asked the chef, her mouth watering at the sight of the fragrant dish before her. This is the unique snow demon meat from the Misty Marsh," the chef replied. Yu Lanxi nodded thoughtfully, realizing why the meat appeared so pale. However, she is currently not well acquainted with the various types of magical beasts in the cultivation world. It is likely that she will begin her studies on magical beasts only after completing her lessons on spiritual herbs. Thus, she decided to pack a portion for herself. Today, she remained a diligent student, committed to learning and self-improvement. Upon returning to Thunder Ring Peak, Yu Lanxi hurried towards her master's residence. Upon entering, she found her master engrossed in a book, the cover of which was a deep shade of black. He wore a slight frown, indicating his concentration on its contents. Upon hearing Yu Lanxi's voice, Fu Lung's expression seemed to soften a bit. A subtle twitch at the corners of his mouth suggested a semblance of a smile. Accustomed to Fu Lung's often inscrutable demeanor, Yu Lanxi promptly approached him, presenting the snow demon meat. A wave of appetizing aroma wafted through the air. With a mere gesture, Fu Lung dismissed the snow demon meat. "Does master not enjoy this?" Yu Lanxi inquired, surprised. Has master, at such an advanced age, lost his taste for food? Perhaps later. Fu Lung replied after a moment of silence. Yu Lanxi contemplated that it might be due to her master's reserved nature, which disinclined him to eat in the presence of others. Understanding this, she nodded and quickly withdrew. Once Yu Lanxi had departed, Fu Lung allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, this time more genuine than before. He took a moment to steady his emotions, sensing an inexplicable feeling stirring within him, a desire to showcase something to the world. With that thought in mind, he vanished from his seat. As dusk began to settle, Ao Lin Zun, having nearly concluded his affairs for the day, rose to visit his second disciple on the back mountain. Suddenly, a subtle fluctuation in the Great Hall's barrier caught his attention. Turning his head, he beheld Fu Leng approaching with a faint smile. While he once cherished the camaraderie from their time as novices, the frequency of their encounters had rendered it somewhat tiresome. "I have something to show you," Fu Leng said, his smile fading, for such a rare expression was reserved even from his own disciple. He could not allow Ao Lin to witness it. Ao Lin raised an eyebrow in curiosity and inquired, "What is it?" With a deft twist of his wrist, Fu Leng produced a plate containing packaged snow demon meat. "Is this snow demon meat?" Ao Lin stared at the dish, pausing for a few seconds before asking, uncertainty coloring his tone. After all, he had abstained from consuming such food for many years. Although his current cultivation had endowed him with a self-purifying ability, the life of a cultivator was one where every moment held significance. How could one squander it on mere sustenance? Thus, Fu Leng had traversed from Lei Huan Peak solely to present him with a platter of first-tier beast meat? Ao Lin thought, ever since he took on a disciple, he has become quite peculiar. Fu Leng merely nodded, unperturbed by any awkwardness. The atmosphere grew slightly tense as Fu Leng placed the meat on the table, casually seated himself, and conjured a pair of chopsticks to begin his meal. Ao Lin, bewildered, wondered, what is the meaning of this? Is he implying something? He had little of the high quality and premium spirit stones, which made the gesture all the more perplexing. "My disciple brought this specifically for me," Fu Leng remarked. As Ao Lin was lost in thought, Fu Leng suddenly spoke up, his tone surprisingly tinged with a hint of arrogance. Chapter 35. The influence of a plate of snow demon meat. Ao Lin was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that this fellow was actually trying to boast. How could a mere pauper dare to flaunt his achievements before him? Amused yet irritated, Ao Lin couldn't help but chuckle. After all, who hasn't had a disciple? However, it seemed that his own disciple had never brought him any food. It was evident that a female disciple truly embodies the warmth of a cozy quilt. Ao Lin found himself regretting the slowness of his past actions. Had he been a tad quicker in accepting Fu Leng as his disciple, it would have been a done deal, leaving Fu Leng with no recourse. Regret painted his serious countenance, but he soon approached, swiftly conjuring a pair of chopsticks in his hand. However, Fu Leng promptly retracted the plate, declaring, "Mine. Was it merely a piece of first-tier demon meat? Why be so stingy? When I offered spirit stones, I was exceedingly generous." Fu Leng then ceased further conversation, casting a glance at Ao Lin before vanishing from sight. Holding the chopsticks, Ao Lin felt a sense of unease, particularly discontented. Today, he was determined to have a taste. Although he had little desire for food, Fu Leng's actions ignited a yearning within him to savor the snow demon meat. In truth, he was quite pleased with his second disciple, highly talented, gentle in nature, and well-liked among the members of Tianyang sect. Upon reaching the outer peak, it struck me as odd that my master had neglected to bring anything for himself. Alas, it seems that boys are inherently unreliable. Consequently, I sent a message to Zhen Ning. He arrived promptly, his mind pondering the reason behind my master's summons. After greeting my master with the utmost respect, Zhen Ning patiently awaited the words of wisdom I was about to impart. To his surprise, I instructed him to procure a plate of snow demon meat from the outer peak. With my chopsticks discreetly shielded by my sleeve, I spoke with a serious demeanor. Zhen Ning was taken aback, questioning my peculiar taste. This was precisely why I instinctively called upon my second disciple. Despite his inner confusion, he maintained an air of composure, handling the situation in a manner that was comfortable for all. Thus, Zhen Ning naturally withdrew, his thoughts lingering on whether my request held a deeper significance. Being astute can indeed be burdensome. Every action of others is meticulously analyzed, scrutinized for its intent. Zhen Ning ventured to the dining hall to acquire the snow demon meat, where the chef, intrigued by his presence, dared not speak too freely, aware of Zhen Ning's formidable cultivation. As he gazed at the plate of snow demon meat in his hands, Zhen Ning was perplexed. After all, it was merely the flesh of a first-tier demon beast. Could there be some hidden profundity? Instinctively, he took a bite to savor its flavor. It was palatable, to be sure, yet the meat of a first-tier demon beast, no matter how exquisite, held limited spiritual essence. For a cultivator of his caliber, it bore little significance. The spiritual energy refined with each breath was sufficient to sustain him through several plates of snow demon meat. Could it be that the master suddenly reminisced about the past? In the main hall, although the esteemed Aolin was engrossed in the communication contained within the jade slip, his gaze occasionally drifted towards the outside. Zhen Ning presented him with a dish of snow demon meat, and upon seeing the glistening, translucent morsels before him, Aolin felt a sudden sense of fulfillment in life. After all, he too had disciples. Why should he be boastful? Instinctively, he picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth, intending to feign an expression of ecstasy. However, when he looked up, he was met with Zhen Ning's puzzled gaze. He nearly choked on the meat. Zhen Ning hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from voicing his curiosity. Once Zhen Ning departed, Aolin exhaled in relief. He couldn't possibly admit that it was out of pique that he had requested a dish of snow demon meat. After all, he was a significant figure. One must uphold appearances. Even with a disciple, there were limits to what they should know. After finishing the dish of snow demon meat, Aolin wiped his mouth. To be honest, the flavor was rather ordinary, but since it was purchased by his disciple, it tasted exquisite. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of regret for not having tasted the meat from Fu Lung's plate, which he suspected would have been even more delectable. Thus, the esteemed figures of the Tianyang sect learned that Fu Lung's disciple had delivered a takeout order, a serving of first-tier snow demon meat. The prominent figure mused, What of it? Who doesn't he have a disciple? He commanded, buy more snow demon meat, 10 plates at a time. Eat one plate and discard another. Consequently, the elder of the Outer Peak's dining hall noticed that today, the snow demon meat was exceptionally popular, particularly among the Inner Peak's direct disciples, whose statuses were no less than that of Zhen Ning, with some even possessing superior cultivation levels, all flocking to purchase it. The elder of the dining hall could not help but ponder whether there lay a hidden secret within the flesh of the snow demon, one that he had yet to uncover. Consequently, a new task had recently appeared on the mission board of the Outer Affairs Hall at the Outer Peak, the long-term collection of snow demon meat. Yu Lanxi was utterly oblivious to the immense repercussions her seemingly casual action had wrought upon the entire Tianyang sect, an act that had even brought the snow demons of the cloud mist marsh to the brink of extinction. After casually using the hot water prepared by Xiao Shui for her personal ablutions, Yu Lanxi reclined on her bed, reviewing the day's lessons. Gradually, she drifted into slumber, finding herself in a dreamscape where she lay upon a bed of warm, comforting flowers and grass. In this ethereal realm, she felt weightless, swaying gently with the undulating flora. The sensation was akin to the bliss of being nestled in her mother's womb. Yu Lanxi had grown accustomed to such dreams, particularly enjoying the invigorating wakefulness that followed. However, upon opening her eyes, she instinctively sensed a lingering sway. In recent days, Xiao Shui had discerned Yu Lanxi's habits and would prepare hot water and breakfast each morning. Upon rising, Yu Lanxi would promptly wash up. Although she was currently unable to wield magic, as a cultivator, she remained a little fairy at heart, with a natural inclination towards cleanliness. Fortunately, her hair had yet to become greasy, allowing her to manage for another day. Contemplating her situation, she decided to seek out Brother Wu Xiao the following day for a spell to remedy her hair. With a casual gesture, she tied her hair back. For someone as clumsy with grooming as she was, simply managing to secure her hair was quite an achievement. Had it not been for the world becoming a barren expanse, she would have wished to trim her hair slightly. However, having grown her hair to such length was a rare achievement for Yu Lanxi, and she found it difficult to part with it. After all, in both her past and present lives, she had never experienced the luxury of long, smooth, and lustrous black hair. Even in her childhood, her hair bore a yellowish hue, never having been dyed with the sweetness of candy. This led her mother to forcibly shave her head 3 times. Ultimately, it was only after much effort that her hair grew back in a brownish shade. This explains Yu Lanxi's profound sense of insecurity regarding baldness. The fear of being dominated by a shorn head was something she never wished to endure again. Chapter 36. Zhen Ning goes out, miss. May I assist you in styling your hair? After dinner, Xiao Shui quietly inquired from behind Yu Lanxi. You can style hair? Like those ethereal hairstyles? Yu Lanxi asked with curiosity. Xiao Shui nodded eagerly. Though her own hairstyle was quite simple and appeared easy, it was executed with far more finesse than Yu Lanxi could manage. I know a little, she replied hastily. Without delay, Yu Lanxi took her by the hand, urging her to style her hair. Such long hair, if not properly cared for, would be a pity to neglect. However, soon they encountered a significant dilemma. Yu Lanxi possessed no adornments whatsoever. Although her master had provided her with some items, none were suitable for a young lady. The external resources received bore no relation to her hair. Thus, aside from a hairpin given by Jin Ning, it seemed there was nothing else available. If the mist does not mind, I have quite a few hairpins, Xiaoxue offered. In recent days, Xiaoxue has been striving to be a bit more generous. Observing Yu Lanxi's troubled expression, she summoned her courage to speak. Never mind, let's use this hairpin. It would be wonderful if you could teach me how to style my hair with it. Yu Lanxi shook her head, not out of disdain, but rather due to the complexity of the task. She had no desire to learn intricate hairstyles. A simple hairpin would suffice, exuding a fresh and elegant charm while also reflecting her refined taste. Indeed, she was not merely seeking to take the easy way out. Very well, Xiaoxue nodded, refraining from further persuasion, as she silently worried that her previous words might have displeased Yu Lanxi. She explained the hairstyling process with utmost seriousness, skillfully gathering the upper section of her hair with the hairpin. The remaining locks cascaded down her back, framing her petite face and bestowing upon her an ethereal quality. After observing the technique twice, Yu Lanxi's mind conveyed, "I can do this." Yet, her hands soon betrayed her, whispering, "No, you cannot." Perhaps she truly lacked talent in hairstyling. After all, was her innate gift merely a manifestation of her thunderous spirit? It seemed that those destined for greatness could hardly afford to dwell on such trivial matters. Thus, Yu Lanxi, in a rather lackadaisical manner, resolved to let Xiaoxue assist her with her hair for the time being, planning to revisit the endeavor once her hands indicated that she had mastered the skill. "Do you have plans to go out today?" she inquired after Xiaoxue had styled her hair. Xiaoxue shook her head, indicating that she had no need to leave in the next couple of days. Moreover, she now exercised great caution, concerned that her frequent departures might displease Yu Lanxi. Although Yu Lanxi felt indifferent, everyone possesses their own principles of existence, and thus she refrained from inquiring further into the other's thoughts. Skillfully navigating her vessel, Yu Lanxi sensed the wooden hairpin atop her head. Indeed, today she resembled a charming little fairy. As she descended, this little fairy encountered Jin Ning. With his keen observational skills, Jin Ning immediately noticed the hairpin. Previously, he had assumed that Yu Lanxi did not favor it. Now, seeing the adornment perched upon her head, he surmised a portion of the truth. A smile crept upon his face, as he felt that this junior sister from Lei Huan Peak was quite distinct from most others. Jin Ning did not approach her directly, but merely nodded from a distance before entering the apothecary hall. Yu Lanxi exhaled in relief and cautiously touched the securely fastened hairpin, which bolstered her confidence as she entered the enlightenment hall. Knowledge is power. Only by mastering it can one enjoy life with dignity. Thus, Yu Lanxi attended her class with exceptional seriousness today. Perhaps due to her change in hairstyle, she appeared more spirited, gravitating towards areas bustling with people. Every gesture seemed to proclaim to those around her, "Look at my splendid new hairstyle." Although not many took notice, it was understandable for a newly initiated young cultivator, whose beauty was not of the breathtaking kind. Nevertheless, she undoubtedly attracted some attention, primarily due to her daily flights to the inner peaks. Thus, few regarded her for her appearance or hairstyle alone. After all, she is merely a 14-year-old girl. Yu Lanxi specifically ordered another serving of snow demon meat, and indeed, it was as delectable as ever. So much so that during lunch, she polished off 2 bowls of rice. The afternoon class was once again potion studies. However, to everyone's surprise, it was not the esteemed Jin Ning who was teaching. This disappointing revelation left not only Yu Lanxi disheartened, but also many of her female classmates, each wearing a look of dismay. The elder who entered noticed the girls' crestfallen expressions and couldn't help but chuckle. "What's this? You all appear so disheartened to see me?" The elder had a round face, probably in his 40s, adorned with a warm and benevolent smile. Rather than feeling embarrassed by the children's disappointment, he playfully teased them. "The esteemed Jin Ning has gone out on an errand, so I shall be your instructor from now on." With that, the round-faced elder, who introduced himself as Yang Qing, continued, "I trust that my presence will inspire you to take your studies more seriously." He smiled again, which endeared him to the students. After all, a teacher who smiles is often favored by fortune. Yu Lanxi felt a mix of disappointment and relief. Although handsome men were pleasing to the eye, their presence undeniably distracted her from her aspirations, making it difficult to concentrate in class without her gaze wandering to their faces and figures. Elder Yangqing was the steward elder of the Outer Peak Apothecary Hall, originally meant to teach there. Indeed, the class that followed was far more focused. Devoid of the allure of beauty, each child attentively gazed at the images cast by the recording stone and listened to Elder Yangqing's voice. After class, Yu Lanxi contemplated for a moment before deciding to pack another serving of snow demon meat for Fu Lengzun. In truth, there are other types of meat available, albeit at a higher cost, which Yu Lanxi is currently reluctant to indulge in. Furthermore, the other meats are not recommended for her at this moment. Although Fu Leng is not particularly fond of the snow demon meat, it was a gift from a disciple, and it is undeniably enticing. The following day, Yu Lanxi intended to send a message to Wu Xia to schedule an appointment for a hair wash, only to find that Wu Xia had already reached out to her, informing her of a brief absence. Consequently, Yu Lanxi had no choice but to ask Xiao Shui to prepare water for her hair wash, as she did not dare to disturb her master for such a trivial matter. Zhen Ning was also absent, which allowed Yu Lanxi to maintain a remarkably disciplined routine while at the Outer Peak. After nearly 2 months of diligent study, Yu Lanxi had become fairly acquainted with the written language of the cultivation world, though her writing skills still left much to be desired. It is a common plight among many disciples. They can recognize characters, but struggle with composition. Following the conclusion of the introductory courses, lessons on the Medicine Hall and Beast Hall began. The curriculum for the Beast Hall closely mirrors that of the Medicine Hall, focusing on the identification of magical beasts within the cultivation realm, understanding their characteristics and vulnerabilities, and learning how to confront these creatures. Additionally, they were instructed on how to form contracts should they encounter a desire to establish a bond. In summary, contracts are categorized into equal contracts, master-servant contracts, and cooperative contracts. For the likes of them, it suffices to grasp the first 2 types. After the completion of the introductory courses, both the Medicine Hall and the Beast Hall distributed a jade slip containing essential information about spiritual plants, medicines, and magical beasts, albeit without illustrations. Thus, it was necessary to utilize the recording stone during class to familiarize themselves with the material. Once they became proficient in reading, they would be able to integrate the knowledge contained within the jade slip. As for whether one can truly comprehend, it hinges not only on personal diligence, but also on one's innate understanding. In this regard, Yu Lanxi appeared rather indifferent, promptly storing it away in her pouch. Concerning formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting, much depends on one's aptitude. Many disciples were assigned to specific courses based on their varying talents. For Yu Lanxi, once she completed her courses in the Medicine Hall and Beast Hall, her scholarly journey in the Outer Peak would come to a definitive close. Chapter 37. The examination. Yu Lanxi initially believed that in a realm such as the cultivation world, the concept of examinations was utterly inconceivable. However, she was rather naive. Despite numerous disciples in the Enlightenment Hall being unable to write a single character, examinations were still conducted. Those who failed would need to continue their studies in the Outer Peak. Reflecting on the past 2 months, she had been leaving early and returning late. Well, the actual class time wasn't extensive, but her frequent outings certainly made her, a homebody by nature, yearn to remain indoors. Thus, to prepare for the examination, she truly summoned the vigor she had during her college entrance exams, dedicating several consecutive nights to studying the knowledge contained within the jade slips. The purpose of the Enlightenment Hall was merely to familiarize students with characters, rendering the ability to write largely inconsequential. This was something students would need to contemplate and practice in the future. For now, grasping the fundamentals was of utmost importance. As for the examinations in the Medicine Hall and Beast Hall, they primarily assessed knowledge regarding spirit herbs and the characteristics of demonic beasts. Although not particularly challenging, the sheer volume of material was overwhelming. Yu Lanxi nearly endured 2 sleepless nights, tirelessly committing these details to memory. The jade slips are filled with text. Although the knowledge stored within can be accessed at any moment, it is of little use if one does not know their appearance. Miss, I have prepared a late-night snack. Would you care to partake? In the brightly lit room of Yu Lanxi, Xiao Shui softly inquired from outside. Please bring it in, Yu Lanxi replied, sitting on her bed with her eyes closed, repeatedly organizing the 2 types of knowledge in her mind. Xiao Shui entered with a bowl of noodles, noticing Yu Lanxi's evident fatigue, but choosing not to intrude further. The following day, Yu Lanxi casually washed her face, instructing Xiao Shui to gather her hair atop her head into a bun, primarily due to the oiliness that naturally accompanied a night of sleeplessness. Within her thoughts, She also caught a glimpse of Jin Ning's figure. Though she remained unaware of his whereabouts, she had pieced together some information from the discussions of the surrounding disciples. It was said that he had ventured into a secret realm accessible only to those in the nascent soul stage. Ah, the secret realm. She understood it well. Akin to the tropes found in novels, where the protagonist often emerges with treasures or even the entire realm itself. Without making a special effort to greet Jin Ning and his companions, Yu Lanxi cast a glance at the group. After all, they were formidable nascent soul practitioners, and she, a mere small fry from the outer peak, dared only to observe from a distance. Thus, the nascent soul masters departed for some location in the outer peak, while Yu Lanxi entered the Enlightenment Hall. Today marked the day of the examination. It was only after it commenced that she realized the test could be simple or, conversely, heavily reliant on fortune. Before each student lay a sheet of paper adorned with 100 characters. Accurately identifying these characters signified passing the examination. However, the characters varied for each individual. Some were challenging, while others were relatively simple. Certain characters were obscure and difficult to memorize, whereas others were commonly used. Indeed, it was a rather casual affair. A glance at the characters revealed that most were familiar. It was said that recognizing 90 characters sufficed for passing. Thus, Yu Lanxi's enrollment in the Enlightenment Hall seemed assured. The Enlightenment Elder brought several disciples along, yet the pace of the examination remained largely unchanged. When it was Yu Lanxi's turn, she presented her identity token, which was duly noted by the examiner, who then regarded her with a lingering gaze, and spoke in a notably softened tone. Clearly, the influence of connections altered the demeanor even during examinations. Successfully passing the assessment, Yu Lanxi finally exhaled in relief. Nevertheless, the Enlightenment Hall's examination was not of paramount importance. The real focus lay on the alchemical and beast halls, where the examinations were of greater significance. Worry gnawed at her, and during lunch, she found herself supporting a plate of snow demon meat, although she had originally intended to indulge in 2 servings. The afternoon arrived swiftly, and a considerable number of candidates had gathered to take the test. Among them was the long-unseen Jin Ning. Yu Lanxi thought to herself, dread creeping in. How could she possibly avoid embarrassment in front of her idol? Her only hope was that she would not be scrutinized by him during the examination. Otherwise, her attention would undoubtedly be diverted to her waist and face, leading to certain failure. Fortunately, it seemed that her silent prayers reached Jin Ning, as he positioned himself at a distance to evaluate other disciples. As relief washed over her, a tinge of disappointment lingered. Alas, the opportunity for intimate interaction with my idol has slipped away. However, I managed to pass the examination with relative ease, albeit not achieving a perfect score. Yet, both the supervising elder and Yu Lanxi seemed indifferent to this outcome. Upon inspecting her identity token, the elder recognized her as the sole disciple of Leihuan Peak and understood that she was one of the rare practitioners with a lightning affinity within the entire Tianyang sect. Such prodigious talents are not overly concerned with minor academic shortcomings. Diligent cultivation is of paramount importance. Consequently, the elder was amiable and somewhat lenient, allowing Yu Lanxi to proceed. Yu Lanxi mused, the good people of the outer sect are truly plentiful. The supervising elder encouraged her, saying, focus on your cultivation and protect Tianyang. They exchanged glances, both perceiving unspoken sentiments within each other's eyes. Yu Lanxi distinctly sensed encouragement and reassurance emanating from the elder's gaze. After completing her assessment, Yu Lanxi soon overheard fellow disciples lamenting that among those tested in Jin Ning's group, aside from 2 male disciples, the female candidates ranged in age from 14 to as young as 5, with none passing the examination. Yu Lanxi thought, such abysmal combat prowess is truly disconcerting. Fortuitously, she was not under the gaze of the examiner. Otherwise, she might have found herself among the failures, which was indeed terrifying. Thus, following the examination, Yu Lanxi quietly made her exit, promptly heading to the Beast Hall classroom. Most of her peers had already arrived, frantically cramming for the upcoming test. Observing her surroundings, Yu Lanxi decided to close her eyes and mentally sift through her knowledge points. The examination in the Beast Hall was considerably more challenging, as it required not only keen eyesight but also a comprehensive understanding of the characteristics and weaknesses of various magical beasts. The most absurd aspect is that certain demonic beasts must be evaluated on their culinary qualities, and one must possess a rudimentary understanding of how to prepare them for optimal flavor. The candidates, however, were taken aback yet Yu Lanxi appeared thoroughly engrossed in her study of flavors, demonstrating remarkable familiarity. Moreover, she possessed an in-depth knowledge of the snow demon meat, which she had recently developed a fondness for. The snow demon's appearance is akin to that of a toad, but its flesh is exquisite, particularly suited for steaming without the need for any condiments. Consuming it in its purest form after steaming enhances its natural savoriness. It must be said, the individuals in the realm of cultivation are truly exceptional. Chapter 38. Sharing new delicacies. Yu Lanxi never anticipated that the first demonic beast assessed would be the snow demon. For a food enthusiast who had indulged in this delicacy for several months, the snow demon's characteristics, weaknesses, and preparation methods were second nature. Thus, when the supervising instructor heard Yu Lanxi's proficient responses, he nodded in satisfaction. The subsequent questions posed were rather straightforward, and compared to her peers, Yu Lanxi breezed through the examination at the Beast Hall with ease. However, after her successful record was noted, the proctor kindly remarked, "In truth, you need not delve too deeply into this knowledge. Focus on your cultivation, and we shall handle the rest." His tone was remarkably warm, as if they were long acquainted. After all, the combat prowess of those with lightning attribute spiritual roots is arguably the most formidable in the entire realm of cultivation, with virtually no weaknesses or nemesis. Unlike the other elemental types, each of which has its own vulnerabilities. This is precisely why the elder supervising the examination was lenient toward Yu Lanxi. How can the guardians of this future sect divert their energies towards such trifling matters? She ought to devote her focus to cultivation. Therefore, there is no need for you to gather spiritual herbs. There is no necessity for you to keep track of the demonic beasts. We shall handle that. Your sole responsibility is to diligently cultivate and become the next guardian of the Tianyang sect. Yu Lanxi expressed, "Elder, if you say that, I fear others might think I am receiving favoritism. It is of no consequence, my dear. I assure you, I am quite capable of remembering. I am truly earnest about this. If you do not believe me, feel free to test my knowledge again. Indeed, I have spent the last 2 nights reviewing diligently. Do not worry, you have already passed. From now on, concentrate solely on your cultivation. Should you find yourself in need, just let me know." The elder replied with remarkable kindness, a gentle smile adorning his face. Observing the expression on Yu Lanxi's face, she felt an indescribable sensation. Although the supervising elder during the medicinal hall examination had not shown such evident expectations, the expressions of the two were unmistakably filled with hope for her. Bewildered, she exited the Beast Hall. Why must I, at such a tender age, bear such an immense burden? As she walked toward the dining hall, Yu Lanxi suddenly realized she had lost her appetite. However, considering that she might not venture out much in the near future, she resolved to indulge and consume all the snow demon meat available today. "Miss, I truly cannot provide all of it to you. In recent days, many esteemed seniors from the Inner Peak have been coming daily to partake of the snow demon meat, and our stock has temporarily run dry." The elder in charge of the dining hall remarked with a wry smile upon hearing Yu Lanxi's request. In recent days, the acquisition of snow demon meat has dwindled significantly. Disciples venturing to the Cloudy Marsh report that finding snow demons has become increasingly arduous. Consequently, even though prices have risen, the supply remains scant. "Oh, are there no other delectable beast meats suitable for my palate?" mused Yu Lanxi, her curiosity piqued, though she had no intention of imposing on others. However, recalling that today's examination featured only first-tier demon beasts, she inquired further. Today's offerings included stir-fried rabbit morsels and roasted fire pig. The rabbit used for the stir-fry was the swift-winged rabbit, a creature known solely for its remarkable speed, making it nearly impossible to catch, even for those in the foundation establishment stage. The fire pig, also a first-tier beast, could breathe fire, but its sluggish movements rendered it easily avoidable for disciples in the chi refinement stage. "Very well, if no one else desires them, I shall take them all." Yu Lanxi acquiesced, nodding. Although she was uncertain about the flavors, in the realm of cultivation, beast meat was generally palatable, especially meat imbued with spiritual energy, which, regardless of its taste, was unlikely to be unpleasant. The steward of the dining hall readily agreed. "All right then, let us do this. I shall allocate half of the snow demon meat to you, miss, along with the other 2 dishes." After all, these delicacies were not inexpensive, and disciples from the outer peaks could hardly afford them. Moreover, those who had surpassed the nascent soul stage typically had little appetite for such fare. Most Foundation establishment disciples were preoccupied with their cultivation, and few visited the dining hall, often opting instead for medicinal pills. Thus, even if these dishes were prepared, they might not be consumed entirely. Given that their stock was limited, they decided to bestow the entirety upon Yu Lanxi. That sounds splendid. Yu Lanxi nodded. Yet she insisted on ordering a portion of each of the 2 dishes she had never tasted before, intending to savor them right there. Given the limited quantity prepared, while she indulged in her meal, the dining hall swiftly brought forth the stock of the Gale rabbit and the fiery pig for preparation. After all, Yu Lanxi was a significant patron, and post-examination, she would likely devote herself to rigorous training, so it seemed prudent to prepare a bit more for sale. The moment she sampled the pork, a fiery sensation ignited in her mouth, yet her spirit soared. Her previous melancholy regarding the examinations dissipated instantly, replaced by invigorating delight. The flavor was intensely spicy, yet refreshingly so. The rabbit morsels were mildly spicy, but the meat was exquisitely tender. The texture of both meats rivaled that of the snow demon meat. Tears streamed down Yu Lanxi's face from the spiciness as she marveled at the plethora of delectable dishes available outside. Though she was aware of the preparation methods for these 2 magical beasts, the words in her mind lacked the visceral clarity that experience provided. She resolved to purchase everything. Thankfully, she had brought her skeleton ring today. Otherwise, she feared she might not have sufficient funds. Such delectable dishes were too good not to share with her master. Ignoring the lingering heat in her mouth, Yu Lanxi hurried to a secluded spot, setting her boat toward Thunder Ring Peak. Zheng Ning, who had just exited the apothecary, had intended to converse with her, but he was taken aback to see Yu Lanxi rushing frantically toward Thunder Ring Peak. Zheng Ning furrowed his brow. In his memory, Yu Lanxi typically exhibited a laid-back demeanor, approaching tasks with a calm composure. What could possibly prompt her to be in such a haste today? Could it be that something had occurred at Thunder Ring Peak? After all, with the esteemed Fu Lung present at Lei Huan Peak, any issues that may arise could be effortlessly resolved by his formidable prowess. Master, look what I have brought for you. Yu Lan exclaimed as she hurried towards Fu Lung's residence. The fervent desire to share delectable food with others mirrored the enthusiasm of a fan promoting their idol to those around them. Upon seeing her disciple approach with such urgency, Fu Lung initially feared that something was amiss. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find Yu Lan presenting 2 platters of food before him, eagerly squatting beside the table, her eyes brimming with anticipation. A surge of warmth welled up within Fu Lung's chest at the sight of her expectant gaze. In that moment, he felt capable of performing 20 backflips. These are 2 new delicacies I discovered today, master. They possess a truly extraordinary flavor. You must try them, she declared, offering him a pair of chopsticks she had discreetly acquired from the kitchen. Fu Lung examined the chopsticks, hesitating momentarily before finally grasping them. Although his expression remained composed, inwardly he felt a delightful warmth. His disciple was so thoughtful, bringing her culinary discoveries to share with him. When he unexpectedly took a bite of the fiery roasted pork, his normally pale complexion flushed a vibrant red. "Oh no, it's so spicy," he exclaimed internally, desperately wanting to spit it out. Yet, with his disciple watching, he could not afford to lose face. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to feign enjoyment with his typically expressionless visage, attempting to convey that the experience was thrilling, unique, and pleasurable. Not bad, he thought, as he sought a breath of cool air to soothe his fiery mouth. Yu Lanxi was aware that the dish would undoubtedly be quite spicy, yet she was taken aback to see it redden her master's face. However, her master, true to his title, merely flushed slightly, his expression remaining unchanged. Chapter 39. A master and disciple should share the blessings, having prepared herself mentally. Fu Lung cast her gaze upon another dish, only to find it surprisingly mild. In terms of flavor, it was rather delightful. In comparison to the fiery roast pork, the stir-fried rabbit pieces were evidently more palatable for Fu Lung. Nonetheless, Fu Lung could not allow her disciple to perceive her true feelings. She feigned satisfaction with both dishes, expressing that they were indeed delightful. Yu Lanxi was instantly elated and, with a flourish of her hand, presented a week's worth of food, including today's 2 varieties alongside the snow demon meat. Fu Lung found herself momentarily disoriented, questioning her own identity and whereabouts. Fu Lung thought to herself, "My disciple is truly diligent. It warms my heart and reflects her thoughtfulness. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire." Fu Lung held Yu Lanxi's cultivation in high regard. After Yu Lanxi departed, Fu Leng turned her attention to the fiery roast pork, contemplating for a moment before waving her hand to gather the food. With a swift movement, she vanished from Thunder Ring Peak. The esteemed Zhao Lai had no pressing matters today, so he took a leisurely stroll toward Jin Ning's courtyard. Just before entering, he sensed someone approaching from the side. The familiar aura was so recognizable that it often provoked him to curse, though he was aware he couldn't overpower them, which left him feeling frustrated. With a mix of annoyance and resignation, Zhao Lai turned around and spoke curtly, "What brings you here again? Every time you show up, it heralds mischief." With a vigilant expression, his chiseled features bore an air of coldness, his brow furrowed, imparting an inexplicable fierceness to his demeanor. After all, his appearance did not suggest a benevolent disposition. When he wore a stern countenance, he naturally exuded an intimidating aura. For those unacquainted with him, he would undoubtedly appear formidable. "I have something to share with you," Fu Leng said, his tone nonchalant as he regarded him. However, those familiar with him would discern an underlying hint of pride and a trace of malice in his voice. Surprising. This fellow is actually willing to share something with me? Could it be that he has taken on an apprentice and is beginning to transform? Ao Lai mused, clearing his throat. Finally, he has matured. It appears that one must take on a disciple to truly grow. How gratifying. Well then, please, come in. Originally, Ao Lai intended to lead him to the Grand Hall, but considering his own arrival, he surmised that Jin Ning had likely sensed it in the courtyard, and thus he guided him into Jin Ning's abode. Had Jin Ning not been preoccupied with his thoughts, he would have certainly noticed the two prominent figures stealthily approaching the entrance. However, lost in contemplation, he was taken aback by their sudden appearance, quickly stepping forward to pay his respects with utmost deference and ease. "It is merely a trivial matter. I have come to see you." Ao Lai was prepared to inquire about his disciple's findings in the secret realm, yet it was evident that this was not the appropriate moment for such discussions. With keen curiosity, he glanced at Fu Leng, who had already seated himself. Fu Leng cast a sidelong glance at the tea Jin Ning had brewed earlier, then unceremoniously poured himself a cup. The fiery sensation in his mouth finally began to subside considerably. Jin Ning and Ao Lai exchanged puzzled glances at Fu Leng, wondering if he had come solely for the purpose of enjoying tea. However, it soon became clear what Fu Leng meant by sharing something. 2 plates of fiery roasted pork and 2 plates of stir-fried rabbit chunks appeared before them, the roasted pork glistening with grease. Jin Ning, who had a penchant for vegetarian fare, frowned slightly at the sight of the meat, recalling how he had been unable to snatch even a piece of the last delicacy, the snow demon meat, despite stretching his chopsticks. Thus, the master and disciple sat in silence, one lost in thought and the other bewildered by Fu Leng's intentions. Fu Leng, however, maintained a calm demeanor, stating simply, "My disciple bought too much, so I'm sharing. Do not read too much into it." Internally, he mused. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai nodded, contemplating how unlikely it was for Fu Leng to show such generosity, yet feeling an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. At that moment, Fu Leng conjured a pair of chopsticks with a flick of his wrist, nonchalantly picking up a piece of stir-fried rabbit. As the 4 plates were arranged, perhaps intentionally or not, the 2 fiery plates of roasted pork were positioned directly in front of the master and disciple. "Your disciple has chosen well. The child is delightful," Ao Lai remarked, a smile breaking across his face as he observed Fu Leng enjoying the rabbit. He still felt a twinge of regret for not having recognized this disciple sooner. "Look at this, how wonderful this little one is," he thought, reflecting that although these dishes were not sourced from high-tier magical beasts, the sentiment behind them surpassed any rare treasures. It was certainly more heartwarming than the 4 vests he owned. Even the usually aloof and untainted Master Fu Leng has succumbed to indulgence. How fickle the affairs of the world are. With that thought, the chopsticks in his hand materialized without hesitation, reaching for the nearest fiery roasted boar. Fu Leng observed with a cool gaze, though the corners of his mouth betrayed a slight, suspicious curve. As the meat entered his mouth, he froze momentarily, then turned to stare at Fu Leng, his expression morphing into something oddly strange, mingling with his naturally unwelcoming demeanor, presenting an inexplicable grotesqueness. Just as he was about to spit it out, Fu Leng suddenly pushed the plate toward Jin Ning. "You should try it too." "Oh." Ao Lai abruptly halted. The words he had intended to voice caught in his throat. His expression instinctively shifted to a more composed facade, as he chewed the meat quickly, swallowing it down. A faint blush crept onto his cheeks, yet he uttered a remark that even made Fu Leng glance at him in surprise. It's truly delectable." Prior to uttering this, he had resolved not to be the sole target of Fu Long's jest, believing that as a disciple, he should share in both the mischief and the blessings. Zhen Ning had initially intended to refuse, but he was not well acquainted with Fu Long and feared offending his master. Furthermore, due to his connection with Yu Lanxi, he certainly did not wish to provoke Fu Long, despite suspecting that the roasted meat held some hidden mystery. He nonetheless conjured a pair of chopsticks and delicately picked up a small piece to taste. In that very moment, to his astonishment, his master broke into laughter. In the next moment, Zhen Ning comprehended the reason. The meat was unexpectedly spicy. Indeed, he had sensed a plethora of stimulating herbs within it from the aroma he had previously inhaled. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he would not allow himself to appear foolish. However, his master and the others seemed eager to witness his embarrassment. So he let the droplets of water that had gathered in his mouth dissipate. The tears caused by the spiciness nearly spilled over, provoking hearty laughter from his merciless master. Aolai. Curiously, there was a certain comfort in witnessing others' misfortunes when one was experiencing their own. Chapter 40. The second layer of Qi training having been teased by Fu Long, Aolai wore an expression of displeasure. Yet, inwardly, he felt that Fu Long had finally gained a bit of popularity. In the past, he had perceived Fu Long as aloof, looking down upon others, embodying a cold and unfeeling heavenly principle, seemingly devoid of emotions, an entity sanctified and untouchable. However, after taking disciples, he finally observed glimpses of humanity within Fu Long. It was surprising that he would even indulge in teasing others. Though Aolai had initially harbored thoughts of retaliating, he resigned himself to a more positive perspective, realizing he was no match for Fu Long. Truly, it was rather infuriating. Having achieved his objective, Fu Long departed, but he soon visited several other peaks, sharing the roasted fiery pork once more. Master, it seems that Fu Long has indeed undergone a significant transformation. Although Zhen Ning had been the subject of amusement by two formidable figures, he took it in stride. After all, they were his elders, and it was merely a harmless prank that bore no real consequence. As a teacher, one must inevitably evolve. In the realm of cultivation, the bond between master and disciple is akin to the relationship between father and son in the mortal world. Thus, in the realm of cultivation, accepting disciples is a significant undertaking. Once one takes on a disciple, the responsibility of teaching must be embraced. When an individual bears such responsibilities, their demeanor inevitably shifts. Aolai, in a rather pleasant mood, decided to assess Zhen Ning's progress in cultivation. Subsequently, they engaged in a discussion regarding Zhen Ning's upcoming expedition to the secret realm. Naturally, the treasures attainable in a nascent soul-stage secret realm held little appeal for Aolai, yet he offered Zhen Ning some guidance on his cultivation journey. Despite their differing spiritual root attributes, Aolai, having cultivated for many years, possessed a wealth of experience. Zhen Ning, with commendable insight and exceptional talent, grasped Aolai's intentions with just a few words. He advised against rushing into further cultivation after his recent breakthrough and suggested that Zhen Ning take some time to venture out and refine his state of mind. Aolai expressed these thoughts just before his departure. Zhen Ning respectfully bowed in acknowledgement. Once Aolai left, he glanced at the 4 plates of meat on the table and suddenly broke into a smile. The little junior sister from Thunder Ring Peak is indeed quite the character. For reasons unknown, Zhen Ning began to clear the plates from the table. After a couple of nights of intensive review, he had hardly rested. Although his physique had improved after drawing in vital energy, a day or two without sleep was not insurmountable. However, once he allowed himself to relax, fatigue set in, and he succumbed to slumber. He later awoke, stifled by his blanket, struggling to breathe as he lay face down. Upon awakening, Yu Lanxi contemplated the bed before her with deep thought. Why did you abduct me? The bed remained silent. LOL, miss. I have prepared hot water for your bath. Would you like to take a soak? In recent days, Yu Lanxi had been quite diligent about her bathing routine. The primary convenience lies in the fact that one need not boil water or pour it oneself, as there are dedicated individuals to attend to such tasks. Although drying one's hair post-wash can be cumbersome, it is a significant improvement compared to having to boil water for a bath back in her hometown. With this thought in mind, Yu Lan felt invigorated by the prospect of indulging in a hot soak after 2 exhausting days. Having already consumed food imbued with spiritual energy earlier that afternoon, she decided not to trouble Xiaoxua with cooking dinner. In truth, life at Leihuan Peak is rather monotonous. Yu Lan often pondered how Xiaoxua managed to endure the day-to-day routine, leading her to express her curiosity. Xiaoxue replied that while the young lady ventured to the outer peaks, she remained at home embroidering. Xiaoxue stood nearby, answering Yulan's inquiries one by one. Overall, Xiaoxue's demeanor is rather subdued, timid, reticent, introverted, and somewhat lacking in self-confidence. It is rare for mortals to feel anything but inferior in the presence of cultivators. While she executes her tasks with efficiency, she never initiates conversation. Embroidering? That is quite impressive, Yulan exclaimed. In their village, women skilled in embroidery are considered the household's treasures, as it is said that one can earn a considerable sum from such work in just a month. Yet, Yulan had little concept of monetary value in the mortal realm. Her family was relatively well off, ensuring she was well-fed and warmly clothed, with the occasional treat of meat. Naturally, she had little first-hand experience with money, as her mother managed the finances. The mere thought of her mother brought a wave of nostalgia. After all, since arriving in this world, her mother had been her greatest supporter. Even though she often scolded her, the adage "harsh words conceal a tender heart" aptly describes her mother's nature. A child blessed with a mother is indeed a treasure. Alas, having embarked on the path of immortality, the time of their reunion remains uncertain. Observing Yu Lanxi lost in contemplation, Xiaoxue chose to remain silent as well. She sat up and began to delve into the teachings imparted by her master. After acquiring literacy, Yu Lanxi encountered no obstacles while exploring these techniques. Reflecting on her previous struggles with illiteracy, she marveled at her current status, which now equated to that of a secondary school student. With a playful gesture, she exclaimed, "How impressive I have become." However, upon perusing the name of the technique, she could not suppress a grimace. Ugh, this title is so mundane, the Thunderbolt technique. Such a glitched name lacks creativity. Nevertheless, she understood that since her master had bestowed this technique upon her, it must possess significant merit. While the name lacked originality, the content was paramount. Indeed, when she examined the foundational teachings of the Qi cultivation stage, she encountered no difficulties. Yet, it appeared that the subsequent content had been sealed by her master, suggesting it would be unlocked with her cultivation progress. Resolving not to dwell on this, Yu Lanxi took her time, savoring each bite of her meal. Cultivation, after all, must be approached step by step. Yet, as she began to practice the techniques of the Qi cultivation stage, she felt an inexplicable familiarity. Upon closer reflection, she realized the meridian pathways mirrored the guidance her master had once provided. However, her initial attempts yielded no results. This time, in conjunction with the technique's incantation, she successfully channeled the spiritual energy into her body, directing it into her dantian. It was at this moment that Yu Lanxi realized she was not merely absorbing energy. She had, in fact, attained the cultivation level of the second layer of Qi refinement. Why had no one informed her of this? Nevertheless, the mist within her dantian bore 2 thunder patterns, confirming, as her teaching suggested, that she had indeed stepped into the second layer of Qi refinement. This meant that with a little more effort, she could swiftly progress to the third layer, freeing herself from the torment of having others wash her hair. How utterly delightful. Chapter 41. The necessity of maintaining a high and aloof persona. That night, Yu Lanxi forewent sleep and dedicated herself to her cultivation. However, as she was still new to this practice, she lacked the proficiency she had possessed under her master's guidance, resulting in a considerable waste of spiritual energy. Although she eventually managed to refine her spiritual energy, the mist in her dantian remained only 2 thunder patterns. Yet, Yu Lanxi could faintly sense her progress. In the early stages, the feeling of advancement was quite pronounced, though it might not be as noticeable in later stages. Despite a night of cultivation, Yu Lanxi did not feel fatigued. When dawn broke and she opened her eyes, she felt invigorated. Had it not been for her growling stomach, she would have eagerly continued until reaching the third layer of Qi refinement, and then treated herself to a wash. Previously, she had relied on others for such tasks, but now she wished to try it herself. Regrettably, her hunger compelled her to rise and head to the kitchen. Indeed, the diligent classmate, Xiaoxue, was already up, and upon seeing Yu Lanxi, she promptly bowed and said, "Miss, breakfast will be ready in a quarter of an hour." Yu Lanxi nodded, deciding to take a plate of snow demon meat to tide her over, as it was relatively light and suitable for a morning meal. While savoring her meal, Yu Lanxi contemplated the various obstacles she had encountered during her cultivation journey. It became evident that self-reflection alone was insufficient for mastering the art of cultivation. The guidance of a mentor was indispensable. It is no wonder that in the novels she read, solitary cultivators often faced hardships and tended to have modest levels of attainment. Joining a sect and finding a teacher truly holds great significance, for the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Throughout her night of practice, she had faced numerous minor issues. Having someone to guide her would undoubtedly save her from many detours. Indeed, it is a universal truth that having connections is advantageous, regardless of the setting. With a contented smile, she took a sip of porridge. After her meal, she resolved not to venture outside again. Being naturally inclined towards a homebody lifestyle, had it not been for her desire to avoid illiteracy, she would not have been so diligent in her outings. Initially, it was her mentor who encouraged her to learn to read, but the pressure she felt at that time was overwhelming. She found it more beneficial to engage in practical learning outside. Yu Lanxi mused that she and her mentor had established a certain camaraderie, akin to a friendship forged through their shared love for food. Moreover, over the past few months, they had grown more familiar with one another, and she no longer felt as awkward in the presence of her mentor's cold demeanor. Most notably, Yu Lanxi discovered that she could discern subtle nuances in her mentor's limited expressions. For instance, when her mentor was in a good mood, his gaze softened. On particularly joyous occasions, the corners of his mouth would slightly uplift, albeit not to a pronounced degree. Conversely, when he was in a less favorable mood, his countenance appeared indifferent, his expression resembling that of a stoic. And when he was truly displeased, apologies, but she truly has not noticed her master's rather displeased demeanor. Perhaps it is due to her presence as a considerate little companion that his spirits have been notably uplifted of late. Master, I commenced my cultivation last night. However, I encountered some minor obstacles. After dining, Yu Lanxi hurriedly sought out her master. In her quest to swiftly advance her magical cultivation, she resolved to reach the third layer of the qi refinement stage as expeditiously as possible. Fu Leng approached the matter of cultivation with utmost seriousness. From the moment Yu Lanxi began to pose her inquiries, he meticulously addressed her confusions. While he refrained from over-explaining those aspects that required her personal insight, he endeavored to convey his understanding of the cultivation process in great detail, striving to straighten out the convoluted paths he had once traversed for his disciple. After all, her aptitude is exceptional. Should she avoid unnecessary detours, her progress would undoubtedly rival that of Ao Lin's esteemed peers. Cultivation is not merely a solitary endeavor. She increasingly reflected on how the immortal cultivation novels she had previously read seemed deceptively simple. Without guidance, relying solely on oneself to navigate the complexities of cultivation is indeed a formidable challenge. Even prodigies cannot expect a seamless path. Having someone to accompany and instruct, even with just a few words of wisdom, can significantly mitigate the arduous journey. Consequently, Yu Lanxi found herself somewhat invigorated by her enthusiasm for cultivation. Yet, this fervor was primarily confined to her aspiration to reach the third layer of the qi refinement stage swiftly. After all, her inherent nature is one of laziness, a trait embedded within her since birth. Fortunately, she has always preferred to meticulously plan her endeavors before indulging in the comforts of idleness. Throughout the morning, Yu Lanxi found herself immersed in the teachings of Fu Leng. Perhaps it was the earnest expression of her master while explaining concepts. Or perhaps she had discovered a unique charm about him, but the bond between the master and apprentice had undeniably grown closer. Will you join me for lunch, master? Yu Lanxi hesitated before finally posing the question as she prepared to leave. As a warm-hearted and hospitable disciple, extending an invitation for a meal served as a means to deepen their relationship. Fu Leng instinctively recalled the untouched spicy roasted pork he had stored away, along with the memory of his tongue curling in response to its heat. No, he replied, a smile playing on his lips. It had been quite some time since he had seen this amiable senior brother, and he genuinely missed him. After all, he had acquired a lifetime membership card for elixirs from him, an excellent senior brother indeed. Following lunch, she contemplated her next move and made her way to the plaza at Lei Huan Peak, expertly gazing towards Ao Lai Peak. Unfortunately, a thin layer of clouds obscured her view of the scene atop Ao Lai Peak, prompting her to retrieve a communication jade slip to send a message to Wu Xia. Alas, this was one of the inconveniences of the cultivation world. Communication proved to be rather cumbersome. While the communication jade slips were indeed useful, they became ineffective over long distances, and the most frustrating aspect was that each slip was designated for a specific individual. Thankfully, her circle of friends was small. However, She shuddered at the thought of having to sift through numerous slips to reach out to someone should her social circle expand. No, I must refrain from accepting any more Jade slips, she resolved. I must maintain an aloof persona. The infrastructure in this world was, indeed, quite lacking. Having received guidance from her master, Yu Lanxi indeed gained some insights. Thus, she resolutely decided to retreat for a small afternoon to engage in her cultivation. Perhaps due to the overcast skies, she found her practice today to be remarkably smoother than the previous day. Furthermore, the spiritual energy she refined today was evidently greater than yesterday's, and although there were still no traces of the third lightning pattern in her dantian, she could faintly discern a slight imprint beginning to emerge. Consequently, she pressed on with determination, forgoing dinner entirely. When Xiaoxue arrived and saw Yu Lanxi immersed in her cultivation, she chose not to disturb her by entering, but instead waited outside. She had not fallen into a deep slumber, merely drifting into a light sleep, allowing her to remain alert to any sounds. However, the entire night of practice did not unfold entirely smoothly. In reality, Yu Lanxi harbored a degree of skepticism regarding the accolades bestowed upon her by the esteemed figures. Shouldn't exceptional talent allow for immediate comprehension upon a mere glance? Why did she still grapple with so many uncertainties? Indeed, the narratives within novels often seem deceptive. It could also be that she lacked the qualities of a protagonist, as she possessed none of the fantastical advantages typically afforded to such characters. Chapter 42. The senior brother grows up having a junior sister is quite commendable, of course. He had never ventured out prior to his foundation establishment, making this his first foray. However, as a male, his master expressed more concern for his cultivation than for the others, who were considerably older. Although they shared a certain camaraderie, the dynamic was inherently different from that with the female disciples. Previously, due to Yu Lanxi's playful antics, he had kept a small record of her mischief. After reporting to his master, he made his way directly to Thunder Ring Peak. Yet upon arrival, he found only Xiaoxue sitting outside the courtyard, engaged in embroidery under the eaves. Upon encountering Wuxia, Xiaoxue promptly offered her greetings. "Junior sister, are you currently immersed in your cultivation?" Wuxia inquired, glancing at the sky, which had yet to darken. Since Yu Lanxi had not ventured outside, she was either engaged in her training or fast asleep. "Miss has been cultivating since yesterday," Xiaoxue thought, feeling a twinge of envy towards individuals blessed with celestial affinity. After all, as a mere mortal, who wouldn't envy those ethereal beings capable of soaring through the heavens and traversing the earth? Wuxia mused, however. Has junior sister truly devoted herself so diligently after being away for over 2 months? It seemed quite natural to her. Their master often remarked on Yu Lanxi's exceptional talent, and now that her time at the outer peak had concluded, it was only fitting for her to dedicate herself to her practice. It appeared that once junior sister attained the 3rd level of qi refinement, Wuxia's role as a hair washer might soon become obsolete. Strangely, she found herself feeling somewhat reluctant to leave. With a smile, she resolved to return the following day. Throughout the night, Yu Lanxi remained awake, diligently honing her skills. It must be said that when one truly immerses themselves in cultivation, the passage of time becomes almost imperceptible. The sole reason she paused the following day was that her body signaled her hunger, prompting her to take a break and prepare a meal. At this juncture, she was merely a step away from reaching the 3rd level of qi refinement. Determined to persevere, she consumed her food and resumed her efforts. Hearing movement from within, Xiaoxue hurried to the door, having slept poorly the previous night. However, she rose at the break of dawn to prepare a simple breakfast. "Miss, would you care for some breakfast?" she inquired as Yu Lanxi opened the door. "Yes, I would," Yu Lanxi replied with a calm demeanor, her words succinct. Primarily, she was hungry and lacked the energy for extended conversation, let alone the strength to muster a smile. After consuming 2 bowls of congee, she finally felt rejuvenated. "Xiaoxue, how long have I been cultivating?" She had the persistent sensation of hunger, as if she had not eaten in at least 3 days. "The young lady has been cultivating from yesterday afternoon until this morning," Yu Lanxi mused. "I must have overestimated myself, thinking I was starving for several days." Indeed, she was still in her growth phase and could withstand hunger quite well. Once Yu Lanxi finished her meal, Xiaoxue informed her that Wuxia had visited. After some contemplation, she resolved to directly proceed to the 3rd layer of cultivation today and then seek Wuxia's advice on the spells applicable at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Yu Lanxi realized that since she learned to read, she could swiftly enter a state of cultivation. Typically, one must cast aside distractions to achieve focused tranquility. However, with just a thought, she could immerse herself in cultivation within a mere 5 minutes. This might be linked to her previous life. Once she began her work, she could quickly assume a productive state, regardless of the surrounding clamor. Unless she completed her tasks, she would not relent. It was precisely this relentless nature that led her, as a perpetually occupied programmer, to the brink of overwork. Reflecting on this, she perceived a similarity between cultivation and being a programmer. Both demanded ceaseless dedication. The sole distinction might be that cultivation was less taxing. Upon reaching a higher level, one could even forego meals, simplifying matters considerably. If programmers could also eliminate the need for food, one could only imagine the delight of their employers. Seated cross-legged on her bed, Yu Lanxi murmured to herself a few thoughts. As I prepared to immerse myself in my training, I was suddenly interrupted by the sound of laughter from outside. With a sigh, I realized that my aspirations for ascending to the 3rd level today were thwarted. I ran my fingers through my hair, which felt slightly greasy, yet not entirely unpleasant. Indeed, the perils of staying up late were evident. Even my late-night cultivation sessions had resulted in an unkempt appearance. Contemplating this, I decided to forego my training and take a moment to refresh my mind after a long night. Upon opening the door, I quickly spoke up. To my surprise, the sound of laughter brought a flicker of joy to my companion's heart. She had feared she might be left out. Although this was to be our final encounter, the magic that lingered in the air left her wanting more. As I touched my freshly washed hair, I felt a sense of satisfaction. Where had my senior brother disappeared to? It had been an unusually long absence. What was supposed to be a short trip had stretched into over 2 months. I reminded myself that this was his personal affair, and it seemed my companion was reluctant to delve into it. So I gracefully shifted the conversation. Did you bring any gifts from your travels? I inquired eagerly, hoping that the customs of gift-giving might still hold in this realm. Gift? She echoed, momentarily taken aback. What on earth do you mean? Oh, I see that such traditions are not common here, I replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as I ruffled my hair. It was apparent that there were significant differences between the realm of cultivation and that of the mortal world. Did the celestial beings not adhere to the nuances of human relationships? Perhaps I had overlooked this. What would you like, junior sister? Shall I take you to the market at the foot of the outer peak to explore? Noticing her expression, I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Previously, we had been all men, rarely considering such matters. Currently, I have a good relationship with my junior sister, and it is indeed time to invest some effort into it. In truth, as long as I am not facing the aloof Master Fu Long, my demeanor has always been rather gentle. Ah, is that permissible? Yu Lanxi has been in this realm for quite some time, yet she has never ventured into the bustling markets outside during her studies at the outer peak. Apart from finding it bothersome, there is also a certain trepidation towards the unfamiliar. After all, the world of cultivation is entirely an imagined realm for someone like her. An avowed atheist. Although her arrival in this world was not by her own volition, she still harbors a sense of apprehension towards this unknown and wondrous domain. Thus, she has never set foot in unfamiliar places. Now, with someone to accompany her, she is eager to explore. How delightful it would be to present a gift to my junior sister. Wu Xia smiled, revealing a few pearly whites, his smile markedly warmer than before. Yu Lanxi regarded the young man before her, recalling how he had seemed somewhat juvenile before his departure. She could not help but speak to him earnestly, gently patting Wu Xia's shoulder. Brother, oh, you have grown. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Xia's smile froze. With a swift motion, he flicked her forehead. You impudent girl. Showing no respect. After that, he flicked her a few more times. Hey, this is Lei Huan Peak. My master is still here. Yu Lanxi quickly covered her forehead, noticing that he was preparing to flick her again, and she hurriedly stepped back, saying, I. Wu Xia was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it seems that Master Fu Long is still present. I wonder if his divine consciousness has swept through the surroundings. Should Master Fu Long take notice? It remains uncertain whether he would choose to reprimand me. The mere thought of his imposing presence and perpetually stoic countenance sends a shiver down my spine, particularly when I imagine him regarding me with that same emotionless expression. I hastily lowered my raised hand, my countenance betraying a hint of discomfort. My gaze inadvertently drifted towards the direction of Master Fu Long's chambers, and I feigned calmness as I remarked, Are we not leaving yet? This is rather tedious. With that, I turned on my heel and departed. Yu Lan chuckled to herself. Indeed, Brother Wu Xia seemed quite intimidated by our master. Yet, How could Master be so trivial as to concern himself with such matters? She quickly hurried to catch up, reflecting that such behavior from Wuxia was far more typical. His earlier demeanor, suggesting maturity and composure, had appeared rather awkward. Meanwhile, Master Fu Leng wore a faint frown, finding it amusing how audacious his proud disciple was to dare flick the forehead of his own pupil. Initially, he had sensed a familiar presence entering the Thunder Ring Peak, prompting him to instinctively extend his divine consciousness for a closer look. After all, how could a mere novice perceive the divine consciousness of a master? To his surprise, he witnessed his proud disciple bullying her fellow apprentice. A girl's forehead is not something to be trifled with. Moreover, it seemed that his disciple did not take it to heart. As a senior figure, it would not be appropriate for him to hold a grudge against a junior. Yet, having assumed the role of a master for the very first time in millennia, he felt akin to a new father, instinctively compelled to be cautious and observant at all times. Since it is unwise to quarrel with the insignificant, he resolved to contend with the more seasoned. With a flourish, he presented the delicacy he had long set aside, roasted boar. He recalled that Aline had an aversion to this flavor, so he decided to share this platter of roasted meat with him. Once again, Yu Lanxi assured her companions that she was capable of piloting the vessel without mishap, promising that she would not collide with the peaks. Despite her past transgressions, gaining the trust of others proved somewhat challenging for a driver with a record. Fortunately, Yu Lanxi's earnest demeanor won over Wuxia. Rest assured, senior brother, I am my master's cherished disciple. I would never jest with my own life. Yu Lanxi smiled, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth. Over the past 2 months, she had navigated without incident, earning her the title of an experienced driver. Let us hope this is indeed the case. Wuxia's expression remained grave. Even though persuaded by Yu Lanxi, he still grasped his spirit sword, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The weather had been rather dismal lately, with low-hanging clouds casting shadows over the land, and the thick mist enveloping Lei Huan Peak. Lacking spiritual awareness, Yu Lanxi could potentially encounter trouble if obscured by the fog. Thus, Wuxia promptly extended his spiritual perception, although the range was limited. The leisurely pace of Yu Lanxi's navigation mitigated any concerns. Once they descended to a suitable altitude and emerged from the clouds, visibility improved, allowing Wuxia to exhale in relief. Ah, splendid. It seems you have made considerable progress over these 2 months. Feeling the absence of threats to life, Wuxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, with the daily necessity of flying back and forth, it was nearly impossible not to progress. Of course, the crux of the matter lay in the proximity of their destination, which mandated a slow pace. Any mishap at such a leisurely speed would render the presence of traffic officers utterly futile. Upon departing from the outer peak, Wuxia directed his companion Yu Lanxi regarding their landing location. They gracefully descended just outside the bustling market at the foot of the outer peak. Although the market appeared modest from the sky, one would soon discover its considerable size upon landing. Both individuals, being disciples of the Tianyang sect, donned the sect's distinctive robes, thus requiring no identification to enter the market. Moreover, few dared to cause trouble in the vicinity of the Tianyang sect's mountain base. Upon reaching the entrance, Wuxia suddenly remarked with a smile, "Come, brother, let me show you the world." However, as they stepped inside, Yu Lanxi's expression transformed. "Is this all just street stalls? Is this what you consider showing me the world?" The first sights that greeted them were indeed stalls, manned by both disciples of the Tianyang sect and other cultivators clad in various attires. Many loose cultivators frequented the market for transactions, although most wares were of little use. Those with a discerning eye could unearth numerous treasures. Loose cultivators hailed from all corners of the vast Sun Country, and as the largest cultivation sect in the Sun Country, the Tianyang sect's market was undeniably the most vibrant. However, Yu Lanxi found the bustling scene before her to be somewhat, well, perhaps due to her familiarity with the crowded bund, she could hardly describe the sparse gathering as lively, let alone enlightening. This was merely the entrance to the marketplace, populated mostly by itinerant cultivators, while the true essence of Tianyangmen's marketplace lay deeper within. Noticing Yu Lanxi's somewhat perplexed expression, Wuxia smiled and spoke. Indeed, after passing through a street lined with stalls, they encountered taller, more substantial buildings flanking the road. Although these structures did not exude opulence, they certainly appeared more prosperous compared to the rudimentary stall-lined street. For a child who had spent their entire life in a village, this place already seemed quite vibrant. Oh, it seemed that such a vast area was not visible from above. Yu Lanxi observed closely and noticed that there appeared to be 2 additional streets adjacent to them. The marketplace was fortified with a formation, limiting visibility to merely the outermost street. As they walked, Wuxia took the opportunity to impart knowledge to Yu Lanxi about the aspects of the outer peak that she had not yet learned. The teachings of the outer peak were indeed limited. To truly comprehend more about the world of cultivation, one must venture forth and explore. After all, practice is the ultimate truth. Most of the shops in the marketplace were operated by Tianyangmen, although some were run by disciples from the outer peak, offering an eclectic array of goods. However, the marketplace also welcomed many mortals, ensuring that all daily necessities were readily available. Yu Lanxi glanced at a jewelry store not far away, tugging at her Taoist bun, contemplating her pitiful state with nothing but a wooden hairpin gifted by her elder brother. Zhenning. Even Xiaoxua had more adornments than she did. Ultimately, she resolved to purchase some jewelry. After all, she was a girl. It could not be that a single wooden pin sufficed for every occasion. "Don't you wish to peruse the weaponry?" she asked curiously, noticing Yu Lanxi pass by a weapons shop. Although the cultivation world appeared serene, competition among cultivators was ever present, leading them to place great importance on their weapons. Thus, regardless of how many weapons one possessed, finding those that suited one best was always prudent for unforeseen circumstances. No, I prefer to explore what girls should appreciate," Yu Lanxi replied dismissively, stepping into the jewelry store. Upon entering, she made a beeline for the counter, yet upon inspecting the jewelry, she found it somewhat gaudy. It was either adorned with flowers or tassels, or it was overly ostentatious in gold and silver. None of it felt fresh or refined. Perhaps she simply lacked the ability to appreciate such items. Was it possible that she had not yet unlocked the ability to admire jewelry, making her oblivious to the art of feminine adornment? "Sister, this hairpin is quite lovely. Should you give it a try?" Wuxia remarked, intrigued by the selection, surprised that her sister had an affinity for such things. No, that large red flower does not suit me," Yu Lanxi replied, turning her head sharply at the sight of the vibrant flower in Wuxia's hand, quickly retreating. Chapter 44. What mistake did the nascent soul master make? A chill ran down her spine, profoundly striking her soul. The aesthetic sensibilities of my senior brother are truly peculiar. In the end, Yu Lanxi chose a white jade hairpin and a jade hairpin intricately carved with magnolia flowers. Both were simple in design, devoid of any tassels or embellishments. However, Wuxiao insisted on paying, and Yu Lanxi acquiesced. After all, these items were mere trinkets, not even worthy of spirit stones. Instead, they were priced with spirit pearls, roughly the size of a thumb, imbued with rather feeble spiritual energy. For cultivators, spirit pearls might as well be trifles. After Wuxia offered a spirit stone and was presented with an array of spirit pearls, he hastily waved his hand, indicating his disinterest. As they strolled about, Yu Lanxi, with her current discerning eye, found everything remarkably impressive, convinced that each item held a story, though in truth, she understood little of what she beheld. This excursion merely served to broaden her horizons, as she attended a small auction whose purpose eluded her comprehension, only to be led by Wuxia to explore the talisman shop, elixir shop, formation pavilion, and weapon shop of Tianyang sect, where he insisted on gifting her a plethora of local specialties. She was oblivious to the cost, yet felt genuinely touched, for it was the first time a man had spent money on her. Thus, when they entered an inn to rest, Yu Lanxi wore a look of heartfelt gratitude. "Brother, you are truly kind-hearted." Although she possessed considerable wealth herself, the sensation of someone else spending money on her held a different significance. "No worries, these items are hardly worth a medium-grade spirit stone." Moreover, as disciples of Tianyang sect, they enjoyed discounts, often receiving items at nearly cost price. Yu Lanxi mused, a medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. This exchange ratio is a fundamental lesson learned in the outer sect. If one were to adhere to this conversion, it is indeed not exorbitant, especially considering that a single dish can cost dozens or even hundreds of spirit stones. Perhaps this is the plight of the affluent, possessing such wealth that one need not concern oneself with prices when making purchases. Moreover, it appears that the cost of living in the realm of cultivation is not excessively high. As she traversed a street lined with stalls, Yu Lanxi noticed a noticeable increase in the crowd compared to earlier, with many being disciples from the outer sect. The attire of the outer sect disciples bore subtle differences from that of their inner sect counterparts, which would be difficult to discern without prior knowledge. Fortunately, during a moment of leisure, she had taken the time to observe closely. Would you care to browse through the stalls? She proposed to Wu Xia, who, despite his usual aversion to such markets, felt a desire to broaden Yu Lanxi's horizons. He also wished to instill in her a sense of vigilance towards the cultivation world. For the path of cultivation encompasses more than mere practice. It also necessitates a degree of caution and awareness of the people within this realm. In a marketplace, lacking discernment could often lead to unfortunate lessons and losses. With his presence, even if she were to face setbacks, it would serve as a valuable lesson, enlightening Yu Lanxi to the complexities of the outside world. I've never been particularly lucky. Perhaps it's best to let it be. Yu Lanxi replied with a shake of her head. Yet, what if you stumble upon a rare treasure? Wu Xia countered persuasively. With his guidance, even if she encountered misfortune, it could provide practical insights. This would undoubtedly be preferable to her venturing forth alone in the future, only to suffer loss or mistreatment. Come on, with my wealth. What treasures can I simply purchase? Yu Lanxi remarked, gazing at him with astonishment. Indeed, one can easily stumble upon gems at roadside stalls. According to the conventions of novels, the female protagonists often procure their coveted treasures at minimal costs while meandering through market stalls. Even if it is not a fabled artifact, it could still be a rare find. However, such matters were of no concern to her. She had never even counted the spirit stones bestowed upon her by her master. She possessed an ample supply of mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones, not to mention several exceptional ones. The worth of exceptional spirit stones is often incalculable, as no one would be foolish enough to exchange their rare treasures for mere low-grade stones. Wu Xia, you speak with such reason. I find myself at a loss for words. Yes, indeed, my junior sister's mindset is quite admirable. It surprisingly made a great deal of sense. Why would the affluent need to rummage through markets for treasures when they could simply purchase whatever they desire? Reflecting on this, she recalled that the wealthy master Fulling casually possessed an exceptional spirit stone. Suddenly, she felt she had been overly concerned. With such a generous and remarkable master, it was improbable that he would neglect to provide for his disciple. Yet, in reality, the wealthy master was lacking in funds and had not prepared anything substantial for Yu Lanxi. Perhaps the only valuable items he offered were mere spirit stones. Nevertheless, she decided to take a look. Who knows, perhaps she was destined to be the protagonist. Although Yu Lanxi claimed she had no need to search for treasures due to her wealth, a flicker of curiosity still lingered within her. Primarily, I am driven by curiosity to ascertain whether I possess the fate of a protagonist, to encounter something that captivates me so profoundly that I am rendered immobile. Or perhaps to sense an inexplicable connection with an object that seems to harbor extraordinary secrets. Time elapses as I wander through two bustling stalls. Although the vendors exhibit a commendable demeanor, speaking candidly about their wares, the items themselves appear rather dull and uninspiring. Purportedly unearthed from the lair of a certain nascent soul master, Yu Lanxi finds no hint of that elusive spiritual resonance. Indeed, it seems she does not possess the destiny of a protagonist. As she surveys the eclectic assortment, encountering various peculiar trinkets and even some of the mystical flora and fauna studied in her lessons, most items reveal themselves to be rather mundane. However, she halts at a stall showcasing jewelry, not due to a lack of previous purchases, but because these ornaments surprisingly possess certain defensive capabilities. Could these have been crafted by the vendor herself? The stall owner, a female cultivator appearing to be in her 30s, conceals her true age. An enigma in the realm of cultivation, where youth may disguise centuries or even millennia of existence. Yu Lanxi examines the jewelry before her, each piece adorned with intricate patterns. Lacking knowledge in artifact refinement and formations, she remains oblivious to their specific functionalities. The vendor, veiled and with a slightly husky voice, seems to deliberately obscure her identity, a common precaution among those with numerous adversaries in the world of loose cultivators. While Yu Lanxi's curiosity is piqued, she typically does not indulge it excessively when it concerns others. Casually selecting a necklace, she spends 8 spirit stones, momentarily marveling at the affordability of such items. Yet, in the next moment, "Boss, can't you lower the price a bit? How about 5 spirit stones?" A small girl, seemingly of similar stature, crouched down to negotiate with a vendor. She was purchasing a wooden box intricately carved with patterns. "It can't be any less. I found this in the cave of a Yuaning master," the vendor replied helplessly. Yu Lanxi, Wu Xia, another Yuaning master. What wrongs have these masters committed to have their caves plundered one after another? Eventually, she reluctantly purchased the box for 6 spirit stones, unsure of its contents. As there was no visible opening to inspect, the girl appeared quite exhilarated after her acquisition and hurriedly departed. Such excitement! Could it be a treasure? Observing the girl's reaction, Wu Xiao felt a flicker of curiosity. However, seeing Yu Lanxi's composed demeanor, she pondered if she was overreacting, remembering that she had brought her here to broaden her horizons. Chapter 45. A Breakthrough Junior Sister. Why are you not curious at all? You hardly resemble a typical 14-year-old, Wu Xia casually remarked. Yet, Yu Lanxi paused seriously and looked at Wu Xia intently. Senior brother, all matters in this world can be succinctly encapsulated in 2 phrases. Oh, what are those 2 phrases? First, what does it have to do with me? Second, what does it have to do with you? As a cultured individual, one must refrain from using such crude language. Wu Xia, was that girl about to say, what does it have to do with you? Indeed, it certainly seemed so. However, upon first hearing those 2 statements, they surprisingly seemed quite reasonable. After speaking, Yu Lanxi strolled away with her hands clasped behind her back, embodying the demeanor of a sage. Wu Xia pondered for a moment, but suddenly realized something was amiss. Just a moment ago, I had posed a question to you. Yet you dismissed it as irrelevant to you? With this revelation, she lost interest in perusing the street stalls any further. Primarily because Yu Lanxi lacked discernment and could not distinguish between what was valuable and what was not. To her, the majority of the items at the market appeared to be mere refuse. The presentation of the goods left much to be desired. Although the items in the shops were somewhat pricey, at least they were clean and straightforward. In contrast, the wares at the stalls were mostly dull and dusty. And Yu Lanxi even spotted someone selling tiles. Upon inquiring, she was informed that they were tiles from the cave dwelling of a Yuanying Junren. Yu Lanxi. So, is the entire cultivation world dedicated to scavenging the cave of the Yuanying Junren? On the return journey, which was aboard Yu Lanxi's vessel, her spirits were notably elevated, perhaps due to having gained a modicum of experience or simply relishing her newfound freedom. Thus, upon reaching the outer peak, Yu Lanxi generously treated her senior brother Wu Xia to a meal. Although Wu Xia was in the foundational stage, he had not entirely forsaken eating, occasionally requiring the consumption of spirit-replenishing pills. Nonetheless, accompanying Yu Lanxi, a wealthy patron, allowed for a bit of indulgence. They enjoyed a feast of demon-beast delicacies. Brother, is the meat of the cold eagle delectable? The cold eagle was a second-tier demon beast, and a high-ranking one at that, far beyond what someone of Yu Lanxi's status could afford. Therefore, even while treating Wu Xia, Yu Lanxi could merely watch enviously. Sister, devote yourself earnestly to your cultivation. Once you reach the latter stages of the qi refinement period, you shall be able to savor it. Without Wu Xia's generosity, one could not relish a morsel of the cold eagle's flesh at the outer peak, for such delicacies are indeed quite costly. In comparison to the items I procured for Yulan, this fare pales significantly. While my heart swells with gratitude, my hands remain unyielding, swiftly producing several jade vials. Yulan gazes at the snow demon meat before her, then casts a glance at the cold eagle meat in Wu Xia's possession, feeling inexplicably disenchanted with the former. As a second-tier demon beast, the cold eagle possesses a greater reservoir of spiritual energy within its flesh. Yulan, having barely scraped by in her recent examination, is aware that cold eagle meat is both chewy and imbued with a slight chill. A sprinkle of chili elevates its zest to a delightful thrill. Wu Xia seems oblivious to Yulan's pitiful gaze, continuing to chatter away. Driven by the notion of seizing any opportunity, Yulan nonetheless gathers a few vials of elixirs. Collecting is a gradual process, and though I may presently be impoverished, it is reassuring to see my modest savings accumulate over time. Is Brother Zhening an herbalist? Yulan hastily nibbles at the snow demon meat, only to find it lacking in flavor. Indeed, Brother Zhening possesses a wood elemental affinity, naturally endowing him with a profound connection to spiritual plants and herbs. Consequently, the spiritual flora he cultivates often manifests its inherent abilities at their peak. Many plants, despite not having attained consciousness, exhibit their own unique essences. Brother Zhening is truly remarkable. The mere thought of his striking appearance compels Yulan to shower him with praise. Upon hearing this, Wu Xia pouts, exclaiming, "TSK, a beauty enthusiast. Was the elixir concocted by herself? How come this fellow has not boasted about his remarkable prowess? Isn't it merely the foundation establishment stage?" With just a smidgen of effort, It should not be an arduous task. Contemplating this, Yu Lanxi resolutely rose to commence her cultivation. Achieving the third layer of qi refinement merely requires a gentle push, so how far could she be from foundation establishment? With determination, Yu Lanxi swiftly entered her cultivation state. Perhaps due to being so close to the threshold, she soon discovered that the spiritual energy today was particularly vibrant, making her practice significantly smoother than before. Although she still wasted considerable spiritual power, an outcome of her inexperience, she nevertheless broke through to the third layer of qi refinement before dawn. Reaching the third layer of qi refinement signifies that Yu Lanxi can now wield some basic spells. For instance, the cleansing technique, which she had long yearned for, could eliminate any dirt from her body with a single incantation, banishing even the dandruff from her hair. However, it wasn't long before she detected a somewhat sour odor emanating from herself. Perhaps it was due to her breakthrough. The abundant spiritual energy within her body had expelled some impurities. Yet, it was merely a slight amount, and her keen sense of smell picked up a hint of sweat sourness. She was still far from achieving the ethereal complexion and exquisite skin she desired. As dawn had yet to break, Yu Lanxi felt hesitant to summon Xiaoxue at this hour to prepare her bathwater. Instead, she opted to wipe herself down with a towel and casually consumed a fasting pill given to her by the flawless senior brother. It must be said that the flavor of the fasting elixir crafted by Brother Wuxiao is truly delightful. Were it not for the fact that a single pill rendered her insensible to hunger, she would have indulged in several more. As for what followed, she willingly succumbed to the allure of her bed, which ensnared her with its comfort. Lying there, she initially believed herself to be quite alert and unable to sleep. Yet, the moment her head touched the pillow, slumber overtook her with surprising swiftness. Perhaps having gone several days without a proper rest, Yu Lanxi found herself once more dreaming of that familiar realm she had visited in her previous dreams, a place that filled her with nostalgia. The gentle swaying sensation cradled by the flowers and grasses was truly delightful. When she finally awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. The weather was splendid. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the warm embrace of sunlight. "Miss, would you like to freshen up? I have already prepared the water," Xiaoxue inquired eagerly, having been embroidering just outside her room. "Ah, you have boiled the water?" Yu Lanxi had initially intended to seek out her master or inquire with Wuxiao about the proper usage of the cleansing technique. However, considering the odor that clung to her, she was keenly aware of her image and could not allow others to detect that unpleasant scent. Since she had already met the necessary standards, she decided it best to take a refreshing bath before seeking further clarification. Before long, Xiaoxue had everything ready, and Yu Lanxi quickly consumed a light meal before immersing herself in the bath. However, her long hair posed a bit of a challenge, as it inevitably got wet during her washing. Thus, she opted to wash it all at once. After bathing, Yu Lanxi dressed, casually toweled off her hair, and, unable to contain her eagerness, dashed toward her master's chamber with her damp locks trailing behind her. "Master, master," she called out, but the door to his quarters was closed, leaving her with no choice but to rap gently on it. The door opened automatically. Chapter 46, Mysterious Weapons. As soon as she entered, Fu Longzun frowned slightly at Yu Lanxi's damp hair, but with a gentle wave of his hand, her hair was instantly dry and neat. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in Yu Lanxi's desire to learn magic. She then took out a jade slip and inscribed her understanding of basic spells into it. Holding the jade slip, Yu Lanxi felt an overwhelming excitement. How remarkable it was that a science enthusiast like her would one day delve into the realm of magic. As she cradled the slip, her heart raced with exhilaration, and her hands trembled. "What is the matter?" Fu Lung asked, intrigued by Yu Lanxi's unusual demeanor. "I'm just so excited," Yu Lanxi replied, unable to suppress a silly grin. The slip also contained several advanced spells that, while she could peruse given her current cultivation level, should not be practiced just yet. Fu Lung advised before she departed. Yu Lanxi performed a respectful bow, more sincere than ever before. Her master truly cared for her, and though he could not rival her mother in her heart, he had reached an equal standing with her father. She believed that soon, he would surpass her father and become the second most important person in her life after her mother. With this thought, Yu Lanxi cast an encouraging glance at Fu Lung before taking her leave. Fu Lung pondered, what did that glance mean? Why did it evoke within him a desire to strive harder? Why is my senior brother here? After speaking, he approached and gently patted Wuxiao's shoulder. The The fasting elixir you concocted is truly delectable. This unintentional compliment made Wuxia's chest swell with pride, and a sense of joy enveloped him. In his elation, he unwittingly uttered words he would later regret. Wuxia maintained a warm smile, replying, "If you enjoy it, junior sister, I can certainly prepare other flavors for you. Well then, could you brew me a few bottles of sweet and spicy flavor next time?" "Wuxia, this is rather excessive, isn't it? Can we keep it simple? What exactly is sweet and spicy supposed to be?" Yulan thought, stroking her chin. Was this request truly so difficult? She simply had a sudden craving for the uniquely flavored beans from Yuzhou. That sweet, spicy, and crispy sensation was utterly irresistible. It was the delightful combination of sweetness and spiciness. After expressing this, Yulan couldn't help but gaze at Wuxia with anticipation. "You can manage that, can't you, senior brother?" Wuxia replied. How could a man ever say he can't? After a moment's contemplation, he mused that perhaps he could incorporate some seasoning spiritual herbs into the fasting elixir. "Very well, I shall ensure I create it for you, junior sister." Yulan remarked, "Indeed, when one is sufficiently pushed, anything can be accomplished. Senior brother Wuxia is fortunate to have encountered me in this lifetime. I've nudged him several times along his path of alchemy, enabling him to flourish and traverse uncharted territories." Observing the determined expression on Wuxia's face, Yulan nodded slightly, feeling a sense of fulfillment in her good deed. The red scarf draped across her chest seemed to glow even brighter. "By the way, I have yet to congratulate you on your breakthrough, unfettered by reservations. I couldn't help but marvel at how diligently my junior sister has progressed. Indeed, her pace of cultivation is swift. In just one night, she ascended to the third layer of the Qi refinement stage. She has only been initiated for a few months, most of which were spent enlightening others at the outer peak, and when considering the actual time spent in cultivation, it amounts to but a few days. Alas, it pales in significance. Yu Lanxi, in her modesty, waved her hand dismissively, though in truth, she hadn't exerted herself excessively. Unfettered. Following this, Yu Lanxi produced a jade slip, indicating that she had received it from her master. After pondering for a moment, Unfettered decided to relinquish the jade slip he held. "All right, thank you, senior brother." Thus, the two stood in an awkward silence for a while. Observing that he seemed unprepared to depart, Yu Lanxi ventured, "Will you stay for a meal, senior brother? Or shall we dine at the outer peak?" Upon uttering these words, she couldn't help but wish to slap herself for her indiscretion. "How foolish of you to speak so freely." "Very well," Unfettered replied, flashing a broad smile that revealed a perfect set of 8 teeth, presenting a somewhat naive appearance. Yu Lanxi, what a ridiculous naivety. She then watched as he brazenly devoured a plate of frost eagle meat accompanied by a serving of crimson duck meat, both sourced from second-tier demon beasts. The snow demon meat in her hand indeed lost its allure. Unfettered had no intention of truly tricking Yu Lanxi. As they parted at Thunder Ring Peak, he suddenly flipped his hand, revealing a weapon reminiscent of a crescent moon. The moon gold wheel was adorned with intricate carvings, resembling a crescent moon, with the majority of its outer blade sharpened. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Yu Lanxi reached out to touch it, only to feel a sudden chill before she could even graze its edge. Astonishingly, her finger was already cut. A drop of crimson blood fell abruptly upon the moonlit golden wheel. Yu Lanxi felt a sudden hum, as the previously tranquil moonlit wheel began to spin slowly before her. A series of clicking sounds emanated from the wheel. "Wuxia, what the hell?" Yu Lanxi, utterly astonished. Both of them bore expressions of disbelief. After exchanging glances, they discerned a gradual realization of shock reflected in each other's eyes. "What are you shocked about? What has astonished you?" they inquired in unison. Yu Lanxi, with a perplexed expression, asked, "Is this not what you bestowed upon me? Are you unaware?" Wuxia replied, "Did you not acknowledge ownership by shedding blood? Are you oblivious to that?" Yu Lanxi, increasingly bewildered, felt as though she had been compelled to acknowledge ownership, yet the wheel had absorbed her blood completely, leaving her devoid of any connection to it. She could not sense anything akin to a mental link. The moonlit wheel remained imperceptible to her. Suddenly, amidst her trepidation, the wheel began to revolve around her, accompanied by a resonant sound akin to a weapon's rotation. Wuxia hastily retreated several paces, unable to remain still due to the chilling aura emitted by the wheel. Yu Lanxi trembled uncontrollably, bewildered by the situation. "I merely shed a drop of blood. Why is it revolving around me?" she pondered, unable to sense anything at all. Did novels not assert that one could feel the weapon after acknowledging ownership through blood? Why was she an exception? Indeed, it seemed that novels were not to be relied upon. Thus, she cried out, "Master, Master, please come to my rescue." Though reluctant to show such timidity, in this moment, would it be wise to call upon the master instead of relying on the unreliable Wu Xia? Hearing the cries of Yu Lanxi, a profound stillness enveloped him as an inexplicable aura swept over him, and in an instant, he found himself transported to his disciple's courtyard. In Chapter 47, The Materialistic Weapon, when Fu Longzun made his entrance, the moon gold wheel, which had been orbiting Yu Lanxi, suddenly hesitated before swiftly descending before her, as if attempting to erase the memory of the recent events. Yet, despite its desire to conceal itself before Yu Lanxi, it was effortlessly summoned by Fu Long. With a slight frown, Fu Long observed that the weapon seemed to have developed a semblance of sentience, yet it appeared not to have undergone the tribulations of heaven. Although he could not communicate with Yu Lanxi's weapon, he unhesitatingly imposed a restriction upon it, at least until his disciple's cultivation reached a higher level. She should remain unaffected by the weapon's emerging consciousness. He cared not for the origins of this weapon, nor for its potential rank. His sole concern was that it posed no harm to his dear disciple. After all, he was a mere pauper. Initially, he pondered how to forge an appropriate weapon for his disciple. From whence did this weapon originate? Fu Long inquired coldly, casting a glance at Wu Xia. Wu Xia, feeling somewhat intimidated since Fu Long's arrival, endeavored to maintain the dignity of their proud peak, yet dared not let her guard down. Primarily due to the terrifying gaze of Fu Long, it was as though she were perpetually at risk of being struck by lightning. Yu Lanxi pondered silently, wondering if it might have been unearthed from the lair of a Yuaning real person. How pitiful for that Yuaning. Master, does the moon gold will have any issues this month? Yu Lanxi inquired curiously, feeling reassured in the presence of her master. The moon gold wheel was indeed striking in appearance. Unlike ordinary blades, it possessed the ability to levitate on its own and was remarkably sharp, exuding an air of sophistication. Alas, her limited experience rendered her unable to discern its quality. It's of no great concern, Fu Long remarked, having placed a restriction to prevent the intellect within from disturbing Yu Lanxi. However, the weapon had not undergone the heavenly tribulation, making it difficult to ascertain its true rank. Once Fu Long finished speaking, he released the moon gold wheel, which immediately rushed to Yu Lanxi's side, as if fleeing from an unseen pursuer. Yu Lanxi gazed at the floating moon gold wheel with a hint of frustration, pondering how it could possibly accompany her everywhere in the future. Observing her predicament, Fu Long opted not to elaborate further, but exchanged a meaningful glance with Wu Xia before departing. Wu Xia felt a wave of apprehension from that gaze, relieved when the master finally left. Yu Lanxi, however, was left bewildered, as her master had yet to instruct her on how to manage this peculiar object. Senior brother, this weapon cannot just float around indefinitely, can it? Yu Lanxi remarked, unable to suppress her thoughts as she noticed Wu Xia's frightened expression. Why don't you try to see if you can stow it away? Wu Xia stroked his chin, intrigued by this extraordinary weapon, having never encountered anything quite like it. Previously, when the moon gold wheel was in his possession, it seemed lifeless. It couldn't even glide, let alone perform any cutting. Now, placed in Yu Lanxi's hands, it had transformed entirely. Could it be attributed to her abundant wealth? In this era, even weapons exhibit a certain elitism. Yu Lanxi retrieved her storage bag and attempted to stow the moon gold wheel within it. However, unlike her previous ease in storing spiritual boats, spiritual stones, and food, she found herself at a loss this time, particularly in the presence of her senior brother Wu Xia, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed about her role as his elder brother. What is the matter? Wu Xia observed her struggle as the moon gold wheel remained steadfastly by her side. Ignoring him, Yu Lanxi whispered to the moon gold wheel, "Come on. Little brother, please get in." Yet, the weapon proved obstinate, resisting her efforts. Strangely, Yu Lanxi felt a certain telepathic connection with it. The moon gold will seem to express its refusal. "No, I simply will not. Junior sister, perhaps you should consider using a storage ring instead? After all, such a sentient weapon deserves more than being stored in a bag," Wu Xia suggested. Yu Lanxi pondered this and found it quite reasonable. Thus, she retrieved the skull ring that hung around her neck from beneath her garments. Wu Xia remarked, "Your taste is indeed quite unique, junior sister." Yet, much like before, the moon gold will still refuse to comply. What should we do now? Yu Lanxi wondered, casting a hopeful glance towards Wu Xia. especially since their master had departed without uttering a word. Unbeknownst to her, Wu Xiao was fixated on her skull ring, prompting Yu Lanxi to clutch it tightly. This is mine. The ring is mine, and the spiritual stones inside are mine too. Seeing this, Wu Xiao merely rolled his eyes and remarked, it appears this weapon possesses a strong spiritual essence. It may have developed sentience. Yu Lanxi nodded thoughtfully. She certainly understood the reasoning behind it. However, the constant presence of a weapon at her side was quite perplexing. Surely, she could not be followed everywhere, could she? The notion of being the center of attention was rather unappealing to her. Thus, how could she possibly stow it away? She had heard that after reaching the nascent soul stage, one could nurture their intrinsic weapon within their body. Perhaps you could wait a moment, she suggested. Wu Xiao blinked innocently. Feigning ignorance, Yu Lanxi replied. What purpose do you serve? Alas, there was little that could be done. A sentient weapon, unless willingly, could not be retracted. Moreover, Wu Xiao speculated that after years of being stored within a spatial ring, the weapon might not be particularly pleased. Casting a troubled glance at the Yuejin Luan beside her, it seemed indifferent to her plight. Whenever she moved, it followed suit, stubbornly remaining at her side. However, if one possessed sufficient strength, for instance, the prowess of a venerable master, they could exert control over it. Wu Xiao earnestly conveyed this to Yu Lanxi. A wry smile tugged at Yu Lanxi's lips. Though her expression remained stoic, she felt an urge to strike it down. Perhaps sensing her murderous intent, Wu Xiao quickly made his exit, relieved that he had not managed to refine it. Having a crescent moon shadowing him everywhere would undoubtedly attract unwarranted attention, and he preferred to remain inconspicuous. This troublesome burden had inadvertently been cast aside, yet considering Yu Lanxi's current ire, he decided it would be wise to return in a few days. In recent days, I have been delving into the study of sweet and spicy flavors, hoping that by then, my junior sister's fury will have subsided. Once the courtyard is left with only myself, Yu Lanxi gazes at the moon-gold wheel with an expression of utter desolation. After a moment, she steels herself and approaches, saying, Little brother, with no one around, why not consider retreating into the ring? The moon-gold wheel responds with a resolute, no. Despite the absence of any telepathic connection between them, an unmistakable sense of resistance emanates from him. Could you perhaps shrink a little? Your presence puts me in quite a predicament. How am I to conduct my affairs and embody the essence of a low-profile yet profound cultivator? The moon-gold wheel remains unyieldingly silent. Yu Lanxi attempts to employ threats, plead for leniency, assert dominance, and extend kindness, yet all her efforts are in vain. He remains impervious to her entreaties. Thus, Yu Lanxi begins to question whether this weapon truly possesses sentience or if it is merely a rigid construct, bound by its initial programming and incapable of adaptability. Chapter 48. The 14-year-old child seeks to lodge a complaint. Upon returning to her room, Yu Lanxi gazes impassively at the moon-gold wheel, which hovers beside her. With a furrowed brow, she leaps onto her bed, flopping down onto the covers in frustration. Oh, you are so bothersome. Can't you stop hanging around like that? She exclaims, her voice muffled as she writhes restlessly on the bed. The moon-gold wheel remains quietly detached. Paying her no heed, she raises her head, her expression a blend of confusion, pity, helplessness, and fragility. Must she continue to bear such a burden in public until she reaches the nascent soul stage? In despair, she grabs at her hair, tousling it without a care. However, her expression swiftly transformed. Following this, she pondered that perhaps there was nothing inherently wrong with this situation. She could confidently remain indoors, embracing the life of a recluse. Moreover, she could unabashedly linger at Thunder Ring Peak, biding her time. Not to mention, with her brazen demands, she could enlist her senior brother Wu Xiao to run errands for her. After all, this inconvenience could be alleviated by him. With this thought, as Yulan gazed again at the quietly resting moon-gold wheel, she found it unexpectedly endearing. Just a moment ago, she had intended to touch the moon-gold wheel, yet recalling how she had previously cut her finger, she hesitated, even though the bleeding had ceased. The wound remained. She stepped back a couple of paces, and the moon-gold wheel still moved slightly forward in response. I wasn't referring to you as bothersome. I was speaking of senior brother Wuxia. You are quite fine as you are, just hanging there is perfectly acceptable, even if it means enduring until the end of time. Although she spoke thus, her tone shifted from gentle to somewhat stiff. Indeed, anyone would find it somewhat irksome to be tethered by such an entity. Even if the moon-gold wheel allowed her to comfortably adopt the persona of a recluse, it still felt a bit off. While she didn't particularly enjoy venturing out, indulging in delectable treats at the outer peaks sometimes proved delightful. Yet now, because of this weapon, even the thought of enjoying a feast outside was rendered impossible. With a sigh, she settled onto her bed, caressing the skull ring hanging around her neck, and suddenly recalled that there might still be a weapon prepared for her by her master within the ring. One by one, they equipped themselves with weapons. While the master generously gifted a weapon that quietly resided within the skeleton ring, causing no disturbance or mischief. Reflecting on this, she cast a glance at the one beside her. How remarkable it is that in this day and age, there exists such a stark contrast among weapons. Some weapons, indeed, seem utterly oblivious to their owner's sentiments. She resolved to indulge in a good slumber, allowing it to hang about as it pleased. With that, she reclined upon her bed, casting a fleeting glance at the silent moon-golden wheel. Yu Lanxi murmured, "I am going to sleep now. Would you like to step outside for some fresh air? Do you require my assistance to open the door?" Moon-golden wheel replied, "Very well. Do as you wish." With that, it turned away and genuinely began to sleep. Upon awakening, Yu Lanxi still felt a subconscious sway within her body. It was inevitable. Once she entered the realm of dreams, she would surely find herself cradled among the flowers and grasses, swaying gently, reluctant to awaken. Thus, each time she stirred from slumber, her body would subconsciously retain a slight rocking motion. Rubbing her eyes in a daze, she observed the dim light outside, indicating that dawn had yet to break. However, when her gaze wandered upwards, she noticed, the moon-golden wheel was nowhere to be seen. In an instant, Yu Lanxi recalled her opportunity to venture to the outer peak for a delightful repast. Alas, she lamented the inability to command her flawless senior brother to run errands on her behalf, and regretted not being able to embrace the identity of a languid, lethargic homebody in good conscience. Yet, before her mixed emotions of joy and regret could fully manifest, she beheld the moon-golden wheel sprawled atop her blanket. Its appearance suggested it too was in the midst of slumber. No wonder just moments ago, she had felt the blanket being tugged. Yu Lanxi, do you understand the concept of sleep as a weapon? How can you have the audacity to slumber when you ought to be vigilantly guarding your master? Is it permissible to take a break in the midst of your duties? With a surge of mischief, Yu Lanxi abruptly yanked the covers away, tossing them aside. The moon-gold wheel was suddenly dislodged, teetering precariously at the edge of the bed, nearly tumbling to the floor. Yu Lanxi felt a pang of disappointment that it hadn't fallen. Nevertheless, she swiftly leaped out of bed and, seizing the moment while the moon-gold wheel was still suspended, hurried outside and closed the door behind her. After executing this series of maneuvers, Yu Lanxi concluded that the moon-gold wheel was not particularly difficult to handle. In the future, if she wished to venture out, she could simply wait until the moon-gold wheel was asleep and then stealthily depart. "I am truly a clever child," she mused. However, the very next moment, she peered through the window to see the moon-gold wheel floating up as if just awakened, swaying slightly and surveying the room. Do not inquire why Yu Lanxi felt it was observing. Perhaps it was the telepathic bond between a master and their weapon, entirely reliant on conjecture. Then, she watched as the moon-gold wheel wobbled towards the door, its speed and grace lacking the finesse it had displayed the previous day. Was it still groggy? Soon, the two were separated by the door, and Yu Lanxi wore a triumphant expression. How amusing it was that a mere weapon dared to challenge her. Yet, before her pride could fully settle, a loud bang reverberated, and debris struck her face, prompting her to instinctively retreat. "Ah!" she unconsciously exclaimed. After stepping aside, Yu Lanxi wiped her face, relieved that the debris hadn't reached her eyes and that the impact on her face was not particularly severe. Otherwise, such a pristine and delicate face like hers could have been disfigured. Once she cleaned the wood shavings from her visage, Yu Lanxi looked up to find the moon-gold wheel steadily hovering beside her, while the door to her side had been breached with a gaping hole. Yu Lanxi. Moon-gold wheel. Simultaneously, Xiao Shui, upon hearing Yu Lanxi's voice, hurried over, quickly covering the distance due to its proximity. Naturally, her master followed closely behind. Sensing the approach of her master, the previously still moon-gold wheel subtly began to descend, moving from its previous position high above Yu Lanxi's head to nearly below her shoulders, stealthily retreating behind her. "Miss, what happened?" Xiao Shui asked breathlessly as she arrived, a hint of anxiety in her tone. Given the altitude of Thunder Ring Peak, her mortal constitution could only endure so much exertion without consequence. Although the esteemed Master Ling did not utter a word, He furrowed his brow slightly at the sight of the damaged door. With the arrival of a guardian, Yu Lanxi, a 14-year-old child, seized the opportunity to embellish the tale of her grievances. With each complaint, the moon gold wheel stealthily retreated a fist's distance away from her. And by the time she had nearly exhausted her narrative, it had almost floated itself out of the courtyard. Chapter 49. The master prepares to depart abroad. Fu Leng pondered. A weapon that refuses to heed its master is likely a mere facade. A good thrashing should suffice. However, this is my disciple's weapon. Even if I were to subdue it, if I am not present later, my young apprentice would still struggle to control it. Moreover, the weapon possesses considerable quality. And as a rather impoverished cultivator, I currently lack suitable materials to forge a higher-grade weapon for my disciple. For cultivators, a weapon is akin to an extension of oneself. If that extension proves uncooperative, whether in combat or other endeavors, it will render the task cumbersome, and could even lead to dire consequences. Thus, when it comes to taming the weapon, I find myself at a loss to assist. This is also why I had previously imposed restrictions without informing Yu Lanxi on how to harness it. Although the moon gold wheel has acknowledged Yu Lanxi as its master, it must genuinely recognize her authority to be fully operational. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for her to wield it effectively. After all, if a weapon refuses to perform, the only option for its master, aside from nullifying the contract, is to relinquish it to the storage ring. Yet, this particular item is of such high grade that Yu Lanxi cannot compel it into her storage ring. Weapons that possess spiritual intelligence often exhibit their own temperament, and it appears that this one has quite a strong disposition. Fu Leng furrowed his brow as he surveyed the moon gold wheel. While he had previously imposed restrictions on its intelligence to safeguard Yu Lanxi, it may have inadvertently intensified its rebellious nature. Thus, his frown was not merely a reflection of concern for the weapon, but also a contemplation on how to soothe his young apprentice. As Fu Leng furrowed his brow, his thoughts began to whirl chaotically. However, being a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage, his every movement was potent enough to influence the very fabric of this realm. Even without consciously projecting his aura, a dark, ominous cloud began to gather above him, transforming from a mere pale gray into a foreboding mass of thunderous black. Yu Lanxi and Xiaoxue swallowed hard. Xiaoxue, already trembling in fear, had collapsed onto the ground. Although Yu Lanxi was aware of her master's fury, she couldn't help but worry that he might, in a fit of rage, obliterate the moon gold wheel. Despite its disobedience, the wheel was undeniably beautiful and appeared quite formidable. Suspended stiffly at the edge of the courtyard, the moon gold wheel felt an even greater sense of dread. It pondered, must I truly be struck by lightning for my insubordination? Surely we could engage in reasoned discourse. Yet, being Yu Lanxi's weapon, any attempt to communicate with the formidable Fu Leng was futile. Furthermore, as a mere third layer in the qi refinement stage, Yu Lanxi was ill-equipped to converse with her own weapon, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. What could she do to appease her powerful master? The urgency of her predicament weighed heavily on her. Regrettably, Fu Leng showed no inclination to speak. His already frigid visage became even more imposing with deepened furrows of concentration. To Yu Lanxi, who had an eye for beauty, her master was undeniably more attractive than the sect leader, though his anger cast a slightly terrifying shadow. Yet, she reassured herself that his ire was not directed at her. Nevertheless, as she observed the menacing clouds above crackling with lightning, she genuinely feared for the fate of the moon gold wheel. With utmost caution, she approached and tugged at her master's sleeve. "Master," she began hesitantly, "please do not be too angry. Perhaps it would suffice to simply strike the moon golden wheel. After all, it would be a pity if it were to be destroyed." Yet, upon further reflection, she pondered whether her master might consider the moon golden wheel beneath his notice. He had left without uttering a word earlier, possibly deeming the artifact too inferior to warrant any interest. Surely, that must be the case. Yu Lan mused over the fact that her master had casually bestowed upon her such a wealth of spirit stones, and as a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage, it was reasonable to assume he possessed considerable riches. Hence, it would not be unusual for him to dismiss the moon golden wheel. Perhaps he had intended to provide her with something far superior, but her current cultivation level rendered it unattainable for the time being. Fu Leng, with a furrowed brow, remained oblivious to his disciple's vivid imagination, which had already crafted justifications for his apparent reaction. "I do not speak nonsense," he retorted. Unfortunately, Fu Leng remained unaware of his little disciple's thoughts. as their perspectives diverged completely. One believed her master to be extraordinarily wealthy, while the other was acutely aware of his own financial constraints. One contemplated how to compel the moon golden wheel to submit to her, while the other considered the likelihood of receiving something better should he decide to strike it down. As for the trembling moon golden wheel, it now quaked with even greater trepidation, nearly losing its ability to levitate. Weak, pitiful, and helpless, it descended further and ultimately fell to the ground. With a thud, it was firmly pinned down by Fulling's overwhelming aura. If Yu Lanxi could converse with the moon golden wheel, he would immediately sense that it resembled a lifeless dog. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, poverty constrained the dignity of a cultivator in the Great Ascension stage. Were the moon golden wheel his weapon, he would have effortlessly extinguished his opponent. However, his young disciple lacked a suitable weapon, and he was uncertain whether he could find one. For now, he had no choice but to retain the moon golden wheel. If only he were affluent, such a temperamental weapon could be discarded without a second thought in favor of a superior one for his disciple. Alas, he was impoverished. With a wave of his hand, the dense, oppressive cloud that had suffocated the air instantly vanished. The moon golden wheel, previously unable to soar, finally exhaled in relief. Yet, it dared not take flight in the presence of the formidable Fu Lang, opting instead to feign death upon the ground. Yu Lanxi pondered. Perplexed, why has the master ceased his assault? Such a disobedient weapon ought to be cleaved, replaced by a more suitable one. This would be the logical course of action. Fu Long, pursing his lips, thought to himself that times had changed. Even though a cultivator of the thunder element did not require much else, weapons and cultivation resources remained of paramount importance on the path of cultivation. The thunder element was unlike other spiritual roots, demanding exceptional quality in weapons. Thus, it was imperative to seek better materials to forge a destiny weapon for Yu Lanxi. For himself, he could afford to wait, as he had reached a level where he merely needed to comprehend the laws of nature and patiently await his breakthrough. However, for his young disciple, such a luxury was not feasible. Consequently, a flicker of desire to venture forth into the world began to stir within the reclusive Fu Lang. However, he could not allow his disciple to discover his predicament, so he decisively unleashed a bolt of lightning, hurling it towards the moon golden wheel. The crackling sound of thunder echoed, and Yu Lanxi seemed to hear a fervent scream. Moon golden wheel. What was destined to come has arrived. Yu Lanxi wore an expression of regret. I shouldn't have spoken out just now. My master will be departing for a while, with an uncertain return date. You must diligently cultivate on your own. Fu Long admonished the moon golden wheel before speaking. Yu Lanxi widened her eyes in astonishment. Where is master going? She realized too late that she had overstepped. Her master was a formidable figure, and where he chose to go was beyond her inquiry. Moreover, even if her master disclosed his destination, she might not comprehend the details. To the kingdom of Tying, Fu Long had not intended to keep his disciple in the dark, yet he refrained from divulging his purpose. Yu Lanxi was even more astonished. Goodness, master is actually going abroad. This left her even more perplexed. Although the outer sect provided some general knowledge, many concepts could not be articulated in detail. Especially concerning the kingdom of Tying, which was foreign territory, she knew even less. Subsequently, Fu Long briefly outlined a few matters and then vanished to Ally Peak. Though he was leaving, he was still concerned for his young disciple. Fortunately, she had begun to cultivate systematically, and his absence from the sect for a short period would be manageable. However, some matters still required Aluan's attention, as Aluan was a weapon craftsman, and it would be prudent to inquire about suitable materials. Why are you here again? Aluan remarked, looking at Fu Long's sudden appearance, instinctively covering his forehead. With wide eyes, I took 2 steps back, watching the expressionless Fu Long with a mixture of annoyance and vigilance. Chapter 50. The master is a big pig's hoof. Who knows why this fellow suddenly appeared last time and decisively flicked my forehead, causing a visible bump to swell up. Now that it has finally subsided, I resolutely refuse to allow Fu Lang to come near me. Wait, step back, please maintain a distance of 10 meters. This individual possesses greater cultivation than I and exudes a cooler demeanor. Apart from being less handsome than myself, there is truly nothing about him that I find agreeable. I need to step out for a while, I declared. Fu Long regarded me with indifference, fully aware of my intentions, yet his expression remained unchanged. Then, upon reflection, it seemed I had a certain need for him, causing my demeanor to soften slightly, though I still maintained an air of aloofness. Upon hearing that Fu Lang intended to go out, Ao Lin was even more astonished than Yulan. He had entered the sect alongside Fu Lang and knew all too well that this fellow was a complete homebody, without a compelling reason to leave. He would never budge from his spot. One could only wonder how he had managed to cultivate to the Great Ascension stage while remaining seated on Lei Huan Peak all these years. This was the first time in many years he had actively requested to venture outside. Was this truly his junior brother? Could he have been possessed? Ao Lin understood Fu Ling's nature. He would never utter words he did not wish to say, and of course, he would not dare to strike him, as it was likely that he himself would perish in the attempt. Was it absolutely necessary for him to go out? As a prominent figure of the Tianyang sect, despite his somewhat unlikable personality, his presence always provided a profound sense of security. Even though the Tianyang sect is profoundly rooted with numerous reclusive masters, the Thunder-type spiritual root is undeniably a born warrior. When he is absent, a certain unease lingers. Perhaps it is the result of being accustomed to his presence over the years. It feels as though a mere glance upward would reveal him. Even if he chooses to remain secluded, the mere knowledge of his existence is sufficient. Thus, it had never crossed my mind that he would voluntarily seek to venture beyond. Apart from ascending. After contemplation, Fu Ling nodded, though he harbored a reluctance to step outside. Yet, as a mentor, it is imperative to consider every aspect for his disciple. After all, this marks the first time in millennia that he has taken on a student, one with exceptional talent and remarkable comprehension. Like a newly awakened father, he yearns to provide the finest cultivation resources for his apprentice. Well, remember to communicate whenever necessary. Ao Lin nodded, since it is an unavoidable necessity. He refrained from further protest. Moreover, even if he wished to retain him, it would likely prove futile. He mused that even if his disciple were to journey forth, it would most likely be within the borders of the Sun Kingdom, where the disciples of the Tianyang sect are scattered far and wide, ensuring that any significant developments would be swiftly known. Fu Lang nodded again but did not make an immediate exit. Ao Lin shot him an exasperated glance and remarked, "I know, I will take good care of your precious disciple." However, upon further reflection, he suddenly broke into a smile. "Are you not worried that in your absence, I might entice your disciple away?" This earned him a nonchalant glance from Fu Lang, accompanied by an abrupt surge of pressure emanating from him. Ao Lin protested. "Is it not possible to converse amicably? Must you resort to force?" Meanwhile, Yulan sighed as she witnessed her master departing without uttering a word. However, with the departure of her master, it was as if the tiger had left the mountain, allowing the monkeys to claim supremacy. Consequently, she could easily choose not to cultivate or to indulge in laziness at her whim. With this thought in mind, she cast her gaze upon the motionless moon golden wheel, and her spirits lifted considerably. Even a hole in the door did little to dampen her good mood. "Well, since master has departed, you should rise," Yu Lanxi remarked, walking over and giving the moon golden wheel a not-so-gentle kick. If it was so unwilling, why had it drawn blood from her finger in the first place? Had it not done so, it would not have acknowledged her as its master. Without that recognition, she would not be burdened with such a disheartening weapon. Perhaps her master had prepared something far superior for her. She firmly believed that her master was indeed wealthier and had set aside something better for her. The moon golden wheel remained utterly still, ignoring Yu Lanxi's attempts to engage. "Oh, so you're being proud now?" she exclaimed, retrieving the skeletal ring in an attempt to absorb it, only to be met with a fierce resistance from the moon golden wheel. As she had anticipated, one beating was insufficient. Multiple thrashings would likely be necessary. However, with her master gone, that seemed implausible. She crouched down to issue a threat. "Since you do not wish to accompany me, then you may leave. Let us pretend we have never crossed paths. You may tread your own path while I traverse mine, and we shall forget each other in the realm of cultivation. Should we meet again, let us act as if we are strangers." After a lengthy tirade, she received no response. Yu Lanxi pouted, thinking, who isn't a little treasure in their own right? Rising, she resolved to disregard it. Lying there was preferable, and it would be best if it remained so. "Xiaoxua, I am hungry. Hurry and prepare a meal." Yu Lanxi turned away, choosing to disregard Eugene Luen. Xiaoxua cautiously glanced at Eugene Luen, and upon seeing Yu Lanxi's indifference, she nodded and made her way to the backyard. As for the hole in the gate, she would have to consult the ever-reliable Wu Xiaoxixiang later. Eugene Luen, feeling dejected, lamented that humans were nothing but clumsy oafs. After all, despite having been struck, they didn't offer any affectionate gestures or attempts to reconcile. They even contemplated severing ties. Clumsy oafs indeed. However, lying on the cold ground made it feel uncomfortable, especially after realizing that Fu Long had already departed from Lei Huan Peak. With a wobbly flight, It intended to seek out Yu Lanxi, but the thought of her desire to confine it within a storage ring made it unable to suppress its sarcasm. How could it have been so blind, so foolish as to wish to acknowledge her as its master? It was indeed a young wheel, possessing poor judgment in choosing a master. Yet, upon reaching the doorway and peering into the courtyard, it was dismayed to find no sign of Yu Jinlun. Yu Lanxi, feeling a tinge of disappointment, wondered if Yu Jinlun had truly left. She could discern that Yu Jinlun was extraordinary, but regrettably, it seemed to lack recognition of her worth, and she had no desire to humiliate herself. Alas, it appeared that this entity was not destined to be hers. She harbored no ambitions and would not haphazardly collect treasures. Nonetheless, the thought of Yu Jinlun's departure still left her unsettled. Upon entering, she was taken aback to find Yu Jinlun had audaciously claimed her bed, not only lounging about, but also occupying her sleeping spot. Yu Lanxi exclaimed, "This is too much." Due to the lack of any telepathic connection with Yu Jinlun, she remained uncertain whether he was truly asleep or deliberately provoking her. Initially, she felt a twinge of annoyance upon noticing that he had not departed, but instead had audaciously claimed her space, rendering her previous emotions utterly futile. She had intended to dismiss him, yet upon reflection, she realized it might be advantageous for him to remain detached. After all, with her master departing, there was no necessity for her to remain at Lei Huan Peak every day. She could easily seek out Brother Wuxia. It provided an excellent opportunity to oversee his preparation of the sweet and spicy fasting elixir, and perhaps even explore additional flavors. Thus, she feigned indignation, chastising Yu Jinlun before dramatically turning on her heel and slamming the door behind her. Once outside the courtyard, she swiftly leaped behind a nearby rock formation, cautiously glancing back. To her relief, Yu Jinlun had indeed not followed. A wave of relief washed over her. It appeared that this weapon was not bound to remain at her side, which boded well for her future excursions to the outer peaks for some culinary adventures. Promptly retrieving her spirit boat, Yu Lanxi ascended and swiftly departed from Lei Huan Peak. Upon her rapid arrival at Ao Lai Peak, she noted with slight suspicion that Yu Jinlun had not pursued her. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Could he have been damaged by her master's admonition? However, recalling her master's words about a minor reprimand, she dismissed her concern. Yet, upon reaching Ao Lai Peak, it dawned on Yu Lanxi that she seemed unaware of Brother Wuxia's residence. Although she was familiar with Brother Zhening's quarters, her acquaintance with him was rather superficial. The most crucial aspect is that she always feels a certain special attention from Brother Zhening, unsure whether it is merely her own fanciful imagination or if there is indeed something more to it. Standing in the square for quite a while, she observed that there was no sign of Brother Wuxia. Just as she was about to take out her communication jade slip to send a message to him, a familiar and melodious voice called out, "Junior Sister Yu." To her surprise, upon turning around, Brother Zhening appeared right before her. "Ah, Brother Zhening, what a coincidence." Junior Sister Yulan forced a smile and waved her hand, only to feel that the gesture seemed somewhat foolish, prompting her to quickly lower it. She then made an effort to feign a busy demeanor, wishing she had a mobile phone in hand, which would have been the perfect tool to escape the awkwardness. Unfortunately, she had no phone, only the jade slip. This item, was it truly meant for Brother Wuxia? A faint smile graced Zhening's lips as he glanced at the jade slip in her hand, speaking softly with a clear tone that seemed to carry an inexplicable charm. Yulan thought to herself, "Oh my, he truly deserves to be called a male deity. Not only is he handsome with a slender waist, but his voice is simply enchanting." She endeavored to maintain a serious expression, pretending to be unaffected by his allure. I'm just going to check on the elixirs Brother Wuxia has refined for me," she replied, her face adorned with a gentle smile, while her heart screamed in delight. Brother Zhening, with his idol-like visage, grew ever more captivating with each glance, especially in his flowing white attire, with his long, dark hair neatly cascading behind him, adorned only with a simple white silk ribbon that held his hair in place. He was a vision of elegance. Although she wore a faint smile, an air of chilliness and nobility surrounded her. "I can't bear it. I must look away," Yulan thought to herself, acutely aware that she was not particularly adept at resisting temptation, especially the allure of handsome men. After all, while Zhening was indeed attractive, she felt he lacked the purity exhibited by Wuxia. Thus, even in the presence of beauty, she had no genuine desire to forge a close friendship. Moreover, the existence of idols was one to be admired from afar. Getting too close often led to disillusionment. "Do you require my guidance, junior sister?" Zhening inquired, having discerned the fleeting glimmer of avoidance in Yulan's gaze. Though puzzled by her demeanor, he asked with a smile. Yulan waved her hand dismissively. No. I merely sought some idle conversation with senior brother Wuxia. I wouldn't want to impose on you, Jining. This statement was merely a polite excuse, which Jining recognized, and thus he did not press her further. He departed with an air of nonchalance, a friendly and gentle smile lingering on his face even as he walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Yulan touched her fluttering heart and exhaled softly. The realm of cultivation boasted many handsome men, yet none had so directly captured her heart as Jining had. After a moment of contemplation, she hastily picked up a communication Jade slipped to contact Wuxia. After a brief wait, Wuxiao arrived at the square, looking somewhat disheveled. "What brings you here?" he asked, astonished, glancing quickly behind him. His surprise deepened as he continued. "Where's the moon gold wheel? Why isn't it with you?" "Sleeping," she replied. Yu Lanxi waved her hand dismissively, clearly unwilling to mention Eugene Lun. Wuxia exclaimed, "Is there really such a procedure?" After all, on Lei Huan Peak, it was just the two of them, her and her master. So it was natural for them to delineate their territory as they pleased. However, on Ao Lai Peak, where there were many people, Wuxia was fortunate enough to have a small courtyard of her own, thanks to her position as the disciple of the sect leader. It seemed that Wuxia was in a hurry, leading Yu Lanxi with an air of urgency. Upon glancing around Wuxia's courtyard, Yu Lanxi noted that the scenery was more beautiful than her own, yet it consisted solely of grass and trees, appearing rather monotonous. Nevertheless, it could still be described as lush and vibrant. "Why are you so dirty?" Yu Lanxi remarked, intending to cast a spell, but suddenly remembered she hadn't had the time to review her incantations. Embarrassed, she lowered her hands, only for Wuxia to look down and cover her head in dismay. "Oh no, my image is ruined again." "Why again?" Yu Lanxi questioned. "The alchemy furnace exploded, which is why my clothes are dirty, just as you sent me a message." "What? The alchemy furnace exploded? Is it really that dangerous?" Yu Lanxi, having already stepped inside, quickly jumped back in alarm, refusing to enter further. Wuxia, bewildered, turned to see Yu Lanxi standing outside, slightly furrowing her brow as she said, "Why don't you come in?" "I'm afraid." Yu Lanxi replied, her expression serious. Wuxia paused for 2 seconds, before finally responding with irritation. "I'm not currently refining any elixirs. The furnace won't explode." "Oh, you should have said that earlier." Yu Lanxi quickly stepped inside. To her astonishment, she was greeted by rows upon rows of furnaces. The identical stoves, each adorned with the same intricate patterns, were meticulously arranged on shelves, with several racks boasting 7 or 8 layers, all brimming with these vessels. "Are you preparing for a grand stove convention? Such an abundance of stoves. Just moments ago, did he not mention an explosion? Could it be that all these are mere backups?" It is rather commonplace for an alchemist to experience such mishaps, which is why I requested my senior brother to prepare a few additional alchemical furnaces for me. Wuxia calmly elucidated, noting that only he possessed the privilege to endure such losses. After all, having a master craftsman as a senior brother allows him to effortlessly forge several of these low-tier alchemical furnaces. Should it be any other alchemist, they would hardly dare to squander resources in such a manner. Yet, precisely because of his lack of concern for waste, he possesses a certain boldness. Is the preparation of so many indicative of a high failure rate? Yulan pondered curiously as she observed Wuxia's unconventional methods, which reshaped her understanding of alchemists. Indeed, the realm of cultivation in this world diverges significantly from the portrayals found in novels. Yulan concluded that she must refrain from conflating reality with fiction in the future. Initially, there were a few mishaps, but in the past 2 months, I have only experienced one explosion, referring to the recent incident. "Oh, Wuxia, you truly are remarkable." A compliment slipped from Yulan's lips, one she had grown accustomed to delivering, even unaware of its sincerity. However, Wuxia found great delight in her praise. "Junior sister, your timing is impeccable. Although we had a mishap, we have successfully developed the fasting elixir you sought." With that, he produced a transparent jade vial containing 3 vibrant red pills. It appeared as though it had been infused with artificial coloring. Picking up the bottle and giving it a gentle shake, Yu Lanxi harbored no doubts regarding the impeccable craftsmanship. She poured out a pill, inhaling its aroma. It bore a subtly spicy sweetness. Tentatively, she licked it. It was slightly stimulating, with a hint of spiciness on her tongue. Yet the sweetness eluded her senses for the moment. Chapter 52. I truly find it most challenging under the expectant gaze of Wuxia. Yu Lanxi placed the fasting pill into her mouth. Then, the flavor was somewhat, rather than hastily swallowing it. She allowed her tongue to roll the pill around her mouth. The spiciness had diminished, yet the sweetness was pronounced. If one were to categorize the level of spiciness, this fasting pill could be considered merely mildly spicy, hardly qualifying even as the lowest tier of heat. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. How is it? Wu Xia inquired hastily upon noticing Yu Lanxi's furrowed brow. The spiciness is insufficient, and the sweetness is rather overwhelming. It seems adjustments are necessary. Sister, please hold on a moment. Upon finishing her words, Wu Xia furrowed her brow and retrieved a Dan furnace from the bottom shelf on the left. She then carried the furnace into the adjacent room, which, though lacking a door, contains several rows of shelves brimming with dried spiritual herbs and plants. Are these all materials for your alchemy? Yu Lanxi refrained from touching anything, maintaining a sense of reverence in this unfamiliar domain. Despite the apparent simplicity of the pill, the mere fact that Wu Xia required such extensive preparation for the furnace indicated that the process was far from straightforward. No, I merely found the arrangement in the Outer Peaks Alchemy Hall quite impressive, which prompted me to ask my senior brother to procure some for me. Wu Xia shook his head, fiddling with the alchemical furnace as he spoke. TSK, muttered Yu Lanxi, so this is all just for show. Nevertheless, she refrained from touching the spiritual herbs, instead directing her gaze towards Wu Xia. Observing him as he tended to the furnace and conjured a flame in his hand to ignite it, she felt a flicker of unease. What are you up to, senior brother? Yu Lanxi sensed something ominous. I'm refining elixirs. Once it's done, you can have a taste, Wu Xia replied matter-of-factly. Yu Lanxi, taken aback, exclaimed, W. Well then, I shall wander around your courtyard and not disturb you. Just call me when it's ready. As he labored diligently to concoct the elixirs, she made an effort to appear composed and turned to leave. Once outside, she finally exhaled, relieved. Although Wu Xia claimed that his furnace had not exploded frequently of late, one could never predict the whims of fortune. It would be quite embarrassing if it were to happen today. Just as she crouched under the eaves, feeling quite clever for her foresight, Wu Xia's voice suddenly echoed beside her. Are you worried that I might blow up the furnace, junior sister? Yu Lanxi spun around in astonishment, bewildered by his silent approach. Upon hearing his words, she instinctively stood upright, resolutely declaring, I'm not. I didn't Don't say such things. With a slightly melancholic expression, Wu Xia lamented, who do you think I am risking my furnace for? All my hard work in alchemy is for whom? Ignoring Yu Lanxi's earnestness, he added, just in time, I need you to assist me by taking notes. Upon finishing her words, a smile graced her face, and her already fair complexion appeared remarkably inviting, almost impossible to refuse. Surely, my junior sister would not decline. But I, on the contrary, am determined to refuse. What consequences might arise from my rejection? Yu Lanxi pouted, her expression one of profound despair, as if she were on the brink of tears. Alas, my predicament is truly arduous. Clutching a jade slip, Yu Lanxi cautiously positioned herself behind Wu Xia, discreetly inching her backside further away when the latter's attention wavered. Would this distance suffice to shield her from the potential repercussions of the furnace's blast? It likely would, yet should I retreat even further? Should she retreat any more? She would find herself at the threshold. Wu Xia's voice resonated softly, and upon glancing back, Yu Lanxi realized her backside had indeed edged perilously close to the door. Nevertheless, under Wu Xia's scrutinizing gaze, she steeled herself and refused to advance, convincing herself, I am content here. The air is refreshing. Yu Lanxi conjured an excuse she hardly believed herself. The room was suffused with the scent of spiritual herbs, not particularly fragrant, yet for cultivators, it offered a sense of rejuvenation. After all, spiritual plants and herbs possess a hint of spiritual energy, albeit faint, in the abundance of such flora in this space, complemented by several pots of shade-loving plants that thrived within Wu Xia's abode, lent an air of vitality. You need not concern yourself with me, senior brother. I shall ensure you are well informed, she declared. At this, Wu Xia slowly turned her head, beckoning a flame to life in her hand, directing it toward the alchemical furnace to commence the roasting process. Thus, the cooking continued, and it would indeed be a marvel if the furnace did not erupt. However, as an outsider, she could not comprehend the necessity of stoking the furnace and could only remain silent, beginning to document the process as Wu Xia had described. Essentially, it was a record of the various steps involved in alchemical refinement, for after all, Yu Lanxi had graduated from the Outer Peak. She was mostly familiar with spiritual plants and medicines, so what she needed to log were the sequence of ingredients, the intensity of the flame, the timings, and the quantity of materials used. It appeared quite intricate, yet in reality, it was rather straightforward. Wu Xiao's movements were perpetually languid, perhaps embodying the adage that slow work yields fine craftsmanship. Yu Lanxi was taken aback that such a simple elixir as the pill of abstinence required such an extensive duration for Wu Xia to concoct. It seemed she could no longer afford to squander her senior's precious elixirs. The effort was indeed considerable. Yu Lanxi dared not grow complacent, her heart racing with anxiety over the potential explosion of the furnace. Fortunately, the feared outcome did not materialize, yet she could not shake off a sense of frustration. Why had she made the illogical decision to seek out Wu Xiao when she could have dined at the outer peak or leisurely strolled through the market below? The rationale behind her presence at Owleye Peak eluded her. After a while, perhaps the furnace had warmed sufficiently as they began to introduce the spiritual herbs. Yu Lanxi promptly noted the preheating duration, followed by the specifics of the herbs and their quantities, and the intervals before introducing additional varieties. Once nearly all the ingredients had been added, she observed Wu Xiao's hands moving in a series of gestures, lacking any special effects. It appeared as though he was merely flailing aimlessly. Had it not been for the roaring flames beneath the furnace, one might have thought him unhinged. Afterward, she found herself ensnared in an interminable wait, unable to close her eyes, clearly restraining something within. Yu Lanxi refrained from disturbing her, choosing instead to lean against the wall behind her. In truth, she was not fatigued, having only just awakened. Yet, during moments of profound boredom, the absence of sleep felt akin to a lack of amusement. It was in such times that Yu Lanxi desperately yearned for her mobile device. However, at that instant, a faint yet distinct popping sound emerged from within the damp furnace. Instantly, she jolted awake, her drowsiness dissipating. Heightened vigilance surged through her as she stood, leaning against the doorframe, poised to flee at a moment's notice. "Brother, are you all right?" Yu Lanxi inquired softly, tilting her head upward. "I'm fine. What do you wish to do?" Wu Xiao replied, his demeanor remarkably serene, turning to look at Yu Lanxi with a hint of surprise. Embarrassed, Yu Lanxi straightened up, stretched languidly, and deliberately extended her arms. "I've been seated too long. I need to rise gradually." Reluctantly, under Wu Xiao's clear gaze, she resumed her position on the low stool. Yu Lanxi sighed. "Oh, this is truly challenging." Chapter 53. I never expected you to be such a good friend. After nearly an hour had passed, Wu Xiao finally opened his eyes. Simultaneously, the Dan furnace continued to emit sounds, at times resembling the bubbling of a stew, and at others, akin to the quiet popping of something within. Throughout the ensuing hour, Yu Lanxi remained tense, her body angled toward the door, always ready to make a swift escape. Success. Wu Xia gently controlled the alchemical furnace as it descended, yet a faint layer of flame lingered around it, gradually dissipating as the furnace lowered. He then opened the lid, peering inside with a satisfied nod. "Junior sister, come and have a taste," he urged, plunging his hand into the furnace to retrieve something. After a considerable effort, he extracted a crimson pill. For some inexplicable reason, the thought that it had been unearthed by hand caused Yu Lanxi to lose her appetite. "I just ate one." "Senior brother, I'm not hungry," she hesitated. Wu Xia considered this rationale and nodded in agreement. He produced a jade vial and carelessly tossed the pill inside, quickly transferring all the elixirs from the furnace into the vial. Yu Lanxi's expression grew increasingly awkward. The notion that this was how Wu Xia always acquired his elixirs left her feeling at a loss. To eat or not to eat, that was the quandary. Once everything was organized, Yu Lanxi prepared to leave, but Wu Xia held her back. "It's still early. If you get hungry later, you can try again. If not, we can continue to adjust the flavor," he said earnestly. After all, a promise made by senior brother must be fulfilled. Wu Xiao's demeanor was serious, his eyes glimmering with mild anticipation. Yu Lanxi remarked, "Well, you might end up quite chubby." Yet, for some reason, looking into Wu Xiao's expectant gaze, she couldn't help but shower him with compliments. "Senior brother Wu Xia, you are truly wonderful." Upon hearing this, Wu Xia felt an immediate sense of fulfillment. As an alchemist, aside from enhancing his own alchemical skills, there is nothing more gratifying than hearing praise for his work and commendations for his character. Undoubtedly, Yu Lanxi, the most exceptional companion of the flawless alchemist, is his most significant client. Albeit her services are offered free of charge, she is likely to become a lifelong VIP patron. Receiving accolades and commendations from clients is undeniably crucial, as it influences future business endeavors. Most importantly, Wu Xia would never disclose to Yu Lanxi that his senior brothers dismiss the elixirs he concocts, believing only she would cherish them as treasures. Yu Lanxi, I am not. I do not. Do not speak nonsense. That matters little. After all, I am your senior brother. Whatever elixirs you desire, I shall craft for you. Wu Xiao replied with a gentle smile, revealing 8 pearly white teeth. He appeared as an endearing, neighborly boy, evoking an irresistible urge to tousle his hair. For the first time, Yu Lanxi recognized the truth in the adage that one should not judge by appearances. Upon their initial encounter, she perceived him as refined and gentle, often graced with a soft smile. Although he may not possess the ethereal elegance of senior brother Zhenning, his gentle demeanor easily engendered affection. However, it was only through genuine interaction that she realized, LLL, senior brother, I thank you. I would still express my gratitude even in death. Subsequently, Wu Xiao insistently led Yu Lanxi to admire the small pond and the sparse trees in his courtyard, before drawing her to crouch in the art studio to behold the sole wildflower blooming therein. As the sky turned slightly overcast, she produced a jade vial. Junior sister, do you have a taste? Yu Lanxi gazed at the crimson elixir within the vial, experiencing for the first time the bittersweet fruits of her own recklessness. Having a pill of fasting was already a boon. What more could one desire? One might liken it to craving a bicycle when one already possesses a means of transport. In truth, she remained blissfully unaware of the underlying truths, dismissing the notion that foraging for pills in a cauldron was anything untoward. After all, many indulged in dubious delicacies like spicy chicken feet, despite knowing they might be unsanitary. Yet, ignorance is bliss. If I cannot see it, it must be edible. Once confronted with the reality, however, it becomes rather unsettling, akin to dining in a restaurant where the chef, in your presence, accidentally drops a morsel on the floor, retrieves it, and tosses it back into the pan, even licking his fingers. That sentiment can only be encapsulated in a profound exclamation of dismay. Clutching the pill, her fingers left imprints upon its surface. Yu Lanxi, with a resolve akin to facing death itself, placed it into her mouth. She dared not let her tongue sample the flavor, but swallowed it whole. So how does it taste? Is it to your liking? Wu Xiao inquired eagerly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. My tongue remains in ignorance. I swallowed before it even touched me. It's passable, Yu Lanxi affirmed decisively. A wave of relief washed over Wu Xiao as she promptly thrust the jade vial into Yu Lanxi's hands. Well then, do you require any other flavors? Startled by this suggestion, Yu Lanxi waved her hands in refusal. No, the original flavor is quite delightful. Indeed, the unadulterated essence exuded a subtle sweetness, devoid of any pretentiousness. Even the hues are entirely dissimilar to those of other flamboyant individuals. Ah, I see. Very well then. Wu Xiao, upon hearing this, wore a trace of regret upon his countenance. After much effort in cultivating a curiosity about the flavor of the improved elixir, it turned out that Yu Lanxi no longer required it. However, he quickly devised a plan, since the taste of the fasting pill could be enhanced. He resolved to experiment with other potions as well. With great enthusiasm, he extended a warm invitation to Yu Lanxi. If you are unoccupied, you might consider visiting me. Your presence notably increases the efficiency of my alchemical endeavors. Yu Lanxi replied, No, I am quite busy. I have matters to attend to. Is it truly not due to the absence of an explosion that you feel regret? Alas, I did not anticipate you to be such a comrade. Our friendship has encountered minor obstacles, yet as long as you do not compel me to document our interactions, it shall continue to flourish effortlessly. With a slight smirk, he feigned a smile that did not reach his eyes. My master is to be away soon, and I must also dedicate time to the study of spells. Once I have completed my research, I shall seek out my senior brother. Having said this, she glanced at the sky and prepared to take her leave. Wu Xiao accompanied Yu Lanxi to the Grand Plaza of Ally Peak, and as they exited through a side path, they fortuitously encountered Brother Zhenning, who had just emerged from the sect leader's chambers. Encountering the male deity twice in one day is quite a stroke of luck. How leisurely these handsome figures appear. Although Yu Lanxi thought this, the sight of Brother Zhenning still brought her joy. After all, she too was an admirer of beauty, and encountering an attractive individual was always a delight. Where are you headed, senior brother? Wu Xiao cheerfully approached as he noticed Zhenning walking towards them. Yu Lanxi nodded gently, her heart pounding rapidly, as her gaze subtly drifted towards the waist of her senior brother, Zhenning. Each encounter with Yu Lanxi ignited a blend of admiration and envy within her. Could such a waist truly belong to a man? Oh, one could only wonder what it would feel like to embrace him. How could such thoughts even cross her mind? No, The allure of a handsome man was far too overwhelming. Her fragile heart required frequent fortification. Chapter 54. Composure, not disturbance. Though Yu Lanxi was not particularly loquacious, Zhen Ning maintained a demeanor of utmost propriety. Senior brother, I may need to enter seclusion for the next few days. If there are matters concerning my junior sister, I would appreciate your vigilance, she conveyed. After Yu Lanxi departed, Wu Xia pondered for a moment before speaking. He had recently heard that Fu Lingzun would be leaving, and as the sole master of Lei Huan Peak, Yu Lanxi's cultivation remained rather nascent. He had indeed intended to delve into alchemy, thus planning a brief retreat. Concerned that Yu Lanxi might seek him out for assistance, he decided to pass her communication talisman to Zhen Ning. Not a problem. My master also mentioned this matter to me just now, Zhen Ning replied with a smile, his eyes seemingly twinkling with starlight. Wu Xia was not like Yu Lanxi. He had long since developed a robust immunity to the charms of handsome men, particularly given that both the eldest and third senior brothers possessed striking appearances and were regarded as ideal partners among the female cultivators of Aeoli Peak. Especially the eldest brother, known for his proficiency in crafting artifacts, was exceptionally well-liked. In contrast, the second brother, who had a penchant for nurturing spiritual herbs and plants, remained considerably more low-key. With a sense of tranquility, Zhen Ning departed, clutching the communication jade slipped from Yu Lanxi. A faint smile gracing her lips as her gaze turned towards the Thunder Ring Peak concealed within the clouds, her eyes twinkling as if adorned with countless stars. Upon returning to the Thunder Ring Peak, Yu Lanxi was summoned by Fu Long. Should the master be away, one could directly seek the sect leader at the Aeoli Peak. Fu Long endeavored to maintain a cordial demeanor. However, the more he attempted to appear amiable, the more peculiar his expression became, leading to a countenance that was less than welcoming. Yu Lanxi, accustomed to her master's peculiarities, nodded in understanding. Yet, Fu Long soon recalled something and continued, do not hesitate to reach out. Feel free to approach me with any concerns. Yu Lanxi nodded again, assuring, rest assured, master, but please take care while you are away. Hearing these words and observing her obedient disciple, Fu Long felt a warmth blossom within his heart. Fu Long mused, my disciple is the most well-behaved in the world. No arguments shall be entertained. Perhaps it was the concern expressed by Yu Lanxi that provided Fu Long with a sense of solace, prompting him, in a moment of excitement, to gently press his finger against her brow. Yu Lanxi experienced a fleeting sharp pain at her brow, which dissipated almost instantly. She looked at her master in confusion, only to find that Fu Long had no intention of offering an explanation, and thus she refrained from further inquiries. As a disciple, it was her role to accept whatever her master bestowed upon her, without excessive chatter. Fu Long, observing her lack of curiosity and discontent, felt a deeper sense of satisfaction. Little did he expect that his young disciple harbored such unwavering trust in him. Truly, she was deserving of the title of his disciple. It was indeed prudent for him to place a strand of divine consciousness upon his young disciple. Should danger truly arise, not only would he be promptly informed, but this thread of consciousness would also serve to withstand a full-force strike from a cultivator in the integration stage. With this thought in mind, Fu Long felt considerably reassured. He would not place all his hopes on Ao Lin. After all, Ao Lin was merely at the integration stage. Upon returning to his chamber, Yu Lanxi discovered the moon gold wool suspended quietly at her door. While the entrance itself had been restored, the previous breach now entirely vanished. An elder? Yu Lanxi was taken aback. Such influence indeed, that an elder would come to replace the door. Casting a sidelong glance at the quietly hovering moon gold wheel, she resolved to disregard it entirely. Once inside her room, Yu Lanxi decided to dedicate the day to a thorough study of spells. First, she opened her storage bag and retrieved the jade slip her master had prepared for her. After all, it had been meticulously organized by her master, and she felt it would certainly be the most suited for her cultivation. Curious about the spells her master had compiled, she wondered if they might include one that summoned a tempest of lightning. The mere thought sent a thrill through her. Pressing the jade slip to her forehead, she resorted to this rudimentary method, as she lacked divine sense. Immediately, a prickling sensation surged into her brow. Having mentally prepared herself, she merely furrowed her brow slightly. Thus began her delightful exploration of the spells her master had gathered. To her surprise, the content was quite extensive, and the first spell boasted tremendous power. However, upon closer inspection of the fine print, she noted that the minimum cultivation requirement was at the core formation stage. Yu Lanxi exclaimed in disbelief. Has my master overestimated himself? Fortunately, Yu Lanxi did not meticulously examine the spells. Otherwise, given her current level of cultivation, it would have likely been an unfavorable situation for her. It was truly a disservice to a novice. Most crucially, the spell was clearly placed at the forefront. It stands to reason that the spells might be arranged in descending order of power. Skipping ahead, she continued to peruse the list, her smile gradually fading. Was her master being deliberately cruel? These spells had a minimum requirement of at least the core formation stage. As a mere foundation establishment novice, what was she to do with such advanced techniques? Speaking of which, her master had not yet departed. Should she perhaps voice her concerns? With this thought, Yu Lanxi opened her eyes, leaped from her bed, disregarding her shoes, and dashed outside. Eugene Lewin, curious about Yu Lanxi's sudden exit, followed suit. However, upon realizing the direction she was heading, he promptly hesitated. Never mind, I'm tired, off to sleep, he muttered. Knock, knock, knock. Master, are you there? She inquired. Then thought better of her phrasing. Have you gone to sleep yet? Yu Lanxi whispered at the door. Within moments, the door swung open of its own accord, revealing her master. Without hesitation, Yu Lanxi stepped inside and respectfully performed a bow. Yet, Fu Long seemed rather intrigued by her visit. Yu Lanxi produced a jade slip and said, Master, I originally intended to diligently practice the spells contained within today. However, all of these techniques require at least the core formation stage for cultivation, as I have yet to even reach the foundation establishment stage. Could you possibly provide me with some spells of a lower tier? Glancing at the jade slip in her hand, she felt a sense of exasperation. The spells above are predominantly of the thunder type, possessing immense power, which is only to be expected. However, it is regrettable that she is unable to cultivate them at present. She hastily glanced at the minimum cultivation requirements for each spell, not daring to scrutinize the specifics. Fu Long thought to herself, how unfortunate, I forgot. Her expression remained composed, yet her heart raced in turmoil. As a first-time master, there are inevitably many aspects that fall short. Remain calm, do not panic. It is indeed my oversight. The requirements for thunder-type spells are quite stringent, and the spells available during the foundation establishment stage are limited. Tomorrow, you should visit the Scripture Pavilion on Ally Peak. Indeed, prior to reaching the core formation stage, he had never employed thunder-type spells. This is because even the simplest of thunder spells, such as the lightning summoning technique, requires a reserve of spiritual energy that only a foundation establishment cultivator can endure. The meager spiritual energy of the Qi refinement stage is insufficient even to gather dark clouds, let alone summon lightning. Hence, before Fu Long's core formation, he practiced swordsmanship, integrating thunder-type spiritual energy, which rendered his attacks more formidable than those of an ordinary swordsman. However, his little disciple wields a moon gold wheel, which may not be suitable for swordsmanship. Yu Lanxi pondered. In the end, one must rely on oneself. Should I return this jade slip to my master? After a moment's hesitation, she felt that keeping the jade slip might not be safe, given the multitude of spells it contained, some of which appeared profoundly advanced. There were even spells used by tribulation stage cultivators, most of which are powerful area of effect attacks. Exceedingly formidable. If such spells were to fall into the wrong hands, that's unnecessary. Keep it with you, Fu Lang remarked, aware of Yu Lanxi's thoughts. With a hint of pride in her tone, Yu Lanxi reflected, I can't believe I forgot about this. In the realm of cultivation, the number of individuals with lightning-type spiritual roots is exceedingly rare. Even if one possesses forbidden techniques of lightning, they are rendered useless in the hands of others. This uniqueness is truly unparalleled. The power of lightning cannot be transformed from other spiritual energies. Only those with lightning-type roots can wield it. It must be acknowledged that the protective capabilities of lightning are formidable. Fortunately, senior brother Fu Long bestowed upon his disciple a jade slip containing spells, which likely includes techniques suited for her. Yu Lanxi nodded in agreement. Fu Long felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Was she not his disciple, or was she merely another's? Why did it seem that everything she received was from someone else? Alas, it seemed that poverty was indeed a fundamental sin. For the first time, Fu Long harbored ambitions of dominating the cultivation world. As a formidable force from the Sun Kingdom, it was unreasonable for him to be less affluent than the proud Lin. It was also understandable that his lineage had always relied on themselves, placing little value on external possessions. The crux of the matter, however, was that Fu Long was the trump card of the Tianyang sect, a prominent figure in the sect, and any deficiencies had long been addressed by the sect itself. There was no need for him to concern himself with such matters. Yet with a disciple, the situation was different. With a master present, others would be less inclined to intervene. Fu Long desired to provide his disciple with the best. Thus, during this trip to the Tang Kingdom, he resolved to keenly observe for any treasures that might resonate with his young apprentice. Upon returning, Yu Lanxi carefully stored the jade slip within her skeletal ring, subsequently hanging the ring around her neck. From the storage bag, she retrieved the jade slip bestowed upon her by the noble junior brother Wuxia and pressed it to her forehead. Soon, she was met with a plethora of fundamental spells. These included simple incantations suitable for cultivators in the early stages of qi refinement, as well as spells for those in the mid and late stages, extending even to those in the foundation establishment phase. It was evident that he had made thorough preparations, seamlessly connecting the spells imparted by her master. Upon this realization, Yulan couldn't help but once again express her admiration for junior brother Wuxia, a truly benevolent soul. Rather than perusing the spells that demanded higher cultivation levels, she chose to focus on the few low-tier spells. Aside from the cleansing technique, there were several practical spells, such as the water-gathering spell, which, if ample spiritual energy were available, could prove immensely useful. However, at present, Yulan could only employ it to quench her thirst. Additionally, there was the fireball technique, which appeared to be an offensive spell but required precise control. Even if she managed to conjure a fireball, given her current spiritual energy, maintaining it for a mere 5 seconds would be an extraordinary feat. Then there was the wind control technique, which, aside from functioning as a fan, held little practical value. Following that were the earth wall technique and the earth spike technique, which shared similar applications. Yet, apart from constructing shelters or setting traps, they too were of limited utility. In the absence of sufficient spiritual energy, the spells available for use were indeed quite restricted. Nonetheless, for Yulan, this was of little consequence. She was particularly interested in the cleansing technique. In fact, it had been placed last in the jade slip by junior brother Wuxia, indicating its perceived insignificance. However, for her, the cleansing technique was the easiest to master. Following the description within the jade slip, she formed a hand seal. Well, the first attempt ended in failure, but the second was largely successful. It was simply because the room was impeccably clean and her hair was not oily, thus making the results imperceptible. It would be inappropriate to disturb Xiao Shiwei at this moment, so I opted to step outside and cast the spell upon the ground. After several trials, I had thoroughly mastered the cleansing technique. This means that from today onward, I can independently manage the task of hair washing without inconveniencing others. Truth be told, as a materialist, witnessing the transformation of the filthy ground into a pristine surface is indeed a remarkable experience. Although I have performed the cleansing technique numerous times, none could compare to the profound impact of doing it myself. The realm of cultivation is truly an extraordinary place that shatters one's worldview. Whether through reincarnation into this world or by acquiring the so-called celestial fate to enter the realm of cultivation, Yulan has always existed in a state of wandering. She holds reverence for every being within the cultivation world and for each life form, yet she has never truly immersed herself within it. It is akin to watching television. Although she is moved by the emotions of the characters, crying, laughing, feeling joy or sorrow, she remains separated by the screen. Her entry into the realm of cultivation is no different. There is an inherent sense that she is merely a transient visitor. This feeling is not confined to the cultivation world. From the moment of her birth, she has perceived herself as a passerby, as if she could depart at any moment. It was only just now, when the magic that existed solely in novels, television shows, and legends was summoned forth from her own hands, that she truly grasped the experience. Aside from the initial excitement, she inexplicably discerned something profound from her state of wandering. She began to earnestly confront the present circumstances and acknowledge that she had indeed entered another realm, the world of cultivation. She had become the sole disciple of the formidable figure, Fu Long. As a reincarnator, she had always known that she lacked any extraordinary advantages, aside from the wealth of life experience accumulated over a lifetime. She was even less capable than the elderly farmers in her village. At least they knew how to cultivate the land, whereas she had initially been oblivious to the fact that rice grew in the fields. Her existing knowledge was entirely irrelevant in this new environment. However, she now perceived that she might possess an advantage after all. Her innate spiritual root attributes served as her unique asset. It was precisely these attributes that provided her with a powerful mentor as her support. It must be noted that Yu Lanxi had always enjoyed a relatively smooth journey in life. Even the minor troubles she encountered were easily rectified. During her 14 years in the countryside, she had yet to encounter the infamous relatives often depicted in farming novels. Yu Lanxi pondered. If this were not the protagonist's journey, Then who truly was the protagonist? Just as she transitioned from contemplating the intricacies of life to expressing her musings with a sense of melancholy, she was interrupted by a clattering sound. Oh no! Her legs had gone numb, rendering her immobile. No, that wasn't quite right. She could move, but the moment she shifted her feet, a prickling, tingling sensation surged through them, akin to the discomfort experienced after prolonged squatting in the restroom. Yet this was far more prolonged, as she had just been deeply engaged in reflection on her life. And most crucially, she had not yet reached any conclusions. The ephemeral nature of existence is starkly evident, as reality manifests in the form of numbness in my feet. Yet, it is not the opportune moment to trouble the master. Little Shui has likely succumbed to slumber. Casting my gaze to the left and right, I ultimately resolved to sit down upon the ground. The moon golden wheel has been observing me from the doorway since I emerged, watching with keen interest as I engaged in my incantations on the earth, and as I sat absent-mindedly. It mused that since the dawn of its sentience, it had never before encountered such a mundane individual. Suspended in midair, it felt on the brink of exhaustion, prompting it to emit a sound to signal that it was time for rest. Ironically, this only encouraged me to sit down, and sit down I did. The moon golden wheel thought to itself, indeed, it is a youthful wheel, oblivious to the contemporary human psyche. No wonder its erstwhile companions warned against hastily choosing a master. Thus, when Imoran sought to claim it, it adamantly refused, turning down both Imoran and Wuxia. It had harbored hopes of befriending a captivating young lady, only to find that she was, regrettably, a simpleton. The moon golden wheel lamented, truly, I am a most unfortunate wheel. Chapter 56. The jade ring carved with a pig's head. Once the numbness in my feet subsided, I felt as though I had truly come back to life. Thankfully, I had just performed the cleansing technique, leaving the ground immaculate. Indeed, I had demonstrated foresight. Rising to my feet, I brushed off the non-existent dust. Turning around, I spotted the moon golden wheel lazily leaning against the doorframe. As I approached, it slowly began to glide towards me, disregarding my presence entirely as it settled on the opposite end of the bed. Noticing its indifference, I too chose to ignore it. Humph. Who among us is not a little darling in their own right? Moreover, with the master departing, there was no way to reprimand it, and it was best for them to ignore each other. After mastering the dust cleansing technique, Yu Lanxi had grown somewhat indolent. However, acknowledging the unalterable reality that she was now a cultivator, she resolved to pick up the jade slip and peruse some other minor spells. Yet, unlike the dust cleansing technique, the other spells were not so straightforward, prompting her to focus on the penultimate spell, the earth spike technique. This was indeed an offensive spell, albeit one limited to ambush scenarios. After all, the emergence of the spikes would not go unnoticed. Only by catching the opponent off guard could it prove effective. After reviewing the earth spike technique several times and committing it to memory, she practiced the hand seals as instructed in the jade slip. Alas, it yielded no results. Truly, spells of a slightly greater complexity were not so readily grasped. Moreover, there were certain aspects that remained unclear to her. Thus, she tossed the jade slip into her storage pouch. Casting a glance at the moon golden wheel, which appeared to be in a deep slumber, she too reclined onto her pillow, surrendering to sleep as if in a previous life. As one who never suffered from insomnia, wherever there was a pillow, sleep was never in short supply. Upon waking in the morning, she discovered that her master had already departed. Yu Lanxi sipped some spiritual porridge and noticed that Xiao Xue was approaching with a degree of caution. Miss, we're running low on spiritual rice. We need to fetch some from the outer peak. Very well, let us go together shortly, Yu Lanxi nodded. Originally, she had not brought much with her. Just as she finished her meal, she sensed that someone had arrived at Thunder Ring Peak. Conveniently, she had just completed her meal, instructing Xiao Xue to tidy up while she awaited her in the square. Upon stepping outside, she beheld a tall man clad in white, standing with his back to her in the courtyard. His figure appeared somewhat familiar. Just as she was about to call out to him, he turned around. Ah, Brother Jingning, what brings you here? Yu Lanxi was genuinely astonished. Zhongning wore a gentle smile, his eyes relaxed, and a wooden hairpin adorned his head, presenting a simple yet refreshing demeanor. I have come to check on you, as Master is unable to attend to you during his seclusion, he said. Yu Lanxi blinked, noticing an unexpected softness in his expression today. Though he had always been kind, there was an unusual warmth about him today, akin to the gentle glow of jade. She initially intended to decline any assistance, but suddenly remembered some spells she found difficult to comprehend, prompting her to hold her tongue. With Master away and engaged in seclusion, the only one she could turn to was Brother Jingning. Thus, she offered a broad smile and replied, Yes, I do have some questions. Thank you, Brother Jingning. However, she had just risen and her hair was unkempt, so she needed to wait for Xiao Shui to tidy it up before she could prepare herself. I need to visit the outer peak shortly. Would you care to join me, brother? Yu Lanxi tucked her hair behind her ear, attempting to focus solely on Jungning's face. After all, a mere glimpse of his waist stirred feelings she could hardly suppress. Ah, she pondered. Well, what would it feel like to embrace such a slender figure? The thought made the novice driver, Yu Lanxi, instinctively blush. Just then, Xiao Shui emerged and, upon spotting Jingning, quickly lowered her head to pay her respects. After acquiring the jewelry, Xiao Shui found herself with considerably more room to express her individuality. However, taking into account her youth, she opted for a simple hairstyle and adorned herself with just a single piece of jewelry. Subsequently, Yulan followed closely behind, effortlessly accompanied by Jingning. As for Yujinlan, it appeared that he had made up his mind to ignore Yulan, which inadvertently spared her from unnecessary complications. Together with Xiao Shui, they ventured to the outer peak where Xiao Shui would fetch supplies from the dining hall. Yulan, thinking it a fine opportunity since they were already out, decided to explore the market, pleased to have company. Senior brother, I wish to visit the market. Would you accompany me? Yulan was confident that Jingning would not decline her request. As expected, Jingning smiled and nodded in agreement. Though she shared a similar age with Wu Xia and felt comfortable in her presence, she had only met Jingning on a few occasions, and their age difference made her somewhat anxious. Nevertheless, Jingning's response to her suggestion was affirmative, exuding an aura that felt as refreshing as a spring breeze, devoid of any oppressive undertones. Thus, Yulan gradually lowered her guard. They boarded the boat together, with Yulan feeling a flutter of excitement at being in the presence of her admired figure. Upon entering, they did not immediately pass the stalls ahead, but rather meandered slowly, taking time to inspect each vendor. Although the likelihood of discovering treasures was slim, the aim was merely to pass the time, making it inconsequential. However, as Yulan strolled past a stall selling weapons, her attention was captivated by a jade ring beside a large sword. There was no overwhelming desire upon first sight. Rather, it was the intricate design upon the jade ring that captured my attention. Astonishingly, a pig's head was carved into such a solemn, traditional piece. I chuckled softly, crouching down to point at the jade ring. Dear proprietor, from which cave did you unearth this treasure? Could it be yet another artifact from that elusive nascent soul practitioner? Jingning, observing my gesture towards the jade ring, regrettably failed to perceive its uniqueness. It was indeed plausible that this ring had been retrieved from the lair of some venerable figure, devoid of any spiritual energy leakage. It could either be an ordinary item or something of great worth. However, in most instances, such finds are mere trinkets. Ah, my friend, you have a discerning eye, I remarked. The proprietor initially assumed that the formidable fish had grown weary, but upon noticing Jingning clad in white garments, emanating an aura of ancient composure, it became evident that they were far from an ordinary person, although lacking the attire that signifies an inner or outer disciple. Their presence alone spoke volumes of their exceptional nature. Consequently, the proprietor reined in any thoughts of malice. This jade ring was discovered by an old Taoist in a subterranean palace, though whether it belonged to that esteemed individual remains uncertain. The ring has been meticulously preserved, suggesting it is certainly no mundane object. Yet, the mere fact that it is available for sale indicates that the proprietor has failed to discern its true value. After all, should it be a genuine treasure, it would have undoubtedly passed through more discerning hands. Alternatively, it may possess a form of sentience, seeking a worthy master, and they do not appear to be the chosen one. Regardless of the scenario, since it serves no purpose for me, keeping it would merely occupy space. Chapter 57. The little one pays respects to the master. Yu Lanxi could not discern the true prowess of the shopkeeper, but she surmised that he was certainly not in the qi refining stage. Otherwise, he would not dare venture into seemingly perilous places such as the underground palace. May I take a look? Despite the array of weapons before her, Yu Lanxi found herself particularly intrigued by the jade ring. Upon grasping it, she felt only a chill, devoid of any other notable sensations. As for a spiritual connection with treasures, she could only scoff. She might as well be an insulator, utterly incapable of perceiving anything. After all, she could not even sense the moon gold wheel, which she had already bonded with, let alone other objects. The pig head carved upon the ring was executed with remarkable care and vibrancy. A thought crossed Yu Lanxi's mind, initially lacking interest. But then she recalled that in her past life, her zodiac sign had been that of a piglet. Oh, what the heck, I might as well buy one. How much is this? She inquired, looking up at the shopkeeper. The old Taoist was taken aback by Yu Lanxi's genuine interest in such a seemingly valueless item. Had it not been for the presence of Jinning nearby, he might have started boasting. Yet, with Jinning there, he refrained from such antics. Friend, why not consider the weapons beside you? The old man, a second-tier weaponsmith, had a variety of choices at his disposal. Whatever style you desire can be accommodated. It is quite difficult to appraise just a single jade ring. If this were merely a mundane object, I doubt even a low-grade spirit stone would be offered, let alone a spirit pearl. Undeterred, he sought to promote his weaponry further. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Lanxi ultimately decided against it. Forget it. I might as well purchase a piggy bank from the shop inside. However, just as she was about to let go, she suddenly felt a refreshing sensation in the palm of her hand. Could it be that today was truly a stroke of luck? Was this a hidden treasure, perhaps? Glancing down, she noticed nothing particularly different. Never mind, it wasn't something she was particularly fond of. Yu Lanxi decisively set aside the jade ring. She was not one to play hard to get. After all, this item was indeed of little value, and the old man clearly felt reluctant. Yet, she was not a fool to be easily taken advantage of. And what about those 5 spirit orbs? The old man, sensing her genuine disinterest, became anxious. He had been here for 2 days without any business. Finally, a potential transaction arose when he accidentally dropped this item while retrieving his weapon this morning. At that moment, he had simply been too lazy to put it away in his storage pouch, not realizing that the only deal he would encounter would be this worthless trinket. Nevertheless, no matter how trivial it seemed, it at least marked the start of a transaction. Yu Lanxi furrowed her brow at the mention of 5 spirit orbs. It appeared she had none, only spirit stones. Noticing her frown, the old man grew concerned that she might be dissatisfied with the offer. TSK. She was indeed a disciple of Tianyang sect. How stingy could one be? Yet, he understood that spirit orbs were a form of currency as well. Perhaps 3 would suffice. Although his weapons were priced in spirit stones, he needed to eat, especially after days without any sales. He couldn't continue to incur losses. Thus, even if it was spirit orbs, he hoped to at least make some profit. Just then, as Yu Lanxi pondered whether to exchange for some spirit orbs, Jinning tossed a low-grade spirit stone to the old man. She then picked up the jade ring, examined it briefly, and placed it into Yu Lanxi's hand. Do you wish to continue looking, junior sister? Yu Lanxi pondered. Is this a gift from my idol to himself? Although she yearned to express that there was no need for senior Jinning to bestow such a present, given her own financial means. She felt a wave of warmth as Jinning smiled at her. Grasping the jade ring, she said, "Shall we proceed?" The old Taoist clutched the spirit stone. His eyes brimming with tears of joy. At long last, he had made a breakthrough. Just as he prepared to suggest searching for a spirit pearl for Jinning, the two departed. He hastily tucked the spirit stone away. It was perhaps for the best, considering he had few spirit pearls to offer. However, it was not long before Yu Lanxi, having walked scarcely 10 meters, felt a new surge of coolness emanating from the jade ring in her palm, causing her to pause abruptly. Jinning, noticing her halt, turned back and inquired, "What is the matter?" "Senior, I perceive that this object feels even cooler than before." Yu Lanxi replied candidly, lifting her gaze. Logically, if it were indeed a treasure, she ought to investigate it in private. Yet, she held no particular thoughts or notions about its value. Moreover, it was purchased with Jinning's funds, and should anything of worth arise, he ought to be informed. Understanding that she was unreserved in allowing him to examine it, Jinning took the jade ring and scrutinized it closely, even probing with his spiritual awareness, but discovered nothing of note. Could it be that this item possesses sentience? He furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. The absence of findings could mean it was either a remarkable artifact or an ordinary object. Yet, since Yu Lanxi could sense something, it seemed likely that this sentient object wished to choose its master. Thus, it was only fitting to offer it to Senior, after all. It was he who had provided the funds. As she contemplated, Yu Lanxi wished to place the jade ring in Jinning's hands, yet Jinning declined. He shook his head, stating, "Since only my junior sister has perceived the anomaly, it seems this treasure chooses its master." Yu Lanxi, perplexed, thought to herself, "What is this nonsense? It suddenly reminds me of the moon gold wheel. This so-called treasure seems rather dubious. Moreover, after acquiring the moon gold wheel, I have grown rather reluctant to engage with such items. If one can disregard me, another might as well be a calamity." Noticing Yu Lanxi's reluctance, Jinning became increasingly intrigued by her character. What sort of individual is she, to be so indifferent to a treasure? In the realm of cultivation, treasures imbued with consciousness are rare, Each could potentially be a life-saving asset. Junior sister, why not attempt a contract? If it truly is not an ordinary item, the contract will reveal its nature. The contract requires a blood offering. After all, she currently lacks the capability to leave a spiritual mark. And a drop of blood is both safe and effective. Zhen Ning assisted her in drawing a drop of blood from her fingertip. As she was somewhat apprehensive of the pain, the blood quickly seeped into the jade ring, which absorbed it with remarkable speed. Subsequently, the jade ring emitted a refreshing aura once more. Yu Lanxi shivered, feeling the chills surge from her feet to the crown of her head. Then, a sycophantic voice echoed in her ear. I pay my respects to my master. May you be blessed with good fortune and long-lasting peace. Yu Lanxi exclaimed in astonishment. What was that voice? Yu Lanxi began to glance around, yet saw no peculiar individuals. What is it? Zheng Ning noticed her expression, clearly indicating she had heard something. Yu Lanxi swallowed hard and hesitantly raised her gaze towards him. I believe I heard some sort of sound. This sound, and the words spoken, evoked a sense of dread. My lord, it is small, small and in your hands. The tone was as sycophantic as ever. What on earth? Yu Lanxi lowered her eyes to the jade ring in her hand, now appearing a deeper shade of green than before. Was that obsequious voice emitted by this object? Was it the jade ring's sentience? Zheng Ning could not hear the voice, yet it did not hinder his understanding. Indeed, this odd artifact must be the jade ring's consciousness. However, for some reason, this sentient voice reminded Yu Lanxi of the eunuchs within the palace. Its tone was somewhat shrill and overly flattering, not a desirable form of sentience. Chapter 58. The jade ring that blows rainbows. After the voice echoed in her ears, Yu Lanxi remained in a state of bewilderment. She could not help but ponder why everything she possessed that had developed sentience was so bizarre, while others had adorable or endearing sentiences. Hers either ignored her or possessed an odd, eunuch-like voice. This left her with psychological scars. Consequently, she feared she would no longer desire such sentient objects. Shimmy. Would you like to continue exploring? Zheng Ning, noticing the peculiar expression on Yu Lanxi's face, surmised that there was something amiss with the consciousness. Zheng Ning comprehended the situation. Although her curiosity was piqued, she was perceptive enough not to press for further details. This, in turn, fostered a greater fondness for her among Yu Lanxi, while simultaneously diminishing her wariness. Perhaps she had been overthinking things. After all, Wu Xia, her senior, had shown her considerable care, and it seemed reasonable that Zhen Ning would extend similar attentiveness. With this thought, she refrained from delving deeper. Yet, the mere contemplation of the moon gold ring in the room ignited her imagination. Since it possessed sentience, could it be possible to communicate with it? However, she was still uncertain about the nature of this jade ring. If it were not a benign entity, the convergence of two sentient beings could lead to chaos. Hence, she decided to retreat to a room adjacent to the courtyard, performing a cleansing spell to tidy up before finding a place to sit. Throughout this period, the jade ring remained silent and did not exhibit any mischievous behavior. Yu Lanxi worried that in the presence of Zhen Ning, she would be unable to stow this peculiar item in her storage pouch, which would be quite embarrassing. Indeed, she had developed a psychological aversion to it. Hence she clutched it tightly in her hand. Fortunately, the ring was pleasantly cool to the touch, preventing any perspiration from forming. Once settled, she began her interrogation. Now, what exactly are you? I am but a humble steel servant, the most loyal of companions, and it is my utmost honor to serve you, my master. I am willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for you, and a series of obsequious praises followed. The extravagant flattery left Yu Lanxi somewhat incredulous. She had not anticipated encountering such an insipid yet remarkably melodious entity in this world, and to think it was a sentient ring. Where do the most foolish individuals go to reason? However, the flattery is truly melodious, indeed. Yet pause. No matter how delightful the flattery, it should not be indulged excessively, lest one becomes genuinely airborne. Are you spiritual beings, also loquacious? What then of the lunar golden wheel? Can spiritual entities possess various personalities? Upon hearing this, the jade ring let out a profoundly human-like sigh. Yu Lanxi mused. Is this the long-winded tale referred to? How did it transform into a brief narrative? I cherish stories and have ample time. Taking it slow is no burden. Are you suggesting that by swallowing the jade ring, you attained its sentience? Such a notion seems rather implausible. Yet in the realm of cultivation, anything is conceivable. Yu Lanxi continued. The prior flattery was quite eloquent. Why does the dialogue falter when it comes to serious matters? Could it be that the eunuchs in this palace are merely a cohort of sycophants? Very well. Such an unfathomable phenomenon is beyond my comprehension. Perhaps only a master of great stature could elucidate it. Thus, I shall refrain from probing how eunuchs evolve into sentient beings. Pray tell, what purpose do you serve? Surely becoming sentient does not merely render you a decorative item. Such a role does not suit me. It feels rather antiquated. The dimensions of this jade ring are evidently more befitting of a man's hand. Perhaps smaller ones do exist, but I cannot say. The voice is somewhat weak. Yu Lanxi pondered. Is it truly just a decorative item? No matter, I have grown accustomed to it. There exists a seemingly formidable moon gold wheel, which, however, disregards me entirely. Additionally, there is a rather harmonious jade ring that offers nothing of substance, merely engaging in flattery. In essence, both are of little use. So why then do they acknowledge me as their master? The jade ring is merely a fledgling, at the mere third level of chi refinement. Right beside me stands a true nascent soul practitioner. Could it be that I possess some sort of protagonist aura? Yet, if such an aura attracts trivialities like these, it would be better to forego it altogether. After a considerable period of contemplation, the jade ring timidly replied, upon first glance, I felt an undeniable affinity towards my master. Sensing your inherent kindness, your refined character, virtuous nature, and exceptional intellect. As the flattery continued, it seemed that my indifference caused the jade ring's voice to diminish, ultimately falling silent. Instead of being uplifted by such commendations, I found myself lost in thought. Is it my lightning elemental root that has compelled you to acknowledge me? I directly inquired, recognizing that this attribute might be the sole reason for any regard shown towards me. Indeed, upon hearing this, the jade ring lapsed into silence. It then stated, I have heard that lightning elemental roots are exceedingly rare, promising boundless future potential, and surely destined for ascension. This was its implicit meaning. However, the jade ring could only sense the faint trace of lightning power emanating from me when in proximity, though it was weak, yet lightning inherently possesses destructive power. Such an existence, provided it does not falter along the way, is undoubtedly destined for ascension. Having acknowledged this, there truly remains little more to discuss. Yet, one wonders if the moon gold wheel's recognition of me as its master is also rooted in this very reason. Consequently, Yu Lanxi resolved that she should refrain from casually forming contracts with various trivial matters in the future. Although she lacked any extraordinary talents, her affinity for lightning attributes indeed held considerable potential for growth. Being a rarity among countless individuals, this alone could be deemed her unique advantage. She believed she possessed an innate ability to attract peculiar attributes, hence it was wiser to avoid courting trouble. Uncertain of whether one could rescind a contract with an entity possessing intelligence, she noted, you certainly possess a wealth of knowledge, articulating your thoughts with such eloquence. Your commendatory phrases flow effortlessly. In her past, her former master had been a talented individual, compelling those of us in servitude to acquire knowledge to earn their favor. At this juncture, Yu Lanxi reflected, lamenting that to elevate one's status as a eunuch, mere awareness of circumstances and capability would not suffice. One must also master the art of flattery. Ironically, she found that the knowledge she had acquired in her earlier years came in handy now. In her role as a ring finger. In this day and age, being a eunuch was no easy feat. Yu Lanxi, contemplating the arduous life of a programmer, expressed her sympathy. Indeed, every profession bears its own challenges. Indeed, Yu Lanxi could not help but admit that the words struck a chord with her own hardships. Yu Lanxi. Yu Lanxi. Why the sudden lamentation? Chapter 59. Ponder, reflect deeply. Now, I shall take you under my wing. It would be best not to refuse. Yu Lanxi endeavored to maintain a stern expression, striving to convey an air of unapproachability. The jade finger, perhaps, epitomizes the eunuch's unwavering obedience to his master's commands, as Yu Lanxi seamlessly stowed it within her storage pouch. In that fleeting moment of acquisition, Yu Lanxi was taken aback. The ease of the act brought tears to her eyes. Happiness arrived with such unexpected swiftness that she had anticipated resistance from these spiritual objects. Yet the jade finger exhibited not a hint of reluctance. Suddenly, she pondered that although this object might be somewhat obsequious and noisy, the flattery it offered was rather melodious. Perhaps she could coax it into offering such praise on a regular basis. When extolling her flawless senior brother in the future, she would be at no loss for words. If that were the case, so be it. If it proved useless, then what of the moon gold wheel? Yet, it remained uncooperative and refrained from communication. The little steel finger, the jade finger, was indeed somewhat lackluster. Well, it may have been lacking in utility, but its eloquence was undeniable. Each flattery unique and unrepeatable. Yu Lanxi finally grasped why ancient emperors were fond of those adept at flattery. Sweet words undeniably uplift the spirit. Once stowed away, she decided against releasing it again, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Though she had appeared calm, her heart had been quite anxious. For the capabilities of this unfamiliar object were unknown. Since the little steel finger was oblivious to its own abilities, she would consider it merely a diversion. Upon returning to her room, she found the moon gold will sprawled carelessly in the center of her bed. Yu Lanxi felt as if a boorish giant had claimed her space, her expression instantly transforming into one of exasperation. Both were spiritual objects. Yet Yu Lanxi regarded the moon gold wheel from a position of disdain, her brows furrowed in discontent. I am aware that you ethereal beings can hear my words. You may not wish to acknowledge me as your master, yet I have no desire for your allegiance either. However, before I could finish my statement, the moon gold wheel abruptly levitated, positioning itself directly before Yu Lanxi, even aiming its blade at her. Yu Lanxi gasped in astonishment, her heart racing. Although her demeanor appeared calm, her mind was still catching up to the startling turn of events. What was happening? Were the weapons rebelling? She blinked, recalling that a weapon bound by a contract cannot harm its master. Otherwise, what could possibly happen? By the way, what tier of weapon is the moon gold wheel? Can the contract truly restrain it? If it were to extinguish its own master, would they both perish together? Or would it survive her demise? Perhaps the moon gold wheel was displeased by Yu Lanxi's words, yet it halted merely 10 centimeters from her. It seemed as if she heard an indignant roar. Do you dare to scorn me? Was the moon gold wheel addressing her? Yet its tone felt entirely different from that of Xiaogang. Could this be the distinction between a human becoming a spirit and a natural spirit? Regardless, Yu Lanxi found herself in a form of communication with the moon gold wheel. Since it cannot harm its master, a proper discussion is in order. Though her heart trembled with trepidation, she maintained a stern expression, mimicking her master's demeanor perfectly. To be fair, the contract was initiated by you. Yet look at your actions. First, you embarrassed me before Brother Wuxia. Then you contested for my sleeping space, disregarding my commands, and refusing to engage in rational discourse, all while exhibiting such a volatile temperament. As she spoke, Yu Lan's tone softened somewhat, for the moon blade of the moon gene wheel was once again directed at her. Though it seemed unable to truly harm her, the sight was nonetheless disconcerting. Reflect on this. As a weapon that has awakened sentience, is such behavior truly commendable? If there are grievances that cannot be articulated, your refusal to communicate merely widens the chasm between us, sealing off the avenues of dialogue and magnifying our misunderstandings. How then shall we conduct our affairs or coexist amicably? Is this not a reasonable assertion? The moon blade gradually lowered, and Yu Lan let out a sigh of relief. Ah. So this creature responds to gentler methods. Yet why had it previously maintained such an aloof demeanor, impervious to both softness and firmness? Humph, it is simply indulged. But the moment her master arrived, a restriction was imposed upon it. Does it doubt the wheel? It is indeed a dignified entity in its own right. Moreover, within its ancestral memories, it once held considerable power. Otherwise, the previous sentient would have vanished, leaving the moon gene wheel inoperable. Yet, it persevered, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to regenerate. After all that effort to find a master, only to be subjected to a humiliating restraint. Such indignities are intolerable. Yu Lan paused, realizing that the voice she had just heard belonged to the moon gene wheel. It had been restricted, and the tone suggested her master was indeed protecting her from potential harm. Well done. The voice of the moon blade was slightly soft and childlike, indistinguishable in gender. Perhaps weapons are devoid of gender entirely. My master is concerned for my safety. Once you no longer pose a threat to me, the restrictions will surely be lifted. Yu Lan contemplated in silence, vexed by the triviality of their quarrel. How could this be? Yet, you still wish to humiliate me with a storage bag. Such a noble wheel. How could it possibly be confined within the wretched confines of a mere storage bag? It is far too magnificent to be reduced to such insignificance. It ought to be displayed upon a human's form, for only within the vessel of humanity would it deign to linger. Yu Lan's thoughts darkened, but given your considerable size, where else would you be stored if not in a bag? Moreover, did I not suggest you utilize the storage ring? Within that ring lies an abundance of spirit stones. Not everyone is privileged enough to experience the luxury of lying amidst a pile of wealth. Even the jade finger does not possess such an opportunity. A resounding refusal. Though it is merely a wheel, it possesses a discerning taste, does it not? Such an unseemly storage ring hardly befits its grandeur. Yu Lan mused. Do not presume that your childish voice renders you immune to my ire. Well, truth be told, I truly do not dare. Without the master present, There is no one to support or to bear witness to grievances. On the very first day of the master's absence, thoughts of him consumed her. Yet, one cannot simply hang in the air like this, can one? Such ostentation is unbecoming and misaligned with her intended disposition. She had always aspired to embody a subtle yet profound charm. To be constantly accompanied by a cumbersome vessel is hardly a fitting circumstance. What if others perceive it as a provocation? After all, she was merely at the third level of chi refining, and her solitary spell could only manage a simple wash. Clearly, there was a need to diligently refine her magical skills. The moon gold wheel, after a moment of silence, finally spoke softly. If you would soothe me, I shall shrink a little. After speaking, she huffed softly, conveying her pride and asserting that she was not like those frivolous trinkets outside, easily placated with sweet words. Yu Lanxi pondered. Is there really a way to shrink? Could one perhaps even fit it inside the ear, akin to the Monkey King? Yet, the thought of extracting a stick from one's ear while she herself retrieves a trinket made her reconsider. Perhaps it is best to let that idea go. Nevertheless, how naive this trinket seems, merely wishing to be cajoled. Does it perceive itself as an adorable little creature? She is no big bad wolf. How could she possibly indulge a misbehaving trinket, as if she were so easily swayed? She has never even charmed her male idol. So how could she be expected to soothe a disobedient trinket? Then be good, she proposed. If you behave, I shall take you out for a delightful outing. Purchase you beautiful dresses, and perhaps visit a romantic market. Or, a street market? How about browsing the stalls? Whatever you desire, Papa shall procure for you. Though I may lack in many things, I possess an abundance of spirit stones. Alas, she had no choice but to indulge it. Even though her master had placed restrictions to prevent it from harming itself, it could still intimidate her. Her fragile heart was too delicate. Should any mishap occur, the world would lose a prodigy. Such a loss would undoubtedly bring sorrow and tears to many in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 60, Acknowledgement. Will you recognize me as your elder brother? Considering your relatively acceptable demeanor, I shall forgive you. Upon hearing Yu Lanxi's words, the moon gold trinket's tone softened considerably. Yet it remained undeniably haughty. Truly, this must be the reincarnation of its tsundere. Yu Lanxi gazed longingly at the moon gold trinket. Where was the promised shrinking? Now, could you diminish in size for me to see? The tone was imbued with an inexplicable humility. Eugene Lewin remarked, indeed, the other spirits were right. One must not indulge these humans. Once you do, they treat spiritual entities as mere slaves. The higher you elevate yourself, the smaller I shall become. After a moment of contemplation, Eugene Lewin tentatively spoke. Yu Lanxi responded, that's rather excessive. Yet, despite her words, she affectionately grasped the other end of Yurin. Eugene Lewin reigned in its blade's aura, feeling a sense of satisfaction, pondering that the sentiments expressed by the other spirits were indeed accurate. Thus, it joyfully shifted its form. And under Yu Lanxi's watchful gaze, it swiftly diminished in size. Ultimately, it transformed into a minuscule entity, resting in the palm of Yu Lanxi's hand, resembling a rather inferior toy. Oh, had you shrunk this small earlier, would I have found you distasteful? Perhaps, for you now resemble a mere imitation. Nevertheless, this form could easily be attached to a string around one's neck. Can you shrink further? Perhaps to a size that could fit in an ear? No. Do not push your luck, Eugene Lewin retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Yu Lanxi. Yu Lanxi countered, who was truly overreaching here? Day by day. And yet you wield such arrogance as a weapon. Just as Yu Lanxi exhaled in relief and resolved to find a string, Eugene Lewin suddenly erupted once more. Why do you carry the aura of other spiritual entities? Do you possess another will outside? Eugene Lewin's voice took on a somewhat shrill tone, attempting to escape from Yu Lanxi's grasp. In a hurry, Yu Lanxi tightened her hold and said, what nonsense are you spouting? Yu Lanxi felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Why can't I have other spiritual beings? You control the heavens and the earth, but you can't dictate my pursuit of other entities? Yet, I can sense the aura of spiritual beings emanating from you. The tone of Eugene Lewin was tinged with a hint of grievance. Humans are so greedy. Isn't it enough to possess one? Why must one seek out more? Truly, humans are akin to gluttonous pigs. This is an accident. I did not intend for it to happen. Yu Lanxi suddenly felt as though she had transformed into a cat. Wait, why should I feel guilty? As a human, isn't it perfectly normal to form contracts with multiple spiritual beings? Why are you so boastful in front of me, yet so timid before my master? Yu Lanxi pondered, growing increasingly anxious. It felt akin to a legitimate consort who, after reconciling with her beloved, was discovered harboring a secret mistress. Why are you silent? Yu Lanxi exclaimed suddenly, her voice rising in volume. Do not create a scene without reason. Ah, this sounds like something a scoundrel would often say. Upon hearing those words, Yu Lanxi inexplicably felt a surge of anger. Where's the unruliness in my behavior? Release it, and I assure you I won't harm it. You already wish to harm it. How could I possibly let it go? Yu Lanxi resolutely declined, her delicate hand discreetly covering her storage pouch. Though the small steel piece was of little use, it could still flatter with sweet words. Although such flattery bore no utility, it was pleasing to the ear. Yet, observing Yu Lanxi, petty, envious, proud, and insatiably demanding, one could only conclude she was a remarkably petty spirit. You are utterly unreasonable, Yu Lanxi remarked, feeling as though she was being led step by step down the path of a scoundrel. All right, release it and have a rational discussion. The moon gold wheel, feeling aggrieved, contemplated the words spoken by other spirit entities and resolved to engage in a serious dialogue with that particular spirit. It aimed to persuade it to voluntarily leave its master. Otherwise, it would resort to violence. Yu Lanxi mused, do you think I would believe you? However, both the jade ring and the moon gold wheel were her own spirit entities. The moon gold wheel was reluctant to enter storage bags, and it could not constantly confine its companion, the little steel, within such a place. Eventually, they would have to meet. Are you certain this is about reasoning? I hope it's not a deception, Yu Lanxi remarked with a huff. The moon gold wheel remained silent, merely snorting coldly in response. Yu Lanxi turned and seated herself on the bed, then crossed her legs, placing the moon gold wheel before her. She produced the storage bag and with a swift motion released Little Steel. Upon its emergence, Little Steel promptly greeted, I pay my respects to my master. May you enjoy eternal blessings. Its servility was palpable. See, this is the disparity. The difference among spirits is only evident through comparison, which can be quite painful. You, wretched creature, dare to compete with me for my master? It attempted to soar upward, intending to transform and eliminate Little Steel. However, with a decisive motion, Yu Lanxi pinned it down, admonishing, let us engage in a reasonable discussion. Little Steel, being shrewd and cunning within the harem, retained its intelligence and quick reflexes even after transforming into the jade ring. It immediately adopted an excessively flattering tone. Oh, I see it as a senior. Little Steel pays its respects to you, esteemed elder. Yu Lanxi thought to herself, this creature's desire to survive is excessively strong. The moon gold will interjected. You acknowledge me as your elder brother? Well, perhaps it need not come to violence. There is a younger brother who seems quite amiable. However, do not mistake my acceptance of you as my little brother for leniency. Yu Lanxi remains haughty, yet the intensity of her anger has noticeably diminished. Yu Lanxi and Xiao Gongzi simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. Xiao Gongzi, undeterred, lavished praise upon Yu Lanxi, extolling her as unparalleled in the heavens and the earth. Yu Lanxi felt her earlier apprehensions were unwarranted. All that was needed was to bring forth Xiao Gongzi, for he could adeptly handle the situation himself, especially with someone like Yu Lanxi, who was both disdainful and yet required flattery and adoration. Xiao Gongzi's eloquent compliments quickly established a brotherly bond between him and Yu Lanxi. Very well, from now on, your elder brother will protect you. You need only to heed my counsel. The younger brother promptly vowed to follow his elder's guidance, stating he would go east if instructed, never west. Yu Lanxi observed, amused. And just like that, the matter is resolved. This fellow's prowess is rather lacking. A few flattering words suffice. However, it wasn't long before Yu Lanxi redirected her attention toward him. From now on, you are not to have any other spirit companions by your side, if you must. They must surpass me in strength. One younger brother is sufficient. More would diminish my esteem. Yu Lanxi couldn't help but wonder. Is she akin to those who dwell by the sea, so excessively controlling? Am I bound to a matriarch? She too let out a disdainful huff. Yet inwardly, she was disinclined to contract any additional spirit companions. Managing two was already quite overwhelming. Adding another would surely elevate her to an entirely different realm. After much ado, they finally reached a resolution. Having traversed the path ahead, the jade clasp, Yu Lanxi, has temporarily set aside her thoughts. This statement, however, seems rather peculiar. If you promise me not to forge contracts with other spiritual entities, I shall reveal a secret to you. The moon golden wheel, perceiving Yu Lanxi's hesitation, grew somewhat anxious. Chapter 61. There is another like me, oh my. It even resorts to temptation. Quite impressive, my wheel. Yu Lanxi arched an eyebrow, neither consenting nor declining. You may proceed. The moon golden wheel, unencumbered by the convolutions of human nature, mistakenly believed that Yu Lanxi had acquiesced. Little Steel, wishing to interject a warning, opted for silence as it sought to appease both parties. There is indeed another wheel as remarkable as I, the Moon Golden Wheel proclaimed with great pride. Yu Lanxi responded. I had thought there were 6 as formidable as you. You startled me. So what now? Contemplating briefly, Yu Lanxi inquired further. If you promise not to contract with other spiritual beings, I shall guide you to another, the Moon Golden Wheel declared, brimming with self-satisfaction. Are you suggesting that I should refrain from contracting with other spiritual entities in favor of the one you present? Yu Lanxi retorted, feeling as though she were being manipulated. Your elder brother? Oh, could it possibly be the Sun Golden Wheel? My elder brother, the Sun Golden Wheel, is an artifact of great renown in my ancestral memories. Though regrettably, my recollection is fragmented and much has been forgotten. Upon reaching this point, the Moon Golden Wheel's tone shifted to one of dejection. Indeed. It is the Sun Golden Wheel, Yu Lanxi mused, clicking her tongue in contemplation. She remained silent. Artifacts of such caliber felt incredibly distant to her. Perhaps it is best to relinquish such thoughts, for even if she were to ponder them, it would yield no fruit. Observing the demeanor of the Moon Gold Wheel, one can discern that the higher the level of a spiritual entity, the more haughty it becomes. A mere trifling being at the 3rd layer of chi refinement. She realizes that overthinking serves no purpose. If her expectations are lofty, what does she mean when she addresses me? Since this is not a matter of personal choice, what significance does this secret hold? Yu Lanxi pouted, clearly unable to place her trust in this individual. Sensing her hesitation, the Moon Gold Wheel grew anxious. You just agreed to my proposal. When did I ever consent to anything? Yu Lanxi retorted, urging caution in her interpretation. Moon Gold Wheel scoffed, cunning human. A contract with my elder brother is out of the question, but I can divulge another secret, provided you keep it to yourself. The Moon Gold Wheel feared that Yu Lanxi might seek out chaotic spiritual entities that could jeopardize its own standing. Thus, it resolved to share its second most significant secret with her. However, this revelation could not be disclosed to anyone else, so it was imperative that Yu Lanxi agree first. This time, it had learned its lesson and insisted on her consent before revealing anything. If this secret is truly valuable, I will agree not to recklessly contract with spiritual entities. Yu Lanxi responded decisively, while uncertain of what secret the Moon Gold Wheel might divulge. She was intent on avoiding further complications. One needed to be pampered and flattered, while the other was a transformation from human to spiritual entity. Were they not perfectly complementary? Little Gongzi was adept at showering compliments, and the Moon Gold Wheel relished being flattered. It was settled. From now on, Little Gongzi would handle the Moon Gold Wheel. As the most vulnerable being in the food chain, Little Gongzi trembled, questioning the essence of existence. Your senior brother has discovered my location, and in truth, there are other spiritual entities present. Since my inception, it has primarily been they who have guided me. However, your senior brother's cultivation level is rather low, rendering him incapable of locating them. As Yu Jinluan spoke, he discreetly glanced at Yu Lanxi's expression. Yu Lanxi raised an eyebrow. A plethora of spiritual beings? What sort of nascent soul cave is this? Quite impressive indeed. This cannot possibly belong to a mere nascent soul master. After all, it is already quite rare for someone at the nascent soul level to possess 2 or 3 spiritual entities. Having a multitude seems improbable. Furthermore, the fact that they are able to instruct Yu Jinluan suggests that they have existed for a considerable duration and possess high ranks. Most importantly, if this were indeed a powerful cave, the prolonged retention of their spiritual intelligence would indicate that the cave's master had implemented protective measures for their spiritual entities. This cave is certainly not that of an inferior nascent soul. Upon hearing Yu Lanxi's remarks, Yu Jinluan expressed disdain. A nascent soul could possess me? Yu Lanxi retorted. You dare refer to nascent soul practitioners as inferior? What does that make me then? Less than refuse? In an instant, Yu Lanxi felt a wave of disdain from the spiritual entities, leading her to question her own existence. But would you dare to speak such words to my senior brother? Although I have yet to meet Master Mo Ran, given that he could emerge unscathed from a powerful cave, and even present Yu Jinluan, his strength must be considerable. Yu Jinluan replied, Not really. You still dare to look down upon nascent soul practitioners, yet you acknowledge me as your master? Is that truly wise? Yu Jinluan sighed, Please, no more of that. I was wrong. He worried that Yu Lanxi might once again disregard him. Yu Lanxi gently stroked her chin. Having waited for 3 millennia, in the realm of cultivation, 3,000 years is hardly significant. Yet, it is undeniably a lengthy period. Could it be that there is no destined connection with the celestial? Yu Lanxi inquired, casting her gaze downward. After reincarnating as a mortal, whether one possesses celestial affinity is a matter of fortune and probability. However, the crux lies in the fact that, under most circumstances, such affinity is likely absent. What if this great celestial being, having transcended to the stage of ascension, discovers that the mortal vessel into which they have been reborn lacks any celestial connection? Yu Jinluan appeared utterly perplexed, pondering why this should concern him. Among the multitude of sentient spiritual entities, even those that are not weapons, those possessing intelligence and having existed for a considerable duration are rare treasures. What then shall be done? As Yu Jinluan contemplated Yu Lanxi's words, the more he reflected, the more profound their wisdom seemed. Perhaps in a few years, the defenses of that cave dwelling would be breached by other cultivators, leading to its treasures being divided and scattered. Alternatively, as the protective formations lose their efficacy, they too may gradually dissipate. If one wishes to reunite with these companions, the task would become increasingly arduous. It is said that a substantial array of cultivation resources has been prepared, enabling one to directly ascend to the stage of integration without difficulty. Yu Jinluan failed to grasp Yu Lanxi's implication, while the nearby Shao Gongzi wore a bewildered expression, internally anxious for his elder brother. This elder brother was far too naive. It was no wonder he had managed to survive under his elder brother's guidance. It seems that in the future, clinging tightly to the master's leg is the only course of action. Alas, what a pity! Yu Lanxi deliberately sighed, her acting reaching its zenith, despite the fact that these spiritual entities had been instructing her since her inception, imparting numerous tales from the realm of humanity. However, it believed that no spiritual entity could rival its own prowess, which is why it was reluctant to accept anyone as its superior. Yet here I am, merely at the third level of qi refinement, utterly incapable of flight. Yu Lanxi shook her head. It was impossible for her to go, in this lifetime. It would never happen. Given her indolent nature, the fact that she had managed to gather such information was already quite impressive. Tasks of such a menial nature should certainly be left to other prominent figures. Chapter 62. The atmosphere turned awkward. Yu Jinluan wished to continue persuading her, but Yu Lanxi was resolute and unyielding. When she said she would not go, she meant it. Moreover, even if she wished to, she needed the means to depart. Until she established her foundation, it was utterly impossible to leave the confines of Tianyang's sect. Eventually, seeing that Yu Lanxi was genuinely determined not to venture out, Yu Jinluan felt a twinge of disappointment. The thought of not being able to meet these old friends again cast a shadow over his spirits. When you are finally able to fly, you must go, he urged, unwilling to concede. Let us see. Yu Lanxi waved her hand dismissively, and then both Yu Jinluan and Shao Gongzi were placed beside her pillow. Since they could not visit the marketplace today, it would be best to delve into the study of spells instead. Just as she was about to retrieve the jade slip, she suddenly recalled her master's instruction to visit the scripture pavilion on Owleye Peak to seek suitable martial techniques. Initially, due to Yu Jinluan's reluctance to communicate and his somewhat haughty demeanor, Yu Lanxi had not intended to go now. However, since he was willing to engage, she decided it was worth a visit, especially since she had already mastered the most crucial spells. As for the rest, that could wait. Upon exiting, she spotted Xiao Shui sitting nearby in a pavilion, diligently mending shoe soles. Yu Lanxi mused, the pastimes of ancient women are truly exquisite. Upon seeing Yu Lanxi emerge, Xiao Shui hurriedly approached her. Miss, would you care for a snack? After several days of interaction, Xiao Shui had finally grown somewhat accustomed to Yu Lanxi, though her timidity remained. She summoned a spirit vessel, placed a spirit stone upon it, and set forth towards Owleye Peak. The distance between the two peaks was rather short, and in no time, they descended upon Owleye Peak. The square was still bustling with several senior brothers and sisters from Owleye Peak who were engrossed in their cultivation. Yu Lanxi cast a glance but found little interest, primarily because she did not recognize any familiar faces. Thus, she took out her jade tablet to send a message to Wuxia. However, she suddenly recalled that senior brother Jining had mentioned Wuxia was in seclusion. Consequently, she was unaware of the location of the scripture pavilion at Owleye Peak. Would she be encountering her idol again? Yet, compared to the gentle demeanor of her idol, she found it more relaxing to be with senior brother Wuxia, as she felt the need to maintain a semblance of composure in front of her idol. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, her idol emerged from a nearby path. Yu Lanxi quickly approached him, exclaiming, "Senior brother, what brings you here? If I do not come, how will my junior sister find her way to the scripture pavilion?" Jining replied, a smile gracing his lips as always. This smile was not superficial. Rather, it seemed to radiate from his very being. When he smiled, his eyes sparkled as if filled with starlight. It was in these moments that Yu Lanxi realized there existed individuals in this world whose gazes ignited vibrant fireworks within them. Each glimmer appeared to bloom for her. A spectacle of celestial beauty, especially enchanting. Yu Lanxi felt an overwhelming urge to cover her face in embarrassment, exclaiming inwardly, "I can do this." However, at this moment, she could only restrain herself, feeling shy and embarrassed. Thank you, senior brother. Behold, this illustrates the different facades one presents before various individuals. Oh, women. The scripture repository is not situated halfway up the Ally Peak, but rather at its very summit. Reaching the apex is not a matter to be taken lightly. Essentially, each disciple's entry into the repository is predetermined. It is not a privilege granted daily. This establishment is not akin to a mere library. Only after a breakthrough does a disciple have the opportunity to enter and seek martial techniques or spells, among other treasures. Once selected, one may only retrieve a single-use jade slip, which must be read and then immediately destroyed. However, the direct disciples of each peak's leader possess certain privileges. If my junior sister is in search of something, perhaps I can assist you. As they ascended, Jin Ning, without losing her composure or breath, elaborated on the matters of the scripture repository to Yu Lanxi. For Yu Lanxi, who was not accustomed to labor, despite having cultivated her abilities, her physical condition remained rather average. After climbing halfway, she began to struggle. The staircase leading to the repository was exceedingly long, seemingly without end, as the summit of Ally Peak was shrouded in mist. Yet, in order to spare her idol any discomfort, she pressed on. However, upon hearing his words, she halted and reached for her neck. Is there a martial technique suitable for the moon gold wheel? Yu Lanxi quickly retrieved the moon gold wheel, which was suspended by a crimson thread around her neck. Jin Ning gazed upon the moonlit golden wheel, which appeared akin to a diminutive toy. Although she was well aware that this was merely a weapon in a shrunken form, it was indeed a rarity to encounter such an unwilling weapon, which preferred to be worn around the neck rather than stored away. Her junior sister's weapon was quite uncommon, and she offered to assist in the search. Ultimately, however, Jin Ning shook her head. Despite having visited the scripture repository numerous times and possessing a fair understanding of its collection, her knowledge was not exhaustive. Yu Lanxi felt no regret, having just taken a brief respite with the moonlit golden wheel. She decided to nestle it within her embrace and continued her ascent. In both this life and the last, Yu Lanxi harbored an aversion to climbing ladders. This disdain stemmed from a particular summer when her company organized a team-building excursion to hike in the then-popular city of Yuzhou. The temperature outside hovered around 40 degrees, and everyone only realized the oppressive heat upon arrival. The moniker furnace was not given lightly. Yet, what could they do? They had come, and the planned journey must be undertaken, even if it involved climbing in such sweltering heat. Only the administrative staff of their company could have arranged such an outing, under the guise of encouraging these programmers to exercise. Programmers, who seldom saw the light of day, were already physically frail. Not only Yu Lanxi, but also the other gentlemen, could hardly bear it halfway up. She was more exceptional, collapsing after climbing just part way. She felt embarrassed not to witness the scenery at the summit, but it was said that the peak was even more sun-baked, as locals would not venture out on such scorching days. Since then, Yu Lanxi had developed a psychological aversion to climbing such long ladders. Were it not for the presence of a charming young man beside her, she would have felt compelled to go. It truly was a daunting endeavor. Why must she seek out suffering today? The atmosphere seemed somewhat subdued, prompting Jin Ning to once again take on the role of a conversation starter. How is the spirit contract you acquired today, junior sister? It's quite good, though. A bit noisy, Yu Lanxi replied, nodding her head as she casually retrieved her jade ring from her storage pouch. Little Steel, still in slumber, sensed a change in his surroundings but was too bewildered to react before he began to speak. I pay my respects to my master. May you be blessed. Yu Lanxi mused to herself, if only this sound could be heard by senior brother Jin Ning. After all, the voices of spiritual objects can only be perceived by their contracted owners. It appeared that her luck was indeed exceptional. Jin Ning, noticing the jade ring on her delicate hand, recognized that it was not suitable for her. Yet, the rarity of possessing such a spiritual object was a feat in itself. Now, please refrain from praising me too much, or I might float away, Yu Lanxi said, feeling a bit bashful under Jin Ning's gaze. Hastily gesturing in a show of humility, she couldn't shake the feeling that his smile prompted her to ponder where to purchase a property in the future. Jin Ning slightly taken aback, detected her modesty but struggled to comprehend the implication of her words. Junior sister, you are indeed fortunate, he remarked sincerely. Yu Lanxi thought. Has senior brother never encountered the concept of Chinese-style modesty? It seems there are indeed cultural differences between our worlds. The mood shifted awkwardly in an instant, leaving Yu Lanxi to chuckle nervously while scratching her head. To make matters worse, her hairpin accidentally slipped from her grasp. Yu Lanxi. W. Zhenning. Chapter 63. Experiencing a sudden blow from the sect in the end, Yu Lanxi could only blush with a stoic expression. Zhenning picked up the hairpin and deftly arranged her hair anew. It seemed that henceforth, the only path left was to cultivate a camaraderie with the male deity. Having already lost her composure in front of senior brother Zhenning, she felt a tinge of melancholy. Sensing Yu Lanxi's slight discontent, Zhenning, despite his intentions to offer some comforting words, found himself at a loss, as he had never consoled a girl before. Fortunately, after traversing through a veil of mist, they arrived at their destination. Zhenning breathed a sigh of relief, although Yu Lanxi still appeared somewhat unenthused. Junior sister, please produce your identity token, Zhenning suggested. Unable to suppress a smile at her demeanor, he felt that in this moment, Yu Lanxi exhibited a hint of the youthful vivacity expected of a girl. With a lack of energy, she handed over the identity token, and Zhenning waved it in front of a large tortoise statue before the scripture pavilion. Senior brother, what is this? After a brief display, the doors of the scripture pavilion miraculously opened. Was it automatic? The level of technology here is impressive. The statue was said to be imbued with a sliver of the divine spirit of the Xuanwu tortoise. Despite its seemingly diminutive essence, no one in the entire realm of cultivation dared to breach its sanctum. A divine tortoise? It appeared that possessing any divine entity in the realm of cultivation conferred a significant reputation. Yu Lanxi, filled with curiosity, scrutinized the Xuanwu tortoise closely, only to witness its previously closed eyes suddenly snap open, startling her into a step back. Zhenning promptly caught her, preventing her from falling to the ground. Thank you, senior brother, yet I dare not look again. However, the statue's eyes seemed to have closed, as if what had just transpired was merely a figment of her imagination. Subsequently, the two hurried into the scripture pavilion, only to encounter two individuals emerging from it. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her appearance exuding an alluring intensity, embodying the quintessential mature woman archetype. Upon seeing her, Yu Lan's eyes lit up. Humans are naturally drawn to aesthetic beauty, and attractive individuals are no exception. Especially with such a captivating young lady, it was a direct assault on her heart. Alas, the starry-eyed expression she wore while gazing at the young man beside her slightly diminished her allure. The young man himself possessed an equally stunning visage, although he was male. His beauty surpassed that of many females. Faced with such a handsome rival, Yu Lan could only resign herself to the notion that her own allure relied on her purity. Nevertheless, glancing at her companion, Zhang Ning, Yu Lan found herself preferring his gentle and refined demeanor. Brightly adorned young men often struck her as overly ostentatious. As they approached, the pair greeted Yu Lan and Zhang Ning with different salutations. The beautiful young lady acknowledged Zhang Ning, while the striking young man did the same. Yu Lan was left bewildered, thinking, what just happened? A brief introduction, perhaps? Zhang Ning, ever considerate, would not allow Yu Lan to feel awkward. After a slight bow, he addressed her. This is Yang Lin, disciple of Master Nixia from Luoxia Peak, and this is Ming Chun, disciple of Master Mingshi from Liaoyuan Peak. Yu Lan mused, though I do not comprehend fully. Senior brother Zhang Ning appears quite impressive. In turn, she identified herself as Yu Lan, disciple of Master Fueling from Leihuan Peak, yet did not mention her own name. Yu Lan understood immediately. Hastily, I introduced myself. I am Yu Lanxi, greetings to you all. The charming young lady, Yang Lin, smiled gracefully. I have met junior sister Yu Lan. I have long heard that our master has taken on a disciple, but I did not expect to meet you today. The striking young man, Ming Chen, also flashed a self-assured smile. Ming Chen has had the pleasure of meeting the little master ant. Ah, why does their hierarchy differ? The female status is higher than the male's. It seems that Miss Yang Lin harbors a certain interest in Ming Chen. Does the cultivation world not place much emphasis on seniority? Zhen Ning engaged in casual conversation with the two before they took their leave. However, before departing, Miss Yang Lin enthusiastically presented Yu Lanxi with a communication jade slip, inviting her to visit Luoxia Peak at her convenience. Yu Lanxi felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. How could such a beautiful and striking young lady extend an invitation to her? Her heart raced with excitement. Alas, she realized she was indeed quite infatuated. She nodded repeatedly, assuring them that she would certainly visit. Once they exited the scripture pavilion and the door closed behind them, Yu Lanxi could not help but exclaim, "Senior Sister Yang is truly beautiful." Jinning paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Junior Sister Yulan is also quite lovely." Yu Lanxi thought to herself, "Is the handsome god complimenting me? Can I interpret this as a confession?" Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken. As the door shut, Yu Lanxi's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Before her lay an endless expanse of white jade shelves, arranged in perfect rows, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Upon the jade shelves lay numerous jade slips, each encircled by a layer of sealing. "We must ascertain when this was placed here," murmured Yu Lanxi. The first floor of the sutra repository predominantly housed less significant martial arts techniques, and if her junior sister desired, she could explore the second floor. Jinning, however, felt no astonishment. He had long since acclimated to such sights. After all, as the largest sect in the Sun Nation, the Tianyang sect's collection was undoubtedly vast, encompassing ancient martial arts and techniques from various sects within the Sun Nation. This was the foundation of the Tianyang sect's prestige and its very essence. Is this merely the first floor? How could it be so unimportant? Yu Lanxi exclaimed, encountering for the first time the overwhelming magnitude of what a sect could possess. Without entering further, she followed Jinning up the adjacent staircase. From the exterior, the sutra repository appeared modest, yet the first floor was remarkably expansive. Yu Lanxi speculated that some formation might be concealed within its confines. The second floor was considerably smaller, and instead of jade slips, it primarily featured textual records. Scrolls were meticulously arranged upon the shelves. Although there were still dozens of racks, the second floor felt less imposing yet still left Yu Lanxi with a sense of insignificance. She remained unaware of the true depth of the Tianyang sect's heritage, but it was undeniably impressive. The second floor surely housed even more precious items. Yet there were still so many. Yu Lanxi cast a glance at the side, noticing the staircase leading to the third floor. Upon catching the gaze of Yu Lanxi, Jinning offered a faint smile. "The third floor houses an array of immensely powerful spells. Even I am not deemed worthy to ascend there at present." Yu Lanxi immediately recalled the jade slip bestowed upon her by her master and nodded in understanding. The spells contained within were so formidable that she dared not even glance at them. Looking at the numerous shelves before her, Yu Lanxi felt a shiver run down her spine. On the second floor, other disciples were present, yet Yu Lanxi was unfamiliar with them. After exchanging formal greetings, Jinning merely acknowledged her with a cool nod. Providing no introductions or explanations, Yu Lanxi surmised they were likely of little significance, as these bowing disciples appeared to hold lower standings. "Senior brother, shall we perhaps search separately?" Yu Lanxi pondered whether to seek spells of the lightning attribute, ideally those usable during the chi refinement stage. However, she felt uncertain. For her master had mentioned a minimum requirement of the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, her focus remained on finding suitable martial techniques for the moon gold wheel. The two moved to the foremost jade shelves, each commencing their examination of the scrolls. Regrettably, Yu Lanxi discovered only sword techniques, saber methods, or various forms of cultivation. Although she flipped through them swiftly, after several shelves, none proved appropriate. Just as she was about to scratch her head, she recalled the hairstyle Jinning had styled for her. Never mind, best not to disturb it. "Junior sister, why not take a look at this martial technique?" Just as Yu Lanxi prepared to approach the next shelf, Jinning's voice suddenly resonated beside her. "Double blades?" Yu Lanxi opened the scroll to find those two words inscribed upon it. With a hint of skepticism, she glanced up at Jinning. This was evidently a weapon technique, yet Yu Lanxi was entirely unaware of the type of weapon involved. After all, the realm of cultivation is replete with an array of peculiar weapons, encompassing all manner of implements. However, swords, sabers, and spears are considered universal weapons, wielded by many. The Eugene Luen is rather unique, serving a dual purpose of offense and defense. After finishing her sentence, Jinning noticed the red thread visible around Yu Lanxi's neck and continued, "Junior sister, your weapon is called the Eugene Luen. Is there also a Re-Gene Luen?" Eugene Luen thought, "How does he know?" Yu Lanxi responded, "I didn't mention it." Both she and the spirit were momentarily taken aback by Jinning's words. However, as Yu Lanxi pondered, she recalled her own speculation about the existence of a Re-Gene Luen, and she was taken aback to discover that it truly existed. It seemed quite natural for someone as astute as Jinning to deduce such a thing. Perhaps her expressions were too telling, for Zheng Ning nodded knowingly, confirming that indeed another weapon existed. If I am not mistaken, one of these weapons is primarily offensive while the other is defensive, he mused. In her heart, Yu Lanxi silently questioned the Eugene Luan. Are you listening to me? Eugene Luan, trembling, replied, how does this person know? You must not entertain any notions about my elder brother. Suddenly, Eugene Luan exclaimed loudly to Yu Lanxi. Who cares? Yu Lanxi retorted defiantly. She was not so easily swayed to rely on this weapon. In the future, her master would surely provide her with something superior, allowing her the opportunity to switch to another weapon, preferably a sword, as there are numerous sword techniques in the Songjin Pavilion. Moreover, the most formidable aspect of a lightning-type spiritual root lies in its spells. As a battle mage of considerable strength, the importance of close combat prowess holds little significance. You actually disdain my elder brother. The soft voice of the moon gold will suddenly transformed into a sharp tone, seemingly protective of its elder brother, the sun gold wheel. As a newly awakened intellect, do you still remember your elder brother? The moon gold will fell silent, perhaps having struck a sensitive chord. It seemed so. Yu Lanxi, feeling awkward, turned to Jin Ning and remarked, Junior sister, since you have formed a bond with the moon gold wheel. Jin Ning refrained from finishing her sentence. Yet Yu Lanxi understood. However, she felt a reluctance within, as the moon gold wheel's evident disdain for her inferior cultivation was disheartening. Humph. Today, you may disregard me. But tomorrow, I shall become unattainable. It appeared that the moon gold wheel had not heard Jin Ning's words, as it remained unresponsive. Nevertheless, at this moment, the dual blade technique seemed to be the most suitable choice, for it could be practiced separately. Yet, the second level of the technique must be memorized independently, without any copying or external reference. As Yu Lanxi unrolled the intricate scroll of blade techniques, tears brimmed in her eyes. It was overwhelmingly difficult. She never anticipated that even after graduation, she would still have to memorize texts. Well, if I must, I might as well, she thought. Although she could proudly claim to recognize every character within the scroll, comprehending their collective meaning proved to be quite a challenge. This truly puts my dear fat tiger in a tough spot. Jin Ning led Yu Lanxi to a corner seat, holding a scroll in her hands. Junior sister, you may study right here. Yu Lanxi, wearing a forlorn expression resembling that of a bitter melon, laid the scroll on the table and earnestly focused on the words before her. Brother, may I hand copy a version of this? It's exceedingly difficult to commit to memory. The text on the second floor of the scripture pavilion cannot be transcribed. Does junior sister have any points of confusion? Zhang Ning observed her furrowed brow and the evident distress on her delicate face. A thought crossed her mind, and she soon comprehended the situation. Setting aside the book she was holding, she moved to sit beside Yu Lanxi. The latter's heart raced with anticipation. What could her idol possibly want so close? If the junior sister was perplexed, allow me to elucidate the matter for you. Yu Lanxi. It was predictable. Zheng Ning proceeded to meticulously explain each word and sentence to Yu Lanxi. It was indeed astonishing that one could concentrate on learning with their idol so near. Fortunately, Zheng Ning, upon finding her unable to respond after several inquiries, did not express annoyance but instead lightly tapped her head with the book, urging her to focus. Her tone was gentle yet imbued with an unmistakable authority. After finally memorizing the small tome, Yu Lanxi felt drenched in perspiration. Stealthily, she cast a cleansing spell on herself, only to discover that this spell had visible effects and colors. Yu Lanxi. Zheng Ning. This is rather awkward. Faced with Zheng Ning's puzzled expression, Yu Lanxi hesitated momentarily before confessing, I have a cleanliness obsession. Goodness, what on earth was she saying? She could hardly restrain herself from slapping her own face. Such an excuse would hardly convince anyone. To her surprise, Zheng Ning nodded as if she understood. Yu Lanxi. Oh, he accepted it? How audacious of her, yet he believed her. Only after placing the last book on the shelf did Yu Lanxi release a sigh of relief. Although she had committed the material to memory, her mind was ensnared by the delightful fragrance emanating from Zheng Ning. Just as they exited the scripture pavilion, a gust of wind swept through. As she was lost in her thoughts, a sudden blankness enveloped her mind, causing all the chaotic ideas to vanish into thin air. Yulan pondered, when did she and Jining become so close? They had scarcely met on a few occasions, and there was a significant age difference between them. Yulan had always been intentionally avoiding excessive contact, fearing that she might fall for him. After all, who could resist a gentle and handsome young man? Unfortunately, the age gap posed a barrier she could not overcome. It was surprising that he seemed to be subtly flirting with her, such as when he would tie her hair or lightly tap her head with a book, or when he would quietly sit beside her. Yulan recalled that Wuxia had mentioned Zhenning's aloof character. He appeared gentle and courteous. Yet it was not easy to draw close to him. However, with her, it seemed to be a different experience. Could it be because she was still young? With that thought, she lowered her gaze and noticed that while her height was not short, her features still bore a youthful innocence. Furthermore, her most prized attribute was rather unremarkable. Upon lowering her head, all inappropriate thoughts dissipated. She was still a child after all. Yes, Zhenning must be a person who finds joy in helping others. Sister, what are you thinking about? Zhenning asked, unable to suppress his curiosity as he noticed Yulan lost in thought upon exiting the library. I was. Yulan quickly silenced herself, almost letting slip a corny line. The sky was still relatively early, and he suggested, Sister, would you care to join me for a while? Zhenning glanced at the sky, though it was not particularly early. It was not yet late either. Thus, an invitation was tendered, though there was little expectation that Yu Lanxi would acquiesce. Yu Lanxi was inclined to decline. Yet the thought of her unmastered spells lingered in her mind. With her master departed, the only person she could consult was likely Zhenning. Having exerted considerable effort in her studies today, she resolved to make one final push. A gentle smile graced her lips as she replied, Very well. I too have some spells that I find perplexing and wish to seek guidance from Senior Brother Zhenning. Chapter 65. The world is learning Chinese. The courtyard of Senior Brother Zhenning was perpetually suffused with the soothing fragrance of ethereal plants. The scent was not overwhelming. Rather, it was extraordinarily pleasant. In areas abundant with such flora, the wood-type spiritual energy flourished, and although she was of the lightning type, stepping inside brought her a sense of tranquility. Indeed, the scenery at Senior Brother Zhenning's abode was delightful, adorned with a plethora of flowers and greenery. Zhenning cast a glance downward and smiled, saying, If you find it to your liking, junior sister, you are welcome to visit frequently. Yu Lanxi smiled in return, but remained silent. Zhenning then guided her into the courtyard, opting not to lead her into the room due to the absence of outsiders. And they settled beside a stone table within the garden. Yu Lanxi retrieved her jade slip and inquired about the spell she struggled to master. The primary issue was the lack of a demonstration. Previously, she had seen the cleansing technique performed by Wuxia numerous times, and she had dreamt of mastering it. Other spells eluded her understanding, as she had not witnessed their execution, leaving her research in a quagmire. The gathering water technique proved slightly more challenging than the cleansing technique, and after considerable study, she still found herself at a loss. Yu Lanxi rubbed her face in exasperation. Upon witnessing her distress, Zhenning could not help but chuckle softly. This is merely an essential part of mastering spells. Junior sister, your innate talent is remarkable. It is truly impressive that you have grasped the Qinshan technique so swiftly. Yu Lanxi pondered, is that so? Am I truly that exceptional? The charming young man certainly knows how to flatter. Subsequently, Zhenning casually formed a hand seal, and a sphere of water gradually materialized in his palm, undulating and expanding until it reached roughly the size of a head. He then ceased channeling his spiritual energy and presented the water sphere before Yu Lanxi, commencing an explanation of the spellcasting technique. Yet, as she gazed at the sizable orb, her mind instinctively wondered, can such a large sphere be contained within? Indeed, having someone elucidate the intricacies of spellcasting can expedite the learning process. After Zhenning demonstrated the technique twice, Yu Lanxi attempted to conjure the water-gathering spell, producing a small water sphere roughly the size of a pea in her palm. Although it shattered due to her excitement and distraction, it could still be deemed a success. Zhenning, you are truly impressive, Yu Lanxi exclaimed, instinctively showering him with praise. Suddenly, she recalled that this was a phrase she often used to compliment Wuxia. No, the young man is so unique. I must concoct a special compliment. Thus, she quickly added, Zhenning, you are simply brilliant. Zhenning paused, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a radiant smile. Their mutual admiration came to an end. For Zhenning was a rather rigorous instructor. Once Yu Lanxi was able to summon the water sphere, he began to elaborate on the various applications of the water-gathering spell. Any spells of the same system possess inherent connections. Thus, mastering fundamental spells is essential, ideally to the point of proficiency. This foundation will facilitate a swifter comprehension of more advanced spells in the future. Yu Lanxi initially nodded in agreement, but soon withdrew a notebook and a pen from her storage bag. A sharp memory pales in comparison to a poor pen. She found it necessary to take notes. Even with a change of maps, unable to write swiftly with a brush, she prepared a quill, which, when dipped in ink, sufficed for her writing needs. However, The complexities of the script in the cultivation realm proved daunting, prompting Yu Lanxi to record her notes in simplified characters. Perhaps due to her earnestness, Jin Ning wholeheartedly endorsed her diligent study. With such dedication from his junior sister, it was certain that Master Fu Leng would feel immense pride. Recognizing her commitment, he resolved to match her seriousness. Thus, Yu Lanxi found herself recording nearly 10 sheets of paper, only ceasing when her hand grew sore. This is truly difficult. I merely wish to learn a low-level spell, she lamented. Yet, Jin Ning transitioned from low-level spells to their correlations with intermediate ones, even aspiring to discuss advanced spells. Despite this, he appeared insatiable, as if yearning for more. Yu Lanxi remarked, "Are you a devil, young sir? Your approach may lead to my demise." Rubbing her aching hands, she organized the scattered sheets, enveloped in a state of bewilderment, particularly wishing to chastise herself. If only I hadn't been so reckless with my hands. So much to contend with. Had I not brought out the paper and pen, I would not be in this predicament. HM? What script is this, junior sister? As Jin Ning gazed at the paper in Yu Lanxi's hand, she suddenly realized that the characters appeared to be entirely unfamiliar to her. Yu Lanxi, with a composed demeanor, remarked, "I learned this from an old man during my time in the mortal realm." Regardless of what she said, Jin Ning seemed to accept it with unwavering belief. The characters exuded a unique elegance, appearing to be both natural and refined. "Could you teach me, junior sister?" Jin Ning expressed a genuine admiration for these characters. Though they seemed quite simple compared to the script of the cultivation world, upon closer inspection, one could discern the evolution embedded within each character. Such script undoubtedly bore the marks of time's passage, evolving through the ages. In truth, Jin Ning was skeptical of Yu Lanxi's explanation. After all, she had traversed the mortal realm and had never encountered such an effortlessly charming yet distinctive script. Surprised that Jin Ning contemplated so deeply about the characters, Yu Lanxi felt a sense of joy at someone's appreciation for Chinese characters. All right then, she readily agreed. After all, the world was embracing the study of Chinese, and it was only fitting to join in. As the day waned, she had barely managed to cast a few rudimentary spells. "Then I shall come to seek you out tomorrow, junior sister," Jin Ning said with a cheerful smile upon hearing her consent. Yu Lanxi, momentarily taken aback by his smile, found herself nodding in agreement almost involuntarily. With a sudden thump of her thigh, she lamented, "Beauty can be misleading. How did she agree to teach on Thunder Ring Peak? You are playing with fire, man," she mused, but reassured herself by touching her flat chest. "It's merely an illusion." At that moment, Xiao Shui, hearing the commotion, approached Yu Lanxi to inquire if she wished to have something to eat, as it was indeed true that she had not dined yet. "Oh, even a deity has its flaws, such as neglecting to leave any food behind. Suddenly, I crave some sweet words of comfort," prompting me to retrieve the little steel from my storage bag. The slumbering steel, caught in a daze, felt himself being pulled, awakening to a flash of light. Still bewildered by the abrupt change of scenery, instinctively he began, "I humbly pay my respects to my master. May you be blessed." Then, in confusion, the little steel pondered aloud. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Before he could utter another word, he was once more yanked back into the dark confines of the storage bag. "Steel, Eugene Lewin, are you truly that bored?" Observing Yu Lanxi heed the words of another, Eugene Lewin, feeling a sense of ownership over his subordinate, could not help but question. "Have you ever considered what it means to be a leader?" Eugene Lewin replied, "I dare not." Subsequently, Yu Lanxi recalled the sword techniques she had seen earlier that day and commanded Eugene Lewin to revert to his original size. However, gazing at Eugene Lewin before her, Yu Lanxi felt a profound conflict. This entity lacked a tangible handle, making it rather challenging to wield. Thus, to command Eugene Lewin would not be a simple endeavor, as it was said that one could only cultivate spiritual awareness during the foundational stage. So, it seemed she could only control him through her spiritual insight, which was rather disappointing. "You are far too weak," she remarked, before boasting, "Everything impressive about me is achieved through my own flight. In the future, you shall assist me in battle." Yu Lanxi, you've certainly made your reputation quite grand. Eugene Lewin, even boasting has its limits. Yet, despite Eugene Lewin's capacity for self-directed flight, utilizing martial skills still required spiritual energy, a domain in which he lacked intelligence. Before reaching the foundational stage, this individual can only serve as an ornament. How utterly useless. Chapter 66. Life is indeed as lonely as snow. Yu Lanxi cradled her head in frustration. Despite her diligent efforts to progress to the third level of qi refinement, she now realized that she must reach the foundational stage. Eugene Lewin. Effort? Are you certain? Thus, her fleeting desire to be lazy dissipated. That entire night was spent in meditation. Initially, the experience of cultivation was relatively uncomplicated, and by dawn, she could distinctly feel her improvement. As a reward, she treated herself to a sumptuous meal. The food she had packed from the dining hall remained uneaten, prompting her to bring out several plates. Just as she finished her meal, Jinning arrived. Yu Lanxi, the recently savored snow demon meat, suddenly lost its allure. How she longed for a waist as slender as her idol's. Jinning smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. I hope I'm not disturbing you, junior sister. Your brother's thirst for knowledge puts me to shame. In comparison to his genuine passion for learning, her own goal-oriented pursuit felt rather pitiable. Yet, after enduring 3 years of mock examinations followed by a grueling 5-year college entrance experience, Yu Lanxi found her drive to strive had waned, especially after entering the workforce, where the daily grind sapped her vitality for life. Upon her arrival in this realm, she felt an immense sense of relief, as the burdens were predominantly shouldered by men. There was no need to earn a living, nor to endure the relentless pressures of corporate life, and certainly no worries regarding romantic entanglements. Initially, Yu Lanxi had intended to teach some phonetics, but Jinning's formidable and impressive memory left her astounded. Often, it only takes a single recounting for someone to commit it to memory, and they may even draw connections to other meanings. Yu Lanxi mused, feeling somewhat disheartened by the brilliance of her scholarly peers. Yet, within a mere morning, they were capable of composing a small essay. In contrast, her own studies in the realm of immortality merely allowed her to recognize characters. Attaining proficiency in writing them necessitated consulting the jade slips. Initially, when instructing Brother Jinning, she felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. Now, she merely wished to retreat to a corner and draw circles. Yu Lanxi gazed at the neatly pinned Chinese characters on the paper. I concede, she thought. Look at these characters. They are both orderly and beautiful, resembling those produced by a computer. Brother truly excels. It was remarkable to think someone could master a script in merely half a day. By the time Jinning had nearly grasped the basics, noon had arrived. Xiaoxue had wandered outside several times. Miss, the meal is ready. Shall we eat now? Ultimately, it was Yu Lanxi who beckoned her over, prompting her to approach cautiously, avoiding eye contact with Jinning. Brother, would you care to join us for lunch? Yu Lanxi inquired politely. In truth, she was well aware that Brother Jinning, being a nascent soul cultivator, had no need for sustenance. It was merely her courteous nature as a host. After all, we, the children of China, are renowned for our hospitality. Very well. Yu Lanxi pondered. Do those in the cultivation world not comprehend the essence of politeness? Jinning set down his cup, gazing at Yu Lanxi with pursed lips, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, while his long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow upon his eyelids, especially upon seeing her somewhat surprised expression. He said, just teasing you. It's getting late, so I won't disturb you any longer, junior sister. Ah, are you leaving, senior brother? She exclaimed, quickly rising to her feet, her expression slightly gleeful. Jinning remarked, if you have any questions about your cultivation, feel free to come find me at Ally Peak. Jinning felt it was best not to linger too long at Leihuan Peak, as their relationship was still rather unfamiliar. Once Jinning departed, Yu Lanxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the young man was indeed handsome, apart from teaching him to recognize characters, Yu Lanxi found her interactions with Jinning somewhat awkward. She constantly worried that her more inappropriate thoughts might be discovered by senior brother Jinning, which was quite embarrassing. Just as Yu Lanxi was preparing to have a meal, she suddenly sensed that the lightning elemental energy at Leihuan Peak was more active than usual today. Xiaoxue, do we have enough supplies at Leihuan Peak? It might rain soon. Although the current weather was unclear, the sky appeared somewhat overcast. Leihuan Peak, being the highest among the inner peaks, often found itself above the clouds. If it were to rain and thunder, they might have to stay indoors, too frightened to venture out. After slowly eating her meal, Yu Lanxi yawned. Upon stepping outside, she noticed dark clouds gathering above Leihuan Peak. I have noticed something. Just as Yu Lanxi was about to lie down on her bed, the moon golden wool suddenly began to float gently, facing her with an earnest demeanor, as if wishing to engage in conversation. Let go, Yu Lanxi said nonchalantly, and then decisively sat down on her bed. Being comfortably seated after a satisfying meal is indeed a delightful experience, if only one could recline. I have heard that cultivators yearn to meditate and practice daily. Yet you exhibit no urgency whatsoever. In recent days, Eugene Lewin has been observing Yu Lanxi's comings and goings and has managed to grasp some semblance of her routine. There is an undeniable sense that the master I have found differs from other cultivators. Why the lack of earnestness towards cultivation? Without such diligence, how can one assist in finding its elder brother or lead it to ascend to the heavens? Thus, I cannot help but subtly suggest a reminder. But you see, cultivation requires a balance between work and rest. Observe those who toil incessantly. How many of them ultimately achieve ascension? Yu Lanxi began to speak earnestly, albeit nonsensically. After all, even if she spoke, it was uncertain whether Eugene Lewin would comprehend. Though possessing a somewhat proud disposition, it is remarkably easy to deceive. Indeed. Upon hearing Yu Lanxi's words, Eugene Lewin contemplated them thoughtfully, seeming to find a glimmer of truth. However, it could not help but notice the lack of effort on your part. Yu Lanxi shot an exasperated glance. How can one compare a remarkable individual to an ordinary person? Eugene Lewin responded with a resigned expression. This was indeed the case. Otherwise, it would not have recognized its master. It had entered into the contract purely due to the allure of the other's lightning affinity. Nevertheless, a lingering sense of unease remained within Eugene Lewin. Could it be that the incompleteness of its inherited memories is leading to self-deception? Just look at Brother Jinning. He hardly practiced at all, yet he has become a nascent soul cultivator. Yu Lanxi, with her earnest and sincere gaze, exclaimed, "Look into my truly sincere eyes." Perhaps her gaze was too genuine, for Eugene Lewin found itself momentarily captivated. Thus, it gradually returned to the size of a pendant, which Yu Lanxi took down and placed beside her pillow. However, before shrinking, she stubbornly remarked, "Then you should quickly cultivate to the nascent soul stage." Yu Lanxi retorted, "Is reaching the nascent soul stage as easy as acquiring cabbage? Who was it that claimed the nascent soul was worthless?" Eugene Lewin interjected, "It wasn't me. I never said that. Stop making baseless accusations." Gazing out at the increasingly overcast sky, it was still afternoon, yet it felt as though evening had arrived. She never anticipated that her own spiritual object would urge her to cultivate. A strange sensation akin to being pressured into marriage in a previous life washed over her. Nevertheless, taking advantage of the current active lightning spiritual energy, she reluctantly began her cultivation. There is a distinct difference between voluntary and coerced actions. In truth, she sensed that cultivating in such weather might yield greater results with less effort. Upon her return, she found herself torn between the choice of continuing to cultivate or indulging in a midday nap. Ultimately, influenced by Eugene Lewin's words, her inclination shifted slightly toward cultivation. To her surprise, she remained in a meditative state until noon the following day. Awoken by hunger, she was astonished to discover that, after merely a night of cultivation, she had progressed to 40% of the chi refinement stage, a level that could be considered mid-stage chi refinement. Having barely practiced for half a year, she mused that if it weren't for Xiaoxue, the only ordinary person on Thunder Ring Peak, she would have shouted, "Is there anyone else?" Regrettably, no one was present to witness her achievement, and with a sigh, she slowly rose, rubbing her slightly numb legs. With a simple cleansing spell performed upon herself, Yu Lanxi opened the door and stepped outside, gazing at the brilliant sunshine. She could not help but exclaim, "Life is indeed as lonely as snow." Chapter 67. The pantry is bare after enjoying the lunch prepared by Xiaoxue. Yu Lanxi took out the notes she had written the previous day, observing her meticulously neat handwriting. She couldn't help but feel it paled in comparison to Zhen Ning's elegant, Microsoft Yahoo-like script. Yu Lanxi lamented, "I am not a qualified inhabitant of Earth." The sensation of being outshined in her proud domain was quite disheartening. Were it not for the fact that the rival was a charming male deity, she would have been consumed by envy. The weather today was splendid, and following her recent breakthrough, her spirits were equally elevated. Perhaps it was this uplifted mood that made her spellcasting unusually smooth, or maybe it was the abundance of spiritual energy within her. For her water-gathering spells were large and robust. Yu Lanxi gasped, finally unable to drink any more, and reluctantly halted her efforts. The spiritual energy within her was nearly depleted. She retrieved a high-quality spirit stone to begin restoring her energy. Once she had recuperated sufficiently, she resumed practicing the water-gathering spell, eager to explore her limits. However, as the water orbs grew larger, Yu Lanxi found herself lacking the confidence to consume them all. She hurriedly instructed Xiaoxue to fetch a basin from the kitchen. Tonight's dinner was essentially resolved with the water she had conjured. By the time dusk approached, the entire courtyard was filled with basins. Xiaoxue remarked, "Miss, with so much water, how long will it last?" Moreover, it is far too heavy for me to move. Yu Lanxi, feeling somewhat disheartened, ultimately decided to relocate to the kitchen. When the kitchen proved inadequate, she moved her practice to the hillside, pouring her efforts into a modest pond nearby. Thus, she resolved to forego practicing the water manipulation technique the following day. After an entire afternoon of diligent practice, complemented by her senior brother Zhen Ning's meticulous explanations, she had become relatively proficient in the technique. At least she could manage to summon a water sphere with some effort. Yet effortlessly conjuring one with a mere flick of her wrist would undoubtedly require years of relentless practice. On the following day, the sky appeared somewhat overcast, hinting at the possibility of rain. Consequently, Yu Lanxi chose to remain indoors, commencing her practice of another spell beneath the eaves. Today, the elemental energy of fire was rather subdued, prompting her to abandon the fireball technique in favor of wind manipulation. Zhen Ning had provided an exceptionally thorough explanation of this particular spell, perhaps due to its unique nature. Although, at her current stage as a qi refining practitioner, the spell could merely serve as a fan, a masterful practitioner could wield it to move mountains and fill seas with ease. Indeed, when Yu Lanxi attempted the spell, she merely sensed a gentle breeze brushing past her, enough to ruffle her hair slightly and provide a hint of coolness. Soon after, rain began to fall outside. Leaning her head against her hand, she gazed at the downpour from the corridor, where Xiao Shui was busy crafting shoe insoles, her embroidery patterns delightfully peculiar. "How many insoles can you make in a day?" Yu Lanxi inquired after a brief pause, turning to Xiao Shui. "Simple ones take a day or two, but the more intricate designs require considerably more time." It was evident that these were not intended for Yu Lanxi. As a direct disciple of the esteemed Lei Huan Peak, Yu Lanxi is equipped with tailor-made resources from her sect, boasting the finest materials in every aspect. Is this task difficult? Curiously, Yu Lanxi leaned closer to observe. While her eyes absorbed the sight, she was acutely aware of her lack of skill in manual tasks. It is not overly challenging. Though Xiao Shui found herself at a loss for words, feeling the pressure of Yu Lanxi's gaze. With a sigh, Yu Lanxi acknowledged the earlier hurdles in her spell casting and resolved to clear her mind and shift her focus. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Shui, she managed to momentarily set aside her recent failures. She resumed her attempts, only to discover that the wind control technique was indeed far more complex than the water gathering technique. It seemed she had underestimated the fireball technique. In terms of difficulty, wind control is significantly more challenging than fireball. Yu Lanxi sighed, lamenting her plight, feeling as if she were becoming a mere salted fish. Why must she impose such difficulties upon herself? Perhaps it would be wiser to practice the fireball technique instead. Such is her capricious nature. In truth, she found the hand gestures for fireball considerably easier than for wind control. Ultimately, she merely managed to create a spark, akin to a lighter. After an hour's effort yielding only a tiny flame, this fire was hardly lethal and extinguished with a mere breath of wind. Fortunately, she had ample time, dedicating the entire afternoon to this endeavor. This spell was indeed more challenging than water gathering. It was not until evening that Yu Lanxi finally conjured a flame the size of her fist, yet it flickered out within 2 seconds. Yu Lanxi lamented, "It is truly too difficult for me. This spell is exceedingly challenging. But what can be done?" Yet, she could only continue practicing like a child being gently prodded by a maternal figure. After dinner, Yu Lanxi thought she had no desire to continue. However, the day was not entirely devoid of achievement. Firstly, she had managed to wield the fireball technique, albeit at a modest size, akin to that of a fist, and it lacked endurance. Secondly, her frequent overexertion of spiritual energy had paradoxically enhanced her control over it. Consequently, her cultivation level had also progressed a notch. Thus, considering today marked a day of advancement, she resolved to reward herself with a good night's sleep. Little did she know, as soon as she lay down, the thunder spirit energy began to stir once more. Without a doubt, the latter part of the night would likely be filled with thunderclaps and lightning. Yu Lanxi thought to herself, is it too much to ask for a peaceful night's sleep? As the thunder loomed, she felt compelled to rise and practice. Even when she desired to linger a bit longer, the moon golden wheel was relentless in urging her to strive for progress. Although Yu Lanxi wished to decline, she understood that cultivating in such weather would indeed benefit her, as evidenced by her recent breakthrough to the 4th level of qi training. Reluctantly, she sat up and slowly crossed her legs. Soon, she entered a meditative state. Having made the decision to practice, she knew she would immerse herself fully. The night passed swiftly, especially during her cultivation. It felt as though she had closed her eyes and lost track of countless years. Fortunately, By the following day, the activity of the thunder spirit energy diminished, prompting Yulan to open her eyes. It must be said, the initial experience points were indeed easy to accumulate. I often feel as though I am amidst a thunderstorm, my experience points swelling by a third after an entire night of arduous training. The following day, I find myself laboriously practicing the fireball technique once more. After a full day of effort, I managed to conjure a fireball the size of my fist, albeit only in a rudimentary attack form. Its efficacy, however, is rather negligible, as it tends to extinguish upon colliding with the foam mountain, leaving no mark of power, merely an illusion of strength. On the third day, I persevered diligently, and the fist-sized fireball finally managed to leave a faint, dark trace upon the surface of the foam mountain. Progress, albeit modest, is still progress. By the fourth day, I had managed to dislodge a few small stones, demonstrating a force comparable to that of an adult's fist. Though lacking in substantial impact, the mere sight of my gradual improvement brings me a sense of satisfaction. I also endeavored to utilize the water-gathering technique to form a sphere of water for an offensive strike, but alas, it merely resulted in giving the foam mountain a bath, proving utterly ineffective. It appears I must not be overly hasty, as my senior brother Zhen Ning wisely states. Mastery of any spell requires years of diligent practice. At present, my spiritual energy is insufficient to sustain a true offensive spell, allowing me only to perform superficial displays. Thus, I am compelled to persist in my practice of the fireball technique, aspiring to shatter the foam mountain with my flames. Nevertheless, today has been a day of considerable effort. By the seventh day, my fireball finally succeeded in demolishing the foam mountain. Though this structure had endured inhumane torment over the preceding days, the moment it fractured marked a release. As I stand amidst the rubble, I gaze down at my delicate, fair hands. "Oh my heavens," I exclaim. "Look at the good work you've accomplished. You truly are remarkable." At last, satisfaction has been attained. This is the utmost limit of my capabilities. However, I cannot proceed further, for our household is devoid of provisions, necessitating a journey to the outer peak for supplies. Chapter 68. The hospitable young lady this time. Yu Lanxi led Xiaoxue directly to the dining hall at the outer peak. Xiaoxue was escorted inside by a young cultivator, who, being rather bashful, resembled Xiaoxue in demeanor. Aside from uttering a single senior, he offered no further words. Yu Lanxi was surprised that one day she would also bear such a title. "Ah, junior sister Yulan." While Yu Lanxi aimlessly wandered near the Enlightenment Hall, she heard an unfamiliar voice. Moreover, the individual even mentioned her surname. Yet, Yu Lanxi keenly noticed a distinction in their sleeve patterns. Her own sleeve bore an embroidered image of lightning, while the young lady's sleeve showcased a blossoming red cloud. Upon seeing the lady's face, Yu Lanxi was momentarily taken aback. It was Sister Yang Lin, from the falling sunset peak. They had previously encountered each other in the scripture pavilion while she was with brother Zhen Ning. Never did she expect to meet her here. Yu Lanxi's first impression of this young lady was that of an impressive figure. However, she always felt that if she were clad in crimson, her allure would be even more pronounced. Alas, at Tianyang's sect, the attire for both inner and outer peaks is strictly white, seemingly to highlight the celestial nature of their members. In truth, not everyone is suited to wear white, particularly for the young lady before her, clad in red. Coupled with her strikingly fierce appearance, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "I can do this," and become an online fan. Indeed, it is truly junior sister Yulan. Upon entering, Sister Yang Lin beamed upon seeing Yu Lanxi, greeting her with a warm smile. He reached out and gently ruffled Yu Lanxi's hair, stating, "I thought I had seen it wrong just now." To his embarrassment, he might have applied too much force, causing her hair to become quite disheveled. "Yu Lanxi." "Yang Lin." Yu Lanxi glanced at her companion's high ponytail and suddenly recalled a saying, Mommy, tie it tighter. It's beautiful." Sighing, she decided, "Well, I'll do it myself." It is said that this hairstyle could easily enhance one's hairline, which is fitting for a young lady with an attractive face, allowing her the liberty to be so carefree. She is indeed a vibrant beauty, and she cannot afford to have a completely smooth forehead. With a few deft movements, she smoothed her hair and secured it with a ribbon. Unfortunately, her clumsy hands could only resort to such a rudimentary method. After all, her hairstyle had been styled by Xiaoxue when she left. Her hands expressed their utter lack of skill. It appears that it is essential for her to earnestly learn how to style her hair. "Ah, has the junior sister made a breakthrough?" Yang Lin mused, recalling that the last time they met, She was only at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Yet, within a few days, she had ascended to the 4th level. Yang Lin couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. No wonder she caught the attention of the esteemed Fu Lang. Her talent is indeed remarkable. Yes, it was during those past few days when the weather wasn't great, Yu Lanxi remarked with a smile, finally feeling like she could show off a bit. It seems her junior sister has been diligently practicing. Yang Lin thought that such a swift breakthrough must be the result of hard work. At her age, she certainly hadn't been so dedicated. Yu Jinlun interjected, "Not really. It primarily depends on talent." Yu Lanxi. "Indeed, it is a tremendous effort. It is truly astonishing to reflect on how diligently I have been practicing my spells in the absence of my master these past few days. I find myself genuinely impressed by my own efforts. Despite having promised to become a carefree individual in the future, I have unexpectedly turned over a new leaf." Yang Lin. Upon witnessing Yu Lanxi nodding, she couldn't help but smile, feeling a newfound fondness for this straightforward and candid junior sister. "Have you had lunch? Allow me to treat you." "Sure." The chance to be invited to a meal upon stepping out is an opportunity too delightful to decline. However, Yu Lanxi soon regretted her decision. In the future, if someone invites her to dine, she would prefer them to be beyond the foundation establishment stage. She simply cannot afford it. It's a pity that her junior sister cannot partake in this exquisite red snake soup, which is exceptionally tender. Moreover, the firefox meat is delectable. Elder Qiao's culinary skills in the dining hall are truly remarkable. If he devoted as much effort to his cultivation, he would not have stagnated at the foundation establishment stage. However, if Elder Qiao focused solely on his training, we would be deprived of such delightful firefox meat. Yu Lanxi. No, it wasn't me. It was you who ate it. She could only savor the aroma, which grew increasingly disheartening. As she listened to Yang Lin's incessant chatter, her smile gradually faded. Looking down at the snow demon meat and rabbit pieces before her, and then glancing at the spiritual rice in her hands, she suddenly found them utterly unappetizing. Why can't there be a greater sense of shared hardships among people? Yang Lin took a bite of fish, a look of sheer delight on her face. And this ice spirit fish, its flesh is succulent and melts in your mouth. Simply divine. Yu Lanxi. She swallowed hard, yearning to taste it. Alas, it is all meat from second-tier demon beasts, which she cannot consume. Oh, how I wish that junior sister could establish her foundation. It would be delightful, Yang Lin lamented sincerely. However, reflecting on Yu Lanxi's promising talent, she believed that the latter would soon succeed in her cultivation. Yet, when she glanced at Yu Lanxi, she sensed an almost vacuum-like aura surrounding her, filled with profound resentment. Yu Lanxi's expression was one of discontent, a stark contrast to Yang Lin's obliviousness to her current feelings. Curiously, she inquired, "Junior sister, is the snow demon meat unappetizing? Or is the stir-fried rabbit lacking in flavor? My apologies, but I may have to unfollow you. It truly is a delightful lunch. Will you join me again tomorrow?" After establishing her foundation, Yang Lin often visited the dining hall on the outer peak. Being the youngest at Luoxia Peak, she had a voracious appetite. The older brothers either had a significant age gap or were too timid to approach her. Finally, encountering a peer of similar age, she was eager to foster a closer bond through shared meals. For her, dining together was an essential means of strengthening relationships. Yu Lanxi replied, "No, I do not wish to. Please refrain from inviting me to any activities that exceed a single spirit stone." She added, "By the way, if you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask me." As a warm and welcoming senior sister, how could she neglect to offer guidance in their practice? Regrettably, the opportunities for her to mentor at Luoxia Peak were limited. However, considering that junior sister was at the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage, she could certainly assist. With this thought, Yang Lin's eyes sparkled. "Do you have any inquiries regarding fire-based spells? After all, I am somewhat of a minor master in the fire element, and I would be glad to teach you." In the 3rd layer of the Qi refinement stage, one is already capable of practicing spells. It seems that junior sister Yu has also been diligently honing her foundational techniques of late. Yu Lanxi pondered how to tactfully decline, whether to claim that her fortune was dim and she could not venture out, or to attribute it to the arrival of her monthly cycle, rendering her unable to catch the wind. However, upon hearing Yang Lin's remarks, she felt a surge of resolve. Ah, how fortuitous. She had some inquiries regarding spells that she wished to discuss with her senior sister. Yu Lanxi mused, "How delightful. Speaking of which, senior brother Wuxia is also of the fire element. Had he not been in seclusion, she might have rushed to him with her questions just a few days prior. Now that he is unavailable, it is indeed an opportune moment for senior sister Yang to provide her guidance." It is not that she refrains from consulting Brother Jining. Rather, he has already exhausted so many sheets of paper in his explanations that she feels quite embarrassed to approach him again. Yet, observing Yang's sister's eager demeanor, Yu Lanxi could not shake the feeling of being a mere guinea pig. The thought of enduring whatever awaited her during their lunch together tomorrow filled her with a sense of dread, making her lament the trials of life. I am but a delicate little creature. Why must I bear such burdens? Her older sister is truly an exuberantly enthusiastic and fervently devoted individual. Chapter 69. A sense of foreboding throughout the encounter, Yu Lanxi attempted several times to decline, citing her maid was still at the outer peak. Yet, she found no opportunity to voice her objections. Miss Yang was exceedingly warm and talkative, as if she had long sought someone younger to converse with. Once Yu Lanxi acquiesced to the invitation for lunch the following day, Yang Lin regarded her as a confidant and insisted on becoming her elder sister. The manner in which she acted led Yu Lanxi to feel that she might as well wish to assume the role of her father. Her rejection left Miss Yang Lin feeling belittled. She even took it upon herself to offer her a lengthy lecture. No, it's not that I'm your servant. I'm only looking out for your well-being. You're still so young, and traveling by sword isn't entirely safe. If you wish to go out in the future, just send me a message. Even if I am unavailable, I will ensure someone comes to assist you. I understand, but why do I have to be your responsibility? Yu Lanxi exclaimed, bewildered. It sounds as if you want to be my father. I consider you a friend. Yet you wish to assume a paternal role and take responsibility for me. Just as she was about to retort, she found herself faced with Miss Yang Lin's earnest admonition. Feeling overwhelmed, she resigned herself to the situation. As long as you don't become my father, I suppose I can manage. I'll just wait until later to pick up Xiaoxua. Subsequently, Yu Lanxi found herself firmly grasped by the truly domineering CEO, Lin, as they soared behind the flying sword. However, Yang Lin's own sword control was not particularly steady, reminiscent of the once flawless Xixiao. Yu Lanxi struggled to resist the urge to summon her own spirit vessel. Clinging tightly to Yang Lin's waist, fearing that she might perish not from the ruthless competition of the cultivation world, but rather from the potential mishaps of Yang Lin's flying sword. Standing on solid ground, Yu Lanxi finally felt a sense of survival. TSK, with such poor swordsmanship. How could she dare claim that her vessel was unsafe? Unfortunately, Yang Lin seemed entirely oblivious to her lack of driving skills. The Lei Huan Peak appeared so desolate. She had never visited Lei Huan Peak before. Had it not been for Yu Lanxi's presence, she wouldn't have been able to enter. Indeed, it was often stormy here. Yulan nodded in acknowledgement. At the peak of Thunder Ring Mountain, there existed a thunder induction array, where the elemental energy of lightning surged with remarkable vigor. Typically, during such times, thunderstorms would manifest with great frequency on this mountain. I shall keep my junior sister company, Yulin mused, feeling a tinge of sympathy for her. With their master departed, she was left alone amidst the vast expanse of the mountain. She even contemplated whether to remain here tonight to foster their sisterly bond. Ah, no. Perhaps that is unnecessary. I sense the lightning energy is quite active and shall prepare for cultivation. I am indeed a diligent practitioner. Yulan's sentiment was not a mere pretext. She genuinely perceived the heightened activity of the lightning energy, indicating that a storm would soon brew. With a hint of regret, Yulan remarked, "Very well. I shall return to find you tomorrow." She couldn't shake the feeling that, in comparison to such a dedicated junior sister, she seemed rather idle. Fortunately, her junior sister had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. She remained the elder. Naturally, if a storm were to occur, it would be ill-advised for her to linger in such a place, especially given her affinity for fire, which rendered her uncomfortable in these surroundings. Once Yulan had departed, Yulan cautiously piloted her flying vessel through the clouds, taking care to survey her surroundings before swiftly heading towards the outer peak. Xiaoxua patiently awaited her near the dining hall, clutching a storage bag, eager for Yulan's arrival. Upon Yulan's approach, Xiaoxua hurriedly performed a respectful greeting. Thankfully, the world of cultivation lacked traffic enforcers, or she would surely have incurred numerous fines. She remained oblivious to the curious gazes of passing juniors and her senior brothers and sisters. All were intrigued by her apparent distress. Suddenly, Yulan looked up, her expression tinged with melancholy, and said, "Alas, I did not perform well just now." She found herself unable to articulate many didactic thoughts, such as certain instructive verses and witty sayings. During her earthly existence, she had frequently been subjected to her mother's admonitions, and upon her arrival at the falling sunset peak, she often endured her master's teachings as well. Returning to her own courtyard, young Lin continued to ponder this matter, resolved to seize the opportunity the following day to recite her master's oft-repeated words. The unexpressed thoughts lingered within her, leaving a sense of unease. After retreating to her room, Yu Lanxi commenced her cultivation. As night fell, the rain indeed arrived. And it was quite torrential, especially above Thunder Ring Peak, where lightning incessantly danced across the sky. Fortunately, Yu Lanxi had grown accustomed to such tempestuous weather. Finding a certain familiarity in it, the night yielded significant gains for her, and she mused that if such weather persisted, she might soon experience another breakthrough. Alas, being exceptionally gifted can sometimes feel like a burden. At the break of dawn, Yu Lanxi opened her eyes, invigorated rather than fatigued by a night of cultivation. It must be acknowledged that the past couple of days had been arduous for her, as she had been wholly engrossed in her practice. She had cast a spell of cleansing upon herself, which had proven to be the most effective of her techniques. She then proceeded to review the spells she had mastered, primarily the fundamental water and fire spells. Utilizing the water-gathering technique, she rinsed her mouth, and with the fireball technique, she shattered a peculiar stone. Soon, breakfast for Xiaoxue was prepared. Yu Lanxi recalled that senior sister Yang Lin had invited her to lunch. And although she wished to inquire about enhancing the power of the fireball technique, she hesitated, apprehensive of Yang Lin's loquacious nature. In comparison, although Brother Wuxia speaks quite a bit, he is at least familiar to me. After having breakfast, Yu Lanxi decisively prepared to sneak away to Owleye Peak. However, just as she reached the entrance of the courtyard, she spotted Miss Yang Lin's flying sword descending. Yu Lanxi thought to herself, I can't escape now. Yang Lin gracefully jumped off her flying sword, her face alight with surprise as she said, Are you here waiting for me, junior sister? Yang Lin added, It's so adorable how eagerly you anticipate my arrival. Yu Lanxi replied, No, I want tea, don't say such things. Feeling embarrassed, Yu Lanxi could only nod. Wondering what else she could do. It wouldn't be appropriate to admit that she was about to slip away just as Yang Lin arrived. By the way, have you eaten? Yes, Yu Lanxi replied. Yang Lin said, Well, it's not a big deal if you haven't had a meal. Then, with a swift motion, she retrieved a pill from her storage bracelet, looking at Yu Lanxi with sparkling eyes. Let me teach you a spell, junior sister. Yu Lanxi felt a sense of foreboding. Yang Lin seemed overly enthusiastic, her eagerness unmistakable. Chapter 70. My mother has 2 spirit vein minds, junior sister. Your technique needs refinement. Fire-based spells are offensive in nature and require a swift conversion of spiritual energy. Your movements are somewhat slow. As Yu Lanxi cast her spell, her hand gestures were slightly off. They should be executed like this. It was evident that her spiritual energy was lacking, making it natural for the spell's potency to be diminished. Instead of solely pursuing offensive power, she could also focus on enhancing her casting speed. After Miss Yang Lin cast a few spells for Yu Lanxi, she began to identify several bugs, swiftly pinpointing numerous issues that Yu Lanxi had. However, rather than losing her composure, the expression on her face became even more animated. Meanwhile, Yu Lanxi felt a tightening in her chest, utterly bewildered by the true intentions of this young lady. Nevertheless, she promptly corrected some of the concerns raised by Yang Lin. The process of channeling spiritual energy and enhancing speed, however, required time and could only be mastered through prolonged practice. Yang Lin herself had yet to achieve full proficiency. Thus her comments remained merely theoretical. Soon, after Yu Lanxi rectified the bugs, Yang Lin feigned a nod, adopting the demeanor of an experienced mentor. She remarked, Junior sister, your comprehension is commendable, yet you must always remember that there are greater talents beyond us. The path of cultivation demands perseverance. One must never abandon it halfway, nor. Yu Lanxi pondered, what exactly is my senior sister here for? She sensed that Yang Lin's recent instruction in spells was merely incidental. While this lengthy lecture seemed to be the primary objective, yet, seeing Yang Lin so animated, her cheeks flushed with excitement, Yu Lanxi refrained from interrupting. Yang Lin felt pleased with her performance, having articulated the teachings she often received from her master. She had long desired to try this approach, but being the youngest and least skilled disciple of the falling sunset peak, she felt neither the authority nor the confidence to lecture others. It was also inappropriate for her to overtly advise disciples from other peaks, as it might invite disdain. At long last, the opportunity has finally arisen. Yang Lin exclaimed. How utterly delightful. Yu Lanxi commented. I have finally finished speaking. Junior sister, did you remember? Yes, I remember, Yu Lanxi hastily nodded, even displaying an expression of profound agreement. However, young Lin pressed on. Then, junior sister, could you please repeat what I just said? Yu Lanxi responded with a stunned silence. Are you some kind of devil? Seeing her astonished expression, young Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, junior sister. You are simply adorable. I was just teasing you. I had to listen to those words countless times before I could remember them. Young Lin faltered. Oh dear, I let it slip. Yu Lanxi remarked. I heard that. You simply wish to relish the sensation of lecturing someone, don't you? It appeared that young Lin was caught off guard and nearly revealed her slip, but fortunately, Yu Lanxi's expression remained unchanged, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Haha, as long as you remember, junior sister, she said, her demeanor slightly awkward. So, shall we go have lunch? All right, fine. Yu Lanxi initially intended to decline, but it was evident that young Lin's invitation was an effort to alleviate the awkwardness. Refusing would only amplify the discomfort. Sigh, daily life can be so challenging. Nevertheless, this time, Yu Lanxi insisted on not allowing her to ride her flying sword, insisting instead that she use her own spiritual vessel. Your spiritual vessel is too slow. As cultivators, we must experience speed. A spiritual vessel can also provide you with the thrill of rapidity, Yu Lanxi argued, feeling underestimated. Well then, let us disperse, she declared, preparing to unleash her full potential. All right. Seeing her junior sister's unwavering determination, as a considerate and caring senior sister, she had no choice but to yield. Young Lin, I truly excel in my endeavors. Once young Lin settled in, Yu Lanxi produced a piece of spirit stone and stated, Senior sister, hold on tightly. Young Lin, I suspect you are merely posturing, yet I possess no evidence. Following this, Yu Lanxi abruptly twisted the steering lever. In an instant, young Lin felt a swift rush as the spirit vessel surged into the clouds enveloping Thunder Ring Peak. At that moment, due to inertia, young Lin was thrown back. But fortunately, she grasped the handrail. Additionally, the protective shield of the spirit vessel activated. However, her perception of her earnest junior sister, who was skillfully piloting the vessel, shifted dramatically. She truly was formidable. The speed was astonishing. In mere moments, they arrived at the outer peak. Yet they had to circle around to decelerate before gently landing. When they disembarked, young Lin felt her legs weaken, experiencing for the first time the terror of soaring through the sky. So, senior sister, did you feel the speed? Yu Lanxi asked, noticing her slightly pale complexion, and leaned in with playful curiosity. I felt it. The speed is quite tolerable, young Lin replied, refusing to concede defeat as a senior sister. Naturally, she had to maintain her fade. Yu Lanxi, very well, your word is law. It was only during their meal that Yu Lanxi regretted her earlier bravado. Young Lin ordered an extravagant feast. Yet today there was only one dish of first-tier demon beast meat, the snow demon, while everything else was second-tier. The key was that as young Lin savored her meal, she insisted on describing the flavors and textures, leaving Yu Lanxi with an expression of longing and dismay. Yu Lanxi, I suspect you are exacting revenge upon me. Young Lin, as a senior sister, how could I possibly engage in such unbecoming behavior? Senior sister, is it delicious? Yu Lanxi swallowed hard, unable to resist inquiring as she inhaled the tantalizing aroma wafting before her. Just take a whiff, it's simply delightful. Young Lin straightforwardly lifted a piece of meat, teasingly wafting it just in front of Yu Lanxi's nose. So close, yet so far. If only for a moment, Yu Lanxi was on the verge of savoring it. Alas, young Lin's movements were swifter. At that instant, a profound sense of longing surged within Yu Lanxi's tender heart. She resolved to hasten her cultivation, aspiring to surpass young Lin. And in the future, she would order an extravagant feast of high-grade meat, deliberately indulging in front of her, with her chopsticks poking at the snow demon meat before her. Yu Lanxi lamented, Oh sob, I detest snow demon meat now. This meal was utterly delightful. After young Lin finished eating, she contentedly handed over some spirit stones. Yu Lanxi, feeling disheartened, trailed behind her, having only sampled a few bites of the snow demon meat. She had barely managed a single bowl of spirit rice, whereas she typically devoured two. Would you like to peruse the market, junior sister? I hear there's an auction happening today. Are you interested in attending? Young Lin seemed oblivious to Yu Lanxi's despondent demeanor, speaking with enthusiasm. Yu Lanxi pondered for a moment. An auction, wasn't that the kind of scene where one might hear? Who else is willing to bid higher? That guest bids 5 million. Is there anyone else? 5 million once, 5 million twice. Well, such scenes were only seen in dramas, yet Yu Lanxi found herself intrigued. All right then, let's go. Yu Lanxi nodded. They might as well take a look, even if they wouldn't buy anything. And if you find something you fancy, just let me know, and I shall purchase it for you. Yang Lin indeed felt a twinge of guilt. She realized she should not have quarreled with her junior sister, considering the significant age difference in her earlier entry into their realm. Aware that her junior could not handle second-tier delicacies, she still ordered an array of them. Only after indulging did she feel that her actions were somewhat ungracious, prompting her desire to mend their relationship. After all, it was a rare opportunity to feel the sense of accomplishment that comes with mentoring someone younger. Yu Lanxi remarked. Is she being so generous? Does she wish to compete in wealth? Haha, well then, today my father will show you what it truly means to be affluent. Noticing Yu Lanxi's silence, Yang Lin's guilt intensified, leading her to softly reassure, you need not save for me, junior sister. My mother is the princess of the Sun Kingdom, and she possesses 2 spiritual vein mines, providing me with a plethora of spirit stones each month. After saying this, she patted Yu Lanxi's shoulder and casually added, I can't even spend all that I have. If you could assist me, I would be immensely grateful. Yu Lanxi thought, is she flaunting her wealth? Being a rich second generation is quite remarkable, isn't it? Chapter 71. The Master Connector, Never Missing a Shot. When encountering Yang, the epitome of a wealthy second generation, one truly felt the weight of affluence. Upon arriving at the market, they did not immediately head to the auction. It was said that they would have to wait an hour for it to commence, and sitting idly was far too dull. Thus, the landowner, senior sister Yang Lin, insisted on dragging Yu Lanxi around the outdoor stalls for an hour, only to purchase nothing. Why didn't senior sister buy anything? Yu Lanxi wondered. Having clearly observed her sister's enthusiastic demeanor towards several items just moments earlier, she nodded in agreement, feeling similarly. Without a keen sense of observation, it is best not to entertain the thought of discovering hidden treasures. It was merely a stroke of luck for her, albeit a slight one. Nonetheless, she refrained from making a purchase this time. The prospect of acquiring a disarrayed trinket was simply disheartening. Fortunately, Xiaogang still held some utility. Otherwise, she would have to prepare herself for a future of regrettable spending. Having exhausted their interest, the two resolved to head towards the auction venue. However, as they traversed the path, Yu Lanxi was unexpectedly yanked aside by senior sister Yang Lin, who swiftly pulled her into a narrow alley. Halting to press against the wall and conceal themselves, Yu Lanxi, bewildered and struggling to comprehend the situation, soon noticed senior sister Yang Lin peeking out cautiously. Curiosity piqued. Yu Lanxi leaned forward to glimpse whatever had captured her attention but saw nothing initially. Before long, a figure clad in the attire of an inner peak disciple emerged. His sleeves adorned with an embroidered black mountain. His profile seemed vaguely familiar. Who is that? She inquired. It's Brother Chen, Yang Lin replied with an air of certainty. You mean Ming Chen? Yu Lanxi recalled their previous encounter at the scripture pavilion, where they had walked side by side. Yang Lin's expression was one of infatuation. Goodness, what era are we in, still indulging in secret crushes? Do you fancy him? Yu Lanxi ventured. Yang Lin turned, surprised, and gazed at Yu Lanxi. Is it that obvious? I'm not blind. Yu Lanxi retorted. Perhaps her expression had been too overt, for despite her silence. Yang Lin sheepishly scratched the back of her head. I am merely enamored. There's a distinction, you know. Is there really? Yu Lanxi replied, left speechless. It seems not. Yang Lin awkwardly smiled, then leaned in and said mysteriously, you mustn't tell anyone. Yu Lanxi wore a bewildered expression. Your feelings are so evident. Am I blind? Do you think others are blind too? Why don't you just tell him? Is it because of your status? However, the two indeed had a complicated relationship, with the young lady having a slightly higher standing, which posed a challenge for discussion. I fear he might ignore me. At the mention of this, the expression on senior sister Yang Lin's face turned somewhat despondent. What if he likes you too, and you haven't even told him? Yu Lanxi retorted, showing a hint of exasperation. You are quite attractive. What do you have to fear? Your tightly bound hairstyle is impressive, and your looks are striking. If I were as good-looking as you, the first thing I would do is loosen that hairstyle. Ahem. I digress. But Brother Chen is handsome, and he has so many admirers. In the realm of affection, even the most confident women can feel a tinge of insecurity, especially when the other party clearly shows more affection. You are also quite handsome, Yu Lanxi insisted, struggling to comprehend. No matter how she urged, the once straightforward girl transformed into someone shy and hesitant. Why are you acting so awkwardly, like a bashful girl? Yu Lanxi rolled her eyes in confusion. Yang Lin paused for a moment and then replied blankly, I'm a young lady. Yu Lanxi. I completely forgot. Rubbing her nose, she awkwardly suggested. Then let me help you speak to him. It seems that her hidden attributes can no longer be concealed. Indeed, her nickname is the Adept Matchmaker, never missing a chance. No, perhaps not. Such matters, I would prefer to address myself. After Yang Lin spoke, she clenched her fist, gathering her resolve. Are you certain you can voice it? With that awkward demeanor, it might take you a century to utter a word. Yu Lanxi thought to herself that the young lady was beautiful, a second-generation heiress. Trained in a prestigious lineage, and most importantly, wealthy. Pursuing someone should be a simple endeavor. I can do this. Yang Lin nodded, though uncertainty lingered on her face. Do not fret. A woman pursuing a man is merely a veil apart. Once you express your intentions, he is bound to develop feelings for you, regardless of the circumstances. Compatibility in social standing holds significant weight. Ming Chen's acceptance into the inner peak attests to his commendable qualifications. While the realm of cultivation may not prioritize wealth, possessing good aptitude suffices. Both are disciples of the inner peak, their talents likely comparable. Should they unite as immortal partners? The long journey of seeking enlightenment could be traversed together. How delightful that would be. Really? Is that true? Yang Lin remained somewhat uncertain. Alternatively, why not present him with a gift? Yu Lanxi mused that in her past life, the tactics employed by men to woo women involved gifting bags, flowers, or treating them to meals. Perhaps the principle remains the same. Women pursuing men likely follow a similar approach. Yu Lanxi, uncertain, stroked her chin. Having never pursued anyone herself, her experience as a perpetual single was rather limited. However, she had successfully played matchmaker for 2 single colleagues in the office, ultimately leading to their union, thus proving her competence in connecting hearts. It is truly vexing. In this lifetime, I have had to adapt to an entirely new landscape, and I find myself compelled to acquire this skill. It is simply exhilarating. Gifts. Why bestow gifts? Miss Yang Lin appears utterly bewildered. What kind of trickery is this? Just consider, when one is at a disadvantage, should you confess your feelings, the other party would undoubtedly feel hesitant to decline. After expressing this, she spread her hands and continued, if they do not refuse, does that not imply consent? Of course, if they reciprocate your feelings, would that not be fortuitous? The more Yu Lanxi spoke, the more convincing her arguments became. Who would have thought that this single individual could possess such depth of theoretical knowledge? What you say holds merit. Indeed, upon hearing this, the young lady's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. After all, she had an abundance of spirit stones. Her mother's 2 spiritual vein mines were hers, and she could afford anything her brother Chen desired. Junior sister, you truly are my lucky star. I have made my decision. You shall henceforth be my dearest friend, declared Yang Lin, firmly patting Yu Lanxi on the shoulder. Yu Lanxi rubbed her slightly sore shoulder, feeling a twinge of exhaustion. While they exchanged words, might we refrain from physical gestures? Nonetheless, perhaps it was the astute counsel of her canine strategist that made Yang Lin feel a tinge of guilt. She realized she had been rather inconsiderate today, thus resolving to indulge her junior sister with whatever she fancied at the auction. As they made their way to the venue, Yang Lin, filled with curiosity, inquired, Junior sister, though you are quite young, you seem to possess considerable wisdom. Are today's youth truly this mature? Indeed, it is essential to venture forth and gain experience. She entered the immortal sect at an early age, thus lacking the extensive knowledge that her junior sister possesses. It is simply a matter of innate ability. Yu Lan's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile, devoid of any humility. Yang Lin, if you insist on saying that, then there is no point in discussing further. Chapter 72. The aroma of opulence permeates the air. Their visit to the auction house was not particularly early, yet they had already begun to queue for entry. Given that this marketplace was not a major town, the auction house was essentially operated by the disciples of the Tianyang sect. Thus, it could be regarded as a subsidiary of the sect. After all, to sustain such a large number of disciples, the Tianyang sect needed to possess sufficient resources. Otherwise, it would not be able to support them. The marketplace was modest in scale, and consequently, the auction house was likewise limited in its offerings. The items available for auction were unlikely to attract the attention of high-ranking individuals, at least. Those at the level of a respected elder would never grace such a place unless compelled by specific circumstances. As disciples of the Tianyang sect, they wore distinctive attire and presented their identity tokens to the reception disciples at the entrance. They were promptly escorted to the highest level chamber. Yu Lan found a certain thrill in the notion of status and hierarchy. Upon entering the room, she seized the catalog within and handed it to Yu Lan. Asserting in a commanding manner, "Junior sister, quickly peruse and see if there is anything you desire. I shall purchase it for you." Had Mingchen just arrived? The rooms were enclosed, and aside from the auction stage, Yulan could not discern any movements from the other chambers. Naturally, she was unaware of Mingchen's actual location. Naturally, one would expect that the individuals associated with Tianyang Gate would hold relatively esteemed positions, especially since this establishment is part of Tianyang Gate's domain. It would be inconceivable for them to be treated poorly. While contemplating this, a servant knocked on the door, and Yu Lanxi permitted their entry. To her surprise, a Foundation building steward entered with a broad smile, bearing 2 cups of steaming tea in hand. The delightful aroma wafted through the air as Yu Lanxi inhaled deeply. "Ah, this is the White Mountain Cloud Mist Tea. Little junior sister, you should indulge in it. Its spiritual essence is gentle, and you needn't worry about its consumption." After speaking, she placed her own cup before Yu Lanxi. Yu Lanxi took a sip and glanced at the steward engaged in conversation with Miss Yang Lin. The steward was evidently aware of the presence of a direct disciple of the esteemed master and sought to make a favorable impression. This behavior was quite understandable, given the high status of their master, which rendered them, as lower-tier disciples, seldom seen in such esteemed company. Moreover, disciples from outer peaks rarely had such opportunities, making the master's direct disciples particularly desirable acquaintances, especially in the case of Yu Lanxi. Although the steward had been conversing with Yang Lin, her attention frequently wandered towards Yu Lanxi's direction. If this fellow cultivator enjoys the White Mountain Cloud Mist Tea, would it not be fitting to present her with a portion upon your departure? Yu Lanxi momentarily found herself in a daze. What? A complimentary gift? If it were Yang Lin or Brother Wuxia offering her something, she would undoubtedly accept. However, from an outsider, she hesitated. The steward's final words were directed towards Yu Lanxi. Yu Lanxi thought to herself, "This senior sister is quite admirable, beautiful, and possessing a pleasant demeanor." Yet, her penchant for flaunting wealth makes Yu Lanxi, also of affluent background, feel somewhat awkward. What should one do when someone insists on gifting her a spirit stone? It is truly impossible to refuse. How is she so remarkably exceptional? The person in charge, mindful of the situation, refrained from saying much, wearing a gentle smile and expressing full agreement. Subsequently, they exited. Engaging in social interactions indeed requires a certain strategy. Moderation is key, for there is ample time ahead. After approximately half an hour, the venue below finally filled with attendees. Yu Lanxi glanced downward, noting that the individuals in the hall were still clearly visible. However, a few donned black robes, obscuring their appearances and hindering any scrutiny. It seemed it was the junior sister's first visit. In truth, this was merely outside the Tianyang sect. Should one venture outside, particularly to an auction house, procuring a similar black robe would be prudent, as it conceals one from prying eyes and masks one's aura from detection. Yet, encountering high-level cultivators could pose a challenge. Subsequently, Yang Lin imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding the common practices of the cultivation world. Although her own understanding was rather limited, being largely second-hand information, it did not deter her from aspiring to be a helpful substitute teacher. "Did you remember that, junior sister?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Just as Yu Lanxi was about to affirm her understanding, Yang Lin's previous mischievousness surfaced again. Surely, she wouldn't want her to repeat it? "I remember," she cautiously replied, intentionally directing her gaze toward the auction stage. At that moment, she noticed a female cultivator ascending the platform. "It has begun," she declared, prompting the otherwise chatty Yang Lin to fall silent and, unable to resist, turn her attention to the unfolding event. The first auction item was a fire crystal berry. "Do you want it, junior sister?" Yang Lin inquired. This peculiar item was familiar to Yu Lanxi. It was quite similar to a strawberry, yet it possessed the fire attribute. Although she could consume it, it held little value for her. Moreover, its flavor was slightly spicy, making it more suitable for alchemical purposes. "I have no use for this. You may bid on it yourself. After all, you are a fire affinity cultivator." "Never mind. I'm rather tired of this item," Yang Lin remarked, continuously exuding an air of affluence. Yu Lanxi was left speechless. Subsequently, Yu Lanxi finally witnessed a small-scale auction, which, despite its modest size, broadened her horizons. The pace of the auction was remarkably swift, devoid of any delays. Once no one raised their bids, it was promptly finalized. There was no need for multiple calls. Perhaps it was to save time, given the multitude of items in the catalog. The earlier offerings were predominantly low-tier, with most being claimed by the attendees in the hall. Bids were merely incremented by a few spirit stones, and hardly anyone from the second or third floors participated. Does junior sister enjoy these 100 spirit fruits? They are quite palatable and can be consumed as fruit, abundant in spiritual energy. Young Lin pointed to a basket of 100 spirit fruits below. The basket contained approximately 100 pieces, priced at 500 low-grade spirit stones. Selling them outside would typically be done by quantity. It was rather peculiar that someone chose to auction off an entire basket. Yet surprisingly, the auction accepted it. Nonetheless, this approach certainly simplified matters. In the second tier, bids were made, and after 2 calls, no further offers followed. The binge fruit is not particularly rare. It is found in most forests, and one can easily locate it in the nearby binge forest with a diligent search. The last bid stood at 548 low-grade spirit stones. Before Yu Lanxi could express her opinion, Miss Yang Lin promptly raised the bid to 600 spirit stones. In that moment, it seemed as though she was not speaking of spirit stones, but rather spirit pearls. Sister, this price is rather exorbitant, isn't it? Although she was not short on funds. Witnessing this extravagant display made her feel like an obedient disciple of her master. How could someone so wealthy refrain from spending? It's not excessive, if you desire it. I can have my mother send someone to deliver it. My family runs a merchant business and has an abundance of binge fruits. I can also arrange for some other spirit fruits for you to taste, Yang Lin remarked, as if discussing her daily meals and beverages. Yu Lanxi felt overwhelmed. Bowing in respect to the wealthy individual, suddenly realizing she was clinging to a significant benefactor, embodying what it truly meant to be financially formidable. Indeed, Yang Lin's bid was uncontested. Many cultivators in the hall silently criticized her for being rather foolish, spending 600 spirit stones for a mere basket of binge fruits. Individually, these fruits sold for 6 spirit stones each, with a common offer of 3 for the price of 2. With such spirit stones, one would be better off purchasing directly. Not long after, the steward personally delivered the passion fruits, exhibiting remarkable thoughtfulness by providing a low-tier storage bag. Additionally, he attentively poured a cup of misty cloud tea for Yu Lanxi. This service is indeed quite attentive. Miss Yang Lin nodded in acknowledgement of the commendable service. Subsequently, Yu Lanxi produced several passion fruits and performed a cleansing technique before taking a bite. The flavor faintly carried a soft essence reminiscent of cherries, exceedingly fragrant and sweet, yet not cloying. Indeed, it was delightful. Miss Yang Lin also took one, but she pouted slightly and remarked, "This must be the passion fruit from the binge forest. The ones from the misty forest taste even better." Her expression was filled with a sense of satisfaction. Yu Lanxi, however, was indifferent to the comparison, having never tasted the latter. She found the flavor of the binge forest passion fruit quite pleasing. After consuming a few, she felt the spiritual energy circulating within her body. Though most dissipated after merely a single circuit, at present, her physique resembled a relatively small vessel, unable to contain the abundant spiritual energy of the passion fruit, which, fortunately, was gentle enough, merely circulating once before vanishing into the ether. The container could not accommodate such an influx of energy. Only by enhancing her cultivation could she expand her capacity. Thus, she could only partake of one, unable to indulge further due to her insufficient cultivation. She planned to share the remainder with her senior brother Wu Xia, her senior brother Jinning, and save a bit for her master. Although they might not particularly cherish it, Yu Lanxi enjoyed sharing delectable treats with those she held dear. By the way, sister, can mortals consume this passion fruit? Yu Lanxi thought of her parents and inquired. Yes, they can. I have a cousin without any celestial affinity who often eats them. Yang Lin nodded, quickly understanding the reason behind Yu Lanxi's question. However, she added, for mortals, half a fruit a day is sufficient. After speaking, she couldn't help but remind him, as long as it can be done, that's sufficient. Yu Lanxi silently set aside a portion for her family. Subsequently, she attentively observed the auction, acquiring knowledge as the first round concluded. With the onset of the second round, tangible items began to emerge. These included talismans, weapons, formation plates, and elixirs. However, upon perusing the catalog, Yu Lanxi noticed several items in the final round that were beyond estimation, with no minimum bid indicated. Does senior sister know what these are? Yu Lanxi inquired, gesturing towards those items on the last page. There was a black tile, a withered branch, and a cracked orb. What worthless trinkets were these? It seemed unlikely that even the wandering cultivators selling trinkets outside would dare boast about them. Although these objects appeared to lack utility, their presence at the auction indicated they held some intrinsic value. After all, the appraisers at the auction were no fools. At the very least, they were cultivators at the core formation stage. If they could not identify these items, they were either refused or treasures. Nonetheless, after examining these curiosities, Yang Lin suddenly chuckled. This branch and tile have been unsold for several rounds now, and this cracked orb has also gone unsold twice. Coming from a well-off background, with ample resources and exceptional talent, having entered the Tianyang sect as a direct disciple, she naturally lacked interest in such items. Moreover, their uncertain valuation deterred anyone from taking the risk to purchase them. The second round was currently auctioning a fan, which was undoubtedly a type of weapon. The two individuals exhibited little interest, yet they were drawn by a familiar voice calling out bids. Upon hearing this voice, Yu Lanxi turned her gaze towards Miss Yang Lin, who was exceedingly familiar with Ming Chen's voice. The moment she heard it, her excitement surged. Brother Chen has a fondness for this fan. Perhaps I should bid for it? Without delay, she eagerly placed her bid. Yu Lanxi was about to intervene, but before she could, Yang Lin had already spoken up, and her words flowed out effortlessly, rendering any attempt to stop her futile. Did she not hear that Ming Chen was the last to place a bid? The moment she bid, she raised the stakes by 1,000 spirit stones, and no one dared to counter. Yet, as soon as she placed her bid, she increased it by 2,000 spirit stones. Are you truly determined to pursue him? Yu Lanxi remained silent. Indeed, as soon as she made her bid, the hall erupted in astonishment, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts, nor did anyone raise their bids further. It was evident to all that the offer had come from a distinguished guest on the third floor. To gain access to the third floor, one must either possess an extraordinary background or exceptional cultivation. Who would dare to compete? Upon recognizing Yang Lin's voice, Ming Chen refrained from making his own bid. Meanwhile, Miss Yang Lin, blissfully unaware, felt quite pleased with herself, convinced that she was on the verge of winning over Brother Ming, her joy palpable. Why does junior sister wear such a frown? Yu Lanxi pondered. I am contemplating how to rescue you. Following this, Ming Chen remained silent, while Miss Yang Lin, with an air of pride, toyed with the fan. I must leave my essence upon it. This way, Brother Chen will hold it in his hands. As she spoke, she clutched the fan tightly. Yu Lanxi was at a loss for words. However, before long, the final bid of the second round surprisingly featured a broken sword. Despite being a broken sword, it emanates an aura of chilling sharpness, captivating even those with a modicum of skill. Yet, no matter how extraordinary it may seem, it remains merely a shattered blade. Consequently, genuine bidders are scarce. Those who do bid often do so out of mere curiosity. To everyone's surprise, Ming Chen decided to participate in the auction as well. Yu Lanxi managed to hold back her friend, preventing her from snatching away the coveted item for a second time. However, after Ming Chen placed her bid, others followed suit, yet she refrained from further bidding, allowing Miss Yang Lin to secure it instead. Yu Lanxi rolled her eyes, remarking, if you wish for the gift not to be bestowed, just say so. How can one expect to receive a gift and immediately request a relationship? If the other party is uninterested, they might just discard the offering. It seemed that patience was essential. Noticing Yu Lanxi's demeanor, Yang Lin recognized her own impatience and decided to set the matter aside for the time being. Did her junior sister only have eyes for the passion fruit? This item holds little value. Perhaps she should consider looking for something else? As these thoughts concluded, the second round had already drawn to a close. The third round was expected to showcase even finer items, and indeed, there were superior offerings, yet discerning taste remained paramount. The first item presented was a black tile, which once again met with indifference. The female cultivator on the platform was not particularly surprised, as this item had failed to sell multiple times. Although they asserted that the tile was impervious to fire and water and could not be penetrated by spiritual consciousness, still, no one was willing to make a purchase. If my senior sister wishes to buy something for me, then she might as well acquire these, she suggested. The term Yu Lanxi refers to those seemingly useless items previously encountered. Following certain narrative conventions, it is often the case that what appears inconsequential may ultimately prove to be of the greatest value. Of course, should these items be mere trinkets, it matters little, for at least one has broadened their horizons. Moreover, the cost of these items is moderate, neither exorbitant nor excessively cheap. Yang Lin, being affluent, remains unfazed. She perceives Yu Lanxi's actions as a deliberate attempt to assuage her guilt. Thus, in this third round, several items that had failed to sell previously were finally purchased. The items released thereafter surely contained valuable treasures, intensifying the competition. However, at this moment, Yu Lanxi and Yang Lin had already secured the items they had previously seen in the catalog. The black tiles indeed proved to be remarkably resilient, impervious even to spiritual perception. Yang Lin was astonished. Evidently, these tiles bore a tale of their own. She then examined the gnarled branch, realizing that her discerning eye could not ascertain its worth. Finally, there was the bead, marred by numerous cracks, 3 items that all appeared to lack utility. With a sigh, Yang Lin lamented her acquisition of what seemed to be a collection of rubbish. She mused that, as a wealthy individual, she could hardly part with such items. Consequently, she contemplated discarding them. "Junior sister, let us forego these. I shall procure something more worthwhile for you," she declared, preparing to dispose of them. Chapter 74. Acting with the conviction of a young elder aside from the auction, the two hastily awaited at the entrance. Before long, Mingchen emerged. Yang Lin promptly approached, inviting Yu Lanxi to join her. Contrary to expectations, Mingchen bore no displeasure at having missed out on her desired items. Instead, she wore an alluring smile. She primarily possesses the appearance of a cross-dressing gentleman. It is indeed a pity that such a visage graces a man's face. Upon entering, Mingchen was the first to bow to the two, greeting them with, "I have met with the 2 esteemed junior sisters." Mingchen lamented, "It is truly burdensome to be of a younger generation." Yu Lanxi, wearing an awkward yet polite smile, recalled that when she previously encountered the two alongside senior brother Jinning, she felt no notable discomfort. Little did she expect that in her past life, she held a significant status, and in this life, her standing was still considerable. Fortunately, despite Mingchen nearing his 50s, he retained the countenance of youth. Upon seeing Mingchen, Miss Yang Lin transformed from a boastful display of wealth into a bashful, infatuated girl. Yu Lanxi remarked, "Oh, women, Brother Chun." After shyly calling out, Yang Lin quickly hid behind Yu Lanxi. However, Yu Lanxi, being merely a 14-year-old girl, created a comically adorable height disparity between them. Yu Lanxi's smile gradually faded. One could envision the awkwardness as Miss Yang Lin initially intended to coyly conceal herself behind Yu Lanxi, only for her entire head to inadvertently emerge. Regardless of their awkwardness, Yu Lanxi remained oblivious to their discomfort, yet felt quite embarrassed to act as a makeshift wall. Thus, she felt compelled to break the ice, suggesting, "Shall we converse while we walk?" Did the esteemed junior sister find anything of interest? Mingchen, unfamiliar with Yu Lanxi, recognized that her master was the most enigmatic figure in the entire Tianyang sect and deemed it essential to cultivate a favorable relationship with this junior sister. In truth, she possessed little understanding or thoughts regarding treasures. Moreover, the master has stated that their Thunder attribute spiritual roots are unparalleled, characterized by their innate talent and combat prowess, requiring no external assistance. They themselves are the very embodiment of a golden finger. Thus, she harbored no interest in weapons, magical artifacts, talismans, or elixirs. Save for the fasting pill, the passion fruit was also something she found relatively satisfying. After all, it cost her nothing. Miss Yang Lin cast a nervous glance at Ming Chun, squeezing her palms, before turning to say, "Brother Chun, you used to have a fondness for that fan, so I took the liberty of securing it for you." With that, she produced it and handed it over, extending it past Yu Lanxer's head. Yu Lanxer thought to herself, "I have a phrase that I am uncertain whether to utter." Mingchen responded with a resigned expression, "I am deeply grateful to your entire family." "Thank you, Miss Yang. I shall send the spirit stones to Luoxia Peak after the meeting in the inner hall." It was evident that he did not wish to take advantage. Yet he seemed genuinely fond of the fan, hence he did not decline. Yang Lin wore a puzzled expression. Is this an acceptance or a refusal? She glanced at the strategist beside her, yet refrained from inquiring further at that moment. To declare it an acceptance would imply a commitment to offer spirit stones, while to deem it a refusal would contradict the fact that he had not declined. Yang Lin thought, "This is tricky." Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and retrieved a broken sword from her storage space, which was sealed within a long jade box. At present, she did not sense the sword's formidable aura. "Right, I should also gift this to Brother Chun," as he appeared quite intrigued earlier. As she spoke, she did not approach directly, but rather extended it over Yu Lanxer. The jade box obstructed Yu Lanxer's path, halting her progress. Yu Lanxer exclaimed, "Hey friend, could you please pay attention? Is this enormous light bulb not blinding you?" Regrettably, her heart was solely occupied with Brother Chun, while Miss Yang Lin had neglected the diminutive Yu Lanxer. After pondering for a moment, Yu Lanxer decided that walking in the middle felt rather peculiar. Seizing the opportunity when neither of them was paying attention, she bent down and slipped out from beneath the jade box, advancing ahead. However, once she had passed, she felt rather foolish for her actions. Yu Lanxer mused, what a practical man. Just moments ago, he addressed her as Miss Yang. and now he refers to her as sister. Subsequently, Yu Lanxi quietly moved to stand beside Miss Yonglin, soon feeling somewhat out of place. The three of them walking side by side resembled a signal bar on a mobile phone. Being in the middle felt akin to the iconic golden arches of McDonald's. While walking next to Ming Chun felt awkward due to their unfamiliarity. Yu Lanxi sighed. This is truly challenging. Just as she contemplated whether it would be prudent to discreetly excuse herself, Miss Yonglin inquired, "Sister, would you like something to eat? We just left the dining hall an hour ago. Have you lost your memory?" However, it didn't take long for Yu Lanxi to grasp Miss Yonglin's true intentions. And she quickly remedied the situation. "How about we go for some tea instead?" Ming Chen nodded, a glimmer of amusement lighting up his appealing peach blossom eyes. "That sounds delightful. The day is still young, and we can linger a bit longer." With that, he extended his right hand, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind his ear. Originally characterized by a striking appearance, the individual now deliberately assumed a certain posture, evoking a sense of superficiality that left Yu Lanxi feeling somewhat bemused. When it came to posturing, the young idols of the entertainment industry in her previous life might have excelled far more. Yu Lanxi, now immune to such antics, felt little, whereas Miss Yonglin appeared to be on the verge of starry-eyed admiration. In a playful gesture, Yu Lanxi placed her hand before her nose, producing a subtle sound, intending to remind the young lady to be mindful of her image. Regrettably, the girl who had just been fervently flaunting her wealth was now blushing as she followed the crowd to a nearby tea house. TSK, what a lack of ambition. While inwardly scoffing at her, Yu Lanxi nonetheless trailed behind eagerly. The trio sought a private booth on the second floor by the window. Ming Chun inquired about the preferences of the two girls before ordering a pot of tea and several plates of dim sum. So what should come next? Engage in awkward small talk? The three settled into their respective corners, and Yu Lanxi discovered, to her surprise, that she was seated opposite Ming Chun. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed Ming Chun extracting a small mirror, her expression serious as she inspected her reflection. Occasionally, she would adjust a wayward strand of hair, tucking it behind her ear or letting it cascade down her cheek with a delicate flick. Yu Lanxi was left bewildered, silently questioning the situation. She quickly glanced at Yonglin, who was cradling her teacup in her hands. After taking a sip, she shyly cast a glance at Ming Chun, who was engrossed in her reflection. Perhaps Yu Lanxi's gaze was too overt, for Yonglin looked back at her with a puzzled expression. Sighing softly, Yu Lanxi decided to indulge her curiosity. "Master, what is your disciple looking at?" This query from the disciple Yulan was indeed somewhat embarrassing. After all, she was merely at the 4th level of Qi training, while others had already attained the core formation stage. Such boldness seemed rather shameless. However, what could she do? The hierarchy dictated her actions. Thus, she had no choice but to carry herself with the confidence of a youthful elder. Ming Chun, appearing quite pleased, remarked, "It seems I have grown even more handsome." Yulan's expression turned quizzical. Was her cousin Ming Chun truly a narcissist? Evidently, upon noticing the tuft of hair on his forehead, she should have anticipated this. Unlike him, her elder brothers, Jining and Wu Xia, always kept their hair neatly styled. So, what could possibly attract Miss Yonglin to a narcissist? Was it his looks or his self-adoration? In Chapter 75, The Refined Piggy Boy, it was indeed true that Brother Chen was the most handsome in Tianyong sect. Upon hearing Ming Chen's words, Miss Yonglin quickly chimed in, showering him with praise. Yulan, with a faint smile, merely observed, knowing in her heart that he was likely a bit foolish. Ming Chen, upon hearing this, seemed quite pleased and humbly responded to Yonglin, "Let us keep it low-key." Thus, their dynamic consisted of one sincerely complimenting while the other feigned modesty, leading to a delightful exchange of flattery. Yulan rested her chin on her hand, pondering that Ming Chen's demeanor did not suggest any aversion towards Miss Yonglin. Therefore, if she were to pursue him, there was a significant chance of success. She simply could not discern the nature of his fondness. Was it merely a benign admiration stemming from compliments about her appearance, or was it a deeper affection typical between men and women? Regrettably, as a solitary soul, Yulan had no experience in such matters. Thus, she could only occupy the role of a colossal, yet seemingly inconsequential light bulb, silently sipping her tea and discreetly indulging in the rather expensive pastries. After all, she needn't spend her own spirit stones. The two conversing were utterly oblivious to Yulan's presence. With little else to do but consume, she continued with her feast. Before long, the teapot was emptied, and the pastries on the table were nearly devoured. Burp. Having eaten to her heart's content, she could not suppress a belch. Yulan thought to herself, "Oh dear. Indeed, Upon hearing the sound, the two turned their gazes towards her. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she feigned composure on her face, stating, "I simply ate too much." Yet her tone betrayed her inner turmoil. It seemed that the young disciple, Yulan, found the pastries quite delectable. Mingchen smiled gently, her smile radiating brilliance. Yulan nodded awkwardly in response. Miss Yanglin, however, appeared quite delighted. "If you like them, dear junior sister, I shall order you more." Before Yulan could voice her refusal, Yanglin summoned a server from the establishment. "And for these pastries, give me 100 of each." Such extravagance was astonishing. Yulan exclaimed in disbelief. "Sister, are you raising pigs?" Mingchen asked. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" However, it seems that Mingchen has become quite accustomed to Miss Yanglin's habitual display of wealth, showing little reaction. Instead, Yu Lanxi wore a dazed expression. 100 portions, and there are only 4 plates of dim sum on the table, merely 400 points. I am utterly overwhelmed, truly overwhelmed. Senior, this is far too much. Junior, do not be modest. I initially intended to buy you something today, but it appears you found nothing to your liking. Yang Lin nonchalantly waved her hand, as her intention was to treat Yu Lanxi with spirit stones. Yet the only item of slight value turned out to be a passion fruit. Tiles, dry twigs, broken beads. Are we not even worthy of names? But this is far too much. I cannot possibly finish it all. Yu Lanxi said, her brow furrowed in concern. Moreover, the dim sum is not particularly delectable. Just place it in your storage ring and savor it at your leisure. It will not spoil. Yang Lin's own storage space was a chaotic assortment of items, yet vast enough that she rarely bothered to organize it. Before long, the proprietor personally brought over a storage bag, his face adorned with a broad smile, gazing at Yang Lin as if she were a deity of wealth. With a calm demeanor, Yang Lin placed the storage bag before Yu Lanxi and accompanied it with spirit stones. Yu Lanxi stared at the storage bag before her. "Oh well, I shall just share half with Brother Wuxia later. Good friends should share both fortunes and hardships." As the sky outside grew slightly dimmer, the three of them decided not to linger. Their purpose for the day was merely to broaden their horizons. In this moment, Yu Lanxi has truly opened her eyes. Upon returning, she intends to navigate her own vessel. However, Miss Yang Lin seems eager to showcase her flying skills before Ming Chun in the morning. Fortunately, Yu Lanxi managed to persuade her, as she certainly does not wish to gamble with her own life. Consequently, both of them boarded Yu Lanxi's spiritual boat. Observing her steady navigation, Ming Chen expressed a keen interest. "This vessel of yours, Master Yulan, must have been gifted by the esteemed Uncle Wu, correct?" Yu Lanxi responded. "It was not a gift. My master purchased it with a top-tier spiritual stone." Yet, she refrained from sharing this detail with others. Nodding, she acknowledged, "Indeed." Curiously, she did not inquire how he was aware of this matter. Nevertheless, the inquisitive Yang Lin, always interested in Ming Chun, feigned curiosity. "How did you come to know that?" "Because during my first attempt at piloting a boat, I nearly crashed into Laoyuan Peak." Ming Chen chuckled at the memory. At that time, he was merely at the foundational stage, still grappling with the art of sword flight. He had clumsily practiced near Laoyuan Peak, witnessing the incident firsthand. Since then, he has avoided any vessel piloted by others. It remains a mystery why he unwittingly boarded Yu Lanxi's boat. Fortunately, she is quite reliable, despite being a female driver. Her flying skills are remarkably steady. Yang Lin, however, was keen to accompany her. Nonetheless, she remained considerate of Yu Lanxi and harbored thoughts about discussing something with her. "Junior sister, I have delivered the gift. When would be the best time for me to confess?" Her expression was one of eager anticipation, as if she wished to rush to Laoyuan Peak immediately. "Why the hurry? People say they will return your spiritual stones." Yu Lanxi shook her head. However, she did not refuse, as there would undoubtedly be opportunities. Yet, she was somewhat disapproving of the sister giving such extravagant gifts. What if, in the future, she were to be with someone solely for their wealth? Upon hearing this, Miss Yang Lin's face brightened with a hint of joy. "Indeed, I feel the same. I was just concerned that his intention to return the spiritual stones might imply a rejection." After saying this, she bashfully covered her mouth and smiled. "Little junior sister, if we were to marry in the future, I would certainly express my gratitude to you." Yu Lanxi thought to herself, "Miss, could you be thinking too far ahead? We haven't even established a relationship yet, and you're already contemplating marriage. Are you already considering where to buy a property? Have you decided on names for the children? Well, perhaps in the realm of cultivation, there are no properties to consider. But it seems this person has already envisioned where to reside on Laoyuan Peak. Perhaps Yu Lanxi's incredulous expression was too piercing. As Yang Lin awkwardly scratched the back of her head and then touched her nose, "I'm just making preparations in advance." Yu Lanxi replied, "You are thinking far too ahead. Are we boarding a rocket?" In the context of the cultivation world, pursuing someone for decades or even centuries is merely trifling. It lacks sincerity. Several hundred years have passed in the mortal realm, witnessing the rise and fall of several generations. "Junior sister, could you offer me some advice on what I should present next?" Her tone betrayed a complete disregard for the weight of her own heavy pouch of spiritual stones. "Do not present overly extravagant gifts. Rather, consider something modest yet intriguing, so that he may feel hesitant to reciprocate with the spirit stone." At this juncture, Yu Lanxi spoke with an air of playful mystery, suggesting perhaps he may feel compelled to offer you a few small tokens in return. Unfortunately, this subtle charm is something Miss Yang Lin simply cannot comprehend. In her view, gifting entails presenting something of considerable value. How could one possibly present something inexpensive? Yet, at this moment, she found herself at a loss and could only tentatively inquire, "What do you think I should offer instead?" "Yang Lin, are there truly inexpensive yet amusing items in this world? I detest reading, so do not attempt to deceive me. Perhaps food suitable for cultivators at the core formation stage? Or perhaps some rare yet affordable spirit fruits?" As she pondered, Yu Lanxi suddenly recalled that Ming Chen appeared to be rather self-absorbed. "Uncertain," she suggested. "He seems quite concerned about his appearance. Perhaps you could gift him some fashionable clothing, elegant accessories, or perhaps a beautiful mirror. After all, gifting items to a girl, or rather, to someone as refined as Ming Chen, who embodies a certain adorable charm, would surely be fitting." Chapter 76. Bowing to the esteemed one, serving tea to the great master. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, how could I have overlooked it? Brother Chen is quite handsome and undoubtedly cares about his looks. Gifting him such items would surely bring him joy. Upon finishing her words, Miss Yang Lin eagerly produced a communication jade slip, unabashedly flaunting her wealth before Yu Lanxi. "Chi Ching, fetch all the exquisite hair ornaments from the merchant," she commanded, seemingly unperturbed by the implications of her demands on her family's business. "Are you intending to gift them all?" Yu Lanxi inquired incredulously. After a moment's contemplation, Miss Yang Lin replied with certainty, "Perhaps it may be a bit excessive." Yu Lanxi retorted, "Do you even comprehend the meaning of excessive?" With a tone of exasperation, she continued, "What is your obsession with acquiring everything in heaps? The value of a gift lies not in its quantity, but in its quality. If you bestow too many, they will lose their significance." She earnestly advised, when gifting, one should not present an overwhelming array. Otherwise, what will you have left to give in the future? Each precious item should be presented individually. Once they are all laid out at once, what remains for later? Finally grasping Yu Lanxi's point, Yang Lin appeared somewhat distressed. "Then what should I give first?" Yu Lanxi sighed. "With your approach, do you truly believe you can pursue your crush? You are utterly lacking in insight. Begin by gifting a mirror as a means of subtlety. Indeed, my senior particularly adores mirrors. I have heard he possesses a storage ring solely for them. Why did you not mention such crucial information earlier?" "Ah, was it that significant?" After a prolonged silence, Yu Lanxi finally asked, "How well do you know your junior?" "Ming Chen." "Indeed, referring to him as a junior is entirely warranted. That is about all I can share." Yu Lanxi. "TSK. My dear, you are lacking. What use are these trivial bits of information? She could easily inquire and learn them herself. What does he enjoy eating? What are his favorite colors? When is his birthday? Does he have any hobbies? What is he most skilled at?" These 5 penetrating questions left Miss Yang Lin momentarily perplexed. "Yang Lin, do I really need to know so much?" Yu Lanxi. "Be more mindful, my dear, with your current lack of knowledge. Aside from being a tall, wealthy beauty, you possess little else of advantage." Yang Lin. "Isn't being a wealthy beauty itself an advantage? The realm of immortals is overflowing with beautiful maidens. Even those with a touch of cultivation have fair skin. By the time one reaches the nascent soul stage, if dissatisfied with their appearance, they can easily reshape themselves. In a world teeming with beauties, how can one pursue a heartthrob without being more astute?" Yang Lin, then? Should I inquire further? Miss Yang Lin felt a bit wronged under Yu Lanxi's exasperated gaze. Why not just ask him directly? The information you gather may not even be accurate. Next time, when you present him with a mirror, casually inquire about his favorite foods, steering the conversation towards him to glean as much knowledge as possible. Though Yu Lanxi suspected that by then, the only thing she would notice would be his handsome face. Nevertheless, having consented to be his advisor, she felt it necessary to impart her wisdom. This way, you can later bestow him with thoughtful gifts. Isn't it true that taking things slowly brings us closer together? When the timing is right, expressing one's feelings will be a natural progression. Yu Lanxi shrugged, indicating that matters are indeed that straightforward. Although the methods are derived from online advice on courting women, Mingchen and Yanglin's situation is rather unique. It seems as though their roles are somewhat reversed. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential, regardless of whether the cat is black or white. A cat that catches mice is a good cat. Indeed, junior sister, you are remarkable. Yanglin was utterly in awe of Yu Lanxi, filled with admiration. Although they had yet to put their plans into action, merely contemplating them stirred a wave of excitement within her. She yearned to present a mirror immediately, eager to inquire about his preferences. Unfortunately, pursuing someone requires patience. It must be approached gradually. Upon returning to Leihuan Peak, Yanglin evidently had no desire to leave. She felt that conversing with Yu Lanxi for a little longer would hasten her union with Mingchen. Yu Lanxi, adopting a facade of a smiling boy, declined, saying, "But I have to cultivate this evening. Then I shall show you the gift tomorrow for your opinion," Yanglin suggested, reluctantly settling for a compromise. Yu Lanxi replied, "Please, have some consideration for the child. I genuinely aspire to be a diligent and studious individual. By the way, I should also present some lovely hair ornaments to my junior sister tomorrow. A young girl ought to wear beautiful hairpins." Yu Lanxi retorted, "Am I someone who lacks hairpins? What I truly lack is a skilled hand to style my hair. Don't think that by bribing me, I would submit to malevolent forces. By the way, tomorrow I will bring you the notes I compiled on my experiences with fire magic. These were compiled at my master's behest, and they may be of use to you." "Certainly," Yu Lanxi mused. "How delightful." As she lowered her gaze in deference to the esteemed figure before her, serving tea with grace. Once Miss Yang Lin finally departed, Yu Lan could not suppress her laughter. Given Miss Yang's disposition, one might assume she was surrounded by numerous companions. Yet, upon encountering her, it appeared that few lingered in her company. Strangely, she extended warmth towards Yu Lan, a junior she had met only a handful of times. Perhaps Yu Lan, being inherently self-sufficient, never harbored ulterior motives during their interactions. Alternatively, the bonds of female friendship may arise from the most unexpected circumstances, be it a shared fondness for a particular handbag or a mutual disdain for an individual. It might be that both ladies possessed considerable wealth. Miss Yang's kindness towards Yu Lan stemmed from the rarity of finding a peer with whom she could engage on equal footing, devoid of any pretense. The crux of their connection lay in their similar social standings and minimal age difference. In the realm of cultivation, earthly status holds little significance. Merit is dictated by one's innate qualities and cultivation prowess. Yu Lan, being the sole disciple of the esteemed Fu Lung Zun and endowed with a thunderous spirit root, possessed a formidable background within the cultivation world. Thus, their relationship began on equal terms, with neither seeking to exploit the other. Yang Lin's status inevitably attracted individuals with ulterior motives. Although she was straightforward in her affections, having grown up in the imperial palace, she could discern the intentions of those who approached her. Consequently, she preferred solitude over the company of sycophants and those with hidden agendas. Though she is quite affluent and indifferent to the financial status of her friends, she yearns for a sincere and genuine companion. Presently, despite the age disparity of over a decade between Yang Lin and Yu Lanxi, this difference is inconsequential. Essentially, they are of the same generation. And upon first encountering Yu Lanxi, Yang Lin felt that friendship should be formed in such a manner. Yu Lanxi propped her chin on her hand, displaying 3 items for auction alongside a bag of desserts before her, yet she paid them little mind. Instead, she pondered a particular thought. In her previous life, she wished for a close friend to become extraordinarily wealthy overnight and support her, liberating her from the drudgery of being a bald programmer. To her astonishment, her companion shared this very desire. Remarkably, in this lifetime, her wish has come true. The joy of befriending a wealthy individual is indeed delightful. Chapter 77. Exceptionally outstanding and excellent Turn Yang Lin. It has only been a few days since we met. Behaving this way might frighten her. Yang Lin shook her head in refusal, determined not to let her newfound friend feel intimidated. She found herself in a predicament, as she was unwilling to engage in superficial pleasantries or endure disingenuous smiles. Consequently, the princess had once feared that Yang Lin would become withdrawn, lonely, and suffer from a lack of friends, particularly within the realm of cultivation, where her royal status offered little advantage. Thus, they could only provide her with material comforts. Not only the princess, but also her consort had been diligently seeking ways to earn money over the years, fearing that a lack of spirit stones would leave Yang Lin feeling empty and desolate. Yang Lin had long grown accustomed to her mother's peculiar notions. In the royal family, genuine familial affection is a rarity. The elders typically express their care for the younger generation through material gifts. Thus, she comprehended her parents' behavior quite well. Fortunately, she had managed to forge a commendable friendship, which evidently uplifted her spirits. We'll take a look at these 3 items and see if they are of any value. Perhaps still harboring a flicker of hope, Yu Lanxi believed these 3 items must possess some merit. She sought the opinion of the only knowledgeable individual atop Lei Huan Peak, Eugene Lun. Initially, Eugene Lun was roused from slumber and felt somewhat irritable. Couldn't you, like others, bestow upon me a name that exudes grandeur and authority? At the very least, add a term of endearment. Such a simplistic and unrefined appellation was met with Eugene Lun's disdain. Yu Lanxi retorted, "Isn't it said that a dog does not disdain a poor home, nor does a son reject an unattractive mother? Are you not aware of your own nature?" She considered the name Will quite fitting, simple, direct, and devoid of ambiguity. A name is merely a designation. What does it matter what one is called? Isn't Will perfectly suitable? Eugene Lun scoffed, "Humph. Let us exchange names then." Yu Lanxi replied, "Dream on. Why don't you come up with a name for yourself?" She added, "You are already a mature Will. You must learn to name yourself." In truth, Yu Lanxi held no particular concepts or thoughts regarding naming. If Eugene Lun wished to adopt names like Little Red, Little Flower, Little Yellow, or Little Green, she would not be bothered in the least. "No, you must give me a name." Upon hearing Yu Lanxi's words, Eugene Lun was utterly exasperated. Pray, is this even human speech? As a master, one should possess a modicum of self-awareness. The more Eugene Lun contemplated, the more aggrieved he felt. This sense of grievance only amplified his belief that he had truly lost his discernment. Yu Lanxi seemed to sense Eugene Lun's despondency and let out a sigh. "Well then, perhaps it is time to showcase my own cleverness. Lun is such a melodious name, yet you disdain it yourself. How about Jia Lun?" Eugene Lun retorted. "Must you persist in this Lun business? But what does it even mean? Why choose such a name?" His tone softened slightly, yet his demeanor suggested that unless Yu Lanxi could provide a reasonable and flawless explanation for this name, he was prepared to make a fuss. Yu Lanxi replied, "Because my idol in my past life bore this name." But how could she articulate that, especially considering the characters are not even the same? An extraordinarily distinguished Lun, thus named Jia Lun, she asserted. Indeed, Yu Lanxi herself almost believed her own words. This creature had no connection to excellence. It was utterly unrelated to distinction. As it stood, it served little purpose other than to vex itself. Oh, one could barely concede that it was currently the most knowledgeable spirit on Thunder Ring Peak. Eugene Lun protested, No, I'm not that remarkable." He was taken aback to discover that in his master's heart, he was deemed so exceptional. "Then, I shall be called Jia Lun." Although his tone feigned reluctance, his heart was evidently elated. Yu Lanxi's lips curled into a smile. "I never imagined my Lun to be such a creature of disparagement, yet possessing an admirable essence." At last, they could attend to the matter at hand and swiftly examine the 3 objects before them. With that, she picked up a tile. The tile felt surprisingly smooth to the touch and bore a resemblance to a conventional tile. However, she was uncertain if it was indeed a genuine tile. Moreover, it was remarkably hard. It could very well be a fragment of armor. After scrutinizing it carefully, Eugene Lun decisively stated, "I do not know." Yu Lanxi pondered. Could it truly be mere refuse? She then set the tile aside and picked up a withered branch. To be frank, this branch, in terms of texture, scent, and shape, bore no distinction from the kind used for kindling. Yet, it too was remarkably sturdy, and her consciousness could not penetrate its essence. It was unyielding. Perhaps a remnant of some divine tree? Eugene Lun remained steadfast in his response. "I do not know." Could it also be rubbish? Yu Lanxi questioned, a hint of uncertainty creeping into her voice as she placed the branch down and reached for a broken bead. "Oh, why would you even pick up something so dilapidated?" Yu Lanxi exclaimed in disbelief. "What a surprise." "Do not be so incredulous," she insisted. "Yet these items are said to be exceedingly hard, impervious to even divine consciousness." Eugene Lun replied, "How am I to ascertain what these items are?" He then added, "Wait a moment. You, a human, are not one to keep your word. But you lack knowledge of their nature as well." Yu Lanxi retorted, "You wretched creature, how dare you accuse me?" However, she soon came to a realization and exclaimed with astonishment, Are you suggesting that these are spiritual objects? Could it be that I am indeed the fabled child of pure energy, destined to encounter treasures at every turn? How embarrassing. However, in the next moment, Yu interjected. No, none of this rubbish possesses any intelligence. Yu Lanxi retorted. You, of all people, wouldn't understand anything. Nevertheless, before the imposing presence of Yu Jinluan, she could not afford to lose her composure. With a haughty demeanor, she placed 3 items into her skeletal ring, resolutely deciding against discarding them. As they served as a reminder to herself, she must remain vigilant and avoid the temptation of easy gains. This thought allowed Yu Lanxi to feel a modicum of relief. After indulging in an array of snacks in the afternoon, she still felt quite stuffed. Thus, she opted to take a leisurely stroll in the courtyard, occasionally casting fireballs at the artificial rockery. After all, mastery of magic is honed through practice, and she acknowledged that her spell-casting speed was still rather sluggish. As for the potency of her attacks, she had not contemplated any significant enhancement at this stage. Once she began to feel fatigued from her wanderings, Yu Lanxi hastily conjured a water orb to quench her thirst. Indeed, these spells were essential for both home and travel. Should one find themselves in a tourist area parched, there would be no need to search for bottled water or risk being overcharged. A simple water-gathering spell would suffice. The more she pondered, the more vexed she became. Chapter 78. The more you think, the more you lose, miss. Would you like some supper? No, you should retire early. Although the hour was not particularly late, in a place devoid of entertainment, there was little to do other than sleep. Upon returning to her chamber, Yu Lanxi pinched the bridge of her nose, contemplating her situation. Humph. Yu Lanxi would not indulge it, directly pushing it aside, and then prepared to lie down on the pillow. The moon golden wheel immediately flared up. Why are you lying down? Get up and cultivate. As a cultivator, how can you be so lazy? Does it befit your thunder-type spiritual root? Yu Lanxi replied. I have exhausted my spiritual energy. Can't I at least lie down to recover? How can I break this contract with this creature? I am anxiously awaiting a solution. Yu Lanxi knew that if he did not sit up, it would continue to nag him. After all, it had hung around his neck and slept all day. Now it was quite spirited. Thus, feeling frustrated, he sat up and pressed the moon golden wheel beneath the pillow, instantly feeling a sense of relief within. Are you foolish? This shabby pillow cannot hold me down, it boasted smugly. Yu Lanxi suddenly recalled something. The moon golden wheel sensed an ominous premonition. Yu Lanxi glanced sideways at the moon golden wheel, with a mischievous tone, said, You let me name you. I have bestowed upon you a nearly perfect name. What about you? Why don't you call me master? The moon golden wheel retorted. Why would I call you that? Do you have no self-awareness? A mere chi refinement stage cultivator expects me to call you master? Have some shame. At the very least, I ought to be addressed by someone in the nascent soul stage. It thought otherwise, feeling that such a title lacked intimacy. However, it dared not voice the truth, fearing retribution. After all, Yu Lanxi already held an advantage over it due to their contract. Although it seemed that Yu Lanxi had not yet discovered this, if he truly became enraged, he might realize it. Thus, the moon golden wheel refrained from recklessly testing the waters at the edge of danger. I personally find calling you master quite endearing. Yu Lanxi was acutely aware that this creature was undoubtedly disdainful of her. However, it resorted to a half-hearted excuse, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. I refuse, she declared. The moon gold will discreetly maneuvered to the side of her pillow, its rejection unmistakable. Yu Lanxi retorted indignantly, to be frank, who is currently in control of the situation? How can a spirit treat its master with such insolence? No, I cannot acquiesce. Instantly, the moon gold will erupted in protest, hovering before Yu Lanxi, its voice slightly shrill. Then you shall call me master. I shall not, Yu Lanxi replied. After a moment of silence, she inquired, what would compel you to address me as master? The moon gold wheel's fury began to wane as it responded, at the very least. You must attain the nascent soul stage. Weren't you just disparaging the nascent soul as worthless? The moon gold wheel faltered. Well, what if I misspoke? Fine, let us discuss the nascent soul stage later. If you do not wish to call me master for now, then so be it. After all, Yu Lanxi was not accustomed to it anyway. One small spirit that sings sweet praises is sufficient. Then you may refer to me as goddess, she proposed. The moon gold wheel hesitated. Dear, what about your own dignity? Should I devise a name for myself? Yu Lanxi chuckled. Ah, now you wish to think for yourself? Just moments ago, when I asked you to come up with a name, you resolutely refused, insisting that I name you. I never anticipated, my dear wheel, that you would turn out to be a hypocrite. Yu Lanxi added, "Oh my? You audacious wheel. How dare you take advantage of me? Kindly exit gracefully." Perhaps noticing the sudden change in Yulan's expression, Eugene Lewin immediately softened her tone. "Oh dear, I merely wish to discuss this with you. If you dislike it, we can always change." Yulan responded with a disdainful laugh. "You insolent creature, seeking to take advantage of me already? This cannot stand." Thus, she resolutely declared, "You shall either address me as master or goddess. There are no alternatives." Eugene Lewin, taken aback, slowly descended beside the pillow, choosing to feign indifference. "If you refuse to choose, it will infuriate you. Should you remain unyielding, I shall henceforth call you ugly wheel wherever I go, allowing all to know you by that name." With a triumphant glance at Eugene Lewin, she relished her declaration. Eugene Lewin, incredulous, murmured, "You cannot claim to be the younger one, yet act so childishly." In truth, Eugene Lewin was equally immature, and thus, they continued their playful stalemate. However, Eugene Lewin had been sleeping throughout the day, her energy renewed. Were Xiaojing present, she could indulge in his flattery. Now, in the empty, quiet room, neither Yulan nor Eugene Lewin spoke. "Shall we not each take a step back?" Eugene Lewin pondered. Considering her age relative to Yulan's, it seemed petty to argue over such trivialities. Yet, Yulan's cold smile and sharp retort, "That will not suffice. They say that enduring in silence only breeds resentment, and retreating leads to further loss. You may yield, but I shall not," prompted a frustrated response from Eugene Lewin. "How unreasonable!" she exclaimed. Despite extending an olive branch, Yulan remained obstinate. Enraged, Eugene Lewin could no longer contain herself, instantly transforming in size. The crescent blade swiftly severed Yulan's pillow in two. "Yulan, how dare you, you ugly wheel, seek revenge upon me? As a spiritual entity. Such audacity, did Miss Liang Jingru bestow upon you this courage?" Yet, what could she do? In the end, she could only forgive it with a huff. Much like an exasperated father. After all, striking it was futile. She had no idea where to hit, and couldn't best it in a contest of strength. As for scolding, it remained silent, leaving her at an impasse. If it truly provoked her ire, she would ultimately have to appease it with a show of elevation. "It was not my intention." Having said that, she wished to divert from the pillow topic and hastily proposed, "Why not think of another appellation? Either master or goddess." At this juncture, Yulan hesitated, realizing that being called goddess in public might seem a tad shameless. Touching her chin, she mused that although there were no unattractive women in the realm of cultivation, it felt rather inappropriate to refer to herself in such a manner. Thus, she spoke in a somewhat nonchalant tone. "Never mind, I shall not put you in a difficult position. Simply call me sister." After all, sister is a universally acceptable term. In her heart, she thought of Yang Lin as sister too. Alas, she was indeed too kind. "Eugene Lewin, is this not putting me in a dilemma?" Though it had only recently awakened its intelligence, it surely was older than Yulan. How could it possibly ask someone to call it sister? Yet in the end, sister did sound far more pleasant than master or goddess, as the latter titles evoked an inexplicable sense of shame. At the outset, Eugene Lewin was utterly reluctant to utter a word, and later, her responses were rather perfunctory, even exhibiting a tendency to hastily skip over the term Miss Sister. "My dear sister, it is time for you to cultivate." After all, the pillow is no longer available, leaving you unable to sleep. Once the form of address was finally settled, Yu Lanxi could only cast a resigned glance at the severed pillow, entering a state of cultivation with a heavy heart. Unbeknownst to Yu Lanxi, as she commenced her practice, Eugene Lewin voluntarily diminished in size, adorning her neck like a pendant.